To protect his older sister, this young boy bravely clashed with a group of thugs, but his small frame was brutally beaten. The girl wept and begged the man to stop the beating, but he simply approached with a spoonful of pig slop, telling her he would stop only if she ate it. Her hands trembled in helplessness as the man continued to mock them, calling them fatherless bastards. He claimed they only deserved pig food, while Wu Zhai sobbed that she had a father and wasn't a bastard. The brute then threw her aside, and when Zhu Yi tried to save his sister, he was knocked unconscious with a single blow. Senior brother Wang ordered them to be disposed of since the bastards were useless. And as Wu Zhai lay dying in the pouring rain calling for her father, Li Tianyuan, the lord of Tianli Hall, was attempting to break through to the immortal realm. Powerful celestial phenomena swirled around him, filling the members of Tianli Hall with joy as they believed their leader was about to succeed. They anticipated Tianli Hall would soon dominate the world, but Sui Feng suddenly realized something was interfering with the Hall Master's progress. Following a world-shaking boom, Li Tianyuan failed his breakthrough and clutched his chest from the backlash, gasping that his child was calling out to him. Ignoring his injuries, he immediately teleported away to the shock of his subordinates, while the thugs carried the two children toward a canyon. They intended to throw the children off the cliff for profit, but a sudden command to stop froze them where they stood, unable to move. Li Tianyuan appeared with a terrifying aura that horrified everyone, and after he instantly slaughtered the thugs, he gently gathered the children into his arms as Wu Zhai weakly asked if he was her father before losing consciousness. Consumed by extreme rage, the green spiritual light surrounding Li Tianyuan thickened and erupted, spreading across the entire cliffside. Despite his severely damaged meridians, he forced himself to use Phantom Shift to teleport, which only served to worsen his internal injuries. He coughed up fresh blood as his face turned deathly pale and cold sweat poured off him. Just as his subordinates finally arrived on the scene, they rushed to his side and took the children from him. As Qing Feng wondered in shock if these were the young master and young lady, Li Tianyuan gave a slight nod of confirmation. But as Qing Feng held the boy, he noticed something was wrong and reported that the young master's condition seemed unusual. Li Tianyuan simply called out Li Qing's name, who immediately understood and placed a hand over his right eye as a brilliant golden light erupted. He chanted an incantation for the vast void golden pupils to inspect Zhu Yi, then reported to the hall master that, while the young master's talent was extraordinary, his foundation had been severely damaged. It appeared someone had forcibly stolen his heavenly meridian soul bone, a revelation that fueled Li Tianyuan's fury as he darkly ordered an immediate and thorough investigation. He demanded to know who dared to harm his child, and as Li Qing bowed in obedience, Qing Feng looked at the two children and reflected. This was the first time he had seen the young master this enraged. By the next morning in a grand pavilion, Qing Feng reported that the children were stable and only needed rest, despite the young master's missing soul bone. Li Tianyuan silently watched his two children sleeping before sitting on the edge of the bed, just as Li Qing arrived to provide the details of his investigation. The hall master was informed that the children were named Wu Zhai and Zhu Yi, and that the mastermind behind the plot was Zhang Rui, the fourth young master of Qingyun Mountain. He had used the children as hostages to force their mother, Shi Yanhan, the former saintess of the Xinmu sect, to become his concubine, a name that brought back memories of a beautiful green-haired woman. Interrupting Li Tianyuan's thoughts, Li Qing added that today was the very day Zhang Rui was forcing Shi Yanhan into marriage, and the wedding procession had already departed. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Li Tianyuan stood up and ordered Qing Feng to stay and care for the children while he went alone, despite Qing Feng's worried protests. Dismissing their concerns, he declared he would handle the matter personally and told them to prepare for the next phase of the plan when suddenly something happened. A small hand grabbed his robe as Wu Zhai opened her eyes and pleaded with him to save her mother, saying she didn't want to marry that evil man. Li Tianyuan gently stroked her head and promised her that if she rested well, their family would be reunited by the time she woke up, before he strode out of the room. Meanwhile, amidst the rolling mountains, a grand wedding procession carrying a bridal sedan came to a halt in front of Shi Yanhan's small thatched hut. Zhang Rui, dressed in vibrant red wedding robes, was blocked outside and cursed furiously, calling her a damned woman for not even opening the gate for him. The man surnamed Wang hurried to intervene, urging young Master Zhang to calm down while he went inside to persuade her, to which Zhang Rui irritably told him to hurry. As the bridal gown lay on the bed, a sorrowful Shi Yanhan sat in silence until Wang opened the door and softly called out to his junior sister, though she ignored his greeting. She immediately demanded to know the whereabouts of Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi, causing him to feign deep grief before threatening her that the people of Mount Qingyun were cold-blooded. He warned that if she did not comply, things would end badly, his face displaying a perfect mask of helplessness that would rival the performance of a master actor. Standing up, he loudly pretended to advise Yanhin to abandon the two children and flee with him, claiming he had reached the forest sparrow realm. He promised to take her to another sect to start a new life together, but she looked directly at him and told senior brother Wang to maintain his propriety. She declared that her two children, born after a 4-year pregnancy, were her priceless treasures, and their safety was more important than anything else. Her words terrified him, as he realized that children born after 4 years were no ordinary humans, but must be monstrous entities. He warned Yanhin not to fall deeper into this path, but she stood up and cut him off, telling him to inform Zhang Rui that she would follow him if her children were safe. Once the wedding procession had collected the bride, Yanhin sat in the sedan chair, telling herself she must find the right moment to subdue Zhang Rui and force him to release her children. Gripping a hidden knife, she resolved to ensure her children's safety even if it meant dying together, while Zhang Rui grumbled about the wretched woman who had caused him so much trouble. He muttered that if not for her peerless beauty, he would have taken her by force long ago, vulgarly adding that he would use the children to keep her obedient. He even planned to give her away to others once he was bored or throw her to the demonic beasts at Wanwang Mountain Villa, while his subordinates praised his cruelty. As the procession reached a mountain pass, they were blocked by a figure waiting for them. When the figure remained silent, a subordinate lunged forward with a punch. In an instant, Li Qianyuan caught the opponent's fist with one hand and squeezed, causing the man's hand to immediately erupt in blood. With his finger bones crushed, the man stared at his mangled, bloody arm and let out a horrific scream of agony. Only then did Li Qianyuan speak coldly, stating that he had come to settle the accounts with all of them. Recognizing the familiar voice, Shi Yanhin was startled inside the sedan chair as chaotic screams erupted outside, prompting her to pull back the curtain. She saw a battlefield littered with corpses, with only Li Qianyuan standing tall and imposing in midair. Sensing her gaze, Li Qianyuan turned his head. Yanhin called out his name in surprise, and he softly whispered her name back after so long. She quickly approached him with a face full of both anger and heartache, raising her hand as if to deliver a sharp slap. However, as her hand neared his face, she stopped and instead gently caressed his cheek, unable to bring herself to hurt him despite her inner rage. Stepping back, she asked him why he had returned, reminding him that she was the one who had heartlessly driven him away years ago. Li Qianyuan ignored her reproaches and got straight to the point, telling her the children were safe in a heaven-grade room at the town inn. Shi Yanhin fell silent before turning to run off, but after a short distance, she stopped to ask about his own child. He replied that he had some debts to settle, so she told him to be careful before vanishing like a gust of wind toward her children. Once she was gone, Li Qianyuan focused on Zhang Rui, walking slowly toward the sprawled-out young master and grabbing his collar with a terrifyingly cold gaze. He dragged Zhang Rui along and coldly demanded to know who had stripped the heavenly vein soul bone from Li Zua. Despite the situation, Zhang Rui screamed back, asking who he thought he was to ambush a Mount Qingyun convoy and if he was seeking death. Moving with the speed of a lightning strike, he attacked Zhang Rui, causing a mournful scream to echo as Zhang Rui gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn you! I will surely tear you limb from limb." His stupidity and arrogance further fueled Li Tianyuan's rage, and with killing intent surging in his eyes, he unhesitatingly severed one of Zhang Rui's arms, making him howl in pain and beg for mercy. "Stop, I'll talk. The heavenly vein soul bone of Li Zua, son of Shi Yanhin. If I remember correctly, it was likely extracted by my 7th brother, Zhang Tong. 3 years ago, his cultivation spiked unexpectedly, so it must be because of that," he continued, providing information as Li Tianyuan stopped. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was sent to the 9 Clouds upper sect as the 11th disciple. Zhang Rui took the opportunity to threaten him, saying, "You had better reconsider, for my Qingyun mountain possesses great power and deep connections with the 9 Clouds upper sect. If you retreat now, you might still keep your life otherwise." Li Zhang suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, asking coldly, "Look and see." "Where is this?" Zhang Rui asked in confusion, forced to look up as his face turned pale with terror upon realizing. This place is. Indeed, they were standing at the base of Qingyun Mountain, and Li Tianyuan dragged Zhang inside just as the 3rd young master was questioning his subordinates back at the sect. "Where is the 4th young master? Is the training of those half-slaves not finished yet?" the 3rd young master asked, to which the subordinate bowed and replied, "He has gone out to fetch a bride." The 3rd young master flew into a rage, shouting for him to be found, when suddenly a powerful gust of wind, the battered body of Zhang Rui, was thrown forward by Li Tianyuan, slamming into a wall. He slid to the ground before the 3rd young master, his face swollen and bloodied as he feebly called out, "Third brother," leaving the others to cry out in horror. "Fourth brother, how did you end up in such a miserable state?" the third young master demanded, turning his gaze toward the opponent as Li Tianyuan approached with measured steps. His entire body radiated a brilliant blue light, and upon drawing near he went straight to the point, asking, "Where are my 8 steeds?" While Qing Feng quickly reported to the hall master. "4 of the 8 steeds are still missing," Li Qing added with a respectful bow. "Hall master, Qingyun Mountain has 1,579 disciples, 323 handamen, and 372 half-slaves." The golden-haired man noted that no one on the mountain was innocent except for a few cooks, while the gray-haired man yawned and urged them to hurry, just as the 5 of them joined together against the third young master. "Did you heavily injure my disciple?" the man questioned indignantly, to which he calmly confirmed as the blue light intensified. And when asked why they were there, Li Tianyuan declared he would level Qingyun Mountain. Immediately, the mountain birds flew away in a panic, and the third young master ordered his subordinates to mobilize all the half-slaves to resist the invaders. Suddenly, a white-haired old man stepped out with an air of authority and a face full of rage, shouting, "Who dares to trespass upon my Qingyun Mountain?" Seeing him, the third young master joyfully called out to the second elder, while before them, a fierce battle erupted with thunderous explosions and golden flames. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, several subordinates near the third young master were knocked to the ground, just as Qing Feng appeared gracefully holding a fan. He walked forward leisurely, his mere aura enough to blow away his soldiers, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. With a gentle wave of his fan, the subordinates collapsed while coughing up blood, leaving only the second elder standing firm as he made a stern observation. Profound energy merging with the body and power moving with intent. "To reach the monarch realm at such a young age is truly the mark of a genius," he said, before ordering everyone to retreat. "I will personally deal with this lad," he declared, prompting the third young master to retreat while secretly rejoicing at the chance to see the second elder's techniques. This elder had reached the monarch realm long ago and might have been a saint emperor by now if not for sect duties. And soon, a golden light enveloped him. He reached out a hand in an attempt to recruit him, saying, "Young man, join my Qingyun Mountain. You have only just entered the monarch realm and the path of cultivation is arduous. If you fight against my near-saint emperor strength, you will surely lose your life here." But to this arrogant boast, Qing Feng simply replied that he was mistaken. The second elder frowned and questioned him, but Qing Feng did not answer, instead concentrating his power until his entire body radiated an emerald profound light. "That is the great emperor profound light," the second elder cried out in terror. "I never expected you to be a great emperor." The others stood stunned with their mouths agape, and the second elder quickly shouted for everyone to run before fleeing himself, though escape would not be so simple. Qing Feng swings his fan to the right, unleashing a power that shakes the heavens and earth. He easily wipes out the crowd, leaving the second elder coughing up blood and severely injured. The elder desperately screams for the ancestor to activate the mountain-protecting divine artifact. Standing amidst the swirling dust, Qing Feng wonders aloud. "A mountain-protecting divine artifact?" He retracts his fan and speaks with disdain, questioning if it can even withstand a single strike from him. At this moment, Mount Qingyun has lost all its peace. Screams echo everywhere as chaos ensues. The disciples whisper in confusion, wondering why a great emperor is attacking and how they offended him, while asking if the 9 Clouds High sect has been contacted. The third young master rushes to the main hall's entrance, pleading for the ancestor to activate Mount Qingyun's divine artifact immediately, as the great emperor's power is impossible to resist. Sitting on his throne, the ancestor speaks in a heavy tone, noting that the divine artifact possesses destructive power that would damage Mount Qingyun's foundation even if it repels the enemy. He closes his eyes. He continues, stating there is no other choice now, then stands up decisively to order all demi-beasts to the front lines, while the Mount Qingyun disciples retreat to the rear. They must avoid being injured by the divine artifact's aftershocks. He then raises his hand to summon the weapon as his subordinates bow and obey his command. Simultaneously, a crowd is being herded down the stairs, including a blond boy with a mud-stained, miserable face. A brutal soldier kicks the boy hard, making him cry out in pain, and barks at him to move faster and stop loitering. A couple rushes to support the boy, calling out to him anxiously, "Zio-Kyu!" Suddenly, a figure appears as a streak of green light flashes toward the crowd, causing them to recoil in terror. A man holding a sword shouts for them not to retreat. "Charge!" he commands. Just then, another person approaches, his entire body radiating white light. The soldier in green screams that he will kill anyone who dares to step back. Zio-Kyu looks up at him with eyes full of extreme terror. The man slashes several times, spraying blood everywhere, and the couple collapses, passing away forever. Io-Q screams for his father and mother. Exploiting his authority, the man raises his blade and threatens to cut down anyone who retreats. At that exact moment, a footstep approaches. An explosion of blended green and white power blasts the crowd away. They are sent flying into the distance, with blood spraying from their noses and mouths. Li Tianyuan approaches, his body emitting a terrifying aura. The crowd is suppressed by this power and forced to move aside, not daring to face him directly. Knowing they are innocent, Li Tianyuan opens an escape path for them to head down the mountain. "Go down the mountain," he says. The people clasp their hands and bow in gratitude before quickly departing, running past the murdered couple. No one notices Io-Q sitting, dazed, beside his parents' bodies. Li Tianyuan then cuts his fingertip to let his blood flow. He flicks 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the couple lying on the ground. The man in green still refuses to let Io-Q go, looking at the boy and cursing. "Damn it, you spineless mongrels!" Io-Q trembles as he picks up a knife, his eyes fixed on the man in green. Though he is shaking and tears stream down his cheeks, his gaze is incredibly firm. He is determined to avenge his parents. Seeing the boy charge with a knife, the man recoils in fear and stammers, asking what the mongrel thinks he is doing. The boy screams that he wants revenge for his parents and lunges forward. Suddenly, a firm hand stops him, causing Io-Q to widen his eyes in surprise. The man in green breaks into a cold sweat from fear. The person holding Io-Q's hand is Li Tianyuan, who advises that there is no need for this hatred to persist. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. Io-Q is stunned, thinking he misheard as he wonders how it could be his parents' voices, yet a glimmer of hope arises. He turns around to see his parents have returned to life and are sitting up. Overjoyed, he calls out to them and rushes to embrace them tightly, fearing they might vanish. Io-Q happily says it is wonderful that they are all right. On the other side, Li Tianyuan walks step by step toward the man in green. The man retreats in terror, stammering to ask what he intends to do. Before he can finish, Li Tianyuan plunges a blade into his abdomen. Under the man's shocked gaze, he meets his end. Li Tianyuan remarks that it is enough for him alone to bear all the grudges and hatred. Io-Q watches him in astonishment, forgetting to cry. Li Tianyuan stands beside the bloody corpse. After a moment, he instructs Io-Q's family to head down the mountain quickly, warning that staying too long will cost them their lives. The 3 of them bow respectfully in gratitude. The couple then leads Io-Q down the mountain, and even from a distance, the boy looks back at the man's silhouette. Li Tianyuan stands tall and alone on the mountain. A loud noise erupts from the peak, and the mountain's shape begins to shift. It appears as though something is consuming it. The ancestor of Mount Qingyun stands on the roof of a building with a grim expression, his gaze fixed downward as if staring directly at his enemy. The old man clasped his hands and gathered his full strength, a golden radiance quickly spreading across his body, as he declared that Qingyun Mountain was facing its destruction and staked the sect's 1,000-year legacy to summon the divine artifact. The gold and white lights intensified and intertwined, gradually converging at his feet until an object began to manifest from within the brilliance. It was the divine artifact he had spoken of, and he gripped it with absolute confidence, setting it into place and opening it while arrogantly claiming that even a great emperor could do nothing against it. Having spoken, he began to activate the device while the crowd behind him erupted in laughter, certain that victory was already theirs. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, revealing pupils that had turned into a solid, glowing gold. Immediately after, a golden light washed over the entire mountain. Yet Qing Feng and Li Qing watched with composed expressions, showing no signs of terror. Since the old man had unleashed such a powerful technique, Li Tianyuan responded in kind by spreading his palms, gathering white energy, and shouting for the dragon chasm. A massive blade appeared in his hand, just as the divine artifact locked onto his position, with the ancestor declaring he was wagering the entire fate of Qingyun Mountain. He then unleashed a violent blast of fire from the artifact, screaming for the enemy's death as the flames streaked toward Li Tianyuan like a falling star. Within seconds, the attack was upon him, but he remained fearless, thrusting the dragon chasm into the earth as a surge of green energy erupted from the blade. He looked toward the sky and roared "Mountain Slash" before striking downward, summoning a colossal green dragon that opened its maw to devour everything. The green and golden energies collided violently, but the green power soon gained the upper hand, piercing through the golden light and obliterating everything in its path as debris scattered everywhere. The green dragon charged directly at the ancestor, who could only retreat in terror without any means of defense as Li Tianyuan pressed his advantage. He delivered a powerful downward strike that created a vertical beam of green light, which gradually shattered the divine artifact. The divine artifact soon shattered into countless fragments, leaving the ancestor in total terror as he wondered if this was the power of a great emperor before a blade slashed his face and blood sprayed everywhere. Realizing his death and the sect's fall were inevitable, he cried out in grief for his Qingyun mountain just before a massive explosion shrouded the peak in deep gold and thick dust. Qingfeng watched and remarked casually that the man couldn't even withstand a single blow. The next morning, the scene shifted to a grand city within the Dong Sui kingdom. At the military bureau, a frantic voice called out to the general as a man in gray knelt to report that Qingyun Mountain had been conquered, causing the general to bolt upright in shock. Unable to believe his ears, he demanded to know who would dare attack Qingyun Mountain within the Dong Sui kingdom and ordered the immediate preparation of the transpositional shadow teleportation spell. Standing tall in the room, the general covered his mouth and began to laugh with a calculating air, his chuckles growing louder until they were completely uncontrollable. He laughed heartily with one hand on his hip and the other on his head, exclaiming that this was perfect since he had been at his wit's end regarding Qingyun Mountain. After calming down, he began to speculate if the Heavenly Lie Palace Master had acted much earlier than planned. He noted that if it were truly him, he needed to hurry there, as the great minister was truly ruthless. Meanwhile, the terrifying explosions at Qingyun Mountain persisted. As rocks crumbled and dust billowed into the sky, a voice rang out through the air, warning that the entire mountain would be leveled if the destruction wasn't halted. Li Tianyuan and his subordinates hovered in the sky, his body radiating a murderous aura as the green light surrounding him continued to expand. Suddenly, a golden object appeared near him as General Fang arrived, only to be stunned by the sheer scale of the devastation. Looking at the barren wasteland and the scattered boulders, he lamented that the place had truly been razed to the ground. Suddenly, 3 red streaks of light circled in the air, prompting Li Tianyuan to remark that they had finally arrived. Those were 3 men dressed in red from the 9 Clouds High sect, and the youngest among them, Zhang Tong, demanded to know who had destroyed his Qingyun Mountain. The most composed of the group was a middle-aged man with white hair named Shang Yunxing. Stroking his beard, he advised his disciple, "Tonger, stay calm and do not let your heart be troubled." Meanwhile, the other middle-aged man, General Fang, was stunned to see Li Tianyuan's group and immediately bowed with clasped hands. Li Tianyuan then asked the youngest man, "Are you Zhang Tong?" To which Zhang Tong irritably replied without hesitation, "So what? Are you the one who destroyed Qingyun Mountain?" Suddenly, a powerful force pulled him in, leaving him agape and unable to escape despite his struggles. In a flash, Li Tianyuan gripped his throat. Deacon Shang Yun spoke up for his disciple, shouting, "How dare you? Release my student at once." Seeing his rage, General Fang hurried to intervene. "Brother Shang Yun, please be calm and composed. We must observe the situation first. Besides, do you even know who he is?" However, Deacon Shang Yun refused to listen and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Get lost. Not even the Heavenly King himself can kill my disciple in front of me." Despite his shouting, General Fang said something that left him utterly shocked. "He is the master of the Tianli Palace." Deacon Shang Yun fell silent, his face darkening as he lost his words. Understanding his feelings, General Fang remained quiet to let him recover. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan tightened his grip on Zhang Tong's neck and growled, "Did you steal Li Zuo's heavenly vein soul bone?" Upon hearing that name, Zhang Tong gave a contemptuous laugh. "Li Zuo, that brat. Haha, a lowlife like him doesn't deserve to possess such a noble heavenly vein soul bone. Why should he have better talent than me? Luckily, those useless fools from the Xinmu sect didn't recognize its value. I ripped it out so such talent wouldn't be wasted. In that dilapidated mountain house," he continued rambling, oblivious to Li Tianyuan's face turning cold. After finishing, he asked a question in return. "Now it's my turn to ask. Did you destroy my Qingyun Mountain? My brothers?" Before he could finish, Li Tianyuan plunged his hand into the man's abdomen and forcibly extracted the heavenly vein soul bone before resuming his chokehold. General Fang was horrified by the sight. "What? He's seizing the heavenly vein soul bone right in front of the master." Holding the bone, Li Tianyuan whispered, "This isn't my son's bone." Zhang Tong couldn't believe it. "What did you say?" "Impossible. I personally planned the theft of that brat's heavenly vein soul bone." Hearing this, he tossed Zhang Tong aside and sneered, "It seems you were merely a pawn used by someone else." Li Tianyuan's actions sent Deacon Shang Yun into a towering rage. He clasped his hands and activated the 9 Clouds Immortal art to attack, shouting, "I don't care if you're the master of the Tianli Palace. Today I will end your life right here. 9 Clouds Immortal art." He thrust both hands forward and yelled, 10,000 Swords Exorcism." A golden surge of power shot toward Li Tianyuan. This sword strike amazed General Fang, who surmised it had likely surpassed the monarch realm. Despite its power, Li Tianyuan neutralized it with just one hand. The blue and golden energies clashed head-on, but the blue power quickly overwhelmed the other. Deacon Shang Yun was sent flying into the distance. The other man rushed to support his senior brother, calling out anxiously, "Senior brother." Once he regained his footing, he made a solemn admission. As expected of the master of the Tianli Palace, my skills are indeed inferior. However, I will remember this grudge for harming my disciple, and the entire Nine Clouds High Sect will remember it too. Glaring at Li Tianyuan, he issued a warning. Tianli Palace, you had better prepare for the wrath of the Nine Clouds High Sect. Just as the two brothers were about to leave, a voice called out, "Wait!" It was General Fang, who smiled conciliatorily and said, "It is better to resolve an enmity than to sustain it. We are all citizens of the divine land. With internal chaos and external threats, we should quickly clear up this misunderstanding." Hearing this, Deacon Shang Yun's junior brother retorted, "What misunderstanding? Do you think the Nine Clouds High Sect is afraid of the Tianli Palace?" General Fang, harboring unknown intentions, lowered his voice humbly and replied, "Of course not." Suddenly, General Fang's eyes widened as he shouted, "Heavenly prison!" He stood with his hands crossed over his chest as a blinding golden light radiated around him. Deacon Shang Yun's junior brother yelled in anger, "Fang Zhuli, what are you doing?" Ignoring him, he thrust his hands forward and cried, "Unbreakable jade cauldron art." The power of this technique was immense. Flames gradually began to consume the two Shang Yun brothers, who screamed in agonizing pain. The black-haired man screamed in terror, "Fang Zhuli!" The fire grew more intense, incinerating everything until the two brothers were quickly reduced to ashes. Only flickering embers remained in the air as Fang Zhuli watched calmly. Once the flames died down, he turned to speak to Li Tianyuan. "Had I not intervened in time, they would have summoned the main forces of the Jiu Yun exalted sect." He paused, then pointed his finger toward him. He continued, stating that the deaths of those two must be blamed on him, as it had nothing to do with his Dong Sui kingdom. The blond man, a subordinate of Li Tianyuan, pointed at him in anger and shouted, asking if that rogue hadn't realized they let them go on purpose. Fang Zhuli remained indifferent. Instead, he commented on Li Tianyuan's condition, noting that his current aura was less than half of what it once was, and that he had yet to reach the immortal state. It appeared his breakthrough had failed. He warned him that once this news spread, the 10 halls of demon disciples, the Bai Kui sect, the Heavenly Pool Holy Land, and the Wu Ling Divine Dynasty, all the powers he had offended, would simultaneously target the Tian Li Palace to strike at him. Did he still have the strength to deal with them? Then, lecturing like a mentor, he told him to be prepared, promising to lend a hand by delaying the spread of the news. "Remember, you owe me a great favor." Those words were hard to stomach. The blond man's rage flared up as he shouted loudly that he had been sick of him for a long time. He even dared to threaten the palace master. With that, he prepared to charge at Fang Zhuli, but Li Tianyuan raised a hand to stop him and spoke with full confidence. "My Tianli Palace fears no power. Whether we exist or continue to stand firm is merely a matter of time." Hearing this, Fang Zhuli gave a thumbs up in admiration, calling him arrogant and worthy of his reputation. Then he turned his gaze toward the blond man. He called out to the young man, surprising him. It seemed like something important, but it was just a reminder to watch his tone when speaking to him. Naturally, those words only infuriated him further. He snorted coldly and shouted for the old man to be careful, or his son might be born without an anus. Before he could finish, Qing Feng covered his mouth with a fan. With a helpless expression, Qing Feng advised him not to be so vulgar. Fang Zhuli had already vanished silently. Then Sui Feng turned and respectfully asked his master, "Palace master, what is your next plan?" Night had fully descended, and the full moon cast a silvery glow over the mountain ridges. Shi Yanhan and her two children were walking hand in hand along a trail. Suddenly, one of the children spoke up, saying they thought they saw their father. Shi Yanhan's face darkened as she denied it, telling them they were mistaken. Xiao Zhai pointed ahead and asked curiously, "But mother, isn't father standing right there?" Indeed, in front of their simple thatched cottage. Li Tianyuan had appeared and was already waiting. Shi Yanhan narrowed her eyes at him, her displeasure evident. She firmly replied to Xiao Zhai, stating that he was not their father. Xiao Zhai's eyes widened as she stammered, "But mother," Shi Yanhan gently but resolutely told them to go inside, and the two children obeyed. Only Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan remained in the yard. Upon reaching the doorway, Xiao Zhai felt uneasy and looked back with a worried and confused expression. Once the children were out of sight, Shi Yanhan slowly approached Li Tianyuan. Passing him, she coldly declared that Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi were not of his bloodline. She paused briefly, adding that they were only 5 years old. Since they had been apart for a decade, she pointed out that they could not possibly be his children. Her words did not change his expression at all. Seeing his silence, she continued, thanking him for saving the children but asking him not to waste his precious time on them anymore. He had many important matters to attend to. She emphasized once more that he owed her nothing. After she had taken a few steps away, Li Tianyuan finally spoke in a heavy tone, saying this was very important to him. She remained silent and walked inside. She placed her hand on the door and slammed it shut. Leaning against it, she closed her eyes and stood there for a long time until the children's voices startled her. The two children looked up at her with concern. She knelt down, hugged them tightly, and sobbed, apologizing for the hardships they had endured since birth because of her. Regarding the danger they faced this time, Xiao Zhai still felt uneasy even inside. She asked her mother if that man really wasn't their father. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi looked at his mother with determination, declaring that he would work hard to become stronger so he could protect both her and his older sister. Shi Yanhan looked at her beloved children with emotion. Xiao Yi continued firmly, stating that no villain would be allowed to bully them. Then he clenched his fist and spoke with great seriousness. "Mother, I want to join the Xinmu sect's disciple selection this year," Li Qianyuan said while standing quietly in the courtyard, gazing at the warm light emanating from the window, when Sui Feng suddenly appeared to report to the hall master. Most of the 372 enslaved half-demons have agreed to join the Qianli Palace. The soul search is complete, and no anomalies were found. He replied coldly, "Good." Noticing his master's lingering attachment to Xiyan and her children, Han Sui Feng softly advised that, as the lady said, the two children are only 5 years old. He paused before continuing that they truly cannot, but Sui Feng was cut off before he could finish. Li Tianyuan interrupted him, stating that although he failed to break through his realm, during that moment of unity between heaven and man, he felt clearly that they were his own flesh and blood. Just then, Li Qing approached to report that they had just received news. 2 members of the 100 Ghosts Association have arrived in this region, while other factions have yet to make any significant moves regarding the flying swords of Kangrong City. Li Tianyuan abruptly signaled for him to stop, declaring that the matters of Kangrong City should be left to Wu Shen. Hearing his name, Wu Shen, the gray-haired man lounging on a tree branch, let out a long yawn, rubbed his eyes, and replied that he understood and would leave immediately. He vanished instantly like a shadow, leaving only the blonde-haired man still squatting on the branch, who loudly voiced his irritation. That Wu Shen, ever since he began practicing the Palace Master's 8 Sufferings divine art, his temperament has completely changed, losing all sense of hierarchy and even speaking to you in such a tone. Sui Feng sighed and interjected, noting that life consists of 8 sufferings, the bitterness of which is hard for others to grasp, and that the Palace Master does not dwell on such trifles. Ignoring the bickering of his 3 subordinates, Li Tianyuan turned to give instructions to Li Qing. "Li Qing, the whereabouts of Zhu Yi's heavenly vein soul bone remain unclear. You must continue to follow the trail starting from the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect." He remarked that he feared this matter would draw in even more factions, potentially even the old masters who have lived in seclusion for many years. "We must proceed with extreme caution," he added, to which Li Qing solemnly obeyed. Afterward, he turned to instruct the 3 that from now on, in the presence of outsiders, "You are to address me as young master. I intend to stay at the Xinmu sect for a while, as this place happens to possess something that can help me quickly heal my damaged meridians. Before long, I shall break through to the immortal realm once more." With that, he waved his hand and ordered them to depart and carry out their respective missions. 3 responded in unison, before their shadows instantly vanished into the void, leaving Li Tianyuan standing alone under the cover of night. He slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a deep purple birthmark on his arm. He frowned at it before looking up to face the full moon. He muttered to himself that there was still time. The following morning, a large crowd gathered at a wide square, with Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi among them. Suddenly, Xiao Yi spotted something that made his eyes widen in shock. It was Li Tianyuan, standing there with his arms crossed. Xiao Yi thought in astonishment that it was him, just as Xiao Zhai walked over. She draped her arm over her brother's shoulder and cheered while pointing at Li Tianyuan, exclaiming, "Xiao Yi, look, it's father." Xiao Yi immediately denied it, reminding her that their mother said he wasn't. A short while later, several other figures appeared and drew everyone's attention, causing Li Tianyuan to look up at the high platform in surprise as well. 2 men stood there, one of whom shouted for order before loudly announcing to the crowd that the Xinmu sect does not accept those who lack resolve. They would not tolerate the wicked or those without great ambition. And the man standing behind added that to become a disciple of the Xinmu sect, every test must be passed. After speaking, he used magic to conjure baskets filled with stones and announced the rule. They had to reach the martial arts arena on the mountainside before the 3rd mark of the hour of the horse, or they would be disqualified. Following a clear command, the crowd quickly dispersed, each person hoisting a basket of stones onto their back to begin the climb. Xiao Zhai pushed herself to the limit, her face flushing red and her body trembling from the exertion. Moments later, she fell backward under the weight of the heavy basket. She called out, Xiao Yi, it's too heavy. I don't think I can finish this trial with you. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and persevered, telling his sister to go home and that once he was accepted into the Xin Mu sect, he would return for her and their mother. Watching her brother's small but resilient figure, Xiao Zhai called out his name in sorrow. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, a disciple raised a hand to his forehead and spoke with boredom, remarking that those below were nothing but a crowd of mediocre fools. He added that among those taking part in this trial, there were even children. Suddenly, another voice spoke up in astonishment, calling out to senior brother Ma Yuan while pointing toward Li Tian Yuan and asking, "Doesn't that man look familiar?" Following the gesture, Ma Yuan narrowed his eyes to observe closely, and after a long moment he finally recognized the individual. "Isn't that the stable boy from 10 years ago?" Ma Yuan looked at Li Tian Yuan, who stood with his arms crossed, with an expression of utter disdain and shock. "I never expected him to have the audacity to show up for the trials. Go report this to the superiors immediately. I recall that when he left the sect back then. It seems he caused quite a bit of trouble." The orange-haired disciple replied, "Understood," before quickly vanishing. As the group moved further away, Xiao Zhai continued to watch them. Suddenly, a voice called out to the young girl, making her turn around. Xiao Zhai saw that it was Sui Feng. She asked if he was traveling with the others, but he didn't answer directly, instead leaning down toward her. With a friendly smile, he offered to take her to watch the trials of the young master and Xiao Yi. Xiao Zhai immediately clenched her fists and excitedly agreed, saying, "Yes, please." At that moment, everyone was carrying heavy baskets of stones up the stairs, looking visibly exhausted. One person groaned, complaining about having to haul such a massive rock to the mountain peak. He feared he would be crippled before even reaching the subsequent challenges. Another man slumped to the ground, glancing around shiftily like a rogue. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he stealthily dropped a stone from his basket onto the ground. But unfortunately, his actions were spotted by a man in purple robes. The man coldly declared him disqualified, leaving the cheater horrified at how quickly he had been caught. He began to plead desperately, begging for another chance. He swore he wouldn't cheat again and promised to work hard. But no matter how much he begged, the purple-robed man remained unmoved and simply flicked his wrist. This sent the man and his basket of stones tumbling head over heels down the slope. When Xiao Yi looked up, the man had already rolled down near his position. The purple-robed man shouted a warning that trickery was strictly forbidden in the Xin Mu sect trials, as everything had to come from a place of sincerity. Anyone who violated the rules would be cast off the mountain. Xiao Yi's face was flushed from the exertion and soaked in sweat as he stared ahead, gritting his teeth and taking heavy steps. A long line of candidates stretched up the mountain, with Xiao Yi trailing far behind since a 5-year-old's stamina couldn't match an adult's. His legs began to tremble, causing him to miss a step and slip. Fortunately, he managed to grab the step above him to avoid a nasty fall. Xiao Yi lay there panting heavily on the stairs, his sweat pouring down like rain. The boy looked as though he couldn't hold on much longer. Just as it seemed he might give up, Xiao Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to stand. He used every ounce of strength, his face crimson and his body shaking piteously. Wondered if he could actually make it. Suddenly his eyes snapped open as a thought flashed through his mind. Should he just stop here? Just as he was about to quit, he spotted Li Tianyuan's silhouette carrying a basket of stones ahead. From a high rocky outcrop, Sui Feng, Xiao Zhai, and a blonde-haired man were observing the scene. Xiao Zhai called out in distress, "Xiao Yi," while the blonde man wondered why the young master wasn't helping the boy, considering he was just a child whose body wasn't fully developed yet. Sui Feng explained that not intervening was actually the best way to help him. Hearing this, both the blonde man and Xiao Zhai were baffled, staring at him in confusion. Back with Xiao Yi, Li Tianyuan asked if he wanted to give up. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, clenching his fists as his entire body shook uncontrollably. A minute later, he shouted at the top of his lungs that there was no way he would give up. Xiao Yi was determined. Even if he had to crawl or be crushed by the basket, he had to reach the summit. With that, he continued to take heavy, agonizing steps while Li Tianyuan walked calmly ahead. Though his heart ached for his young son, he held himself back, knowing this was the best path for the boy. A short while later, many participants had reached the arena grounds. Li Tianyuan and Xiao Yi arrived just as an announcement declared them qualified. Xiao Yi was panting heavily, clearly pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Upon reaching the final step, his legs buckled and his vision blurred as he began to tilt over. Seeing that he could barely stand, Li Tianyuan stepped forward to support him. He leaned against the man and closed his eyes. The two judges from the Xin Mu sect looked at Xiao Yi and whispered among themselves, wondering why such a young child was allowed to participate. They were certain he would fail, doubting he could pass the next round in his condition. But Li Tianyuan spoke up to counter them, insisting the boy would succeed. Angered by his interference, one of them stepped forward and pointed a finger at his face, shouting, "Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a—" Those words pushed Li Tianyuan to his limit. His expression darkened and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The sheer pressure radiating from him turned the man pale with fear, clutching his chest as cold sweat poured down. He was terrified, unable to comprehend how a mere glance could make his heart feel like it was about to burst. A moment later, Zhao Yi regained some strength, stood tall, and declared that he was fine and ready for the next round. The other purple-robed man gestured behind him with his thumb and squinted, telling them to move along, while the first man continued to gasp for air. Once all the candidates had gathered on the platform, the man in purple announced loudly, "Congratulations on completing the first test. This level was to examine your physical bodies and mental fortitude." Pausing briefly, he pointed toward a cave on the right and continued, "The second round is to enter this heart-disturbing cave. Whoever can emerge within 2 days will qualify for the final round." With a loud shout, he officially started the trial, and the crowd quickly began entering the cave one by one. As Li Qianyuan and Zhao Yi reached the entrance, the man in purple raised his hand to stop them, telling Zhao Yi to wait, while someone nearby commented that they hadn't believed the rumors until now. "I never imagined you were actually just a stable boy," senior brother Wang remarked, leaving Zhao Yi utterly stunned, while the man in purple quickly bowed and greeted him with respect. Stepping closer, senior brother Wang immediately recognized Zhao Yi, pointed at him and cursed loudly, "You little brat, how are you still alive?" His mouth moved faster than his brain, and only after cursing did he notice Li Qianyuan standing beside the boy, noticing the resemblance between the two and stuttering, "You too," before suddenly shouting, "So it was you. No wonder Yanhan became pregnant after you left. You shameless savage, how dare you seduce the saintess?" On the cliffside, Zhao Zhai anxiously asked Sui Feng if Zhao Yi and her father were in danger. "He's the one who locked me and Zhao Yi in the pigsty and drove mother away, so he will definitely make things difficult for Zhao Yi," she worried, while Li Qianyuan's expression remained cold and stoic. A moment later, he told Zhao Yi to go ahead with the exam while he handled things there, and the boy, who was glaring at senior brother Wang with resentment, looked up at him with wide eyes after hearing his words. Zhao Yi placed his full trust in Li Qianyuan and quickly ran into the competition area, while Li Qianyuan watched his figure until he disappeared from sight. He then turned to Sui Feng and the blonde man, and Sui Feng, understanding his intent, quickly distracted Zhao Zhai by pointing out a flying chicken, successfully drawing her attention away. As the little girl looked curiously in that direction, the man in yellow quickly flew down while Zhao Yi continued running toward the testing area. The blonde man utilized the one-leaf divine art, his silhouette gliding as fast as lightning to catch up with Zhao Yi, running closely behind him. Suddenly, Zhao Yi turned his head, but strangely, no one was there despite his clear sensation that someone was following him, leaving him staring in confusion for a moment. Seeing no movement, he continued rushing toward the cave, while at the same time the arrogant senior brother Wang spoke up. "Fine, let that little bastard take the test. Even if he joins the Xinmu sect, he will be just like you were back then, nothing more than a lowly, pathetic servant forever." He then approached Li Qianyuan and patted his own chest mockingly, warning that he would take very good care of the boy in the future to ensure he inherited his father's legacy. "He'll continue to serve the sect like a beast of burden," he said with a triumphant laugh. But Li Qianyuan ignored the insults and focused only on the core issue. "Confirm it once more. You were the one who captured my daughter and son, correct?" Li Qianyuan asked, and the man threw his head back with a long laugh, admitting, "Of course it was me. Who told those two brats to be so annoying and such an eyesore? I didn't just catch them. I specifically put them in a pigsty and fed them hog slop so they could experience life as true animals." Before he could finish, Li Qianyuan lost his restraint and delivered a thunderous slap to his face, the force of which caused the man's cheek to swell instantly. With his eyes squeezed shut and blood spraying into the air, the bald man witnessing this was terrified and fell to the ground, stuttering out a name. Wang, senior brother Wang," he stammered like a child learning to speak, finally managing to get the words out after a long pause. "Senior brother Wang, your face is swollen like a pig's head," he cried, while Li Qianyuan's rage remained unquenched, his eyes bloodshot as he prepared to strike again. Blood splattered across the ground as Li Qianyuan, his face filled with murderous intent, growled, "You want to die?" The next morning, at the main hall of the Xinmu sect, sect leader Zhou Tianxi paced near his throne, noting that the deadline for the competition between the Xunian sect and the Xinmu sect was fast approaching. "If we lose, we'll have to surrender nearly half of our sect's resources this year," he lamented, just as reports of monster activity within their territory reached him. He slammed his hand onto the armrest and sighed, noting that the Xinmu sect had long been weakened and was now facing chaos both internally and externally. Zhou Tianxi frowned with deep concern and muttered, If the sect's protective treasure, the heart-burning manual, hadn't been lost 10 years ago, I would have completed my cultivation by now. It hasn't come to that yet, Xinmu sect elder Zia Junyi spoke up, noting that while this competition was forced, at least only the youth could participate. Ma Chengyan suggested seeking help from Qingyun Mountain to suppress the Xuanian sect, as it might at least prevent their elders from intervening. Yi Ying glanced at him silently, but Zia Junyi countered, asking if the Qingyun sect wasn't just as much of a wolf as the Xuanian sect was a tiger. Ma Chengyan immediately challenged her, asking which of their younger generation was capable of fighting, leaving the room in a heavy silence. After a long pause, Zia Junyi mentioned that the newly appointed saintess hadn't finished her baptism, and even if forced out of seclusion, her link realm strength might not suffice. Before she could finish, Yi Ying snorted, blaming the situation on her daughter, Shi Yanhen, whose scandalous actions led to her being stripped of her saintess title. He argued they wouldn't be starting over if not for her, calling her the greatest sinner, which provoked Zia Junyi to defend her daughter from such harsh words. Zia Junyi retorted angrily that her daughter's cultivation had been stripped, and she was living in isolation on Yunqi Peak, questioning why he still brought her up. Seeing the argument escalate, Zhou Tianxi shifted the focus back to the urgent matter of how to deal with the Xuanian sect. Yi Ying stood up and proposed that since their top disciple Wang Heng was about to break through to the Link realm, they should give him all their resources to defeat the Xuanian sect. Zhou Tianxi pondered this while stroking his beard before deciding to invest heavily in the saintess and Wang Heng, while also contacting Qingyun Mountain. As the three agreed, a disciple rushed in to report a crisis at the trial grounds, shouting that Xinmu Fan had been killed, which infuriated Yi Ying. Yi Ying roared, demanding to know who dared to act so boldly within the Xinmu sect, while Ma Yingyan noted that Wang Fan, Wang Heng's brother, was also in the Link realm. He reasoned that anyone capable of killing him within the sect must possess significant power, just as the reporting disciple spoke up again. The disciple reported that according to the brothers, the killer seemed to be a stable boy who had fled the sect 10 years ago. As Yi Ying raged, Zhou Tianxi stopped him and decided they should investigate personally, much to the surprise of the others who wondered why the sect leader would intervene. He ordered the disciple to lead the way, and they all headed toward the trial area where the situation remained tense. Li Qianyuan and another disciple stood over a pool of blood as the disciple screamed, asking if he knew Wang Fan was the top disciple Wang Heng's brother. "Who dares kill my brother?" Wang Heng's voice boomed as he arrived with several aggressive disciples, demanding to know if Li Qianyuan was the culprit. Li Qianyuan gave him a cold, indifferent glance before Wang Heng suddenly lunged at him, surrounded by his fellow disciples. Wang Heng shouted that he would make him pay with his life as he charged forward. He threw a punch enveloped in a purple glow toward Li Qianyuan's face, but Li Qianyuan remained motionless, emitting a blue light. It acted as an invisible shield that Wang Heng couldn't penetrate, no matter how hard he tried, until a loud voice commanded them to stop. Zhou Tianxi arrived with the elders, and the disciples bowed in greeting while Li Qianyuan stood his ground. Zhou Tianxi approached him, realizing with a frown that this was the same young man who had once debated the Tao with the Supreme Elder years ago. Wang Heng immediately pointed at Li Qianyuan, accusing him of the murder, but Zhou Tianxi silenced him with a wave of his hand. He observed Li Qianyuan, noting that Wang Fan was strong, yet he had been turned to ash in a single blow, suggesting the killer was at least in the Link realm. Seeing the man's confidence, he suspected he might even be in the Dinghu realm, amazed that a former stable boy could advance so quickly in 10 years. He surmised that the man must have taken the Taijia heart-burning art, but wondered why he would return now. Could he be returning the Taijia heart-burning art voluntarily? He wondered, just as another disciple rushed forward, stammering out a report. "Sect leader, this is the man who took senior brother Wang Fan's life. Furthermore, before he died, senior brother Wang revealed that the former saintess had been secretly trysting with him." Upon hearing the shocking news, Zia Junyi gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling with uncontrollable fury. She unsheathed her sword, her eyes flashing with fire as she roared, "It was you! You are the one who destroyed Yan Han's future!" With those words, she lunged forward, thrusting her blade directly at the young man. The blade was only inches from Li Tianyuan's face when a majestic voice rang out, "Junior sister, stay your hand." The one who intervened was Zhou Tianxi. As the sect leader of the Heartwood sect, his face still bore traces of lingering terror. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan nonchalantly caught Zia Junyi's blade between two fingers. No matter how much strength she exerted to withdraw or press the sword down, the weapon remained motionless. Li Tianyuan spoke calmly, "Since you still harbor some concern for Yan Han, you are worthy of being called mother-in-law by me." Zia Junyi then jerked her sword back. In contrast to her rage, Zhou Tianxi offered Li Tianyuan praise. Young friend, it has been many years. I did not expect your cultivation to reach such heights. It is truly heartening. He then shifted his tone to question him. However, I am unclear as to why you sought out the Heartwood sect and murdered our disciples. Li Tianyuan pointed at the bloodstains spreading across the ground and replied bluntly without any hesitation. He forced my wife to serve Zhang Rui of Azure Cloud Mountain and even intended to take this opportunity to murder my 2 children. If I didn't kill him, was I supposed to keep him around for the New Year celebrations? These words left Zia Junyi stunned and utterly horrified. She could never have imagined that her daughter and grandchildren had faced such a calamity, while she, the mother, remained completely unaware. Li Tianyuan raised 2 fingers to further clarify his purpose. I have come here for only 2 reasons: to eliminate those who deserve it and to support those who need help. There is no need to beat around the bush with me. If you have questions, ask them directly. Zhou Tianxi burst into laughter and said, Young friend, I will investigate the matter regarding Wang Fan thoroughly. However, you were originally a member of the Heartwood sect. That, he raised the sect leader's command token high and announced to all the members, In the name of the sect leader, I am granting you special permission to join the Heartwood sect. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone else was so shocked that their mouths hung open. What? Ignoring the crowd's expressions, Zhou Tianxi gave an order to Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan, take the new disciple to his quarters. Ma Yuan cupped his hands and replied, As you command. He then politely gestured for Li Tianyuan to follow. This way, young master. As he passed by Zhou Tianxi, Li Tianyuan whispered softly, For a dignified sect leader of the Heartwood sect to secretly learn the techniques of others. How very peculiar. This remark caused Zhou Tianxi to startle in alarm. He could not fathom how Li Tianyuan had discovered this secret. Wang Heng was so consumed by rage that he could no longer endure it. Once Li Tianyuan had departed, he immediately protested to Zhou Tianxi. Sect leader, that man murdered my younger brother. How could you let him off and even allow him to join the sect? Yi Ying also chimed in to support him. Only then did Zhou Tianxi explain, I suspect the great void heart-burning art is in his possession. However, this man has a stubborn character. Using force will only backfire. We must target his weaknesses. He paused for a moment before commanding, Summon Yan Han to the main hall for discussion. After speaking, Zhou Tianxi left, leaving only Yi Ying and Wang Heng behind. Seeing Wang Heng's defiant look, Yi Ying raised a hand to stop him. Wang Heng called out in surprise, Uncle. Yi Ying glanced at him and said, Find a way to seize the great void heart-burning art before the sect leader does. Then you will be the greatest contributor to the Heartwood sect. With that, Yi Ying handed Wang Heng 2 medicinal pills, 1 blue and 1 red. He then gave his instructions. The blue one is the soul-binding pill. When thrown, it turns into gas that can seal an opponent's cultivation. The red one is the power burst pill. Consuming it will double your cultivation, to be used for self-defense in an emergency. He continued his instructions. At the same time, you are perfectly free to repeat what your younger brother attempted to do. With a devious and calculating expression, Wang Heng replied, Understood. At the same time, Ma Yuan had led Li Tianyuan to a spacious room and said, You may rest here for now. The sect leader will make further arrangements later. However, Li Tianyuan appeared dissatisfied and told Ma Yuan, Change the room. This prompted Ma Yuan to ask in surprise, Why? This is a private suite. Only high-ranking disciples are qualified to stay here. Li Tianyuan calmly sat down and took a sip of tea, saying, I simply do not wish to go through the trouble of repairing the door. Hearing this, Ma Yuan stood there dazed, unable to comprehend what he meant by not wanting to repair the door. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The door was kicked down. Ma Yuan retreated in terror while Li Tianyuan, as if he had anticipated this, leisurely sipped his tea and greeted, So, you have arrived. The newcomer was Wang Heng, who spoke with a voice full of murderous intent. HMPH, Li Tianyuan, you killed my brother. I should have torn you into 100 pieces. He stepped toward him and offered a deal. If you surrender the heart-burning technique, I might spare your life. Li Tianyuan scoffed, took a sip of tea, and replied, To you, your brother's life is worthless. Wang Heng acted superior, speaking condescendingly. Hand it over now. At most, I'll just cripple your cultivation. Don't be ungrateful, you must realize that. Shi Yanhen, your lover, has been summoned by the sect master. Even though she was once the saintess and her father is Shi Bufin, and her mother is an elder, the sect only kept her under house arrest on Yunki Peak. Holding a green pill, he continued to threaten him. But now that she's involved with the sect's secret arts, the torture methods we've never used before might be employed now. If you cooperate, I can intervene with the sect so she doesn't suffer. Otherwise, she will endure the pain of 10,000 swords piercing her heart. Li Tianyuan listened to his nonsense patiently. Then, Wang Heng shifted to threatening his children. I recall you two have kids. I'm afraid those brats will also. Even after hearing this, Li Tianyuan remained unresponsive. Wang Heng lost all patience, thinking, is he really unmoved? Is he forcing me to use violence? With that thought, he charged at Li Tianyuan with the green pill in hand. Like a flash of lightning, Li Tianyuan appeared and seized Wang Heng's arm. Instead of throwing the pill back, he forced Wang Heng's hand to put it into his own mouth. To ensure he swallowed, he gripped his face tightly. Ma Yuan. Having witnessed the entire event from beginning to end, Ma Yuan was terrified and broke into a sweat. He gritted his teeth and asked, what? Li Tianyuan still held Wang Heng's face. He explained that this forbidden pill turns into gas to seal cultivation when thrown, but if swallowed, it seals it permanently until death. After speaking, he shoved Wang Heng away and dragged him toward the door, telling Ma Yuan, let's see what they plan to do. Wang Heng was in a state of panic. Unable to move or speak, Wang Heng was dragged across the courtyard by Li Tianyuan, who then looked toward a distant mountain. He muttered, I intended to settle the score after he finished his seclusion. He stopped, closed his eyes, and sighed. I didn't expect his talent to be so poor that he still hasn't broken through. Forget it, I won't wait, he told himself. It seems I'll have to keep using force to resolve things at the Xinmu sect. The next morning in the Xinmu sect's discussion hall, Shi Yanhan knelt before Zhou Tianci and greeted him. Shi Yanhan pays respects to the sect master. She then turned to greet the elders. When she knelt before her mother, Zia Junyi, she remained silent, not knowing what to say. Ma Chengyan spoke up, questioning her. Shi Yanhan, years ago you stole the sect's high-grade pills and became pregnant in secret. Damaging a saintess's reputation is a disgrace to our Xinmu sect. After a long interrogation, he asked, do you admit to all these crimes? Shi Yanhan answered honestly, I admit my guilt. At this point, Zhou Tianci spoke in a softer tone. Yanhan, for 10 years you lived on Yunqi Peak. Raising a child alone, I know you've endured much hardship. She replied sadly, I know I am guilty. This punishment is something I must bear. Zia Junyi's heart ached as she watched her daughter kneel. After a long silence, Zhou Tianci continued, during the years of your house arrest, the young master of the Kaianyuan sect in Wanjian Kingdom and the Sword Saint's son from Kangrong City have sent many letters, pleading for you. He threw a thick stack of letters to her. She took them gently, but didn't bother to open a single one, decisively setting them on the ground. Zhou Tianci then moved to the main purpose of the meeting. You now have a chance to redeem yourself. Shi Yanhan remained silent as Zhou Tianci continued his persuasion. I assume you know Li Tianyuan has returned. You just need to convince him to return the item he took from the Xinmu sect. Seeing her lack of reaction, he tried to sway her with benefits. I can allow you to return to the sect and even find a way to restore your cultivation. At this moment, Yi Ying chimed in, looking at Shi Yanhan with advice. Shi Yanhan, as you can see, many talented young men admire you. Why not take this chance to get the Ying heart-burning technique from Li Tianyuan? We will arrange a new marriage for you that will not only provide a comfortable life, but also secure resources for the sect to atone for your sins. At this point, your only remaining value is to serve the sect. Zia Junyi could no longer tolerate such insulting and shameless remarks. She retorted indignantly, Elder Yi, watch your tongue and do not tarnish the dignity of the Xinmu sect. Yi Ying turned and provoked her. HMPH, why put on an act? You went easy on him the moment he called you mother-in-law. Zia Junyi shouted in fury, you are an elder, yet you still bicker like this. Zhou Tianci immediately intervened with a stern voice. That is enough. He then turned to Yanhan and said, Yanhan, if the heart-burning art is returned, Li Tianyuan might still be allowed to remain in the Xinmu sect. After making the promise, he immediately shifted to threats. Otherwise, we will be forced to take drastic measures. The crime of defiling the saintess alone warrants him being flayed alive 10 times, while you will face the punishment of 10,000 arrows through the heart. However, Shi Yanhan did not fall for his trap. She clasped her hands and said, Sect leader Li Tianyuan and I no longer have any connection. My past mistakes were made of my own free will and have nothing to do with him. She stated her firm decision. I know I am no longer fit to be the saintess. It is already a blessing that the sect leader allows me to live out my days on Yunqi Peak. As for the punishment of 10,000 arrows, I will accept it there myself. Her words caused Zhou Tianci's expression to darken, and a heavy silence filled the room. Then, Shi Yanhan stood up to take her leave. Yi Ying stood up quickly and asked, Are you truly willing to throw away your entire future for a nobody? Zia Junyi also spoke up in a worried attempt to persuade her. Yanhan, do not throw away this chance. Shi Yanhan remained silent with her head bowed. After a moment, she whispered, Mother, and knelt before her. Please forgive your unfilial daughter. On the roof, Sui Feng and Xiao Zhai watched the scene unfold. The little girl asked curiously, Uncle Sui Feng, why are they being so mean to my mother? She looked up with a determined gaze. Uncle Sui Feng, I want to be by my mother's side. Sui Feng nodded and said, Very well, I will take you down. Shi Yanhin stood up, bowed to the assembly, and turned to walk away. Watching her depart, Zhou Tianci muttered coldly, "How stubborn and headstrong." He then roared for her to be seized. Suddenly, a violent force shattered the door, and a figure came hurtling into the room. The figure crashed onto the floor in a pathetic, upside-down heap. Yi Ying quickly recognized him and cried, "Wang Heng, why is it you?" Tianyuan Heng sat there dazed. He replied weakly, "Uncle, I was ambushed by Li Tianyuan and forced to swallow a soul-binding pill. My cultivation is now sealed." Moments later, Li Heng strolled in calmly. He casually remarked, "The atmosphere in here is quite spirited, isn't it?" Seeing Li Tianyuan completely unharmed, Yi Ying was stunned, and Yanhin asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" He did not answer, his gaze fixed solely on her. Shi Yanhin spoke up loudly, "The child and I have nothing to do with you." Before she could finish, Li Tianyuan moved swiftly and covered her mouth with his hand, preventing her from uttering any further denials of their bond. He looked deep into her eyes and said sincerely, "I do this because it is my heart's desire, not because of any external pressure." His words left her in total shock. Wang Heng couldn't help but bark, "Enough! This is no place for the two of you to be flirting." Hearing this, Li Tianyuan gave him a cold warning. "Is this a place for you to speak?" With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent Wang Heng tumbling painfully across the floor again right in front of Zhou Tianci. Li Tianyuan acted without the slightest hesitation, leaving Wang Heng face down on the ground. Watching this, Zhou Tianci thought to himself, "Only I know the truth. To prevent internal strife, the Xinmu sect's Great Hall is protected by invisible restrictions." Yet he blew away the top disciple with a mere wave of his hand. He turned to look at Li Tianyuan. He continued to speculate. Furthermore, he hasn't even exerted himself, using less than 30% of his power. Recalling how easily Wang Heng was defeated, he was terrified. Could I have been wrong? Has he already broken through to a higher realm? With those thoughts, he addressed Li Tianyuan. "Li Tianyuan, as a disciple of the Xinmu sect, how dare you barge into the council hall without permission? We are merely conducting a standard inquiry of Shi Yanhin and have offered her a chance to atone for her crimes." He snorted coldly and asked, "Is coercion considered standard now?" Zhou Tianci was struck with sudden dread. What? Could he have been eavesdropping this entire time? It should be impossible for someone to listen in without me noticing. Yi Ying pointed his finger directly at Li Tianyuan and complained, "Sect Master, there is no need to be so courteous with this boy. Just bind him. I refuse to believe his bones are more resilient than the torment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. You are more of a liability than an asset. If it were that simple, he would not have summoned Shi Yanhin to use as a threat." Zhou Tianci was incensed. "Yi Ying, shut your mouth. Stop creating more trouble for me." Reprimanded by the sect leader, Yi Ying dared not cause more trouble and could only glare at Li Qianyuan with resentment until she suddenly spoke up. "I indeed consumed the pill that Shi Ying took back then," he said, opening his eyes before continuing. "Now I shall return one to you all." Yi Qianyuan replied rudely, "Return it." What bold words! That pill was our Xinmu sect's top-grade 100 refined pill. Recalling the arduous refining process, Yi Ying said disdainfully, "It requires thousands of spiritual herbs and 100 refinements to complete. One might not even obtain a single pill in decades, so can you afford to pay it back?" he asked, gathering spiritual energy as purple light radiated from his body. He then said to Zhou Tianci, "Sect leader, I can no longer endure this, and I will seize this man now to demand justice for the Xinmu sect." Li Qianyuan closed his eyes, completely ignoring him as he slowly reached into his robe and pulled out a pill before everyone's astonished gazes. Ma Chengyan wondered if the color and concentration of immortal qi meant it was a second revolution immortal pill, to which Li Qianyuan immediately confirmed it was. Shi Yanhin was equally surprised by his words, but she ignored him to sit across from her daughter and ask Xia Aji why she was there. The little girl smiled and replied that Uncle Sui Feng had brought her, while Ma Chengyan loudly explained that refining a pill 100 times was already extremely difficult. He noted that a single mistake in combining spiritual herbs ruins everything, and repeating this process thousands of times yields a first revolution immortal pill that allows a cultivator to break through a major realm. He pushed Yi Ying aside and rushed to Li Qianyuan, exclaiming that this second revolution immortal pill was 100 times more precious and the first he had ever seen. When asked how he obtained it, Li Qianyuan nonchalantly claimed he refined it himself, causing Ma Chengyan to wave his hand and shout that it was absolutely impossible. He argued that even the peerless genius Elder Dan only successfully refined his first second revolution golden pill at the age of 70. Li Qianyuan tossed the pill to him and calmly told him to believe it or not, prompting Ma Chengyan to hurriedly bow and catch the pill in his hand. He laughed joyfully at the authentic divine charm and Immortal Chi of the Second Revolution Immortal Pill, while Lee Kaianyuan stated it was repayment to the Zinmu sect. He then took an exquisite jade box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a dazzling light, declaring to Zia Junyi that he offered it as a betrothal gift. Next, Lee Kaianyuan shocked everyone in the room by announcing his intention to formally marry Shi Yanhe. Ma Chengyan stammered in disbelief at the Fifth Revolution Immortal Pill, screaming about its potent fragrance, purple mist, and 5 distinct pill veins. Ma Chengyan stated with absolute certainty that this was the legendary pill from ancient texts, while Zia Junyi looked at it with hesitation. Suddenly, Ma Chengyan's roar startled her, as he urged her to agree immediately because of the power of the Fifth Revolution Immortal Pill. He suggested it might cure Shi Bufan, a revelation that shocked her into reaching out to accept the box. Yi Ying quickly intervened, calling it nonsense and yelling at Ma Chengyan, asking if he had become a fool from refining pills. He accused him of talking nonsense since he had never seen a real Fifth Revolution Immortal Pill, to which Ma Chengyan admitted he had only seen them in books. Yi Ying pointed at Lee Kaianyuan and slandered him, claiming he was surely using some kind of illusion. He continued his attack, questioning how a former stable boy could possess such a rare and precious immortal pill. He claimed the other pill was likely stolen or obtained through underhanded means, then asked Zhou Tianci why he continued to tolerate the boy and risk his dignity. As Zhou Tianci began to respond to Elder Yi, Lee Kaianyuan impatiently interrupted and asked what they were all babbling about. He slammed the box shut and handed it to Zia Junyi, stating frankly that he had never owed the Zinmu sect anything. He claimed the Zinmu sect actually owed him a great debt, prompting a confused Zhou Tianci to question him, while an enraged Yi Ying called him an arrogant stable boy. Even if you've refined a few immortal transformation pills, does the Zinmu sect really owe a debt of gratitude to someone like you? Now I'm going to seize you. With those words, he flew straight toward Li Tianyuan, who remained standing arrogantly in place. Suddenly, a blinding golden power erupted from behind him, blasting both Zhou Tianci and Yi Ying away. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the sect, commanding all members of the Zinmu sect to come out and receive them. Startled, Yi Tianyuan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who goes there?" At that moment, a massive sword plunged into the ground near the mountain at the Zinmu sect square. Curious disciples rushed over to investigate, whispering among themselves as one asked, "What's happening?" Another replied, "I just saw this iron sword suddenly fall from the sky." A loud laugh rang out from behind the mountain, and a moment later, a foot stepped onto the sword's hilt. It was a green-haired man accompanied by 2 servants. Seeing his arrogance, a disciple called out, "Who are you? Get down here this instant. The Zinmu sect is no place for your insolence." The green-haired man, Yin Sha, closed his eyes and barked, "Impudent." He signaled his subordinates, and in a flash, a servant slapped the disciple across the face, making him spit blood. From his high vantage point, Yin Sha issued an order to his men, "Drag him over here." As the servant moved to seize the disciple, a voice rang out, making him turn in surprise. "Stop!" It was Zhou Tianci who had spoken. Leading a group of Zinmu sect elders, he approached and asked, "Are you from the Xuanian sect?" When they didn't respond, he repeated his question. "Are you from the Xuanian sect?" Yin Sha replied nonchalantly, "That's right." Having received his answer, Zhou Tianci asked politely, "You are quite young and accompanied by 2 attendants. I wonder which of the world-renowned Yin Sha you might be?" Yin Sha spoke as he descended. "As expected of the Zinmu sect leader, you have a keen eye." He then landed, standing directly on the head of the beaten disciple. Standing atop the disciple, he introduced himself. "I am young Master Yin Sha." Upon hearing this, Yi Ying remarked, "The world-renowned Yin Sha. The 2 rare geniuses of the Xuanian sect have both reached the Marquis realm and possess the potential of a great emperor. Why has young Master Yin Sha come to our Zinmu sect now? Isn't it too early for the competition?" Yin Sha counted the days on his fingers and replied, "Indeed, it isn't time yet. I've come today under orders to set up this array." As he finished speaking, the massive sword suddenly emitted a white light. Gradually, a large circle formed in the sky, radiating 3 beams of light and small bolts of lightning. Zhou Tianci realized in horror, the demon-locking sword array. Zia Junyi couldn't help but shout, "Xuanian sect, what are you trying to do?" Yin Sha explained softly, "With the competition approaching, my master fears the Zinmu sect lacks capable disciples and might flee when cornered. Therefore, I was sent here to set up this array as motivation." Hearing this, the Zinmu sect disciples were furious, but Yin Sha paid no mind to their reaction. He continued his mockery, "It's merely encouragement. Losing isn't scary, but being a coward is quite disgraceful." The disciple beneath his foot couldn't take it and cried out, "Do not insult the Zinmu sect." This provoked Yin Sha, who narrowed his eyes. "Oh, then let me show you what an insult looks like." With that, he stepped down lightly, forcing the disciple's head into the ground. The man lay flat on his face in utter humiliation. Seeing her disciple humiliated, Zia Junyi pointed at him in rage. "Impudent! I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Release our disciple at once, or else. Before she could finish, Yin Sha interrupted with a contemptuous tone. Well, you've met one today. Then he tilted his chin up. Pointing at himself with his thumb, he said, I've been this arrogant for a long time, yet I don't see any of you making a move against me. Isn't it because you fear the power of the Xuanian sect? He continued his assault. In this world, the strong are supreme. Do you dare to truly face the Xuanian sect? Do you even dare to lay a finger on me? Hearing this, the people of the Xinmu sect could only lower their heads in silence. Then, Yin Sha made a provocative suggestion. How about this? I'll give you an opportunity to practice. Send out any disciple you wish. If they can defeat my 2 servants, I will take it upon myself to withdraw this demon-locking array. In an instant, a young disciple with green hair shouted excitedly, Let me try, and charged forward bravely. Before he could even launch an attack, the servant landed a fatal punch so powerful it made him bleed from every orifice. The servant showed no mercy, following up with a powerful palm strike that sent the disciple collapsing to the ground. Witnessing their comrade's humiliation, the remaining disciples' blood boiled. They roared in unison, Let's fight them. It's better to die with honor than to live in shame. Kill him, standing to one side. Wang Heng gritted his teeth as he listened to the chaotic sounds of the battle, cursing under his breath in a fit of rage. If Li Tianyuan hadn't sealed my cultivation, I would have charged forward to fight Yin Sha to the death by now. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wang Heng turned to Ma Chengyan and spoke with absolute confidence. Elder Ma, give me that second revolution immortal pill. Ma Chengyan gasped in shock. To you, that is our sect's greatest treasure. Wang Heng quickly explained. We cannot ignore Yin Sha's insults. Right now, I am the only one capable of taking action. I will defeat him and restore the Xinmu sect's honor. Besides, we still have the 5th revolution immortal pill as our guardian treasure. Ma Chengyan fell into deep thought. He muttered, Is this truly the only way to save our sect's reputation? Seeing Ma Chengyan waver, Wang Heng rejoiced inwardly. He's hesitating. This is my best chance to get the 2nd revolution pill. Later, I'll find a way to seize the 5th revolution one as well. Once I succeed, my status in the Xinmu sect will be unshakable, and it's only a matter of time before I look down upon all of the divine land. Meanwhile, the disciples were still struggling against the 2 servants. One after another, they were struck down, hit in the ribs, or punched in the face. After a powerful palm strike hit the ground, Yin Sha mocked them. Go on, call out that saintess you've worked so hard to train. Perhaps she won't lose quite as pathetically as this. Xia Junyi could no longer restrain herself. She drew her sword and declared in a rage, This is too much. Yin Sha didn't take her seriously at all. Oh, does Elder Xia wish to fight? If so, my masters should also have the right to join the upcoming match. Realizing her impulsiveness, Zhou Tianxi quickly raised a hand to stop her. He tried to calm her down. He is right. This is a duel between disciples. Neither we nor the elders of the Yin sect are permitted to interfere. Xia Junyi trembled with rage, muttering about the hypocritical bandits. A painful thought surfaced in her mind. If only Bu Fan had taken over the Xinmu sect, would things be this tragic today? Just then, another disciple charged Yin Sha, only to be kicked away. Seeing the fallen disciples, Yin Sha sneered, How can your levels be so pathetic? I want to see what kind of talent these Xinmu sect trash actually possess. Divine eye technique. His eyes flashed with a mysterious green light. Yi Ying watched in horror, exclaiming, The divine eye technique. To think Yin Sha possesses such incredible talent that he mastered the ultimate ocular technique, capable of seeing through one's innate potential. No wonder he is hailed as a great emperor talent. Our Xinmu sect cannot compare. Yin Sha scanned each disciple, finding them all to be useless. When he reached Li Tianyuan, Yin Sha looked puzzled. Why does this man have nothing? Not even basic talent is showing. The most useless of the lot. Only the Xinmu sect would keep such trash. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked toward Shi Hanyan and Zhao Zhai, seeing a bright green aura. He whispered, This is, then shouted in shock, Could this be the legendary celestial spirit body? The elders were all stunned. They cried out in unison, The celestial spirit body. Immediately, Yin Sha began to scheme, a bright smile crossing his face. Wonderful, with this child as a cultivation vessel. Our Yin sect will surely produce a great emperor. Seeing Yin Sha's greedy gaze, Zhao Zhai hid behind her mother in fear, crying out, Mother. Yin Sha turned to Shi Hanyan and asked, Your cultivation is sealed. Are you the former saintess of the Xinmu sect? When she remained silent, he continued, Truly remarkable talent. I'll take both of you back. From now on, you will live at the Yin sect and satisfy the needs of my fellow disciples. At that moment, Yin Sha's eyes flared as he sensed a powerful surge of killing intent. He thought to himself, This intense aura. It couldn't possibly come from these Xinmu sect losers. Who is it? Meanwhile, Ma Chengyan handed the 2nd revolution pill to Wang Heng, catching Yin Sha's attention. What pill is that? Holding the pill in his hand, Wang Heng could not suppress his arrogance as he muttered that once he swallowed this second revolution immortal pill, that Xuan Yin sect brat would pay. I will show you the power of the Xin Mu sect's top disciple, he thought, just as Yin Sha roared for his men to seize it while a purple mist filled with energy shards shot toward Wang Heng. Just as he was about to swallow the pill, the mist locked onto it, and with a thunderous command to stop, Yin Sha lunged forward with a powerful kick that sent Wang Heng reeling as the pill flew from his grasp. Yin Sha easily snatched the second revolution immortal pill and admired his new treasure with satisfaction, while Yi Ying cursed Wang Heng for being a complete idiot. If you wanted to take the pill, you should have swallowed it immediately instead of wasting time talking. Now it has been stolen, Yi Ying barked, while Ma Cheng-yan wailed in agony over his lost treasure. Wang Heng felt a wave of ultimate humiliation as Yin Sha stepped on his face, and he ground his teeth, blaming everything on that useless stable hand. He believed that if his cultivation had not been sealed and his movements were not so sluggish, he never would have failed, and the second revolution immortal pill would not have been taken. Yin Sha was absolutely jubilant, loudly proclaiming how wonderful it was to obtain both a second revolution immortal pill and an immortal spirit body at once. After a moment, he turned to Zhou Tianci and sternly stated that the Xuan Yin sect would temporarily safeguard these two treasures until the competition concluded. We will decide the next course of action then, he said, but looking at Wang Heng, Yin Sha wondered if he had misjudged the source of that earlier killing intent. Dismissing his doubts by assuming the Xin Mu sect had no real masters, he ordered his servants to take the immortal spirit body and the former saintess, prompting Zia Junyi to roar in fury. "How dare you?" she screamed. And in that instant, Yin Sha felt that terrifying killing intent again as emerald light began to spread toward him like flowing silk ribbons. Li Tian Yuan was now consumed by a cold rage, his expression darkening as a servant armed with a signature solid bronze mace approached. As the servant moved toward Shihan Yan and her daughter, he suddenly let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to his knees, unable to move despite his best efforts, confirming to Yin Sha that the killing intent originated from this spot. He ordered his remaining bronze mace servant to charge, and the man immediately lunged straight toward Shihan Yan. Zia Junyi shouted a warning for Han Yan to be careful and drew her sword to intervene, but the servant was incredibly agile, leaping into the air to strike with his weapon. Suddenly, a rough hand caught the bronze mace midair, and Li Tian Yuan let out a cold snort, gripping the weapon so tightly that the servant could not pull it free. Yin Sha finally realized with certainty that the killing intent piercing his heart was coming from this man, who appeared to have no cultivation foundation at all. At that moment, the servant who had been kneeling managed to stand and rush to attack Li Tian Yuan, causing a blinding golden light to erupt and obscure the entire battlefield. Yin Sha stood by indifferently as if watching an entertaining play, waving his hand dismissively and mocking the man as a mere clown he had overestimated. He claimed the bronze maces were specifically forged to counter body-refining techniques, and that facing them head-on was a death wish. But as the light faded, a shocking sight was revealed. Li Tian Yuan stood perfectly still, his hands firmly grasping both of the servant's bronze maces, leaving Yin Sha stunned and only able to mutter a provocative remark. As the green aura around him grew even denser, Li Tian Yuan calmly remarked that the materials were of good quality and that he would be taking them. With those words, he confiscated the two weapons and threw the two subordinates aside, prompting a startled Yin Sha to command them to execute the blasting kill array. The two servants quickly moved into position, radiating purple energy and mysterious ancient characters from their bodies. The eerie purple energy gradually enveloped Li Tian Yuan, and within moments, a brilliant light flared up and covered the entire area. Zhou Tianci recognized the technique with horror as the concentric curse, while a curious Ma Cheng-yan asked the sect leader what kind of trickery this was. Admitting he had never seen it before, the sect leader explained it was a special forbidden curse of the Xuan Yin sect that stripped the victim of their 5 senses and split their soul. He noted that only an empty shell would remain, and that the curse required 10 bronze mace servants refined through secret methods to be used, as the chant alone could drive a normal person insane. Seeing him surrounded like that, Shihan Yan grew restless with worry, while a terrified Xiao Zhai asked if her father would be all right. Without waiting for her response, Li Qianyuan turned to reassure his daughter that he was all right. Seeing him still able to speak, Yin Sha was utterly stunned. He cried out, "Impossible! You were clearly struck by the concentric heart curse. Even a great emperor shouldn't be completely unaffected." Li Qianyuan looked at him calmly and replied, "This level is not even a 10,000th of what I have endured," leaving Yin Sha to wonder if a more powerful curse already existed within him. He did not answer but looked at the two bronze maces in his hands, remarking that while the material was good, the structure was far too flimsy. With that, he tightened his grip, and Yin Sha watched in horror as Li Qianyuan easily crushed the two weapons, his eyes nearly bulging out of his head. At that moment, purple energy continued to pour from the maces until suddenly, the two subordinates spat out blood and were hurled into the distance. Seeing his bronze maces destroyed, Yin Sha clutched his head and screamed, "My maces! These were gifts from my master, representing my very status and rank." Zhou Tianzai watched Li Qianyuan as sweat poured down his face, wondering how he had neutralized the backlash from the soul-bound weapons curse. It was unbelievable that he could ignore the concentric heart curse and crush maces specially forged by the Xuan Yin sect with his bare hands. If Li Qianyuan hadn't reached the sovereign realm, he must have mastered a unique body-refining technique. Realizing this, he was struck with terror at how many times he had underestimated the man. For reaching such a level of cultivation within 10 years was truly remarkable. He was an absolute prodigy, a rare genius, while Yin Sha had yet to regain his composure as he stared at the remains of his two subordinates. He then pointed at Li Qianyuan and roared, "I want you dead. I will leave nothing left of your corpse." Yet regardless of his fury, Li Qianyuan remained unbothered. He looked at his fist and casually remarked that it was sufficient, while a boiling Yin Sha gathered green energy and laughed. "You have truly provoked me now." With those words, he shouted, "Demon-locking sword array," and immediately deployed a formation where countless transparent blades emerged from a massive sword. He pointed at him and ordered the array to annihilate the enemy. But as thousands of swords lunged toward him, Li Qianyuan stood motionless without any reaction. Zia Junyi cried out in alarm that the demon-locking sword array had locked onto Li Qianyuan, while Yin Sha sneered that it would attack relentlessly until the target vanished unless the formation was destroyed. "You think you're so capable? Let's see how you withstand this next strike." Standing in the center of the formation, Li Qianyuan dismissed it as a mere petty trick. He then tossed the fragments of the bronze maces to Sui Feng, instructing him to use them for crafting weapons, to which Sui Feng complied. Zhou Tianzai began to doubt reality, wondering if something had just flashed past as he looked around, questioning if a hidden master from the Xuan Yin sect was present. "Impossible!" Yin Sha continued to scream for the sword array to kill, but Li Qianyuan no longer had the patience to play along with him. He stated that breaking this formation was incredibly simple, and with a slight wave of his hand, he leisurely walked toward the giant sword. Looking up at it, he remarked that the array would naturally collapse once there were no more swords left within it, causing Yin Sha to laugh mockingly. "You can't be joking about wanting to destroy the primary sword of the array, can you?" He paused for a moment, looking at him with utter disdain. He continued in a contemptuous tone, "I admit you have some skill, but this sword is the core of the formation. There are limits to such jokes." Before he could finish, Li Qianyuan gently touched the giant sword and shattered it, leaving Yin Sha to stare in shock as the massive blade broke into pieces. "What?" Once the primary sword crumbled, the thousands of blades vanished as if they never existed. Zia Junyi was stunned while Xiao Zhai jumped for joy. "Father is so extraordinary." Suddenly, Yin Sha burst into laughter like a madman, clutching a talisman in his hand as he spoke maliciously. "I didn't expect you all to be so eager for death," he declared. "You have forced me to play my true trump card, the Bila beast. Even I cannot fully control this creature, and if it goes into a frenzy, it will surely cause a bloody massacre. Today, I alone shall annihilate the entire Xin Mu sect." Zhou Tianzai was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat breaking out as he stammered the beast's name. Recalling the image of the beast, Yi Ying spoke fearfully. "The Pai Luo beast can identify all things in existence, but it is incredibly ferocious. It possesses the power of the Saint Emperor realm and can even rival a great emperor. It's over. Everything is ruined. I never expected the Xunian sect to control such a beast. We absolutely cannot allow him to summon the Pai Luo beast." Zhou Tianzai hurriedly tried to intervene. "Young Master Yin Sha, please show mercy. I am now willing to surrender half of the sect's resources. I hope you can quell your anger." Consumed by rage, Yin Sha glanced at him and laughed. "It's too late to beg. The men of the Xinmu sect shall be slaves and the women shall be harlots. You have no right to plead with me. All of you go to hell." Yi Ying cursed at him in anger. How arrogant. He then turned to the disciples. "Quickly, while the demon-locking sword array is shattered, lead the disciples to escape at once." Like a madman, Yin Sha raised his hands and laughed. "Feel the pain. Regret this. No one can protect you now. The entire Xinmu sect will be buried with you." As he finished, a brilliant golden light filled the air, emitting a soft meowing sound. A clawed paw emerged from the ground right before Li Tianyuan. Someone shrieked in terror. Soon, the Pai Luo beast appeared, its eyes flashing orange as it roared. Yi Ying lamented in despair. It's truly over. The Xinmu sect is finished. If it weren't for Li Tianyuan, how could we have met such a disaster? Zia Junyi remained composed and told him, "Stop lamenting and lead the disciples away. Save as many as possible." Yin Sha continued to laugh and commanded the beast, "Meow, meow, slaughter them all for me." To everyone's surprise, the Pai Luo beast merely stepped forward and stared silently at Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan looked back, while the beast began to sweat profusely. Seeing the Pai Luo beast remain motionless, Yin Sha urged, "Meow, meow, why are you idling? Kill him now." As soon as he spoke, the Pai Luo beast gave a strained smile and said, "I apologize for the intrusion. I'm leaving now." It then vanished into the earth. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Yi Ying wondered if that was truly the Pai Luo beast or just an ordinary cat. Yin Sha asked Li Tianyuan in terror, "Who exactly are you? Why did meow meow?" Before he could finish, Li Tianyuan lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick. The strike was so forceful that Yin Sha coughed up blood. He asked fearfully, "What are you doing? I am a disciple of the Xunian sect. If you dare kill me, the Xunian sect will never forgive you or the Xinmu sect." Li Tianyuan's expression darkened as he replied, "Rest assured I won't kill you yet." He kicked him away and added, "Go and bring everyone from the Xunian sect here. It's best if you mobilize the entire sect." Yin Sha was sent flying dozens of meters. He gnashed his teeth, thinking, "Fine, I won't let this go. I will ensure the Xinmu sect is destroyed." Li Tianyuan warned him again, "Don't misunderstand. I'm sparing you specifically so you can return with more people." He paused, then added, "Stop wasting breath and get lost." He then flicked a pebble into Yin Sha's face, making him spit blood again. As Yin Sha retreated in disgrace, Zhou Tianxi calmed down, and Ma Chengyan immediately questioned Li Tianyuan. "Hey, Li Tianyuan, that second revolution Immortal pill is still with him. Why didn't you take it back?" Wang Heng added greedily. "Exactly. With that pill, my cultivation could finally break through. Only then could I face the Xunian sect's elites in the coming match." Yi Ying also criticized him. "You are clearly aiding the enemy, and you even foolishly told them to bring their entire army." Facing the accusations, Li Tianyuan replied coldly, "The pill was given to you. If you couldn't keep it, how is that my concern?" Seeing them blame him, Zia Junyi spoke up. "What are you doing? He just saved us from a dire situation." Suddenly, Zhou Tianxi praised him. "Li Tianyuan, you did well to repel Yin Sha. From today, I appoint you as the head disciple." Wang Heng protested, "Sect master, that position should be mine." Zhou Tianxi ignored him and said to Li Tianyuan, "You've seen how much of a threat the Xunian sect poses to us. Yin Sha alone could dominate our sect." His voice then turned cold. "Therefore, I expect you to hand over the Tai heart-burning technique. This matter concerns the survival of the sect, so I must resort to certain tactics." He paused for a moment, then emphasized that he surely wouldn't want his daughter taken to become a cultivation vessel. Hearing those threats, Li Tianyuan only gave a cold warning that those who play with fire will eventually get burned. Just then, a brilliant golden light flashed on the mountain peak, and Li Tianyuan sneered. It appeared at the perfect moment as a majestic voice echoed from the golden light, summoning the Xinmu sect leader, elders, and key members. He ordered them to come to him immediately, leaving Zhou Tianxi and the elders stunned and terrified to recognize the Supreme Elder's voice. A shocked disciple asked if the Supreme Elder was still alive and hadn't passed away, while Zhou Tianxi signaled the elders with his hand. He then solemnly told the elders to follow him to the rear mountain to pay their respects, before casting a meaningful glance at Li Tianyuan. He then invited him to come along. While on a nearby cliff, several men monitoring the situation suddenly fell into a state of chaos. One man's sword unexpectedly shattered, leaving him horrified, and soon the entire group collapsed to their knees on the ground. They coughed up blood as one wondered why they were suddenly injured. Later, Zhou Tianxi's group reached the rear mountain where the Supreme Elder sat in meditation. His body was wrapped in a radiant golden light as he opened his eyes and noted that everyone had arrived after his 10 years of cultivation. He had finally reached the mid-stage Saint Emperor realm, prompting Zhou Tianxi and the elders to clasp their hands and speak in unison. They welcomed the Supreme Elder back from seclusion, and Ma Chengyan exclaimed that since he was alive, the Xinmu sect had hope again. Zhou Tianxi thought that the Bila beast summoned by young Master Yinsha must have sensed the elder's presence and retreated. Yi Ying felt contempt, thinking Zhou Tianxi was overthinking things and that Li Tianyuan wasn't actually formidable at all. He suspected the Supreme Elder had secretly broken the formation, just as the Elder began asking Zhou Tianxi about the sect's status. He asked if any major events had occurred in the Zinmu sect over the last decade, and upon hearing it was a long story, he closed his eyes. He decided to set it aside for now, stating he had an urgent task for them, and all four of them responded as he gave his instructions. They pledged their full devotion as he slowly told them to find Li Tianyuan, the former horse groom of the Zinmu sect, leaving them in disbelief. At that moment, Zhou Tianxi pointed toward the approaching Li Tianyuan and asked the Supreme Elder if he was the one he meant. Upon seeing him, the Supreme Elder quickly flew closer and confirmed it was him, prompting Zhou Tianxi to start complaining. He told the Supreme Elder that the sect's Tai heart-burning technique was in that man's hands, but before he could finish his plea, Yi Ying loudly interrupted, claiming the man had stolen secret pill techniques, acted with extreme arrogance, and murdered Zinmu sect disciples. He urged the elder to capture the man who disrespected the Zinmu sect, while the two of them continued to distort the truth. As they blamed everything on Li Tianyuan, Zia Junyi indignantly noted that he had just saved the sect, but Yi Ying cut her off. He insisted it wasn't him but the Supreme Elder's secret doing, leaving Zia Junyi extremely furious and at a loss for words. She could only manage a single word as the two argued, failing to notice the Supreme Elder's face darkening as he walked toward Li Tianyuan. As they watched him approach him, Yi Ying smiled wickedly, thinking the Supreme Elder had a grudge against Li Tianyuan and a battle was coming. Zia Junyi thought Li Tianyuan would have to face the consequences, but then the Supreme Elder reached him and suddenly dropped to his knees. He bowed to him, begging his master to accept his salute, leaving Ma Chengyan, Yi Ying, and Zia Junyi staring in wide-eyed shock. It was impossible. Li Tianyuan even shook his head and denied being his master, but the Supreme Elder stubbornly insisted. "Master, you must accept me as your disciple." No matter which way he turned, the man would scramble to kneel before him and plead. "Master, please take me in." The cycle continued to repeat itself. Casting aside all dignity, the Supreme Elder rolled on the ground and begged him, "Master, please take me. Accept me as your disciple." Zhou Tianxi was shaken to his core, completely unable to make sense of the situation. The once exalted Supreme Elder was now repeatedly bowing and kneeling in desperation, all because he wanted that former stable boy to accept him as a disciple. But despite his pleading, he remained firm, stating his talent was too poor for acceptance. Hearing those words, Zhou Tianxi clutched his head in shock and cried out, unable to believe the Supreme Elder's talent was deemed too poor, while Yi Ying was still reeling. He pointed at himself and told Ma Chengyan to strike him to see if he was dreaming. Zia Junyi was also in disbelief, exclaiming how absurd it was, while Ma Chengyan slapped Yi Ying hard enough to make him cough up blood. Yi Ying shouted that it truly wasn't a dream, while the Supreme Elder sighed dejectedly and acknowledged his own low talent. He admitted he wasn't worthy of being the master's personal disciple, but had one more bold request, then knelt before him to continue. He explained that the Zinmu sect had declined since his era and begged the master to teach 8 disciples for 1 month to revitalize the sect, then looked up at him. Li Tianyuan did not yield and looked away, so he crawled to his feet to bargain for 5 people for half a month, but there was still no reaction. With teary eyes, he reminded the master that he was the one who taught Han how to refine the 100 refined pill to save his life back then. He asked if the master could fulfill this small wish, but Li Tianyuan frowned at the mention of the past. He stated he had already cured the man's hidden ailment and modified the Tai heart-burning art to save him from cultivation deviation, so their debt was settled. He then asked about the location of the jade piece, and the Supreme Elder pointed toward the forbidden grounds, saying it was still there. Li Tianyuan finally gave his final word, 3 people for 5 days, prompting the elder to excitedly promise to retrieve the jade the next day before speaking humbly. He suggested the saintess as the first choice due to her high talent, and told the master he could choose the other 2 as he pleased. At that moment, Zhou Tianxi quietly informed the Supreme Elder that the sect's lost Tai heart-burning art had still not been found. The Supreme Elder asked for clarification, still dazed from his emotions, leading to a heavy silence among the 4 as they struggled to speak before he suddenly remembered. He realized they meant the Tai heart-burning art and awkwardly explained with a forced smile that it had been with him all along. He had taken it with him during his hurried seclusion and hadn't realized 10 years had passed, leaving Zhou Tianxi utterly stunned. Having finished his business, Li Tianyuan reminded him that it was time to pick someone up and gave a final instruction before leaving. He told him to prepare the items, and the Supreme Elder bowed respectfully. Seeing him off before Zhou Tianxi finally asked about Li Tianyuan's true identity. He questioned why even the elder showed such reverence and knelt repeatedly, but the elder only sternly warned him never to reveal what happened today. He forbade any information about these events from reaching outsiders, then glared at Zhou Tianxi with murderous intent and a warning. Zhou Tianxi was terrified, realizing this was the power of a Saint Emperor realm expert, while Yi Ying quickly promised to keep everything a secret. The elder then told them that securing 5 days of instruction for 3 people was the greatest opportunity he had gained for the sect. Zhou Tianxi explained that the Xinmu sect was in peril, with the Xunian sect watching them like predators. He added that demonic creatures were rampant in the Donghuang forest, and the elder had reached the middle stage of the Saint Emperor realm. He begged the elder to take control of the sect and restore the disciples' faith, but the elder only closed his eyes wearily and gave an order. He told them to seize this golden opportunity and fulfill any request the master might have, to which they all agreed. He then asked if they knew that the heart-burning art passed down through generations was actually an incomplete manual, shocking Zhou Tianxi. The Supreme Elder explained that, while every sect master and elder had studied the flawed version and added their own insights, none had ever achieved perfection. The flaws of the heart-burning technique were also exaggerated, making it nearly impossible for me to turn back once I began my cultivation. He paused for a moment and emphasized, "It was that gentleman who fixed it," while also correcting and completing the errors in the annotations left by the Xinmu sect ancestors over many generations. He then looked up at the sky and sighed, calling him a peerless talent favored by heaven. From that moment on, our sect truly possessed the original heart-burning technique. His words left the sect master and the elders in utter shock. Yin Sha clenched his fists in a fit of rage, slamming the table so hard that the wine splashed everywhere. As he gulped down the drink, he thought through gritted teeth that his bronze hammer servant had been killed, the demon-locking sword formation destroyed, and even Mio had been snatched away. After finishing the bowl of wine, Yin Sha wiped his chin. "If I suffer such a massive loss, how can I possibly explain this to my sect? If I return empty-handed like this, my title as Yin Sha will surely be stripped away." Suddenly, he remembered he was holding a second-grade Immortal pill. He took it out to admire it, feeling a sense of relief. "Fortunately, I still have this second-grade Immortal pill. If I bring it back to the sect, I can surely use it to atone for my failures." He remained deeply immersed in his thoughts. He was unaware that 2 strangers had been watching him for some time. Thinking of Li Qianyuan, Yin Sha's hatred reached his very marrow. He vowed to destroy the Xinmu sect and skin that brat alive. Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder, startling him. The man spoke, "Little brother, that treasure in your hand is quite exquisite." Yin Sha looked up blankly. The man repeated, "Little brother, that treasure in your hand is very valuable." It was then that he realized he had been paralyzed and could not move. The man uttered a single word, "Fragrant." The fat man standing beside him also approached with a wide, squinty-eyed grin. Yin Sha shouted, asking who they were and what they wanted. The man with his hand on Yin Sha's shoulder identified himself as a member of the 100 Ghosts, known as the Gluttonous Ghost. The fat man beside him also introduced himself as a member of the 100 Ghosts, the Starving Ghost. Hearing their names, Yin Sha was terrified. He thought tremblingly, the 100 Ghosts? How could he possibly run into them here? They were a group of monsters, half human and half beast, with unfathomable cultivation levels, particularly the evil spirits and vengeful ghosts among their ranks. They were likely peerless masters of the great Emperor realm, not to mention the legendary Ghost King guarding them from behind. Thinking this, Yin Sha forced a flattering smile and asked what the 2 ghost brothers wanted. The gluttonous ghost pointed a thumb at himself and said they were there to help him fulfill his wish. The starving ghost agreed, "Exactly, that's right. Don't you want to level the Xinmu sect? We're here to assist you. Besides, we were already planning to head to the Xinmu sect anyway." Hearing this, Yin Sha began weighing his options. He glanced at them and asked if the 2 ghost brothers were truly willing to help him. The gluttonous ghost replied curtly that they wouldn't work for free, and the pill would be their payment. This made Yin Sha hesitate, and he awkwardly suggested another way. "I can pay in other ways. I am the young master Yin Sha of the profound Yin sect, and my sect holds many rare herbs." Hearing his refusal, their expressions soured. The gluttonous ghost slammed his foot on the table and asked if he was refusing. Yin Sha quickly made an excuse, saying he had a heavy responsibility that required the pill. Only then would he have the courage to return to the profound Yin sect, his homeland. The starving ghost lost all patience and barked at him to stop rambling before sinking his teeth into Yin Sha's hand. He broke into a cold sweat from the pain and screamed about his hand. Seeing this, the gluttonous ghost shoved his hand into the starving ghost's mouth while scolding him. Holding the pill covered in the starving ghost's saliva, the man muttered that it was filthy and he no longer wanted to taste it. The starving ghost, his mouth smeared with blood, grinned widely and suggested bringing it back to the evil ghost, who might reward them with delicacies if he was pleased. At that moment, the gluttonous ghost lifted Yin Sha's face and spoke with disdain. Scram and wait for the news of the Zinmu sect's total annihilation. Clutching his severed arm, Yin Sha fearfully complied. The two figures departed coldly, leaving him alone in his terror. Right at the exit of the heart-disturbing cave, Li Qianyuan stood atop a high crag, his calm gaze fixed on the disciples practicing below. Suddenly, a disciple recognized him, pointed at Li Qianyuan, and whispered to the others to look. Another was shocked that he was unharmed, wondering if the sect master had taken him for investigation. Someone else chimed in, asking if he was now the top disciple. Having met the Supreme Elder, perhaps he received special recognition. Seeing her father safe on the cliff, Xiao Zhai cheered happily. She pointed at him and told Shi Yanhan that her father was safe. But before she could finish, Shi Yanhan gently stroked her head and knelt down in front of her. Looking at her with loving eyes, she asked, "Xiao Zhai, you love your father very much, don't you?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes." Shi Yanhan gently explained, "But we cannot continue to stay by his side. Otherwise, it will hinder your father's cultivation path, as he has greater responsibilities to fulfill." Despite her deep sadness, Xiao Zhai remained understanding and replied, "Yes, Xiao Zhai understands." The girl's heartbroken expression would make anyone's heart ache. Shi Yanhan sorrowfully pulled her daughter into an embrace, whispering, "I'm sorry, my child." Just then, Zia Junyi called out to her, "Yanhan?" She softly replied, "Yes." Seeing her approach, Xiao Zhai politely greeted her grandmother as Zia Junyi spoke to Shi Yanhan. "The situation has changed now. Li Qianyuan's status is no longer what it used to be. You should stay at the sect and not rush back to Yunqi Peak. Take the opportunity to visit your father and Yu Nuan first," Shi Yanhan bluntly remarked. Given the Supreme Elder's personality, he likely wants to ask him to instruct the new disciples, right? Her accurate deduction made Zia Junyi's eyes widen in surprise. Shi Yanhan lowered her head and firmly stated her intention. "I will visit my father for a moment and then take Xiao Zhai back to Yunqi Peak." Li Qianyuan remained standing on high, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxi approached from behind and questioned why he hadn't made things clear from the start. "The supreme heart-severing technique was never in your hands." Li Qianyuan glanced at Zhou Tianxi, his tone full of contempt. "If I had said so, would any of you have believed me?" Zhou Tianxi said sternly, "Even so, you didn't need to declare war on the profound Yin sect." Without looking at him, he calmly replied, "Since they dared to target my daughter, shouldn't I eliminate the threat and pull them out by the roots?" This reasoning was indeed irrefutable. Zhou Tianxi could only grunt in acceptance, secretly marveling that he was truly worthy of being the one the Supreme Elder wished to apprentice under, utterly arrogant. Shortly after, Li Qianyuan turned to look at him and issued a warning. "I advise you one thing. There are some things you absolutely should not touch recklessly." Zhou Tianxi did not understand and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" Whether he was pretending or truly didn't understand, Li Qianyuan only stared with a darkened expression without saying another word. Zhou Tianxi turned and walked away. He didn't forget to remind him, "The saintess will arrive soon. Take the chance to select the remaining 2 disciples." After Zhou Tianxi left, Sui Feng landed beside him. Reporting, "Young master, they have all come out." At this moment, the trial participants began to emerge. Xiao Yi, the youngest boy, came out last, quietly observing the situation. A disciple pointed at the group that had just exited the cave and said, "Senior brother Ma Yuan, everyone who passed through the heart-disturbing cave is present." Ma Yuan looked at them and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations on passing the second trial of the Zinmu sect. From this day forward, you are qualified to become outer disciples." Li Qianyuan and his 2 companions stood on the cliff, watching Xiao Yi. The golden-haired man, Mingwu, teased him with a smile. "Hall Master, this child is truly impressive. He possesses unwavering faith and a strong will to advance. His spirit wasn't shaken by the heart-disturbing cave at all." Meanwhile, Ma Yuan continued his speech. "You will all be assigned to the miscellaneous service courtyard, the courtyard responsible for chores. In 1 month, if you pass the aptitude test, you will have the chance to become official disciples." Suddenly, Xiao Yi turned his head, searching for Li Qianyuan. The boy wondered to himself, "Didn't he follow us?" All of a sudden, a surge of eerie power struck. Sui Feng said in shock, "Young master, there are 3 demonic beasts." These 3 beasts began to charge and attack the disciples. The terrified disciples wondered if demonic beasts from the Dongwang forest dared to invade the Zinmu sect. The sharp limb of one beast stabbed a disciple who failed to dodge in time. Ma Yuan and his bald fellow disciple hurriedly joined forces to fight back. Ma Yuan gritted his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought in shock. Their attack power is too strong. He didn't know how long they could hold out. Another demonic beast suddenly lunged, leaving him no time to react. Ma Yuan screamed in despair, "It's over." Suddenly, a translucent purple sword pierced through the beast's neck. The one who struck was the saintess of the Zinmu sect, Shi Yunwen. "It's the saintess. The saintess has arrived." The disciples cheered joyfully. Shi Yunwen flew down along with a middle-aged woman. She spoke loudly. "Aunt, the strength of these beasts is extraordinary. We must join forces." "Understood," she ordered the disciples. "You all hold back the other two. Once we finish this one, we will assist you immediately." The disciples replied in unison, "Yes," very quickly. A demonic beast knocked two disciples aside. Seeing the beast about to charge, Ma Yuan shouted, "Wang Heng, senior brother Wang Heng, protect them and block the other one. They just passed the trial and don't know any techniques yet." Hearing this, Wang Heng flew toward the beast, muttering under his breath, "How troublesome." As soon as he got close, he was knocked back by the beast. Wang Heng retreated, muttering, "I'm no match for this demonic beast. There is no need to risk our lives for those who are not yet official members of the Xinmu sect," he said, before fleeing to report to the sect leader and elders. He told them to let the higher-ups deal with these beasts, prompting Ma Yuan to call out for senior brother Wang Heng while sneering at the man's cowardice. Li Qianyuan and his two companions watched the battle in silence until Sui Feng eventually told the blonde man, Ming Wu, to take action. As they prepared to move, Li Qianyuan signaled them to stop, leaving Sui Feng surprised, while Ming Wu worried that Xiao Yi could not protect himself against the demon beast. Li Qianyuan calmly stated that he wanted the boy to experience death once, just as the beast noticed Xiao Yi and swung its claws, forcing the boy to dodge. Suddenly, the boy remembered Li Qianyuan's instruction to memorize a mantra and circulate it during an emergency, so he looked around for the man's figure. He thought the man must be nearby. While on the cliff, Sui Feng began to ask if the young master intended to do something before being cut off. "Prepare to use empathic resonance to link me with Xiao Yi," Li Qianyuan ordered, prompting Sui Feng to quickly volunteer to perform the technique himself. Li Qianyuan stopped him, saying he would do it personally, so Sui Feng and Ming Wu took their positions as protectors to begin the process. As they prepared for him to use empathic resonance, Xiao Yi was struggling with all his might to withstand the demon beast's violent attacks. Being so young and without deep cultivation, there was no way he could face a monster that even Wang Heng was unable to handle. He was soon struck and sent flying, causing the saintess and the other disciples to cry out in horror that the situation was dire. Now that the beast's claws were only inches away, the boy was filled with absolute terror as he saw the cold glint of the sharp talons. A moment later, the claw pierced Xiao Yi's chest, causing his pupils to contract in disbelief as he wondered if his life was ending there. As he slowly closed his eyes, he wondered if this was the sensation of death while remembering how his peers had isolated and bullied him for lacking a father. They had pelted him with stones and shouted insults, telling others not to play with the fatherless brat and even threatening to beat him to death. His life had been filled with such hardship and humiliation that Xiao Zhai eventually couldn't stop herself from jumping in to fight back against the bullies. She spoke up to protect him, but the other children only became more aggressive, shouting to handle both of them for hitting their leader. The group continued to attack the siblings with stones, forcing Xiao Zhai to shield Xiao Yi in her arms before grabbing his hand to flee, while the children shouted threats. They threatened to bring their father to kill the siblings the next day. While over at Yunqi Peak, the scenery remained peaceful and lush with greenery. Inside the quiet house, Shi Yan'an prepared a meal, but when Xiao Zhai asked why she wasn't eating, her growling stomach betrayed her lie about having already eaten. Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi both tried to give their food to their mother, but at that moment, a bag of grain was thrown through the door. A bald man stood there with his arms crossed, contemptuously stating the rations were late before insulting the saintess for raising two bastards. Yanhan Yi rushed out to attack the man for insulting his mother, but the man simply barked a death threat at the boy. He kicked the boy away, and then lunged forward to deliver another blow, even after Xiao Yi had fallen to the ground. Shi Yanhan quickly shielded her son and took the full force of the attack, while the man growled a warning for them to behave. He threatened to withhold even that small amount of food before leaving, prompting Xiao Zhai to rush over and check on her injured mother. Shi Yanhan smiled and told her she was fine despite her injuries, while the bald man went to report his success to senior brother Wang. The man boasted about beating the family as ordered, and Wang Heng praised him before deciding it was time to go and act as their savior, all of which Xiao Yi overheard. Feeling weak and resentful, Xiao Yi's consciousness returned to the present as he wondered if he had just experienced the legendary heart-linking incantation. The young boy recalled the vow he had made to himself. He would become powerful and never allow anyone to bully them again. He promised to protect his mother and sister in his father's stead. But now, a searing pain surged through his body as he wondered if he was truly about to die. Having failed to grow strong enough to protect his mother and sister, Xiao Yi cried out in desperation, begging for his mother and sister to save him. As his second plea for help left his lips, Li Qianyuan suddenly appeared beside Shi Yanhan and Xiao Zhai, causing the boy's eyes to light up. The boy watched as Lee Kaianyuan approached him, enveloped in a radiant blue glow, before his own eyes slowly drifted shut. Wishing he had summoned the courage to acknowledge his father that day, he unconsciously called out to him before collapsing unconscious in front of everyone. The disciples watched in shock as Lee Kaianyuan suddenly appeared, shielding Xiao Yi with his own body from the beast's lethal strike, while gently infusing the boy with his chi. He crushed the beast's claw and hurled it back with a cold gaze before his blue chi obliterated the creature, until it vanished without a trace. The disciples marveled at his incredible strength and how he remained unharmed after taking the hit for the child, all while being observed through a scrying artifact. Mingwu watched Lee Kaianyuan and Xiao Yi with excitement, praising the boy for surviving a brush with death that most ordinary people would never experience. He noted that if the boy's heavenly vein soul bone were intact, his future would be limitless, just as Sui Feng reminded him that the Hall Master had ordered them to create an illusion. They were to make Xiao Yi believe he was gravely injured by using a resonance technique to transfer the sensation of death onto him. He continued after a brief pause. However, it was actually the Hall Master who had experienced death, and seeing Sui Feng's panic, Mingwu optimistically told him there was no need to fear their immortal leader. With peerless power and a reputation for keeping his word, Mingwu passionately declared his resolve to continue following the Hall Master. He questioned why anyone would fear failure when they were personally trained by the Hall Master to complete the great mission of the Tianli Hall. Amused by his grand speech, Sui Feng mocked him, remarking that he never expected to be lectured by the weakest member of the 8 steeds. Infuriated, Mingwu roared at him to never call him that again, vowing that he would one day surpass all 7 of them. The beast roared and lunged at the Xinmu sect disciples, but a sword suddenly pierced through its back, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Xia Junyi soared from behind the mountain and chanted an incantation for the shattering cold moon, unleashing purple chi that ground the beast into dust. Xia Junyi recalled her sword with a flick of her wrist as Shi Yanhin and Xiao Zhai rushed over, wondering what had just transpired. She wondered if a fierce beast from the Dongwang forest had reached the Xinmu sect, but her eyes brightened when she saw Lee Kaianyuan approaching with Xiao Yi in his arms. He handed Xiao Yi to Shi Yanhin and assured her the boy was safe, but her heart grew heavy seeing him clutch his chest and bleed from his mouth. As she took Xiao Yi into her arms, the boy's hand remained tightly clenched around Lee Kaianyuan's robe, while Xia Junyi urgently called for the child to be treated. Meanwhile, the current saintess and a middle-aged woman were locked in a fierce battle against the remaining beast, their cultivation energy exploding with power. They soon defeated the beast, after which the saintess turned her gaze toward Shi Yanhin and Lee Kaianyuan's group. She rushed over and called out to her mother and sister, asking Shi Yanhin if she had finally returned to Yunqi Peak. Asking if the 2 children were Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi, Shi Yanhin introduced Shi Yunwen to Xiao Zhai as her biological aunt. Xiao Zhai politely greeted her aunt, and while Shi Yunwen praised her cuteness, the middle-aged woman beside her coldly reminded the saintess to maintain her decorum. She warned her to mind her status and avoid casual conversation, prompting Xia Junyi to retort that a Dao-protecting elder shouldn't restrict the saintess's right to speak. With a scowl, the woman replied that while she could speak, she was forbidden from communicating with sinners, especially those who were utterly shameless. After speaking, the elder turned to instruct Saintess Shi Yunwen, telling her to view that woman as a cautionary example to discipline and motivate herself. She warned her never to follow such a disgraceful path, to which Shi Yunwen bowed slightly and complied, her response feeling like a direct slap to Xia Junyi's face. Xia Junyi ground her teeth in fury and shouted at the elder, but the woman didn't stop there, stepping toward Shi Yanhin and pointing at her 2 children. With a venomous tone, she declared that if she were in her position, she would have killed and discarded those 2 vile spawns at birth rather than wasting food on them. She continued her insults, claiming her greatest regret as an elder was ever intending to support and protect Shi Yanhin in the past. Stating that the sight of her was an eyesore, she raised her hand to deliver a slap, but Shi Yanhin refused to let an outsider insult her children and attack her. She decisively blocked the strike without hesitation, yet the elder only shouted louder, accusing her of having the audacity to fight back. Unwilling to engage in a pointless argument, Shi Yanhin calmly advised her aunt to stop the provocations for the sake of her own safety. She urged her to save her own life, warning that since he was present, the elder's very existence was truly in jeopardy. Despite the warning, the woman refused to listen and swung her hand again to strike while calling her a wretch, but her hand never reached Shi Yanhin. Instead, she was struck by a blistering slap first, one so incredibly fast that she couldn't even identify who had delivered the blow. Her face swelled and became distorted as she screamed out in confusion, only to be met with a second slap delivered by Li Tianyuan. Driven to madness by the consecutive strikes, she drew her sword and shrieked that she would cut him down just as Zhou Tianci arrived. Witnessing the chaotic scene, he turned pale with fear and shouted for them to stop. But it was too late as Li Tianyuan's powerful energy shattered her blade. The force sent her body flying back with a pained groan. Yet even after stabilizing herself, she remained defiant and continued her verbal abuse. She demanded to know who he was and why he would protect a lowly woman like Shi Yanhan. But Li Tianyuan would not tolerate threats against his family. He released an ever-increasing pressure that severely injured her without him moving a muscle, forcing her to kneel powerlessly on the ground as Zhou Tianci rushed to intervene. Zhou Tianci pleaded for Li Tianyuan to stop and resolve the matter calmly, while Wang Heng followed behind and called out to the sect leader. Shi Yunwen was stunned by the conversation, and as Li Tianyuan's overwhelming aura remained steady, he spoke with cold indifference. He stated he had no patience to reason with her and would use a direct method to warn her, then used his energy to snap her arm and twist her body like a wrung towel. The sight alone conveyed the agonizing pain she endured before he issued a final warning for her never to appear before him again. Now reduced to a pathetic and frail state, she suddenly hallucinated a monstrous head filled with jagged fangs looming over her. Blood-red eyes stared her down as if ready to devour her whole, leaving Zhou Tianci speechless as he stammered Li Tianyuan's name. Shi Yunwen then feigned a critical tone, asking why he acted so rashly, but stating they would overlook it this time due to his merit in slaying the beasts. She told him to be more cautious in the future, yet secretly sent a voice transmission calling him brother-in-law while winking and giving him an okay sign. She whispered that she knew he had been merciful enough to spare the elder's life and promised to cover for him, to which he gave a curt reply before walking away. Ignoring her words, he stepped forward and arrogantly patted her shoulder, declaring that the Xinmu sect could do nothing to him before turning to Zhou Tianci. He asked if the other chosen disciples had been finalized besides Shi Yunwen, then pointed toward Ma Yuan, who was standing next to Wang Heng. Mistakenly believing he was the one being chosen, Wang Heng loudly protested, questioning who he thought he was to have the authority to teach him. A nearby disciple whispered to the delusional Wang Heng, explaining that he was mistaken and that the man was likely referring to Ma Yuan instead. Ma Yuan was utterly stunned, pointing at himself in disbelief, while Wang Heng was equally shocked, pointing back at him. He then shouted in a rage, demanding to know if he was considered inferior to Ma Yuan, to which the man simply nodded and confirmed it. Wang Heng was making a complete fool of himself, and a nearby disciple, failing to read the room, even whispered that he looked like a clown. After selecting Ma Yuan, he pointed toward the unconscious Heng Yi in Shi Yan's arms and made his next choice. He declared the child as the final pick, leaving Wang Heng stunned and Zhou Shi deeply dissatisfied with the decision. Zhou Tianci began to protest, but the memory of the supreme elder Li Qianyuan's warning look forced him to swallow his words. He changed his tone, questioning why Li Qianyuan would treat the task of training Xinmu sect disciples like a joke by choosing a mere child. The man coldly countered by asking if the boy, having passed the sect's entrance exam, was not considered a legitimate disciple. Zhou Tianci was forced to concede, as another disciple gathered the courage to confirm the boy had indeed passed 2 rounds of testing. Li Qianyuan, tired of the pointless chatter, turned away and told them to stop wasting time and meet at the designated spot tomorrow. He ordered them to leave immediately, and though Yi Ying wanted to retaliate, Zhou Tianci held him back and signaled for them to go. Yi Ying loudly questioned how the sect leader could endure such blatant humiliation without offering any sort of reaction. Ignoring him, Zhou Tianci simply stated they would wait for the results, while Li Qianyuan moved to inspect the fallen magical beast. Sui Feng noted that the high-level beast felt strange, suggesting it wasn't just powerful, but appeared to have undergone a mutation. Shortly after, Li Qianyuan looked toward the Dongwang forest and ordered a scout, sensing they might encounter an old acquaintance. Within the Dongwang forest, a surge of spiritual energy erupted as the gluttonous and starving ghosts watched a stampede of beasts. The rhythmic music played by the gluttonous ghost drove the beasts into a frenzy before the starving ghost devoured one whole. Li Qianyuan's group arrived unnoticed, watching from the canopy as Sui Feng identified the presence of the 100 Ghost Legion. Ming Wu expressed surprise at their speed, noting that Li Qing had only just reported 2 newcomers arriving in the area. He speculated that the beasts attacking the Xinmu sect were linked to them, prompting Sui Feng to ask if they should strike now. He signaled for them to wait, wanting to confront them personally, while the gluttonous ghost looked at his companion with suspicion. He asked the starving ghost if he ever worried about his health given his gluttony, but the latter responded with a smug, carefree smile. The starving ghost claimed he could digest anything and mocked the gluttonous ghost for being far too selective with his meals. He pointed out how thin his companion had become, but the gluttonous ghost replied that he only consumed what was truly exquisite. He insisted that only the finest delicacies were worth his time, as eating anything less would be entirely meaningless. With the preparations nearly complete, the starving ghost used his unique sound to command 7 beasts to launch a probe against the sect. However, at that exact moment, a terrifying and invisible pressure suddenly crashed down upon the entire area. He suppressed the entire pack of demonic beasts, making them howl in extreme agony. Both members of the 100 Ghost sect were utterly stunned, their mouths agape at this overwhelming pressure. This is the secret technique of the ghost god. At those words, the gluttonous ghost shuddered, seemingly realizing something. Could it be? To verify his terrifying suspicion, he slowly turned his head. Behind him stood a tall, imposing figure radiating a chilling aura. The gluttonous ghost couldn't help but cry out, "Li Gui," he stammered, his voice trembling. "Li Gui, why are you here?" Li Gui walked past the members of the 100 Ghost sect, treating them as if they were invisible, before asking in a cold voice, "What are you doing here?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "Li Gui, we are acting on the orders of the evil ghost. Disclosing our specific objective to you might be inappropriate." This vague answer clearly displeased Li Gui. He immediately intensified his secret technique, causing a nearby demonic beast to be crushed by the pressure, disintegrating into gruesome fragments. Terrified, the gluttonous ghost had no choice but to confess the truth. "The evil ghost sent us to the Zinmu sect to seize an item, a precious jade pendant." The starving ghost quickly chimed in to confirm. "That's right. He also told us to find a mole hidden within the Zinmu sect to assist us." The starving ghost was truly muddled and foolish. He failed to notice the gluttonous ghost's urgent signals and proceeded to recklessly reveal top-secret information to Li Gui. Wanting the full story, he grabbed another demonic beast and mercilessly crushed it in his palm. The gluttonous ghost protested in fear. "Li Gui, you cannot use such methods to threaten us." As soon as he finished speaking, another demonic beast was brutally killed, making his eyes widen in shock. "You can't be serious. Are you going to kill a beast every time I say something you don't like?" At this point, the starving ghost was forced to honestly reveal everything. "On our way here, we encountered a very kind young man. He gave us an arm and a second revolution immortal elixir." He paused for a moment, then pointed at the gluttonous ghost and continued. "The gluttonous ghost intends to annihilate the entire Zinmu sect once we obtain the item the evil ghost requires. That earlier attack was just an initial probe." Hearing this, the gluttonous ghost felt utterly distraught and could only cover his face with his hands. It was true. One shouldn't fear a strong enemy, but rather a foolish ally. He was speechless. Suddenly, a translucent green phantom hand reached out and plucked the second revolution immortal elixir from his clothes, leaving the gluttonous ghost completely stunned. Just like that, he watched as the precious elixir he had worked so hard to obtain fell into Li Gui's hands. Li Gui looked at the group and asked, "Did you create these mutated demonic beasts?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "No, we are merely controlling them. We don't know why all the high-level demonic beasts in this area suddenly mutated and lost their intelligence." After a moment of reflection, Li Gui ordered them, "Tomorrow night, after you have contacted the mole, return immediately." "How can that be?" The gluttonous ghost asked loudly. "Return empty-handed. How will we explain the missing item to the evil ghost?" Before he could finish, Li Gui picked up a stone from the roadside, handed it to him, and said, "Take this to hand over." The gluttonous ghost grabbed the stone and muttered, "A rock!" The starving ghost also wondered, but the evil ghost wanted the jade pendant. Seeing his companion still looking confused, the gluttonous ghost quickly pulled his sleeve and urged him to leave. As they walked, the gluttonous ghost whispered, "I don't know if my senses are wrong, but sometimes I feel Li Gui is even more powerful than the evil ghost." And with that, the members of the 100 Ghost sect departed. Li Gui was left alone in the forest. Once the 100 Ghost sect had vanished from sight, Sui Feng and Ming Wu stepped forward. Ming Wu asked, "Hall Master, I didn't expect the Zinmu sect to have a mole from the 100 Ghost sect." Li Gui removed his mask, revealing the face of Li Tianyuan, and replied, "I already know who it is." Then he knelt by a remaining pool of blood and gently dipped his fingertip into it. He raised his hand, meticulously observing the drop of blood. A short while later, the three appeared at a secluded stream. Ming Wu asked Li Tianyuan, "Hall Master, do you suspect there is something unusual about the water here?" Without delay, Sui Feng quickly scooped some water into his palm. He then used his other index finger to dab the water and lift it for examination. This action seemed mysterious but was not strange at all, as Sui Feng was analyzing the water source. He combined 4 sophisticated techniques: Supreme Star Platform, Constant Adaptation, Surging Qi Law, and Exercising Qi Control. After a brief moment of concentration, he reported the results to Li Tianyuan. Young master, this is indeed the source of the demonic beast's mutation. The water contains a trace of the wasteland's aura and weakened medicinal properties, leading him to conclude that these demonic beasts will certainly mutate if they drink it long-term. Upon hearing this, Li Qianyuan summoned Li Qing, who appeared promptly to report that the investigation into the young master's heavenly vein soul bone was still underway. Li Qianyuan acknowledged the report before pointing toward the stream and asking about the origin of the spring flowing through the Dongwang forest. Li Qing explained that it originated from the Risheng kingdom, a neighbor of the Dong Sui kingdom, prompting Li Qianyuan to repeat the name with a cold, sharp gaze. Li Qing then shared gathered intelligence, stating they had received secret reports that the Risheng kingdom intended to refine a heaven-severing divine medicine to explore the wasteland. However, their refinement process failed when the cauldron exploded, causing wasteland matter, essentially living hazardous material, to leak out. Li Qianyuan quickly identified a flaw, noting that thoroughly cleaning up pollution from wasteland matter would require a massive amount of rare treasures. Yet the Risheng kingdom showed no signs of mobilizing resources on such a scale, leading Sui Feng to voice his own suspicion. Young master, I suspect the Risheng kingdom has been secretly dumping the wasteland pollution from their cauldron across the border, Mingwu added with a look of fury. Since wasteland matter is part of the wasteland itself, leaving it unchecked would eventually turn any area it touches into a second wasteland, undoing all their hard work to push it back. Mingwu cursed in anger at their disregard for the lives of the people, but Li Qianyuan ignored his outburst and turned to Li Qing. Li Qianyuan ordered Li Qing to have someone notify Fang Zhulai and to continue the investigation regarding Zhu Yi. He instructed them to monitor the Risheng kingdom closely, stating he might personally investigate once his business at the Xinmu sect was finished, to which Li Qing complied. Li Qianyuan then glanced at Mingwu and told him to accompany Li Qing, noting that the Xunian sect was located within the Risheng kingdom. Mingwu grew excited, asking if the palace master finally trusted him enough to let him destroy the sect on his own. Li Qianyuan clarified that the Xunian sect still had some use and shouldn't be destroyed yet, but Mingwu should deal with those remaining at the sect in 6 days. This would take place after the competition with the Xinmu sect concluded, leaving Mingwu to grumble about only being assigned to handle the leftovers. He complained that even the Xunian sect's ancestor and their few experts offered no real challenge, prompting Sui Feng to intervene. Sui Feng lightly tapped Mingwu's head with his paper fan, telling him to focus on the task, before Li Qing and Mingwu both bowed to take their leave. Meanwhile, Shi Yanhan stood silently in the courtyard, her eyes fixed on the distant sky with an expression of lingering sadness and worry. A gentle voice suddenly called out as Shi Yunwen approached her sister, asking what exactly was going on between her and her brother-in-law. She noted how awkward they were acting, which surprised Shi Yanhan, who sadly confirmed that he was indeed her brother-in-law as Shi Yunwen teased her. Don't try to hide it from me, sister. Do you think I don't understand your heart? She joked, though the thought of Li Qianyuan brought Shi Yanhan no joy. With a somber face, she explained that she had originally planned to take Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi away from the Xinmu sect in a year to live in seclusion. She lamented that fate seemed to have other plans since he had finally appeared, before looking up at the sky once more. Her voice was filled with bitterness as she spoke of the world-shaking path he walked for the sake of all living beings. She realized that even the 5 arrogant immortals in the heavens might be his enemies, and she clenched her hands as she spoke through her tears. Her presence and that of their children would only become a fatal weakness for him, adding more burdens and fears to his mission. She believed that only by severing all ties could she minimize her impact on him, even if preventing the children from knowing their father was a cruel necessity. I simply cannot afford to burden him any further, she whispered, leaving Shi Yunwen with nothing to do but sigh at her sister's words. Sister, you have been far too stubborn since we were children. Sometimes you just cannot see things as clearly as I do. After a brief pause, she continued, Sister, I once had a thought. Having you and the children by his side would mean more to our husband than any physical flaws he might have. Sister, why not just be selfish for once? Stop constantly worrying about your husband and think about what you truly desire to do. Shortly after, Shi Yanhan departed, leaving Shi Yunwen standing there in silence to admire the scenery. Alone, she closed her eyes and muttered that this ill-fated couple was truly troublesome and that she might have to intervene. Suddenly, she remembered something that shocked her deeply, causing her to gasp. Then she called out loudly, Wait, did you just mention the 5 immortals of the proud world? she cried out in terror. Hold on, I know my husband is powerful, but is his opponent really the legendary 5 immortals? This revelation left her mouth agape in shock as Shi Yunwen scratched her head, wondering if he was truly that formidable, while Shi Yanhan hurried away as if flying down the road. She reminisced about the first time she met Li Qianyuan when he was severely injured and leaning against a tree. She had approached him to ask if he was all right. Li Qianyuan replied that he was fine and asked for her name, to which Shi Yanhan looked at the sky and shyly answered that her name was Shu Zhai. When she asked for his name as a light drizzle began to fall, Li Qianyuan introduced himself as Yi Pian, and before long, the weather grew increasingly cold. Snowflakes began to fall silently and grew thicker by the moment. She told him it was snowing, then tightly grasped his hand to lead him along. Soon, Shi Yanhan arrived at the Heart Disturbance Cave, where Li Qianyuan was conversing with Sui Feng. Seeing her arrive, he turned around in surprise. He walked toward her, and she lifted his sleeve to inspect the mark on his arm as it began to emit a thick, darkening black mist. She solemnly asked how much time he had left, and he gently replied 1 or 2 years, perhaps 3 if he tried harder. Hearing this, she embraced him and apologized. I am sorry. Please forgive my selfishness for dragging you into this trouble. Li Qianyuan held her tightly in the embrace he had long yearned for and spoke. You and I are husband and wife of one mind, so there is nothing to fear. Shi Yanhan, with tears in her eyes, looked up at him and asked him to make a promise. If anyone ever uses my life to threaten you, before she could finish, he gently placed his index finger on her lips to silence her. He then asserted that such a thing would never happen, for he would wipe out the entire world before letting it occur. Shi Yanhan responded with firm determination. If it is unavoidable, I will absolutely not burden you. The first thing I must do now is restore my cultivation base. She knew of 2 ways to break the seal. One was to reclaim the entire foundation she had cultivated as a saintess, but doing so would cause Shi Yunwen to lose everything. The current saintess would lose all her cultivation, which is something I do not wish to see. She paused and then continued. The second way is to attempt to dispel it manually. I have studied this reverse yin-yang 5-element seal for years and have managed to break 80% of it. I only need 1 more year to fully dissolve it. She sadly shared that she had originally planned to take Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi far away to live in a place where no one knew them after breaking the seal. She then took 2 pieces of paper from her sleeve, handed them to him, and explained that these were the methods of dispelling the seal she had researched. You understand sealing formations better than I do. I am sorry for having to trouble you even more. Li Qianyuan gently tapped Shi Yanhan's nose and tenderly advised her never to apologize to him again. Just as Li Qianyuan was about to enter the cave, she unexpectedly grabbed his hand, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Under his confused gaze, she told him to go home. We are husband and wife and thus one entity. Is my home not also yours? These words made Li Qianyuan feel immensely joyful. Thus, the 2 of them held hands and walked quietly on the path home. The next morning, Li Qianyuan began teaching the 3 Xinmu sect disciples he had chosen. He announced that he would only teach them at the Xinmu sect for 5 days, and how much they learned would depend on their own abilities. First, he turned to Shi Yunwen, noting her great talent but unstable foundation and mixed internal energies. If you do not rectify this, your body will gradually become unable to endure it within 20 years, and you may even risk exploding, he said, leaving her mouth agape in shock. He further explained that the power of the saintess was passed down through generations, but ultimately, it did not entirely belong to the individual if their natural talent was insufficient. Will ultimately find it hard to escape this fate. Hearing this, Shi Yunwen asked fearfully, then according to Mr. Li, what should I do now? He placed his index finger on her forehead, sending a stream of golden energy directly into her head. Soon, her entire body radiated a golden aura that burned like fire. He instructed her to remember this energy, continue circulating it, and slowly gather the chaotic energies within her body. As Shi Yunwen began her cultivation, he turned to guide Ma Yuan. Looking him straight in the eye, he said, your foundation is solid, but your cultivation is chaotic. Was the technique you are practicing taught by that Ma Chengyan? He replied that it was indeed taught by his master. Immediately after, Li Tianyuan handed Ma Yuan a piece of paper and instructed him to practice the technique written on it. While he studied it, he reminded him not to rush into breaking through realms, noting that maintaining control at the true person realm was sufficient. At this point, he turned to ask the question that still puzzled him. Why choose me? Clearly, my fellow disciples have much better talent than I do. Li Tianyuan recalled the image of him fighting with all his might against the yin spirits and demonic beasts, which had left an impression. Thus, he told him bluntly, at least when facing the attacks of the yin spirits and demonic beasts, you did not retreat. Finally, Li Tianyuan stepped in front of his son, Xiao Yi. His gaze toward the boy was so stern that it made him tense up. Zhao Yi frowned and looked at him with wide eyes. After a long silence, Li Tianyuan spoke. Before officially starting your cultivation, you should learn about the common realm divisions of today. Mortal shedding, true person, spirit sparrow, marquis, king, saint emperor, and great emperor. Each realm is divided into early, middle, high, and peak stages. The great emperor realm is unique, divided into 3 levels: mystic light, myriad phenomena, and starry river. Zhao Yi asked him, "So what are the characteristics of each realm?" He replied, "For now, you only need to understand this. I will explain the rest in detail once you enter the mortal shedding realm." Li Tianyuan picked up a stone and spoke. "Today, you only need to do one thing." He threw the stone far away and told Zhao Yi, "Go retrieve this stone for me." Hearing this, Zhao Yi was extremely surprised. Pick up a stone. The boy didn't understand. He thought this wouldn't be difficult at all, so he quickly walked toward where the stone had been thrown. Surprisingly, as he drew closer, he discovered that a vast amount of sword chi had formed a protective barrier, preventing him from passing. Suddenly, 2 swords lunged straight at Zhao Yi. Startled, the boy hurriedly dodged. Li Tianyuan warned, "If you don't want to die, keep moving forward. Do not stop until you have retrieved that stone. The attacks will not cease." Hearing this, the boy gritted his teeth and endured, trying to dodge every sword. Just then, a blade grazed his cheek. As he was wounded and bleeding, Ma Yuan witnessed Zhao Yi struggling within the sword formation. He cried out in horror, "Is this the demon-locking sword formation? How do you know this formation so well?" He replied nonchalantly, "It's just a sword formation from the same origin. What is there to be surprised about?" Ma Yuan questioned him loudly. "No, putting a child into this formation is no different from wanting to kill him faster than finishing him off directly with a sword." Li Tianyuan didn't even turn his head, raising his hand to strike a warning blow. "Don't let your mind wander. Focus on your cultivation." The blow struck Ma Yuan's head hard, leaving his forehead red and smoking. He then spoke sternly toward Zhao Yi. "Don't rely on luck. This formation is already beyond my control. The attacks will only stop once you retrieve that stone." At that moment, Zhao Yi was struck in the arm by a sword. The boy screamed in pain, gasping as he clutched his wound as he looked toward Li Tianyuan for help. He turned his face away and coldly declared, "At this moment, your life or death no longer concerns me." Caught off guard, Zhao Yi was struck by another sword. The boy cried out in pain, gritting his teeth as he looked up. He reassured himself, "No, the sword formation is getting denser." Then he remembered something important: that stone. "That's right, the formation will only stop if I grab it." Facing the crisscrossing sword paths, the boy calculated that the swords were getting faster. He had to run as quickly as possible, or his life would be forfeit. Just as the boy dashed forward, another sword strike descended, and Zhao Yi was surrounded by a vortex of sword chi. He completely lost his sense of direction. Li Tianyuan and Sui Feng watched from above. Sui Feng asked anxiously, "My lord, the technique you passed to Zhao Yi last time was the 2 verses of life and death from the 8 sufferings divine art, wasn't it?" He confirmed it. "Correct," Li Tianyuan further explained. "Let him experience the feeling of being near death to awaken his will to survive and transcend the 2 extremes of life and death. Then use the heart-burning technique to support him. Only then can a solid foundation be built for him." Before his eyes, Zhao Yi was struggling against the demon-locking sword formation. Now the boy saw the stone. It was only a short distance away. He encouraged himself, "Almost there," and let out a loud shout. He told himself that he absolutely could not fall before becoming strong enough, so he mustered all his strength to lunge toward the gem. In the next moment, his hand touched the stone. Zhao Yi propped himself up on the rocky edge, hunching over and panting heavily before suddenly collapsing face first onto the ground. Seeing that Zhao Yi had completed the challenge, Sui Feng exclaimed that the desire for survival had pushed the boy's senses to their absolute limit. Zhao Yi had successfully passed through this gate of death as Li Tianyuan quickly descended, not forgetting to instruct Sui Feng. "Sui Feng, return to Tianli Palace and bring that item here immediately," he ordered, and Sui Feng replied that he would go at once. Not long after, he reached Zhao Yi's side, used a knife to cut his fingertip, and dripped a drop of blood into the boy's mouth. After swallowing the blood, Zhao Yi gradually opened his eyes, which suddenly widened as he bolted up and stammered, asking if he was dead, to which Li Tianyuan stepped forward and replied that he was still alive. Li Tianyuan snapped his fingers to signal the 3 of them to stop, announcing that they would end there for the day, which led Ma Yuan to ask in surprise if it was really over just like that. Wasn't this supposed to be relentless training? Ma Yuan wondered, but Li Tianyuan turned to leave, stating it was unnecessary and that today's lesson was sufficient. At the same time, in the main hall of the Xinmu sect, a disciple rushed in to report to the sect leader, and while he was still catching his breath, Yi Ying impatiently asked if he had finally returned. What was King Yun Mountain's reaction? Are they sending reinforcements? What about the other conditions? There are only a few days left until the competition with the Xunian sect. The sweat-drenched disciple replied that Qingyun Mountain had been. He hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure and continuing his report. The entire Qingyun Mountain had been leveled, and recalling the vast, flat expanse of land as if the mountain had never existed, the disciple remained terrified. At that moment, he had thought he was in the wrong place, and Yi Ying, unable to believe what he was hearing, pressed him again, asking if Qingyun Mountain had truly been flattened. What kind of joke is this? That is Qingyun Mountain, not just a few small mounds of dirt, Yi Ying barked. But despite the old man's disbelief, the disciple immediately countered that he was telling the truth. This disciple is not telling a single lie. The entire Qingyun Mountain is gone, with nothing left behind as if it had never existed at all. On the other side, Zhou Tianxi calmly remarked that it was fortunate many supreme elders had ended their seclusion, giving them the ability to deal with the Xunian sect. Yi Ying looked doubtful, noting that the elder had entered the forbidden area long ago and had yet to return, before turning to ask if only the disciples personally taught by Li Tianyuan were the sole hope for the Xinmu sect. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxi sternly ordered Elder Xia to hand over the 5-revolution Immortal pill. Meanwhile, in a small room behind the mountain, 6 people were gathered for a meal, and as Shi Yunwen and Xiao Zhai gestured to describe their training movements, Shi Yunwen cheerfully asked, "Xiao Yi, how was your martial arts training with your father today? Did you have to run back and forth until you were out of breath?" she asked, watching the 2 grandchildren play so happily. Xia Junyi couldn't help but laugh. While at the table, Xiao Yi ate while silently observing Li Tianyuan, who dined leisurely with an elegant demeanor until a hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Shi Yanhan spoke up to remind him, "Look, Yi Qi's inner turmoil is the most important thing. Please give the boy a little more time." Just then an old man stumbled into the room with a jar of wine in his hand, and Xia Junyi quickly stood up to ask, "Bufan, have you finally returned? Where have you been these past few days?" she asked, and he set the wine jar on the floor, leaned against a table leg, and replied with his eyes closed that he had simply been out drinking. Seeing how drunk he was, Xia Junyi hurried her daughter, Yunwen, to go get a bowl of sobering soup, and the girl nodded before quickly running to the kitchen. Then she told Shi Yanhan to look after her father for a moment while she stepped away, and Shi Yanhan hurried to help Bufan into a chair, telling him to sit down. Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi greeted their grandfather in unison, and seeing the 2 adorable children, he approached and asked Yanhan if these 2 little ones were the sons she had given birth to. His breath reeked so strongly of alcohol that the 2 children couldn't stand it and covered their noses, thinking to themselves that the smell of the wine was truly terrible. Suddenly, Bufan's eyes lit up, and he unexpectedly grabbed Xiao Yi's hand, holding it for a long time as if he had realized something that caused his eyebrows to furrow. Afterward, he released Xiao Yi's hand and clutched his head with a dejected expression, letting out a hopeless laugh about how he was old and had his meridians destroyed by a sneak attack, while the boy was too young and suffered from defective bone structure. At that point, he glanced at Shi Yanhan and shouted that her cultivation had also been sealed, turning her into a useless person, words that left her completely stunned. Shi Yanhan's brow furrowed as her eyes widened in disbelief at his words, while Bu Fan sat there looking a decade older, muttering that everyone in his family was a useless failure. After speaking, he burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, prompting Xia Junyi to solemnly present a grade 5 Immortal pill to Bu Fan. Xia Junyi urged Bu Fan to try the grade 5 Immortal pill to see if it could heal his wounds, but he despondently replied that it was futile since his meridians were utterly destroyed beyond any pill's salvation. Meanwhile, once the medicine was ready, Shi Yunwen brought the bowl of sobering soup to her father and asked him to drink it. He furiously knocked the bowl away and shouted that he was perfectly sober, a sudden outburst that left Shi Yunwen completely stunned. She was shocked by her father's drastic change as Bu Fan leaned against the table and mentioned the upcoming Profound Yin sect competition. He suggested they should simply surrender and join the Profound Yin sect, claiming the Heartwood sect stood no chance against such an opponent. Xia Junyi asked Li Tianyuan if there was truly no hope left, to which he looked ahead and firmly stated that it was useless. He remarked that a man who had lost his will could not be saved, causing Bu Fan to laugh loudly as if he had finally found someone who understood him. Bu Fan claimed that his death would be a blessing for his family, but Li Tianyuan looked at him with pure disdain and said his current state was indeed worse than death. He mocked Bu Fan for being unable to walk or cook for himself, while only knowing how to complain, even though the person who ruined his meridians remained at large. He questioned if Bu Fan's mind had been damaged as well, but the man didn't respond and instead took a long swig from his wine bottle. After smashing the bottle on the ground, Li Tianyuan pressed him further, asking if he had ever bothered to teach his daughter or any heart-would sect disciple anything during his years of cultivation. Bu Fan slumped over the table and rasped that he once harbored great ambitions to restore the sect, but he was cut off before he could finish. Li Tianyuan knocked away another wine bottle and interrupted, asking what else he had accomplished besides being a burden to his family and wasting resources. Unable to watch her father be insulted any longer, Shi Yunwen spoke up and told Li Tianyuan that he had no right to speak to her father that way. With his hands behind his back, he sternly told her that while they might coddle the man, he would not, before leaning down to address Bu Fan again. He called Bu Fan a selfish coward who never considered his wife or children, but then he suddenly realized something was amiss. He decided he would heal the man, admitting he had no right to criticize him on that matter, before informing everyone he was stepping out for a moment. At that time, 3 disciples were walking in the courtyard, with one asking the other if they were truly going to demand the grade 5 Immortal pill. The other displayed a command token and replied that since it was the sect leader's order, Elder Zia wouldn't dare disobey, though the first disciple remained skeptical given Bu Fan's legendary reputation. He recalled how Bu Fan had once single-handedly leveled the demon realm with his sword, leaving the cultists utterly defeated, but another disciple chimed in. He claimed that Bu Fan was now nothing more than a cripple, unaware as they gossiped that Li Tianyuan was already standing directly in their path. With a darkened expression, he ordered them to get lost, but one disciple angrily retorted, demanding to know who he was to stop them from collecting the pill from Elder Zia. Recognizing the man, a companion tried to stop his senior, identifying Li Tianyuan as the disciple who had recently been promoted. The senior disciple pointed at Li Tianyuan and threatened to teach him a lesson for stealing Wang Heng's position, only to have his finger instantly snapped back. As the disciple collapsed in agony, Li Tianyuan coldly repeated his order to leave, warning that he would break another finger if another word was spoken. The man stubbornly held up the command token and accused him of rebellion, resulting in all 10 of his fingers being broken as he screamed in pain. Ignoring the horrific cries, he walked away and later met Sui Feng on a high tree branch, where his subordinate handed him a newly forged item. Sui Feng explained that the weapon for Xiao Yi had been crafted from 2 blocks of pond copper as requested, and Li Tianyuan unwrapped a remarkably exquisite sword. He picked up the sword to gauge its weight, while Sui Feng voiced his concern that Xiao Yi lacked a heavenly vein spirit bone. Even if she survived the gate of life and death, true qi could not circulate through her body, but Li Tianyuan interrupted, saying he had a way. He produced a brilliantly glowing heavenly vein spirit bone, causing Sui Feng to exclaim in shock, asking if it was the one taken from Zhang Tong. Li Tianyuan then fused the bone with the sword forged from pursuit bronze, watching as the spirit bone slowly merged into the weapon. A blue radiance enveloped the blade as Sui Feng finally understood his master's intent to create a temporary conduit for Xiao Yi's true qi. He predicted the weapon might evolve into a sentient immortal artifact in time, while Li Tianyuan sheathed it, noting that though the bone wasn't hers, its high quality suited her well. He added that it was a top-grade material, perfect for forging a weapon for Zhu Yi, just as 2 figures appeared below. Sui Feng informed Li Tianyuan of their arrival as a man in black knelt before the starving ghost and gluttonous ghost to pay his respects. He inquired if the 2 underworld emissaries had any orders, to which the gluttonous ghost replied dismissively, while the starving ghost asked about a certain jade. The gluttonous ghost insisted on following the standard procedure, leading the man in black to ask if there was some difficulty they were discussing. The gluttonous ghost explained they were there to enlist help in locating an item within the Xinmu sect. He produced a drawing of the Kishin jade, which Li Tianyuan and Sui Feng observed closely from their high vantage point. He mentioned it was called the Star Spirit Jade, then paused as if unsure how to explain before waving his hand dismissively at the man. He told the man to just find the item in the drawing, to which the man in black worriedly replied that the Xinmu sect was in great danger. He warned that the Xunian sect would soon arrive to seize the Xinmu sect and begged the emissaries to resolve the crisis to secure the treasure. Otherwise, it might fall into the Xunian sect's hands and cause trouble, leading the gluttonous ghost to agree and the man to offer his thanks. Once the man departed, the starving ghost asked why they had agreed to help and if they truly intended to intervene. The gluttonous ghost replied that with the vengeful ghost present, he cared little for the sect's fate and only wanted to survive their own ordeal. The starving ghost understood, lamenting that when the kings of hell fight, it is the lesser ghosts who pay the price. From the treetops, Sui Feng confirmed the man's identity to Li Tianyuan and asked if he should be eliminated immediately. Li Tianyuan shook his head, deciding the Xinmu sect's traitor should be dealt with by his own people as a hand reached out in the dim light. Shi Bufin sat motionless, staring intently at his own palm, while Xia Junyi asked with concern if he had slept at all. He suddenly called her name with such tenderness that she was stunned, as it had been years since she heard him speak so affectionately. A wave of nostalgia and surprise washed over her as he sighed deeply, admitting he had grown addicted to praise and could not endure the pity and contempt that replaced it. He confessed that only wine helped him forget his agony, then muttered with a self-deprecating tone that the boy was right. He realized that as long as he still breathed and his mind functioned, he had to continue, leaving Xia Junyi speechless as he looked at her sincerely. He apologized to Xia Junyi, admitting he had failed his responsibilities and left every family burden on her shoulders for all these years. Xia Junyi was deeply moved by the return of the man she once knew and embraced him, whispering that she had waited a long time for this moment. The next morning, Shi Bufin sat upright and sober, leaving Shi Yanhen and Shi Yunwen to stare at each other in disbelief until Shi Yunwen asked what was happening. He sternly replied that it was time to pull himself together and quit drinking, then spoke as he noticed Li Tianyuan in the courtyard. It was thanks to that boy that I regained my clarity. The two daughters watched their brother-in-law enter the courtyard with surprised looks as Shi Bufin produced 2 books. Yanhan and Yu Nguyen, these are the cultivation insights I personally compiled and recorded throughout the night. He then thumped his chest confidently, telling them to ask their father if they ever encountered anything they didn't understand during their training. Just then, Li Qianyuan stepped forward. Shi Bufin was slightly surprised. As she picked up one of the books, Shi Yu Nguyen added a remark that left Shi Bufin feeling quite embarrassed. "Yes, father, I believe my husband's guidance is more than enough, isn't it?" He was on the verge of tears, realizing he had truly become useless. In contrast to Yunwen, Shi Yanhen clutched the book to her chest and cheerfully encouraged him. "Father, I will cherish this effort of yours." Shi Bufin watched her in silence while Li Tianyuan, taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, secretly slipped something into the teacup before handing it to him. "Father-in-law, please have some tea." Honored to be served by his son-in-law, he immediately raised the cup and drank without hesitation, but after just one sip, he felt an extraordinary transformation within his body, as if his meridians were being mended, causing Shi Bufin to cry out in shock. "The injuries to my meridians have completely healed." He raised the teacup to ask loudly but stopped when he saw Li Tianyuan's knowing look. He immediately clasped his hands and prepared to kneel, saying, "For this gift of rebirth, please accept Shi Bufin's bow." Li Tianyuan quickly used his spiritual power to stop him and help him up, insisting that a father should never kneel to him. He then added, "But if you truly wish to start over, father, you must never neglect yourself." He handed him a piece of paper and said, "Your meridians have just recovered, so you need time to adapt. Follow these instructions to cultivate, and they will help you stabilize quickly." He paused and advised, "For now, focus on your recovery. Once everything is fully stable, you should consume that 5-revolution Immortal pill. At that point, you will return to your peak state." Deeply moved, Shi Bufin gripped the paper and said sincerely, "Son-in-law, I don't know how to thank you." Li Tianyuan replied calmly, "There is no need for thanks. In 5 days, I will have another grand gift for you." Shi Bufin was surprised. "A grand gift?" He explained immediately, "Shouldn't the grudge of those who destroyed your meridians be settled?" Hearing this, the older man asked excitedly, "Do you know who harmed me?" He didn't answer but simply patted his shoulder and affirmed, "Just wait, that person will reveal themselves." While the family rejoiced that Shi Bufin had quit drinking and resolved to change, Shi Yanhen pulled Li Tianyuan aside, saying, "Tianyuan, come here for a moment." On the other side, Xia Junner was still happily hugging Shi Bufin and speaking loudly. "Bufin, this is wonderful." Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhen stepped away to talk privately. She said, "Before Xiao Yi was taken by Zhang Rui, his heavenly meridian spirit bone was still intact. I checked his health just before I was about to leave the Xinmu sect." He pressed Shi Yanhen. "If that's the case, does it mean someone extracted Xiao Yi's heavenly meridian spirit bone while he was being held captive?" Shi Yanhen confirmed confidently, "It had to be during that time." She hesitated, looking confused. "But Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi were always together, yet neither of them realized it. Even Xiao Yi didn't know his heavenly meridian spirit bone was gone." After reflecting for a moment, he concluded, "The mastermind planned this with incredible depth. They not only deceived Zhang Tong and the 9 Clouds High Sect, but also carried everything out in secret." He continued, "We can now be certain this person or organization is linked to the 9 Clouds High Sect. Perhaps we should act sooner than planned." Shi Yanhan asked. In your opinion, could it be him? After all, Xiao Yi is his own descendant. Li Tianyuan was furious, radiating a massive pressure as the green true qi around him fluctuated violently, reflecting his rage. If it is him, things will be much less complicated. The next morning, a horrific scene unfolded. A person stood on the steps while a young girl was tied tightly to a pillar below. Sharp nails had pierced the poor girl's body. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the heart-disturbing cave in the Xinmu sect, Li Tianyuan and his 3 disciples were focused on their training. While Shi Yunwen and Ma Yuan began their practice, Li Tianyuan stood before Xiao Yi. He handed the boy a sword made of bronze and gave him instructions. From now on, this weapon must never leave your side. Xiao Yi reached out to take it, but as soon as Li Tianyuan let go, the boy couldn't hold it up. The tip of the sword dragged across the floor. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and tried to lift it, but it was still too difficult. He cried out, "It's too heavy." Li Tianyuan immediately transferred a stream of spiritual energy into the boy's forehead and advised, use this cultivation technique to build your foundation first. Soon after, Xiao Yi felt a flow of true qi coursing through his body. It was a magical sensation, and he exclaimed in amazement, "This is incredible. Suddenly, this bronze sword feels like a part of my own body, even though it's still very heavy." Li Tianyuan looked at the boy and commanded, "Continue your training as usual." Xiao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked him straight in the eye, and replied, "Yes, master." Suddenly, he concentrated a surge of true qi into his palm and struck out powerfully toward the boy. A second later, the boy was knocked to the ground, and confused by the action, Xiao Yi loudly questioned what he was doing, to which he calmly replied that he was helping him train. The boy pointed toward Shi Yunwen and Ma Yuan, who were cultivating in the corner, and remarked that he thought cultivation was supposed to be like what they were doing. While the boy looked annoyed, Li Qianyuan remained perfectly composed and told him his situation was different before waving his hand to manifest a stream of green energy. The energy struck Xiao Yi, forcing him to grit his teeth in resistance as he wondered if the man was actually serious. While the scene shifted to the majestic main hall of the Xinmu sect where a disciple knelt. With a pathetic expression and a trembling voice, he reported that Li Qianyuan had not only defied the sect leader's orders, but had also broken all 10 of his fingers for no reason. He begged for a severe punishment to restore justice, and upon hearing this, Yi Ying roared in fury at such lawless behavior. Unable to contain his rage, Wang Heng immediately rushed outside while shouting that he would gather the sect's elite disciples to capture Li Qianyuan. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Zhou Tianxi calmly called out for him to wait and then walked forward with composure. He ordered everyone to follow him, and as Yi Ying watched Zhou Tianxi's back, he thought that with the sect in chaos, the sect leader's position wouldn't last long and soon no one would respect his commands. Outside the cave of heart disturbance, after a brief period of cultivation, Ma Yuan felt a distinct transformation within his body and realized that the technique Li Qianyuan taught him was truly extraordinary. Suddenly, he looked up to see a group of people rushing toward them, and he was startled to see Wang Heng leading the way. With his fists clenched and veins bulging on his face, Wang Heng looked incredibly menacing as he cursed Li Qianyuan in his mind for looking down on him. He decided to gather the elite disciples to kill the man today, then launched a kick toward Li Qianyuan while roaring for him to prepare to die. Seeing Wang Heng attack, Ma Yuan quickly stepped in to stop him, but as soon as he blocked the strike, Wang Heng was sent flying backward a significant distance. The disciples behind them stared in shock, their faces turning pale with cold sweat, as they couldn't believe Ma Yuan had repelled Wang Heng despite being an entire realm lower. Feeling humiliated, Wang Heng tried to excuse it as a lapse in concentration before charging back into the fight against Ma Yuan. With a single gentle palm strike, Ma Yuan knocked Wang Heng back for a second time, leaving Ma Yuan himself in utter disbelief at his own power. He realized that although his cultivation realm had not increased, he was much stronger, and he immediately understood the cause. Attributing his success to Li Qianyuan's guidance, he clasped his hands and knelt down respectfully to thank his benefactor for the teaching. The other disciples were profoundly shocked that just 2 days of instruction could transform Ma Yuan so completely, calling it a miracle. With his back turned to Ma Yuan, Li Qianyuan casually remarked that while a realm is a measure of power, it is not an absolute standard. He glanced at Ma Yuan and clarified that he had only agreed to teach them for 5 days as part of an exchange, so no formal master-disciple relationship existed between them. Zhou Tianxi approached, and sensing that Ma Yuan's aura was similar to the famous Great Supreme Heart-Burning technique, he directly asked Li Qianyuan if he had passed it on. His words shocked Ma Yuan and the surrounding disciples, but Li Qianyuan simply closed his eyes and arrogantly stated that he had modified the technique specifically for him. Yi Ying loudly questioned how he dared to leak the sect's secret arts, but he coldly replied that since Ma Yuan was a member of the Xinmu sect, there was no reason he shouldn't learn it. He added that it was their habit of hoarding secrets and failing to teach fully that caused each new generation to be weaker than the last. Ma Yuan was stunned by these words as the man looked at Zhou Tianxi and Yi Ying with a meaningful gaze, asserting that a technique's strength depends entirely on the individual. Wang Heng could no longer restrain himself and began hurling insults, accusing Li Qianyuan of stealing his position as top disciple and shaming him by teaching Ma Yuan. Li Qianyuan treated the insults like the buzzing of a fly and coldly remarked that he was nothing more than a nuisance who only knew how to bother others. Being called a nuisance drove Wang Heng into a total frenzy, and he screamed in a rage that the man had also murdered his younger brother. "It is a fight to the death between us," Li Tianyuan said, turning his expressionless face toward him as if looking at a corpse before speaking coldly, "Then die." With those words, he unleashed a powerful and oppressive surge of green spiritual energy that struck Wang Heng directly in the chest, the immense force crushing his ribs and suffocating his heart. He froze, unable to utter a word, before his body began to tremble violently until he could no longer stand and had to brace himself against the ground with a faint groan. His eyes rolled back as blood poured from his nose and mouth, his body bulging with hideous green veins until he finally collapsed to the ground, completely breathless. Seeing this, Yi Ying's face turned purple with rage as he roared in fury. Did you actually kill Wang Heng?" He admitted it without hesitation. "Didn't he want to fight to the death with me?" "I am merely fulfilling his wish," he replied, leaving Yi Ying so enraged that he could only stutter incoherently. "You insolent fool!" He pointed his index finger directly at Li Tianyuan. But before he could finish, an invisible force crushed his finger and snapped it backward. A second later, he stared at his finger and screamed in agony, while he remained indifferent, calmly warning him that his patience was wearing thin. "Say one more word, and another of your fingers will be broken," he said to Yi Ying, who was now pale with pain and drenched in sweat as he spoke in terror. As soon as the word left his mouth, he met his sharp gaze, and another finger was snapped, leaving Yi Ying in excruciating pain while a nearby disciple watched. Witnessing this scene, the disciple trembled in fear before Zhou Tianxi finally spoke up to reprimand him. "Li Tianyuan, what you say is not entirely without merit. However, you cannot simply give away our sect's supreme cultivation techniques. Do you have no respect for the sect leader of this Xinmu sect?" Instead of answering, he responded with a cold, mocking remark. "Your life only has a few days left, so you had better cherish them." He then turned back to continue practicing with Ma Yuan, not forgetting to warn him. "Furthermore, do not even think about that 5-revolution Immortal pill. Anyone who touches it will become the next Wang Heng." Zhou Tianxi did not believe a word he said, snorting coldly with a heart full of contempt. "My life only has a few days left. I think it is you who won't live much longer. Just you wait. The day will come when you pay a heavy price." After 5 days, the vast martial arts square of the Xinmu sect was packed with people, as thousands turned their eyes toward the sky. They watched as tiny specks of light gradually descended. Zhou Tianxi observed tensely, his face filled with anxiety as he whispered, "They have arrived," as a massive group appeared in orderly ranks. Their aura was overwhelming. These were the elites of the Xunian sect. Witnessing the formidable power from the opposing side, Ma Chengyan evaluated them with a hint of hesitation. Almost all the core experts of the Xunian sect were present. Zhou Tianxi added worriedly, "Even their sect leader has appeared in person." Their ambition to swallow the Xinmu sect whole was clear. As the Xunian sect delegation landed, Zhou Tianxi stepped forward to greet them, surprised that sect leader Gu would attend a mere disciple competition. The sect leader of the Gu sect, Gu Shaoshan, stood with a majestic air and his hands behind his back, responding in a cold and provocative tone. "Didn't your Xinmu sect arrogantly challenge us and demand that our Xunian sect send its leader? Didn't you want to wipe us out?" Zhou Tianxi silently observed him in shock. With such a powerful aura, Gu cultivation had already reached the early saint profound realm. Tianhe from the Xunian sect immediately spoke up to belittle the people of the Xinmu sect, saying, "Look at the inexperienced state of this crowd." Seeing this, Yin Sha sternly warned him, "Tianhe, do not be careless. The Xinmu sect has someone extremely formidable. He even broke my demon-locking sword array." Instead of listening, Tianhe used a sarcastic tone to mock Yin Sha. "HMPH, you are in the Marquis realm and have various treasures gifted by our master, including the Bila Beast, yet you couldn't even suppress the Xinmu sect. You let them drive you back and even lost an arm. Do you still deserve your reputation?" These biting words sent Yin Sha into a towering rage. He gnashed his teeth in resentment, swearing that he would eventually stain the entire Xinmu sect red with blood. At that moment, Gu Shaoshan looked directly at Zhou Tianxi. He arrogantly declared that sect leader Zhou need not waste any more words, for offending the Xuan Yin sect left only the path of death. This extreme arrogance left the members of the Xin Mu sect utterly stunned before he offered them a choice: surrender and become a branch of the Xuan Yin sect to be treated as family. If the Xin Mu sect surrendered all their resources, he would overlook past grievances. Otherwise, he left the threat hanging as Zhou Tianxai lowered his head. As he hesitated to respond, Li Qianyuan suddenly stepped forward and spoke calmly, remarking on how lively the gathering was upon seeing him. Yin Sha pointed excitedly at Li Qianyuan and roared that he was the one who had killed his two subordinates in an instant. Li Qianyuan stood before Gu Shaoshan and bluntly asked if they hadn't come for a martial arts duel, urging them to start instead of wasting time talking. He then pointed directly at sect leader Gu Shaoshan and issued a challenge, stating there was no need to waste time fighting everyone individually. He suggested a single match to settle things quickly, but as soon as Li Qianyuan finished speaking, Tianhe burst out laughing, wondering who could have possibly defeated him. It turned out to be a fool who dared to challenge his master directly, and with that, he continued to laugh heartily. Seeing Li Qianyuan acting so recklessly, Yi Ying became frantic with fear and hurriedly pleaded for sect leader Gu to calm his anger. She claimed that offending the Xuan Yin sect was Li Qianyuan's own doing, to which Gu Shaoshan mockingly replied that the Xin Mu sect was surprisingly capable of raising such a rebellious disciple. Seeing them talk incessantly, Li Qianyuan urged them to stop wasting words and just start the fight already. At that moment, Yin Sha arrogantly pointed at Li Qianyuan's face and shouted that the brat would not be able to remain so insolent for much longer. Before he could finish saying that his master could defeat him with a single finger, Li Qianyuan released a powerful surge of pressure. His entire body was enveloped in a green light, and that terrifying suppressive force struck Yin Sha directly, forcing him to clutch his chest in agony. Even though he stopped the attack, Yin Sha seemed severely injured and speechless, while Li Qianyuan looked at him coldly, deciding to hold back so as not to frighten the others away. It would be a pity if they were too scared to compete. So Tianhe cupped his hands and volunteered to Gu Shaoshan, calling the Xin Mu sect far too arrogant. He asked his master to let him personally duel the madman to save face, and the sect leader immediately agreed, telling him to go and crush their pride before they annexed the Xin Mu sect. With the sect leader's approval, Tianhe stepped forward to face Li Qianyuan and began channeling his power, his entire body radiating a purple energy. Tianhe pointed at him and arrogantly asked if he would come forward first or if all his disciples would charge together. But Li Qianyuan did not respond. He simply looked at Tianhe and coolly remarked that the monarch realm was decent enough before turning to Xiao Yi and telling him to step up. Being called upon startled the boy, who wondered if he could really compete after only a few days of training, though he tried to hide his lingering fear. Xiao Yi composed himself and stepped forward, leaving the disciples of the Xin Mu sect in disbelief that a mere child was being sent into battle. They questioned what abilities the boy could possibly have, viewing the Xin Mu sect's decision to send a child to fight as an act of pure madness. Tianhe crossed his arms and laughed with disdain, arrogantly remarking that it was quite amusing to see a child being sent to face him. Li Qianyuan spoke a cold sentence that stunned him, claiming that if he suppressed his cultivation to the same level, he might not even be able to defeat the boy. Hearing this, Tianhe turned serious and stopped laughing, yet he still looked down on his opponent and agreed to lower himself to play along for the day. Xiao Yi raised his sword and began channeling his power as a golden light enveloped the blade and swirled around him. But he grew even more arrogant upon seeing the boy was only at the mortal shedding realm. He sneered, asking if it was a joke for a brat who had just entered the mortal shedding realm to challenge him, wondering if that was all the boy was capable of. Then, acting hypocritically, he told the boy that he would suppress his cultivation to the same level for the fight so that no one could accuse him of bullying. Xiao Yi's cultivation level left the Xin Mu sect disciples in utter disbelief, wondering if the boy had truly reached the mortal shedding realm. One disciple remarked that it took him nearly a year to reach that stage, while another gasped that it had only been a few days for the boy. Standing behind him, Xiao Zhai cheered enthusiastically for her brother to win, and her voice quickly caught Tianhe's attention. Pointing at Xiao Zhai, he asked Yin Sha if she was the celestial spirit body he had mentioned, to which Yin Sha solemnly confirmed. Yin Sha insisted his divine eyes never erred, prompting Tianhe to break into a sinister smile as he loudly declared his intent. He claimed that by seizing the girl's celestial spirit body, he would have a chance to become a great emperor, leaving Xiao Zhai wide-eyed with shock as Xiao Yi suddenly lunged at him. Though Tianhe had been focused on the sister, he easily parried the strike and shoved Xiao Yi back, shouting out in a fit of rage, He cursed the brat for the sneak attack, but Xiao Yi remembered Li Tianyuan's advice to strike first and use full power during any opening, so he attacked again without hesitation. The sudden blow caused such agonizing pain that he wondered what kind of formidable origin that bronze mace in the boy's hand truly had. While his opponent was still dazed, Xiao Yi pressed his advantage with a flurry of strikes, forcing Tianhe to finally snap out of it and circulate his power to resist. Watching from the roof, Sui Feng mused that Xiao Yi's senses had become far sharper than average due to his daily training and the life-death secret of the 8-bitter god technique. He noted that since Tianhe was suppressing his cultivation, he would never be able to land a hit on Xiao Yi, who remained completely untouched. Consumed by frustration, Tianhe roared at the boy, demanding to know why he kept targeting his right arm as the bronze mace swung toward it once more. Xiao Yi recalled Li Tianyuan's instruction to always strike at an existing wound for maximum impact, remembering how he had once asked what to do if there were no injuries. His mentor had calmly told him to create one, a lesson Xiao Yi now fully grasped as he relentlessly hammered at Tianhe's right arm. Tianhe let out a pained groan as sweat poured down his face, providing Xiao Yi the perfect moment to leap into the air for a downward strike. He aimed once more for the right arm, and the excruciating pain convinced Tianhe that he simply could not withstand the boy's assault. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if he truly was no match for the child at the same cultivation level before Xiao Yi lunged at him again. Driven past his limit by the pain, he cursed the brat and began to circulate his inner energy, unleashing a massive surge of power. The overwhelming pressure blasted Xiao Yi backward, prompting Zhou Tianxi to cry out in shock that Tianhe had reached the monarch realm. Ma Chengyan was stunned that Tianhe reached such a level in his 30s, while Yi Ying predicted he would one day become a great emperor and shake the Xin Mu sect. He mused that perhaps only the former senior Shibu Fan could have rivaled him, while Xiao Zhai angrily pointed at Tianhe and called him a cheater. The other disciples were equally furious, questioning how Tianhe could break his promise to suppress his cultivation and unleash his full power. They condemned him for being untrustworthy and having words worth nothing, which only served to further incense the enraged Tianhe. He roared for them to be silent, but Xiao Zhai fearlessly retorted that he was a shameless fraud who clearly couldn't defeat Xiao Yi fairly. Her words pushed Tianhe over the edge, and he turned toward the young girl with a murderous glare, calling her a wretched brat. Xiao Yi immediately rushed to stand in front of his sister, his face tense as Tianhe sneered and asked if he intended to protect her. Laughing, he declared he would refine her celestial spirit body right before the boy's eyes and charged forward, ordering Xiao Yi to get out of the way. Xiao Yi struggled against the monarch realm's might, recalling Li Tianyuan's lesson that concentrating one's cultivation into a single point could allow one to resist a superior master. Following those instructions, Xiao Yi began to gather his qi, letting the spiritual energy flow from his feet through his body and into the bronze mace. Energy converged at the tip of the bronze slip as Xiao Yi closed his eyes, focusing his spiritual power into a single point before launching the strike toward Tianhe. The two surges of spiritual power clashed violently while Tianhe sneered with contempt, asking if he was seeking death, leaving Sui Feng wide-eyed in shock. The death decree allowed Xiao Yi to unleash power far beyond his limits, and combined with his absolute focus, he might actually achieve a significant breakthrough. At that moment, Xiao Yi's spiritual power began to gain the upper hand, piercing through Tianhe's defenses and leaving the man horrified and unable to believe his eyes. As those words left his mouth, Tianhe was struck directly by Xiao Yi's power, causing him to roar in fury that a mere brat in the mortal shedding realm could insult him so. He screamed for the boy to die, pouring every ounce of his strength into a final blow intended to finish Xiao Yi once and for all. Ultimately, the gap between the monarch rank and the mortal shedding realm was too vast, and Xiao Yi was quickly defeated and sent flying backward. Meanwhile, Tianhe's spiritual palm continued its pursuit as Xiao Yi, dazed from the impact, struggled to narrow his eyes and see through the haze. Before he could even register the impending danger, a mysterious surge of blue spiritual energy appeared, forming a protective barrier in front of him. It turned out that Li Tianyuan had arrived just in time to intercept the fatal attack for Xiao Yi, calmly circulating his origin qi as he did so. He easily neutralized Tianhe's aggressive strike before glancing at Xiao Yi and instructing him to remember and grow accustomed to this sensation. He told the boy that he must not panic when facing those of higher cultivation in the future, to which Xiao Yi obediently nodded as Tianhe spoke up. The man remarked that he hadn't expected him to possess such skill, yet he remained incredibly arrogant, dismissively stating that it was all useless. He vowed to slaughter the Xinmu sect after killing the boy, but before he could finish, Li Tianyuan unleashed a fatal palm strike that turned Tianhe into nothingness. Li Tianyuan turned and told Xiaoyi that there were things he needed to witness with his own eyes, specifically his father's terrifying power. Xiaoyi turned pale with fear and bit his lip in silence, completely shaken after witnessing the casual destruction of Tianhe. Li Tianyuan realized his goal of using the Xunian sect for Xiaoyi's combat training was complete, so he clasped his hands and coldly addressed Zhu Shaoshan's group. He declared that they were no longer of any use, a statement that wounded Zhu Shaoshan's pride and drove him to a state of murderous rage. Calling him an arrogant fool who didn't know his place, the man vowed to destroy the Xinmu sect today before ordering his disciples to take action. He commanded them to deploy the 10 generals' heaven and earth absolute killing formation, and 10 disciples rushed forward with bronze rods to surround Li Tianyuan. A bizarrely shaped formation carrying an overwhelming pressure unfolded to trap him, creating a dire situation that terrified the onlookers. Zhou Tianxi and Ma Chengyan could not hide their horror, with Ma Chengyan trembling and drenched in sweat as he stammered in fear. He expressed disbelief that they would use such a formation, wondering how they could survive, while Zhou Tianxi desperately tried to mediate. He begged sect leader Zhu to stop, but Zhu Shaoshan exploded in fury, declaring that his actions were always decisive and grand. He vowed to wipe out the entire sect for the death of his disciple, while Li Tianyuan remained perfectly composed, as if he were facing nothing at all. Suddenly, Zhu Shaoshan noticed something that shocked him just as Li Tianyuan began to execute the 9 netherworld cavern technique. A glowing orb of spiritual energy crackling with lightning formed in his palm, while massive, swirling thunderclouds appeared in the sky above. The celestial clouds mirrored the orb in his hand, as he combined the move with the heaven-piercing God Slayer and unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts. Powerful explosions rang out as the disciples desperately exhausted their spiritual power to defend themselves, struggling just to stay alive for a few moments. Before long, they could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and began coughing up blood as the terrifying pressure of the lightning left them in total shock. After eliminating the 10 disciples maintaining the 10 generals' heaven and earth absolute killing array, he redirected his assault, launching a destructive bolt of lightning directly into the Xuanyin sect crowd, while Gu Shaoshan watched in a daze as his sect members were engulfed by the immense pressure. The usual composure on his face had now twisted into pure terror as Li Qianyuan gently waved his hand, transforming that power into a transparent beam of blue light that resembled a pristine stream. Every disciple of the Xuanyin sect was swept up in this terrifying surge of energy, which acted like a razor-sharp blade of sword chi, striking down each individual. Li Qianyuan watched impassively as the blue energy intensified, consuming those unable to defend themselves, while the Xinmu sect disciples witnessed the scene in utter shock, their mouths agape and voices failing them in disbelief. Had the Xuanyin sect truly been annihilated? Beyond just the disciples, Ma Chengyan was also profoundly stunned, his entire body trembling at the horrific sight. He couldn't help but exclaim, wondering if Li Qianyuan was responsible for all of this, while Yi Ying gazed at Li Qianyuan's back and had to admit that the great threat from the Xuanyin sect might finally be resolved. The entire disciple force of the Xuanyin sect had perished, leaving only Gu Shaoshan alive due to his high cultivation, though he remained severely wounded. Gu Shaoshan propped himself up, coughed violently, and spat out a large amount of blood before struggling to his feet and loudly cursing him as a scoundrel. He merely narrowed his eyes and calmly remarked that it was impressive he still had the strength to resist, while Gu Shaoshan, his face covered in blood, looked as ferocious as a demon, growled that he would never forgive the destruction of the Xuanyin sect, and immediately shouted a plea for the 56th sect leader to summon the Xuanyin ancestor to destroy the culprit, while holding a yellow talisman between his fingers. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the talisman in his hand dissolved into a golden whirlwind before him, revealing the faint silhouette of a man as Gu Shaoshan excitedly announced his arrival. He claimed that the one rapidly approaching was the most powerful ancestor of the Xuanyin sect and burst into laughter, declaring that everyone would die now that his ancestor had arrived. He vowed to make them all be buried with him, causing the Xinmu sect disciples to fall into a state of panic and fear as the golden light began to fade. The avatar of a white-haired old man with a majestic face appeared, though strangely his eyes lacked pupils, and his head began to tilt to the side as another figure loomed behind him. A moment later, the head fell to the ground and rolled like a ball to Gu Shaoshan's feet, leaving him in absolute shock that the majestic ancestor had been defeated before he could even speak. Having witnessed this sudden turn of events, Everyone cried out in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Ming-Wu appeared coldly and flicked his hand to push the ancestor's body aside before making his declaration. He announced that all 3 ancestors of the Xuan Yin sect had been decapitated, and the sect was now officially erased, inwardly smirking at having finally displayed his extraordinary abilities to everyone. However, he was met with a sarcastic remark from Sui Feng about his pointless boasting, while Gu Shaoshan was so enraged he could barely speak. Ming-Wu then stood with his hands clasped and reported to Li Qianyuan that the mission was complete and the remaining members of the Xuan Yin sect had been dealt with, causing Gu Shaoshan to vomit blood in bitter resentment. He whispered that destroying the Xuan Yin sect meant offending the entire Rai Tang kingdom, and that the powerful forces backing them would not let this go. Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground and took his final breath, at which point Li Qianyuan patted the shoulder of the dazed Xiao Yi. He told him to stay calm and get used to it, as he would likely face such scenes often in the future. While Xiao Yi looked around in confusion and asked Sui Feng if he had been the one to take action. As Yi Ying cried out in terror, Li Qianyuan coldly replied that it wasn't over and that the best part of the show was only just beginning. At that moment, a white-haired old man riding a cloud rushed toward them, identifying himself as the Supreme Elder as he landed gently on the ground. The elders and disciples of the Xin Mu sect bowed in greeting, and before Yi Ying could finish explaining the downfall of the Xuan Yin sect, the Supreme Elder interrupted. He noted that the threat from the Xuan Yin sect seemed to have been neutralized, but suddenly Li Qianyuan called out his name, Sidu Lang. Hearing his name, the Supreme Elder turned in surprise and bowed deeply to express his sincere gratitude to the gentleman for saving the Xin Mu sect. He did not respond to the thanks, but instead bluntly asked for the item he required, to which the Supreme Elder looked up and confirmed he had brought it. After speaking, he presented a white jade pendant and explained that he had faced countless hardships and dangers to obtain the object for him. Ultimately, it was only through my perseverance and unyielding will that I successfully secured this jade. Will you truly not consider taking me as your disciple? Yi Ying stood at a distance, silently listening to the conversation between the two as the Supreme Elder refused to give up, continuing to plead with him. Sir, please give it some thought. From afar, Yi Ying quietly observed the entire exchange while the Supreme Elder persisted, fervently entreating him with a resolute attitude. Sir, I beg you to reconsider. Li Tianyuan ignored the plea, raising the jade piece and turning his gaze toward Zhou Tianci to question him. Are you not the one who craves this treasure? Yi Ying turned to look at Zhou Tianci and called out his name in astonishment, causing all the disciples of the Xinmu sect to immediately cast suspicious glances at their sect leader. Zhou Tianci shouted at the top of his voice, trying to hide his embarrassment and guilty conscience. What nonsense are you spouting? He unhesitatingly exposed him, asking, what title should I use for you? Sect leader of the Xinmu sect, or perhaps a mole for the 100 Ghosts organization? Li Tianyuan stared at Zhou Tianci and mockingly asked if he was the spy they planted in the Xinmu sect. He gnashed his teeth in rage but dared not offer a rebuttal. Seeing his silence, he continued his verbal assault, asking if he was also the one who destroyed Shibufan's meridians years ago. The Xinmu sect disciples were utterly shocked as Zhou Tianci's face turned pale, and he shouted back that he was being blatantly slandered. He loudly argued that as the sect leader of the Xinmu sect, it was impossible for him to be a spy. He claimed every decision in the sect was his to make, questioning if those were the actions of a mole. This justification carried weight, and the convinced disciples began whispering that the accusation was indeed ridiculous. Others chimed in, doubting a sect leader could be a spy for another organization, while some even thought Li Tianyuan had grown arrogant after defeating the Xuanian sect. Yi Ying loudly warned Li Tianyuan that everything required clear evidence. Although he disliked Zhou Tianci, he told himself that no matter how much he hated the man, being unreasonably condemned like this was not right. Li Tianyuan calmly repeated the word evidence, just as a sudden voice rang out, declaring that the proof was right there. The disciples gasped in shock once more as Shi Tianhen and Shi Yunwen walked over leisurely. Shi Yunwen explained that while everyone was occupied, she had gone to Zhou Tianci's room and found this ghost clan badge and decree. Seeing the items in her hand, the stunned disciples cried out in unison, "What?" At that moment, Zhou Tianci began to panic, breaking into a cold sweat. He wondered how anyone outside the 100 ghosts could have discovered them, given the secret concealment technique he used. Li Tianyuan seemed to read his mind and replied, questioning how a secret concealment technique could be broken. He paused for a moment, before continuing that, unfortunately, he happened to know how to break it. Shi Tianhen stepped forward and confidently added that, even more unfortunately, he had already taught her. Li Tianyuan silently praised her. At this point, Yi Ying could no longer shield him and turned to question Zhou Tianci. He asked if there was an explanation, but Zhou Tianci simply accepted the truth. He snorted, asking if there was any need to continue lingering with them. With that, he lunged toward Shi Yunwen, shouting for her to return the items. Immediately, Shi Bufin rushed out to intercept and attack Zhou Tianxai. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Zhou Tianxai aimed a palm strike at Shi Bufin's back, but he instantly stomped the ground and delivered a counter-kick. Zhou Tianxai blocked the kick with his hand and retaliated with another palm strike. Their clashing internal energies created a dramatic scene as Zhou Tianxai cried out Shi Bufin's name in shock. Shi Bufin glared at him with eyes full of hatred, angrily confirming it was indeed him. He explained that he had etched that specific internal energy and previous move into his memory. Seeing him, Yi Ying joyfully called out to senior brother Shi Bufin. Zhou Tianxai was beyond furious, asking if he had restored his cultivation and regretting that he hadn't been more ruthless back then. With the truth revealed, Xia Junyi could not contain her rage and drew her sword to charge at Zhou Tianxai. As the blade neared his face, Zhou Tianxai caught it between his palms while his body radiated a golden internal energy. He then easily repelled Xia Junyi with a palm strike, sending her backward until an arm reached out to steady her. Xia Junyi looked at Shi Bufin happily as he gently told her to step back and let him handle the man. Xia Junyi blushed while looking at her majestic husband. They embraced like long-lost lovers until Shi Yunwen, unable to bear it, asked them to stop being so sentimental given the situation. Shi Bufin then decisively declared that it was time to end their grudge with Zhou Tianxai. After speaking, he charged toward his opponent. Seeing the two fighting, the Supreme Elder intended to intervene and help, but Li Tianyuan suddenly blocked his path, leaving him startled. He told him to leave it to Shi Bufin. The Supreme Elder asked in confusion, noting that Shi Bufin had only just restored his cultivation while Zhou Tianxai had been training for over 20 years. Fearing the outcome, Li Tianyuan impatiently interrupted and told him to just watch. Zhou Tianxai, recalling his youthful grievances, spoke resentfully to Shi Bufin. He claimed that since joining the Xinmu sect, he had been suppressed by him everywhere, with everyone believing he was inferior. Yi Ying was unexpectedly dragged into the conversation as Zhou Tianxai called him out. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxai turned to Shi Bufin and asked if he knew why Yi Ying always opposed him. He then shouted indignantly, asking if it wasn't because the man believed he had stolen the sect leader position from him. Zhou Tianxai roared as he fought, venting his frustrations, but Shi Bufin countered that he had always been hiding his true strength and was far superior. Shi Bufin coldly remarked that destroying Zhou's meridians years ago was proof of his dominance, while Zhou dismissed it as a cowardly ambush before unleashing a powerful palm strike. With a grunt, Shi Bufin soared into the air and raised his hands toward the sky, shouting that Zhou's inner demons had become far too heavy. Declaring that Zhou deserved to be taught a lesson by his son-in-law, Shi Bufin struck downward, sending a surging wave of internal energy crashing toward him. Shi Bufin's golden energy completely overwhelmed Zhou Tianxi's weak purple aura, followed by a massive explosion and the myriad rain cleansing technique that left Zhou coughing up blood. Thrown backward and collapsing to the ground, Zhou stared in disbelief, questioning how Shi Bufin had restored his meridians and advanced his cultivation so rapidly. Shi Bufin gave a cold snort and explained that it was all thanks to his excellent son-in-law. Zhou Tianxi looked toward Li Tianyuan and finally realized that the 5 Revolution spirit pill had been prepared specifically for Shi Bufin, causing him to lower his head in despair. Bitterly accepting that everything had fallen into Li's calculations, Zhou watched as Shi Bufin approached him and told him it was time to pay for his crimes. Suddenly, Zhou laughed loudly and asked if they thought his 100 Ghost Legion was so easily intimidated before pulling a small flute from his sleeve. With a mocking look, he claimed he had intended to spare the Heartwood sect because of his hard work there, but now his flute would summon the ghost army to attack. The warning left Yi Ying terrified, and Ma Qingyan beside her also panicked at the mention of the 100 Ghost Legion's arrival. Ma cried out that they were no match for the ghost army, but just as Shi Bufin prepared to strike again, a voice suddenly commanded him to stop. As Zhou Tianxi began to play the flute, the frightened disciples cried out in alarm, and the great elder's expression shifted, though Li Tianyuan remained perfectly composed. After finishing his tune, Zhou Tianxi laughed toward the sky despite his persistent coughing fits, but minutes passed without any change. As the silence stretched on, a sense of confusion grew within Zhou Tianxi as he wondered why his reinforcements had not yet arrived. Meanwhile in the forest, the starving ghost and the gluttonous ghost heard the signal, but the starving ghost just smirked while eating a chicken leg and told his companion he was being summoned. The gluttonous ghost indifferently replied that he was busy and wouldn't interfere, leaving Shi Bufin to eventually question Zhou Tianxi about the missing army. Shi Bufin asked where the ghost army he had boasted about was, but Zhou himself had no answer and remained in a bewildered silence. Realizing the situation, Shi Bufin mocked him by saying that even the 100 Ghost Legion didn't care about him. prompting Joe to lower his head and snort. Joe then remarked that being the sect leader granted access to many secrets, such as the ability to activate the Heartwood sect's divine artifact, piquing Shibufin's curiosity. Joe Tianci struggled to stand up and added that only the sect leader possessed the power to wield this specific artifact. He immediately began chanting an incantation, causing a purple aura to envelop him as a formidable firearm manifested in his hands. Joe Tianci gripped the weapon and aimed it directly at Shibufin, while the Great Elder confirmed that it was indeed the sect's legendary divine artifact. Holding the dual firearms with immense confidence, Joe Tianci mocked the crowd, asking if they thought his years as sect leader were for nothing and claiming he was certain of victory. He stated he would never place all his hopes on the missing ghost army before pulling the trigger, releasing a world-shaking force toward Shibufin. Shibufin narrowly dodged the lethal strike, which caused a massive explosion, leading him to marvel at the terrifying power of the divine artifact while Joe sneered. Joe Tianci declared that he could start his own sect even without the ghost army and pointed his weapons at the disciples, offering them a chance to surrender. He warned that those who followed him to his new sect would prosper while the rest would face death, causing a disciple to stammer in fear. Ma Qingyan noted that the artifact's power was too great for them to resist, and Joe Tianci watched the silent, intimidated crowd with a disdainful smirk. Since no one is responding, I'll make an example of someone so you can witness the power of this divine artifact. Zhu Tianci then pointed his gun at Li Tianyuan and shouted, "Li Tianyuan, everything that happened today is your fault. The Xinmu sect was supposed to surrender its resources while I remained sect leader to suppress its growth and fulfill the mission for the Bagui assembly." Yi Ying cursed in rage. "Damn it! So that's why the sect has been declining all these years. It was indeed this man who caused the Xinmu sect's downfall." Zhu Tianci confidently declared, "Li Tianyuan, today I will show you exactly what level my true cultivation has reached. Even if you destroyed the Xunian sect with a single strike, I am not afraid of you." Li Tianyuan responded with a faint, disdainful smile. At that moment, Shibufin jumped out to shield him, advising, "Son-in-law, it's too dangerous. You should step back for now. Facing a divine artifact is no joke," Shibufin asserted. "Even a great emperor might not be able to withstand its power." Mingwu cracked his knuckles and shouted, "Damn it, let me handle this for the palace master." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan stepped forward and patted Shibufin on the shoulder. He then stood before Zhu Tianci with a slight smile. "Since he called me out by name, I'll take action." Seeing his chance to show off vanish, Mingwu sighed. He thought to himself, "It looks like the palace master is going to do it personally. I've missed another chance to show off." The Supreme Elder also tried to stop him. "No matter how much of a genius you are, I fear you cannot prevail against a divine artifact." The old man was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged. Glancing at Zhu Tianci, he spoke softly to Li Tianyuan. "You have saved the Xinmu sect many times. This traitor should be handled by the Supreme Elder. Even if I must risk my life, I will protect the sect's integrity." As the old man prepared to move, Mingwu gripped his shoulder tightly and advised loudly, "Old man, don't interfere with my master. It's just a divine artifact. It's not like we haven't seen one before." The Supreme Elder turned to look at Mingwu with a confused expression. He began to speak, "Young man, you," but suddenly felt a change in his body. He was unable to move, completely paralyzed. He looked at Mingwu thinking, "Could this young man's cultivation be higher than mine?" Quickly, Li Tianyuan approached Zhu Tianci. Pointing the gun at him, the man said, "Your courage in facing a divine artifact is commendable, but before you die, I have one question. When did you discover my identity?" This question had been burning in his mind since Li Tianyuan exposed him. He answered bluntly, "From the first time you moved to stop Xia Junyi." He recalled that back then, he had detected a faint trace of ghost power hidden within Zhu Tianci's techniques. Zhu Tianci couldn't believe it and shouted, "How did you notice?" Gritting his teeth, he added, "A normal person could never have detected that trace of ghost power. Furthermore, you shouldn't have been able to break the seal I placed." As if remembering something, his eyes flashed. Zhu Tianci pointed at him and stammered, "Could it be that you are also?" Li Tianyuan leaped into the air and challenged him, "Why don't you take a guess?" Then he sent Zhu Tianci flying with a light palm strike. Zhu Tianci cursed, "Damn it." He aimed both guns at him and screamed, "Li Tianyuan, today I will use the power of these weapons to destroy you." As the gun fired, he nimbly dodged the shot. An earth-shattering explosion erupted where the bullet struck, and Shibufin pressed his hand to his forehead in worry. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "It's over." Seeing the area where Li Tianyuan stood covered in white smoke, Zioyi cried out in fear, "Mother, father." Although Shi Dianhan was worried, he tried to reassure the boy, "Don't worry." Zhu Tianci laughed loudly, letting out a cold, disdainful snort. "It doesn't matter who you are. Everyone becomes a ghost before my divine artifact. Contrary to his expectations, the dust slowly began to settle. Li Tianyuan remained standing there, completely unharmed. He drew a sword and stood tall, looking coldly at Zhu Tianzi as if he were already a dead man. Shi Bufan stared at the weapon in Li Tianyuan's hand and exclaimed in shock, "Could that be an immortal artifact?" Zia Junyi and Yi Ying both stared at each other in disbelief, and they both cried out in shock. "An immortal artifact," Shi Bufan explained solemnly. "This is the only thing that can rival a divine artifact. As I understand it, divine artifacts are bestowed by heaven, while immortal artifacts are forged by man. Unlike divine artifacts, immortal artifacts are tempered by the blood of masters and the essence of the world. Their origin might have been something quite ordinary." The Supreme Elder explained that an immortal weapon only evolves through the blood of masters. Like pills ranked from 1st to 9th revolution, these weapons are graded from 1st to 9th rank. I cannot discern the rank of your weapon, but it must have slain over 10,000 experts to possess such overwhelming power, he thought, noticing Ming Wu's hand still on his shoulder. With no sign of him letting go, the elder cursed inwardly, wondering how much longer he'd be held. Meanwhile, Shi Yunwen cheered excitedly. "There is hope for us yet," she cried. Shi Bufan wondered about his son-in-law's true identity, having healed his meridians so easily while wielding such a divine weapon. His cultivation level was unfathomable. A man like this could not be a nobody, and was surely a powerful overlord from some distant region. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan and Zhu Tianzi fought relentlessly. Li Tianyuan swung his immortal weapon in a horizontal slash, unleashing a massive wave of energy. He then leaped toward Zhu Tianzi and delivered a heavy downward strike. Struggling to defend himself, Zhu Tianzi cried out in shock at the sight of the immortal weapon. "I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve," he gasped. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he asked if Li Tianyuan was the one who leveled Mount Qingyun. Li Tianyuan merely smirked. Terrified, Zhu Tianzi demanded to know his true identity, but Li Tianyuan responded with a powerful kick. "Why should I tell you?" he retorted. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, his weapon appearing to triple in number and dazzling everyone with its speed. Li Tianyuan launched a decisive palm strike at Zhu Tianzi. The man tried to muster all his internal energy to block it, but his efforts seemed pitifully weak. A massive explosion sent Zhu Tianzi flying. Li Tianyuan seized the opening and swung his blade toward the man's head, ready to deliver the final blow. The Supreme Elder shouted for him to stop, warning that destroying the divine artifacts would lead to the Heartwood sect's destruction. Hearing this, Li Tianyuan immediately shifted his approach. He channeled his energy into the immortal weapon, creating a violent vortex. With a flick of his wrist, the two artifacts in Zhu Tianzi's hands were swept up and left spinning in the air. Having lost control of his weapons, Zhu Tianzi stumbled and collapsed, coughing up a large amount of blood. Defeated, he hung his head in shame. Accepting the harsh reality, he muttered in a somber voice that fate had seemingly chosen to side with his opponent. "I am merely a clone of the hidden ghost. From the moment I was planted in the Heartwood sect, I was a disposable pawn," he lamented. Li Tianyuan interrupted him with a cold, mocking tone. "Spare me your pointless whining. I don't have time for your reminiscence. In this world, everyone has a different origin," he said. "But in the end, only one rule matters. The winner takes all, and the loser is the villain." He then turned to Shi Bufan and told him to handle the rest. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Zhu Tianzi vented his resentment, shouting that he had worked too hard for too long to lose like this. "Everything I achieved through bitter cultivation has been destroyed by you. I refuse to remain a pawn for others forever. I will seize my own destiny," he roared toward the sky, as a violent surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his body. Zia Junyi gasped in horror at his hidden potential. While everyone else panicked, Li Tianyuan remained calm as Zhu Tianzi desperately channeled his power, screaming that no one could kill him. Laughing like a madman, Zhu Tianzi's body was enveloped in an intensifying purple aura. "Unless I destroy myself," he declared, meanwhile. In a remote cave, faint pink lights flickered in the deep shadows. Inside sat a lonely old man, the hidden ghost of the 100 Ghost sect. Leaning against the rock wall with a gnarled staff, he spoke in a raspy voice. "My clone in the Heartwood sect has perished." A masked demon approached and respectfully asked who was responsible. The hidden ghost lowered his head, his voice filled with regret, as he viewed his clones as his own flesh and blood. "I can sense their life and death, but I cannot intervene directly," he said before instructing the demon to retrieve the 100 Ghost command token the clone carried. "Only then can I trace everything he experienced." The demon replied that it would be easy and suggested sending the gluttonous ghost and the starving ghost. "They are near the Heartwood sect. Tell them to seize the Heaven Equal Jade as well. They will surely find clues about your clone's death." Just then, a blue glowing orb began to vibrate strangely. The demon cried out in astonishment, "Lord Demon God!" The orb of light began to move incessantly, repeatedly chanting the name, Chi Tianyu, Chi Tianyu. The demon blurted out in praise, "Giant Gui, this is truly a treasure." Immediately, Giant Gui turned around and shouted, "Do not be disrespectful to the Lord Demon God." He solemnly declared that the Lord Demon God was a magnificent existence. He is even more powerful than humans, the Li Gui, and the Demon King. He is a god who transcends this world. Have you clearly heard the Lord Demon God's command? Quickly bring the Chi-Tian jade back here. The demon hurriedly replied, "Understood." Then he swiftly left the cave, leaving Giant Gui alone. He muttered to himself, "Why are there two suns in the sky? Why have three moons appeared? What exactly is a divine artifact, and what is the purpose of my existence? Only the Lord Demon God can provide me with all those answers." He secretly made a firm resolution. "I will definitely help you find the Chi-Tian jade." At that moment, Li Qianyuan was clutching the Chi-Tian jade in his palm. Sui Feng looked at him curiously and asked, "Young master, is this the item you said could help you recover?" Li Qianyuan looked down at the jade and gave a soft hum of confirmation. Immediately after, he crushed the jade piece. Sui Feng was stunned and asked in shock, "Young master, what are you doing?" Li Qianyuan did not answer, focusing instead on absorbing the energy from the item. Sui Feng muttered to himself, wondering, "Is this how the Chi-Tian jade is used?" Li Qianyuan explained, "There isn't just one piece of this jade. Previously, my meridians were severely damaged, and it was thanks to this that I recovered. Perhaps there is a special connection between it and me." He recalled his mother's advice from childhood, "Xiao Tian, I hope this jade can keep you safe." Sui Feng looked worried. "Then, young master, has your injury completely healed? I feel your aura is still a bit chaotic." Li Qianyuan looked at his palm and replied honestly, "To be truthful, I am not sure myself. Aside from my blood and chi being somewhat turbulent after the failed breakthrough, I don't feel discomfort anywhere. However, I haven't reached a complete immortal breakthrough state either." Just then, Ming Wu appeared with his characteristic arrogance, saying, "So that's it, Hall Master. The few times you took action personally were actually to test your own condition." Li Qianyuan closed his eyes and nodded slightly, confirming Ming Wu's speculation. Ming Wu continued enthusiastically, "Hall Master, in your opinion, have you entered an entirely new realm? For example, a half-immortal or a transcendent immortal?" Sui Feng chimed in as well. "Indeed, that is not impossible." Suddenly, Shi Yunwen's panicked voice rang out from outside the door. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, something big has happened." The young girl burst through the door and announced loudly that due to the profound Yin sect incident, the envoy from the Rising Sun Kingdom had arrived at the Xinmu sect to demand accountability. Panting, she continued, "Furthermore, the Crown Prince of the Dong Sui Kingdom is also with them and is about to reach the mountain peak." Li Qianyuan remained calm. He nodded, "They've arrived. Then it's time to go out and meet them." Seeing his nonchalance, Shi Yunwen held her head and cried out in despair, "What do we do? What do we do? I'm worried to death." Shi Yanhan softly advised her husband, "Qianyuan, this matter was caused by the Xinmu sect, so..." Before his wife could finish, he stood up and decisively interrupted, "Just let me handle it." Afterward, Li Qianyuan led the group away. Shi Yunwen turned back, her heart full of doubt, and ran to the door to check if anyone had just been there. Seeing no one, she hurriedly turned back to follow the others, completely unaware that Sui Feng was hiding on the ceiling. Outside the main gate of the Xinmu sect, a large crowd had gathered, and Shi Bufan led the elders out to welcome the crown prince. Suddenly, the envoy from the Rising Sun Kingdom aggressively stepped forward, pointing directly at Shi Bufan and questioning loudly, "What have you done to the profound Yin sect?" He shouted in a bitter tone, "They came to the Xinmu sect to participate in the competition. Why have they vanished without a trace? Furthermore, the entire profound Yin sect is now in total chaos, with not a single survivor." At this moment, the envoy roared in anger, "Answer me immediately. What did you do to the profound Yin sect?" From behind, Li Qianyuan walked up leisurely and replied softly, "It's just as you said. Not a single person survived." The envoy frowned at him and barked, "Who the hell are you to dare interrupt?" Xia Junyi hurriedly pointed at him. She introduced him as the top disciple of the Xinmu sect. Hearing this, Li Qianyuan turned back and gave her a cold glare, making Xia Junyi jump in fright. He cursed inwardly, "This meddlesome old woman. If she weren't my mother-in-law, I would have sent her on her way." This attitude only made the envoy more contemptuous. "A mere top disciple dares to speak so loudly." He turned and cupped his hands to report to the Crown Prince of Dong Sui, "Your Highness, please allow me to annihilate the Xinmu sect." These words threw everyone in the Xinmu sect into a state of extreme panic. The Crown Prince of Dong Sui spoke up. Envoy of the Rising Sun, the truth of the matter is still unclear. Isn't your way of handling this a bit too reckless? Being rebuked in front of everyone. The envoy's face turned purple with rage as he asked the Crown Prince if he intended to protect the Xinmu sect, before turning away and deciding to show some respect to the Dongsui kingdom. He then produced a large scroll and loudly proclaimed that since the Xuanian sect was a vital pillar of the Risun kingdom, the Xinmu sect had to be dealt with. Two subordinates quickly unfurled the two-page treaty as the envoy began reading every word clearly. The Xinmu sect was to be held responsible for all the annual resources the Xuanian sect used to provide. Yi Ying stared at the document in shock, realizing their entire sect's assets wouldn't suffice. The Risun envoy knelt and clasped his hands toward the Crown Prince's sedan, stating that His Highness surely wouldn't want any friction between their two nations, since their kingdom's Xuanian sect was destroyed on Dongsui territory. He shamelessly suggested that the Dongsui kingdom could sign on behalf of the Xinmu sect instead. He claimed this would allow him to report that both nations remained in harmony as good neighbors. Hearing these brazen words, the blond man smirked as Li Qianyuan calmly stepped forward to take the treaty. This action left Yi Ying utterly terrified, his eyes nearly popping out as he screamed, asking how he dared to accept it. The Risun envoy glanced at Yi Ying with disdain and smirk, remarking that only those who recognize the circumstances are truly wise. The envoy clapped in approval and spoke condescendingly, praising the young man as a brilliant disciple with a commendable vision. He then arrogantly pointed at the elders and barked orders, demanding to know why they weren't preparing a welcoming banquet yet. He refused to be kept waiting and demanded pastries immediately, while the young man crumpled the paper into a ball. He called out to the envoy, who turned back in confusion, only for Li Qianyuan to move with lightning speed and shove the crumpled paper into his mouth. He then asked in a deep voice if the envoy was satisfied with the pastry he had served, while the man's jaw was held tight, preventing him from spitting it out. His face turned purple from the extreme discomfort as cold sweat poured down his body. After a few seconds, the young man let go and asked again. He asked if it tasted good while the envoy collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, unable to respond before frantically ordering his attendants to act. Between coughs, he ordered them to seize the insolent brat, prompting three subordinates to draw their swords and charge. But Li Qianyuan easily intercepted the blades. With a slight flick of his wrist, the sharp blades were bent into arcs, and the three subordinates were sent flying by an invisible force, suffering severe injuries. Having dealt with the attendants, Li Qianyuan slowly approached the envoy, whose face turned pale with terror as he tried to scramble backward. In a panic, he screamed a warning that he represented the Risun kingdom, and that touching him would be considered an act of war between the two nations. He then hurriedly turned to the blond man beside him, begging General Fang for protection and claiming they would all die if anything happened to him. General Fang responded with a loud shout and struck at Li Qianyuan's chest with full force, but the young man remained unmoved while the general was sent reeling back by a powerful countershot. Unfortunately, as he fell, he stepped heavily on the envoy's hand, causing a scream of agony. General Fang then ordered all the soldiers to charge while secretly signaling them. Understanding the general's intent, the soldiers nodded and charged at Li Qianyuan, but as always, they were repelled by the sheer pressure radiating from him. They were all thrown back, their cries of pain echoing everywhere as they marveled at his overwhelming strength. Li Qianyuan watched the clumsy performance with a speechless expression, while in the distance, Mingwu gritted his teeth in fury at the old clown. He was amazed that the soldiers were such coordinated actors. General Fang stood up with trembling limbs, claiming the man's power had likely reached the great emperor realm. The envoy was terrified, imagining Li Qianyuan crushing stone beneath his feet. The invisible pressure forced him to retreat in horror at the thought of a great emperor. In desperation, he tried to appeal to diplomatic relations, shouting for him to stop as this would severely damage the harmony between their nations. Just then, a voice called for a halt as the Dongsui crown prince, Xiao Mei, stepped out of the sedan and frowned at the envoy for being so easily frightened by a small sect. The Rizhao kingdom's reputation will be severely tarnished. I will keep this matter confidential for the envoy, he said, before turning to command his subordinates. Escort the delegation back to rest immediately. The Dongsu kingdom's soldiers promptly assisted the battered Rizhao envoys as they left the scene. Li Tianyuan cast a cold gaze at Xinmu Mei, but the crown prince met his eyes with composure, showing no sign of intimidation or fear. Ma Qingyan anxiously whispered to Yi Ying, "Does the crown prince intend to seize the Xinmu sect?" Yi Ying replied with a resolute tone, "If he dares, we will fight to the bitter end. At worst, we both perish, but at least we die defending our sect." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan signaled for everyone to step away. As Shi Yanhan prepared to leave with the others, he held her back. Yanhan, you stay. Fearing he was too hot-headed and might act impulsively, Xiao Bufin leaned in and whispered a warning. Don't be reckless. He is the crown prince. Li Tianyuan did not react to his father-in-law's warning. Shi Bufin sighed helplessly and turned to leave, while Shi Yanhan watched him with concern. Li Tianyuan and Xiao Mei stood facing each other. Xiao Mei smiled and greeted him. Second brother. Li Tianyuan softly replied. Third brother. This intimate greeting left Shi Yanhan utterly stunned, her mouth agape in silence. Xiao Mei turned to her with a smile. This must be my sister-in-law, he bowed politely. Second brother mentioned you before. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you in person. He then pointed toward the carriage where a girl stood. Second brother, I brought someone else along. That girl was Long Ling, known as the Crown Princess. She immediately ran over and shouted, Tianyuan. He looked at her with a rare coldness. Xiao Ling, you've grown up, the girl complained loudly. Why haven't you visited me all these years? You and Xiao Mei promised big brother you'd look after me. Suddenly, she waved at Shi Yanhan. Hello, sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Shi Yanhan nodded in response, her heart filled with intense curiosity about what Li Tianyuan had gone through over the past few years. How did he end up with such a close brotherhood with the crown prince of the Dongsu kingdom? As night fell, lanterns from the buildings glowed under the crimson moonlight. The three siblings sat on the roof drinking wine together. Little Long Ling had fallen fast asleep from exhaustion, leaving only the two men to talk. Xiao Mei snorted coldly. I haven't even settled the score with the Xunian sect for trespassing into Dongsu, yet they dare to demand tributes from us. Such shamelessness is truly only rivaled by the Nanhui kingdom. Li Tianyuan looked at Xiao Mei apologetically. This matter has caused you a lot of trouble, third brother. Xiao Mei glanced at him and replied, since you personally wiped out the Xunian sect, what is there to worry about? If it comes to a confrontation, Dongsu isn't necessarily afraid of Rizhao. He sighed in frustration. When it comes to dealing with neighbors, my father is far too weak. A moment later, Li Tianyuan set down his wine jar and said firmly, whenever you want the throne, just say the word. I will help you. Xiao Mei looked at him, his eyes shimmering with emotion. He softly replied, yes. Then he raised his jar and shouted, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's have a drink. This one is for Big Brother. Li Tianyuan smiled and raised his jar as well. To Big Brother Long Xiao. After speaking, he tilted his head back and drained it. In her sleep, Long Ling seemed to dream of her beloved brother, murmuring, Big Brother. Li Tianyuan held her gently as Xiao Mei added sadly. After the incident years ago, many had their eyes on Xiao Ling. I had to use the title of Crown Princess to protect her. Li Tianyuan's eyes filled with memories. He remembered the scene from years ago, a resilient figure carrying an unconscious person, himself on his back, sprinting through the forest. Behind them, dozens of people were in a frenzied pursuit, roaring, hand over the myriad spirit blood. Don't let him escape. Long Xiao had reached the edge of a precipice. He stopped abruptly, nearly falling over the edge. The pursuers closed in, and one of them shouted, Long Xiao, hand over the myriad spirit blood. Do that, and we will grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, if we all charge at once, we might just take him down. Long Xiao turned back, spat in disdain, and let out a booming laugh. You used the fiercest tone to utter the most cowardly words. He turned around completely, his aura erupting with such intensity it seemed he was declaring war on the entire world. Come at me. I will settle the score with every single person here today. My junior brother and I shall slaughter to our heart's content. Suddenly, a world-shaking pressure descended as black and white energies intertwined like yin-yang fish high in the sky. One of the pursuers realized in terror that it was Huang Zhengxiao, the immortal of the Tai Su twin immortals. An old man appeared immediately, wearing a mask of false benevolence as he offered advice. Long Xiao, you have struggled greatly to reach the great emperor realm. There is no need to throw away your brilliant future for the sake of one person. If you surrender the myriad spirit blood, I shall accept you as my 11th disciple. Long Xiao glared at Huang Zhengxia with utter contempt, mocking him without the slightest hesitation. HMPH, I never imagined a so-called immortal would amount to nothing more than this. You are all just a pack of greedy, self-interested hypocrites acting dignified while being nothing but filth. These words instantly enraged Huang Zhengxiao, who roared, You arrogant fool! Today, this immortal shall sever your limbs, gouge out your eyes, and cut out your tongue, refining you into a living corpse so you may endure eternal agony for all lifetimes. Resting on Long Xiao's back, Li Tianyuan weakly tried to persuade him. Big brother, let me go. You would fare much better alone than carrying two people. Long Xiao remained resolute and unyielding. Second brother, I am the eldest. It is my duty to protect my younger brothers. If I cannot even shield my own kin, how could I ever face you as your elder brother again? At that moment, Long Xiao produced an immortal pill and gave Li Tianyuan a playful smile. Second brother, I never expected the immortal pill you gave me would actually come in handy today. Today, let your elder brother carve out a path to survival from this hopeless situation. Upon seeing the pill, the man cried out in shock. The 6th Revolution Immortal pill. He seemed unable to believe his own eyes as Long Zio immediately swallowed the immortal pill, and before long, a massive, overwhelming pressure began to radiate from his body. Then pushed Li Tianyuan a safe distance away and shouted his final instructions. Second brother, if you see our third brother, apologize to him for me. It seems we won't be able to share a drink together anymore. The power within Long Zio erupted, shredding his garments as he looked toward the heavens and declared, "What does an immortal matter? Today, I shall transcend every limit. I will annihilate every last one of you bastards." Huang Jingxia watched in horror as Long Zio, driven by desperation, began to self-detonate his entire core essence. To his surprise, after consuming the 6th Revolution Immortal pill, Long Zio recklessly sacrificed his very origin to perform the 9 Nether Abyssal Void secret technique, causing the surrounding earth and stone to explode and scatter everywhere. In that moment of horror, Li Tianyuan stared at the scene before him in shock, reaching out his hand in agony as if trying to grasp his elder brother's fading silhouette. He cried out in a voice full of despair, "Big brother!" He could never forget that ultimate pain and helplessness as he gritted his teeth and crushed the jade bottle in his hand, swearing an oath against the faces of all those men. "We have etched every single one of them into our memory, not leaving out a soul." Zio Mei looked up at the moon and said pensively, "Beyond our elder brother's revenge, there are also your own grievances, those of thousands upon thousands of living beings." He looked at Li Tianyuan and sighed, "The vengeance you seek to claim is truly far too immense." Li Tianyuan then raised his wrist. A dark red aura, resembling a curse, began to spread as he mocked himself. "Perhaps it is because there are simply too many people I wish to kill, that I only have a mere 2 years left to live." Zio Mei lowered his head in sorrow, unsure of how to comfort him, before changing the subject a moment later. "By the way, second brother, I heard from Fang Zhuli that your attempt to break through to the next realm ended in failure." Li Tianyuan nodded silently in confirmation. Zio Mei continued, "Second brother, I have just learned a secret. Someone from the Changyuan sect has recently ascended to immortality." He frowned and warned him, "The timing of his ascension coincides perfectly with yours. I fear he planned this carefully. He likely stole your providence to weaken his own lightning tribulation." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyuan let out a cold, angry snort. "Stealing my providence? HMPH, let us see if he is truly capable of taking it." At that moment, one of his subordinates appeared and reported urgently, "Hall Master, we have found a lead regarding the Jiu Yun Shang sect." The man then stood behind him, awaiting further orders. Li Tianyuan spoke gently to his subordinate, "We are all brothers here. There is no need for such formalities." Hearing this, the man felt at ease and began his report. "Hall Master, we have a lead on the young master's heavenly vein spirit bone. The sect leader of the Jiu Yun Shang sect seized a treasure and abruptly announced he was entering meditative seclusion. However, he only left a body double within the sect. His true location for seclusion is near Jiangcheng." Zio Mei frowned and pondered. "Jiangcheng, you say?" He looked at Li Qianyuan with a worried expression and noted that the wasteland around Jiang City had been restless lately, adding that he heard Fang Zhuli would also be heading there soon. He asked if the two matters were related, and after a moment of thought, Li Qianyuan replied that it was possible. The next morning, the family saw Zio Mei and Long Ling off as the little girl hugged him tightly and insisted he visit. Standing beside Shi Yanhin, Zio Zhai spoke up indignantly, telling the girl to stop hugging her father because her mother was about to get jealous, prompting Long Ling to pinch her cheek. She teased the girl for being so naughty and told her to call her little aunt, then asked Shi Yanhin a question that caught her off guard and forced her to wave her hands in a hurried explanation. Denying it repeatedly, Li Qianyuan patted his brother's shoulder and reminded him that Zio Ling was their only sister and must be well protected, to which the man gave a reassuring pat in return. He told Li Qianyuan to take care of himself as well, believing the wasteland could never truly restrain him, while Li Qianyuan watched their carriage depart until it finally vanished from sight. Turning to Shi Yanhin, he said it was time for them to head to Jiang City and suggested she go inform her parents of their departure. The following morning, under a clear sky with scattered white clouds, Li Qianyuan and his wife returned to the guest room after seeing off Zio Mei and Long Ling. At that moment, Zia Junyi was speaking with Zia Yun, who insisted she attend as a representative of the Xinmu sect, but he froze in surprise when he saw Li Qianyuan enter and quickly approached them. He greeted them enthusiastically, calling Li Qianyuan his cousin-in-law, while Li Qianyuan closed his eyes to rest, and Shi Yanhin looked at her cousin with confusion. Zia Yun suddenly patted Li Qianyuan's arm and remarked with a smile that his cousin-in-law was quite handsome and likely possessed a very high cultivation level. Even though Lee Kaianyuan didn't respond, he kept rambling about a competition in Jiang City where they should test their skills, all while unknowingly gripping Lee Kaianyuan's cursed arm. A dark red essence silently emanated from the arm, and shortly after he cupped his hands to bid them farewell, saying he would see them all in Jiang City before quickly leaving. Zia Junyi explained that her grandfather's birthday was approaching in Jiang City, and he had invited them while also summoning fellow cultivators from across the land. It seemed a major announcement was coming, so Shi Yanhan softly told her mother that she and Lee Kaianyuan were already planning to head to Jiang City, which delighted Zia Junyi. She suggested they take Shi Yunwen along to represent the Xinmu sect in her stead, explaining that Shi Bufan had just taken over the sect and needed her help with many matters. She promised they would visit Jiang City once things settled, but then sighed as she recalled the time her husband had famously crashed her wedding to take her away. She noted that since her father had snatched her from her own wedding back then, appearing at this event might be somewhat awkward, leaving Shi Yanhan to smile helplessly at the old story. Zia Junyi then seriously told them to let Zia Yun look after them, as she believed the young man was quite capable of handling various affairs. Suddenly, Lee Kaianyuan spoke up, warning her that her cousin Zia Yun was no good person, explaining that the man had just tried to inject hidden force into him to corrode his meridians. Shi Yanhan was furious at such despicable behavior and asked if he was all right, to which he replied he had already reflected the hidden force back at the man. Looking toward the door, Lee Kaianyuan remarked that the man would soon reap what he sowed, just as Zia Yun departed on his flying sword while Sui Feng and Ming Wu watched from below. Ming Wu cursed angrily and wanted to deal with him, but Sui Feng shook his head and advised against wasting energy on such a person. Ming Wu countered that it would make him happy and asked if he would help, but Sui Feng just sighed and waved him off, letting him do as he pleased. Ming Wu then unleashed his spiritual power toward Zia Yun, and a second later, the energy struck the flying sword while Zia Yun was busy grumbling about Shi Yanhan's choice in men. He muttered that once they reached the Zia family in Jiang City, he would humiliate Lee Kaianyuan so Shi Yanhan could see his true colors, noting that many famous figures would be there. He planned to use Lee Kaianyuan as a stepping stone to impress those high-ranking individuals, too preoccupied with his schemes to notice his sword beginning to crack. The sword soon disintegrated entirely, leaving him without support as he fell through the air screaming for his mother. And shortly after, the time came for the sisters to leave. As Shi Yanhan prepared to leave the Xinmu sect for Jiang City, Shi Bufan and Zia Junyi saw them off, while Shi Yunwen curiously asked if Xiao Zhai and Xiao Yi were coming too. Xiao Yi confirmed they were, leading Shi Yanhan to ask her sister how she, as the saintess, could so easily travel along with them, to which Shi Yunwen replied nonchalantly, "Stop it. Now whenever Aunt sees my brother-in-law, she just turns and runs away. She won't bother with me anymore," she said, laughing loudly. Shi Bufan entrusted him, saying, "Son-in-law, I must trouble you to go on behalf of the Heartwood sect." He then whispered to Lee Kaianyuan, "I truly dare not face that old woman from the Zia family." Zia Junyi also asked, "How do you plan to get there? Do you need me to arrange a boat?" Regardless of anything else, the Heartwood sect's vessels are famous for their top-tier quality. Lee Kaianyuan smiled and declined her kindness, saying, "There is no need." He then flicked his fingers, and Ming Wu drove a carriage toward them. The vehicle stopped in front of Shi Bufan, who stared at the carriage before him in astonishment. Stuttering, he said, "I thought I heard a faint dragon's roar just now. Could this be the dragon carriage?" The great elder excitedly pointed at Ming Wu and shouted, "It's that young man." Ming Wu waved and greeted, "Yo, old man." Shi Bufan touched the wheels and exclaimed in shock, "This entire carriage seems to be cast from platinum. If I hadn't seen platinum in my youth, an ordinary person wouldn't recognize it." Zia Junyi suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't choose a Heartwood sect boat. Ming Wu proudly introduced, "This dragon carriage can travel 10,000 miles, and its interior is arranged with extremely luxurious space. How can your ordinary boats possibly compare?" Suddenly, Lee Kaianyuan turned his head toward a young girl hiding in the bushes. His sharp gaze startled her, making the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Seeing Lee Kaianyuan staring at that spot, Shi Yanhan asked curiously, "Is something wrong, husband?" He pulled back the carriage curtain and calmly replied, "It's nothing. Let's go." As soon as they stepped inside, Xiao Zhai cried out in delight, "The space is so vast." Shi Yunwen curiously looked around and asked Lee Kaianyuan loudly, "The interior is completely different from the exterior. From the outside, this looks like just an ordinary carriage. Brother-in-law, how did you do this?" He explained, I used space stones arranged around it and combined them with a formation. Only then did Shi Yunwen notice the space stone. It was cleverly placed in a corner. Ignoring her astonishment, Li Qianyuan turned to Shi Yanhen and said, Yanhen, I will first remove part of your seal so that you can at least use some of your cultivation. She looked at him in surprise as Li Qianyuan spoke solemnly. This trip to Jiang City will surely be filled with incidents. It's better for you to have some ability to protect yourself. Certain things are about to begin. Only when the carriage had completely disappeared did the green-haired girl hiding in the bushes dare to stand up. She breathed a sigh of relief, having nearly been discovered. Afterward, she returned to her place and casually opened and closed the door. Turning around, her heart nearly skipped a beat as a man knelt before her, respectfully calling out, Miss. The girl patted her chest to calm her nerves and asked, Is that you, Uncle Tian? Don't appear so suddenly next time. You scared me to death. He bowed and reported, Miss, you have been traveling at the Heartwood sect for too long. The master and your elder brother are very worried about you. The girl stroked a lock of her green hair and signaled her understanding. I see. Uncle Tian continued. Your elder brother hopes you can make a trip to Jiang City. Having intended to leave, the girl paused upon hearing this. She scratched her head and muttered with a frown. Treating someone whose meridians are completely destroyed isn't impossible, but achieving a sudden recovery is something an ordinary person could hardly manage. She then asked Uncle Tian if he was the myriad spirit blood from years ago. Uncle Tian could not hide his shock, repeating, myriad spirit blood. The girl giggled. The Heartwood sect is quite interesting, but the most fascinating moments were these past few days. Or rather, it's that person who is truly interesting. With that, she laughed meaningfully. After speaking, the girl grabbed the hem of her clothes and gave a quick tug. In a flash, she had changed into a new outfit. She ordered Uncle Tian, Let's go to Jiang City. Uncle Tian thought to himself, his mind filled with questions. Oh dear, how confusing. Her previous and subsequent sentences are completely unrelated. Is there something wrong with the young lady's head? Back in the dragon carriage, Li Qianyuan was focusing all his mind on treating Shi Yanhen. He channeled true qi into his palms, and a pure blue light radiated out, causing Xiao Zhai standing nearby to widen her eyes in surprise. As that powerful true qi transferred into Shi Yanhen's chest, she seemed to endure extreme pain. Her face turned pale, and she was in so much agony that she couldn't help but let out a soft groan. A moment later, the true qi circulated throughout her body, and her blocked meridians seemed to have been partially cleared. Seeing her mother looking deathly pale and bloodless, Xiao Zhai asked anxiously, Mother, are you all right? She replied weakly, I'm fine. Immediately after, Shi Yanhen tried to circulate her true qi. A faint trace of true power appeared in her palm. Shi Yunwen cheered joyfully. Sister, you can use your true power now. Li Tianyuan spoke gently, explaining that only a portion of the seal had been removed and asking her to grant him more time to undo the rest. Dianhen looked at him with eyes full of hope and softly agreed, while Li Tianyuan glanced at Xiao Yi sitting quietly in the corner, thinking it was time to teach the boy a proper cultivation technique. Afterward, he turned to ask Xiao Zhai if she wanted to begin her cultivation, but the girl decisively refused, saying her father's protection was enough. She snuggled into his arms as he stroked her head, privately considering that as a celestial spirit body, Xiao Zhai might have her own unique destiny. Just then, a voice called out from outside saying they had arrived at Jiang City, and as the carriage stopped, Xiao Zhai pulled back the curtain to look out. She exclaimed in surprise at the massive city gate, but then saw a man repeatedly lashing an old man with a whip while shouting at the wretched old fool. He accused the old man of blocking his path and startling his horse, before delivering several more strikes, as the elderly man tried to explain through his pain. The old man pleaded that he hadn't done it on purpose, while the surrounding crowd gathered to whisper, with one person noting how wide the gate was. They observed that the man had intentionally ridden close to the elder, and then blamed him for the horse's fright, but a nearby person warned them to lower their voices. They pointed out the guards surrounding the man and asked who would dare provoke him as he struck harder, causing the old man to cry out in agony. Becoming even more enraged, the man cursed the damned old man for trying to dodge and ordered his men to bind the elder's hands and feet. This young master intended to beat him to death and even pull out his heel tendons to ensure he never blocked the way again. As two guards slowly approached the old man until a young voice rang out. The voice told them not to bully the elderly, causing the man to turn in surprise only to see a little girl, which filled the surrounding crowd with even more dread. Someone urgently told her to leave before things got serious, but the man simply frowned at Xiao Zhai. He then tossed a bag of money in front of her and arrogantly declared that he needed a maid, so this would serve as her purchase price. Hearing this, Xiao Zhai turned red with anger and pointed directly at him, shouting that she had no desire to be his servant. He immediately ordered his subordinates to seize her, stating she had no choice and that a maid wasn't allowed to talk back, before telling them to tie her up with the old man. With a face darkened by rage, he questioned if he was still Gu Mang if he didn't deliver 20 lashes to teach her some discipline, then swung his whip hard at her. Strangely, the whip missed the girl and struck his own men instead, leaving Gu Mang stunned until he noticed Ming Wu sitting nonchalantly on the carriage with a whip in hand. Seeing the whip, Gu Mang identified the culprit and stomped forward, yelling at him for daring to strike his people. He told Ming Wu he must be tired of living, but as he approached the dragon stallion, he couldn't help but praise the fine horse. Pointing at the tall steed, he demanded it be given to him, promising to spare Ming Wu's life if he simply cut off 2 of his own fingers. Ming Wu snorted in disdain, calling the boy wicked for demanding both the horse and his fingers, which only further infuriated Gu Mang. He pointed at Ming Wu and ordered his subordinates to break the man's limbs, and they immediately charged forward. However, they were all sent flying in an instant, while Xiao Zhai helped the old man up and asked if he was all right, to which he thanked her despite his bruises. Ming Wu continued to casually lash Gu Mang's subordinates before jumping down from the horse and strolling toward the young master. Terrified, Gu Mang fell to the ground and stammered that he was the second young master of the Gu family and that his master, Ding Jai, would not let this go. Suddenly, Gu Mang launched a hidden weapon, firing an arrow directly at Ming Wu's face. Gu Mang laughed triumphantly, thinking he had won, but to his shock, the arrow failed to hit its mark. Ming Wu caught the arrow in his mouth and mocked him before spitting it back with such force that it embedded itself in Gu Mang's shoulder. Blood sprayed as he rolled on the ground in agony, clutching his shoulder with a deathly pale face while roaring a murderous threat. Before he could finish, Ming Wu leaned down and asked coldly what he intended to do, causing a terrified Gu Mang to quickly claim he would respect his elders and love children. Ming Wu nodded and praised him for being an obedient child before turning back to the dragon carriage as Xiao Zhai said goodbye to the old man. She told the grandfather to be careful and stay away from bad people, while the subordinates rushed to help the injured Gu Mang up. They worriedly asked if he was all right, but Gu Mang lashed out at them for being useless just as a dark shadow fell over him. The dragon carriage and its horse stood right before him, and when a confused Gu Mang asked what else they wanted, Ming Wu only gave a cold smirk. Ming Wu told him he was blocking the way, and despite Gu Mang's angry protests about the gate's size, Ming Wu insisted on taking that exact path. Ming Wu threatened to drive right through him if he didn't move, then used his whip to destroy Gu Mang's carriage axle before speaking again. He warned that a smart dog shouldn't block the road, sending Gu Mang's group scurrying aside in terror as the dragon carriage sped past. The onlookers gave Ming Wu a thumbs up in approval, and he responded with an enthusiastic like. As the carriage vanished, Gu Mang ordered an investigation into their identities, though a subordinate timidly suggested it was useless since they were outmatched. Gu Mang slapped him and screamed that even if they couldn't win, his father, grandfather, and eldest brother certainly could. The subordinate apologized for his stupidity, and Gu Mang ordered him to summon his master to Jiang City immediately. Fuming with rage, Gu Mang vowed to himself that he would slaughter the entire family of anyone who dared to cross him. Declaring this the way of the Gu family, the dragon carriage arrived at the Xia residence, where Xiao Zhai spoke to Li Tianyuan. She told her father she couldn't ignore the pitiful old man, and he gently taught her that one needs strength to protect others. He warned that without power, she would only cause harm, but Xiao Zhai smiled and said she had him as her ultimate support. Li Tianyuan smiled and patted her head, reminding Xiao Zhai to turn around and thank Ming Wu for his assistance. She thanked Uncle Ming Wu, who gave a dashing smirk as they entered the crowded courtyard of the Xia residence. As Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan entered, she whispered that her family was no longer close with her grandfather's house. She noted that their relationship had cooled since she lost her status as saintess and told him not to mind any rude comments from the Xia family. She emphasized that his business was their priority, and he nodded just as a young man approached them. He politely greeted the guests from the Xinmu sect and apologized that the elders were too busy to welcome them personally. Shi Yanhan introduced him as her uncle's eldest son, Xia He, noting that Xia Yun was the second son. She mentioned their sister Xia Qing, and Xia He added that Mang had always wanted to see what made the Shi Saintess so special. He noted that Yu Nuan and Yanhan had arrived and suggested they all go to the arena together once he picked up his aunt and cousin Gu Mang. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a voice called out, and Xia Mang began angrily complaining to his mother, demanding revenge. He insisted that his grandfather find them no matter what, and she gritted her teeth, enraged that her Manger had been hurt. She promised to have his grandfather track them down, swearing the Gu family would never let them go and would skin them alive. At that moment, Tianyuan's Mang spotted Xiao Zhai, and the girl shouted that he was the one who tried to hit her as they both pointed at each other. That's the little brat. He then pointed at Xiao Zhai and told his mother, "Mom, they're the ones who hurt me," as her face flushed with burning rage. Zia, he called out anxiously to the third aunt, who glanced at Li Tianyuan's group and said with disdain, "So you're from the Wood Heart sect. Why have you come all this way to beg? Has the profound Yin sect not wiped you out yet?" Shi Yanhan stepped forward and said softly, "Third aunt, thank you for your concern, but the Wood Heart sect is doing quite well." At that moment, Shi Yunwen whispered to Li Tianyuan, "Brother-in-law, years ago, our father snatched a bride away from the Gu family. Mother told us that only then was the third aunt able to marry into the Gu family smoothly. Without father's intervention back then, she never would have secured that marriage. It is unexpected that she grew so harsh and cold toward our family over time." Shi Yanhan spoke up, surprised that this youth was actually their cousin. However, he should not be allowed to openly assault people in the streets. He is young yet so cruel, so this minor injury should serve as a lesson. "I hope third aunt disciplines her son well, or he will only bring harm to himself and others," she sneered. "HMPH, this girl is certainly sharp-tongued, just like that wench Zia Junny. You actually dare to lecture my son?" With that, she pointed at Xiao Zhai and barked, "You there, did you just say my Gu Mang tried to hit you? Why would he hit you and not someone else? Why don't you look for the fault within yourself? What kind of upbringing did your parents give you?" Seeing his sister being bullied, Xiao Yi quickly stood in front of Xiao Zhai, while Li Tianyuan stepped forward calmly and said, "So that is how your logic works." She looked at him with disdain and shouted, "Who do you think you are?" Before she could finish, Li Tianyuan slapped her hard, leaving her stunned and confused. Enraged, she began to scream, "You," but he cut her off. "Why did I hit you and not someone else? Why don't you look for the fault within yourself?" Fuming with rage, she ordered her subordinates, "Men, surround them." Just then, Mingwu arrived from outside and reported, "Young master, I have finished parking the carriage. Since these people are inexperienced, I found a particularly secluded spot." Upon seeing Mingwu, Gu Mang felt a flicker of fear and hurriedly told his mother, "Mom, let's put this aside for now and wait until father arrives." She looked at Gu Mang with suspicion, wondering why he was suddenly acting so sensible, as it was unlike her son, but he pulled her away regardless. He told his mother they should leave first, leaving Mingwu to watch them go in confusion, wondering what had happened. As they departed, Shi Yanhan spoke up, "The Gu family will certainly come looking for trouble this time." Li Tianyuan looked at her and teased with a smile that she was just as stubborn as they were. "Weren't your words just now also looking for trouble?" Shi Yanhan replied calmly. "I only spoke the truth. If Gu Mang continues his antics, he will meet a bad end." Shi Yunwen broke into a sweat and exclaimed, "You two really don't care about anyone else." Zia, he told everyone, "The third aunt has left. Please follow me to pay your respects to grandfather. We can stop by the arena on our way. My younger sister Zia Qing wishes to meet you both," he said politely with cupped hands. "Please do not refuse." Seeing Li Tianyuan's family follow along, Shi Yunwen was puzzled by their sudden warmth after being so distant. Now they were acting quite cordial. At the arena, a dramatic match was underway between two fighters who were evenly matched, neither willing to back down. Girl with a phoenix manifestation appearing behind her frowned slightly and charged forward. A loud explosion erupted, sending the man flying as the audience cheered wildly. Miss Zia Qing's falling phoenix saint physique has reached completion. I fear few in the younger generation can rival her now. She has truly bolstered the Zia family's prestige. The old master specifically arranged this match for the birthday celebration, likely to showcase the young lady's talent. Zia Qing stood in the center of the arena. She spoke softly to the defeated man. "Master, you were careless." He cupped his hands and replied, "The young lady's progress is lightning fast. Your falling phoenix saint physique is now perfected. I am no longer your match." Suddenly, Zia he waved and called out, "Kinger!" Zia Qing quickly flew toward him, shouting, "Big brother!" before her eyes suddenly flashed with light. Zia Qing pointed at the two sisters and asked, "Are you from the Wood Heart sect?" Zia he replied, "Kinger, you haven't met them before, have you? They are your cousins, Yanhen and Yunwen." Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were thrilled, amazed to see the former saintess of the Wood Heart sect, Shi Yanhen, who was so beautiful. "I heard she stopped appearing after that incident. I never expected to see her in my lifetime. I'm so lucky." At that moment, Zia he finally turned his attention toward Li Tianyuan. Shi Yanhan smiled and introduced him as her husband, a revelation that struck the disciples like a thunderclap as they whispered about her losing her saintess position to her younger sister due to a supposed cultivation error. They mocked her for breaking her vows of chastity, claiming she was blind to choose such a man who wasn't even as handsome as they were. Zia Qing laughed until she cried, calling the former saintess a fool, while Shi Yunwen ground her teeth in rage. She screamed at Zia Qing and the disciples to shut up, but Zia Qing remained undaunted and loudly challenged Zia Yunwen. Zia Qing sneered at the perceived shame of her lies, and challenged her to a duel where the loser would have to bark like a dog 3 times. Shi Yunwen confidently accepted the challenge, and the two girls stood ready to face off. Shi Yunwen pointed at Xia Qing and urged Li Tianyuan to step forward and show them his true strength. Li Tianyuan coldly refused to participate, leaving her surprised that he wouldn't take the chance to suppress the Xia family's arrogance. He sternly told her that since she had made the bet herself, she had to be the one to finish the fight. The surrounding disciples laughed mockingly, calling him a useless man who hid behind women. Shi Yunwen ran to Li Tianyuan and argued that her opponent possessed the fallen Phoenix Saint physique, but he cut her off. He questioned how she could fail to defeat such trash after 5 days of his training, while Xia Qing taunted her for being a coward. Her pride stung. Shi Yunwen charged at Xia Qing and declared that she wasn't afraid of her. Xia Qing excitedly joined the fray, and the atmosphere became instantly tense as they faced each other. Xia Qing struck first, lunging forward with her body erupting in brilliant golden chi and a burning battle intent. Xiao Zhai called out in worry for her aunt, but Xiao Yi whispered that he didn't think Shi Yunwen would lose. The boy explained that there was a massive gap in their true chi and predicted the match would end in fewer than 5 moves. They exchanged blows in a seemingly balanced exchange until Shi Yunwen clenched her fist and delivered a full-power punch. Xia Qing took the hit to her stomach and retreated in pain, cursing Shi Yunwen for feigning weakness to catch her off guard. Shi Yunwen was stunned by her own power, wondering if she was truly this strong as Xia Qing leaped into the air. From above, Xia Qing unleashed the full power of her fallen Phoenix Saint physique with a meteor strike as she dove down. The disciples cheered for the certain defeat of the Heart-Eye Sect Saintess, but the collision of their powers resulted in a massive explosion. Shi Yunwen stood firm while Xia Qing was knocked back, followed by a palm strike from Shi Yunwen that sent Xia Qing crashing to the ground. The disciples were shocked by their lady's defeat, recalling the rumors of the Heart-Eye Sect's 2 great arts. These were the Great Void Heart-Burning Art, which was incredibly difficult to master, and the Saintess Saint Physique, which was rarely inherited. They were amazed that Shi Yunwen had attained the Saint Physique, while Shi Yanhan watched the battle in astonishment. She whispered that he had helped Shi Yunwen activate her true Saintess constitution, the 10,000 origin flowing physique. He nodded, noting her high comprehension but lack of experience, suggesting she be tempered through life-and-death battles in the desolate realm. Xia Qing remained in denial about her loss, while Shi Yunwen finally realized she had won and cheered happily. As Shi Yunwen jumped for joy, Xia Qing huffed that it was just luck and vowed to prove she was not inferior to the Heart-Eye Sect Saintess. She then turned to her master and said, "Master, I wish to continue my ascetic training." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke up. "Wait," Xia Qing asked irritably. "What else is there?" He coldly reminded her, "What about the 3 dog barks?" This remark made the disciples suddenly remember the bet they had made earlier. Xia Qing's face turned purple with rage as she pointed at him and shouted, "You!" Xia He hurriedly intervened. "Young Master Li, that was just a reckless bet between children." Before Xia He could finish his sentence, he coldly interrupted him. "Does the Xia family intend to go back on their word?" Xia He felt utterly humiliated by the rebuttal and could only growl in fury, while Xia Qing secretly drew a dagger and suddenly lunged at Li Tianyuan. She screamed, "You lunatic! How could I possibly endure such an insult from you?" But suddenly a hand firmly caught her wrist. Mingwu tightened his grip on Xia Qing's wrist and said coldly, "You were hostile from the start, and now you dare strike my master," before twisting her wrist back. He turned the blade toward her face, causing Xia He to cry out in panic, "Release Kinger at once!" But Mingwu ignored him and released a massive wave of pressure. Xia He tried to step forward to stop him, but he was completely suppressed by Mingwu's powerful aura and couldn't move, thinking in horror that the pressure was terrifying. "His cultivation is frightening. Did she flee with my cousin and 3rd aunt because of this man?" Mingwu then threatened Xia Qing. "Bark 3 times like a dog, or will you refuse? Or should I carve a few lines into your face?" To prove his point, he lightly nicked her cheek, and fearing disfigurement, a panicked Xia Qing quickly barked 3 times. "Woof, woof, woof." The disciples were so stunned they couldn't believe their ears, while Mingwu smiled with satisfaction, patted her head, and called her a good child for keeping her promise. Humiliated and enraged, Xia Qing shoved his hand away and shouted, "I will never forgive you for this," before quickly fleeing the scene. Mingwu smiled as he watched Xia Qing flee in desperation, while Li Tianyuan asked Xia He who the man was, and Xia He replied that he was a highly skilled new wood master. He gave a simple nod of understanding, and meanwhile, at the Xia Manor, a middle-aged man entered to report to Elder Xia. "Father, I'm afraid General Fang Zhou won't arrive until tomorrow, and we are still waiting on Azure Cloud Mountain." Elder Xia took a sip of tea and mused. "Azure Cloud Mountain, eh? I sent young Xia Yun to notify both the Heartwood Sect and Azure Cloud Mountain." The old man paused. "So why hasn't he returned yet? Hasn't the Heartwood Sect already arrived?" The middle-aged man stroked his beard and added, I'm not sure what's taking Yuner so long. I hope nothing has gone wrong. As they were speaking, a servant entered to report, Elder Master, young Master Zia Yun has returned. Zia Yun entered the room looking disheveled and exhausted, causing his father to rush over in concern and ask how he ended up in such a state, as Zia Yun sighed and explained. My flying sword suddenly shattered. Luckily, I reacted in time or I would have fallen to my death, he said, causing his father to shout in disbelief. I spent a fortune having that flying sword forged, so how could it just shatter for no reason? Faced with the questioning, Zia Yun could only bow his head and sigh before turning serious. Let's set that aside for now. Father, grandfather, something terrible has happened. Azure Cloud Mountain has vanished. Both elders were struck with shock. His father pressed him to explain what he meant by vanished, and Zia Yun confirmed he had circled the area several times to be sure before Elder Zia looked grave. The Zhuang family at Azure Cloud Mountain is close to me, and unless some world-shaking event occurred, it's impossible for there to be no news at all. The father suggested, Father, the Heartwood sect is near Azure Cloud Mountain, so why don't we ask them? They might know something, and the old man agreed to receive the guests. Shortly after, the two entered the main hall where Elder Zia sat in the seat of honor, repeatedly offering praise until Zia he suddenly called out. Father, he said, pointing toward Li Tianyuan's group, the representatives from the Heartwood sect have arrived. Elder Zia frowned and asked why only children had come. Tian Yanhan explained on their behalf. My mother, Zia Junyi, is occupied with sect matters and truly could not make it in person. She sent us to celebrate grandfather's birthday, and once the sect's affairs are settled, she will visit personally. We hope for your understanding, uncle. Zia Xiang and Elder Zia both snorted, their voices dripping with disdain as they remarked that regardless of the reason, she shouldn't have sent mere children. Especially you. Weren't you supposed to be imprisoned? How do you have the nerve to show your face here? This insult led Shi Yunwen to pull Li Tianyuan's arm and urge him to endure. He is my biological uncle, after all. Zia Xiang waved his hand dismissively and said, Fine. By the way, let me ask you something since Azure Cloud Mountain is near your Heartwood sect. What is the situation there now? Do you know anything? Li Tianyuan replied in a serious, cold voice. I have already destroyed Azure Cloud Mountain. Both the Zia family father and son and Shi Yunwen were stunned, as Zia Xiang thought he was making a ridiculous joke and immediately scowled, asking what kind of joke he was playing. Who exactly are you? Zia he quickly explained that he was cousin Yanhan's husband, which prompted Zia Xiang to take the opportunity to insult the couple even more. What a fool. And you, the second daughter Zia Junyi, also went astray by not choosing the excellent Changyuan sect or Kangdong City. Instead, you chose such a worthless man. Watching Zia Xiang walk away with disdain, Shi Yunwen angrily raised a challenging finger behind his back. Zia he still maintained a friendly facade with a social laugh and invited the guests inside, while Shi Yunwen curiously questioned Li Tianyuan as they walked. Aren't you too bothered at all? He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied that since he didn't care, there was no reason to be angry, and they all entered the birthday hall. Yanhan spoke gracefully. Greetings, grandfather. I wish to present the gift my mother prepared, as Shi Yunwen stepped forward carrying a box. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted the ceremony, announcing Elder Dan's arrival, and his group walked straight past Shi Yanhan's group while they were performing their salutations. He walked straight in with an air of importance without even greeting them, forcing Zia Xiang to stand up and humbly welcome him, calling Elder Dan's presence a great honor for the Zia family. Elder Dan laughed heartily, saying Brother Zia was being too formal and the gift was trivial, before presenting the Jade Dragon White Lotus, which left the hall in awe. Elder Dan presented the Jade Dragon White Lotus to celebrate Old Master Zia's birthday, prompting someone to cry out in shock that it was indeed a Jade Dragon White Lotus. It is said this flower blooms only once every millennium and can consolidate a major realm, making it no less valuable than a First Revolution Immortal pill, another guest remarked. A figure like Elder Dan gives immense face just by attending, even without a gift, and another person added that the Zia family has truly grown more powerful in recent years. Old Master Zia's eldest son, Zia Zongteng, is not only the head of the house but also a King Realm expert, and his 3 children are equally impressive. The eldest son Zia He is a rare high-level alchemist. The second child Zia Yun reached the Marquis Realm young, and the youngest daughter Zia Qing possesses the Green Phoenix spirit physique. Old Master Zia's third daughter Zia Beiai married into the Gu family, which boasts Gu Yuzhu and perhaps a hidden great emperor, but a youth then asked about the second daughter Zia Junyi. Regarding Zia Junni, who married Shi Bufan of the Zinmu sect, the older man shook his head with regret, recalling how brilliant Shi Bufan was 20 years ago before his sudden misfortune. Their daughter, Shi Yanhan, was once famous throughout the region with many geniuses vying for her, but he sighed that she lost her position as saintess due to some unknown mistake. The Zinmu sect has declined since then, and a moment later, Zia he cupped his hands to wish his grandfather longevity as vast as the sea and a joyful life. He presented 5 refinement spirit pills like the vein restoring pill, wind walking pill, and chi augmenting pill, then offered a 10 refinement pill he had recently succeeded in refining. He hoped his grandfather would accept it, and Zia Xiang took the medicine with high praise, while Elder Dan remarked on how impressive it was to refine such a pill at a young age. The crowd buzzed with the realization that the Zia family would surely produce a grand alchemist, especially since he had earned Elder Dan's recognition for his bright future. At that moment, Xiaozhai curiously asked Li Tianyuan if the things they were talking about were inferior to his own pills. He stroked her head and confirmed it with a nod, while Elder Dan glanced over at the father and daughter. Zia Yun also presented a longevity technique scroll she had happened to acquire, wishing her grandfather peace and a long life. The guests were astonished again, because a longevity technique is rarer than cultivation methods or divine abilities, as it can revitalize a cultivator's aging blood and qi to extend their life. Old Master Zia accepted it with a smile, praising Yun'er's thoughtfulness, while Li Tianyuan frowned at the scroll and whispered that this longevity technique was flawed. Zia Zongtang asked his eldest son about Kinger's whereabouts, and after a whispered reply, the 2 sisters, Shi Yanhan and Shi Yunwen, stood in the center of the hall. Shi Yunwen held the box while Shi Yanhan presented an exquisitely embroidered red cloak, wishing her grandfather well and noting that their mother had personally sewn it. Each longevity character within the cloak held a small formation to clear the mind and ward off evil, yet the old man merely gave a cold and indifferent nod. Suddenly a piercing voice rang out, "How pathetic. No wonder Zia Junni didn't dare show up in person. This birthday gift is truly disgraceful." This man in purple was the son-in-law of the Gu family, and his words infuriated Shi Yunwen. She turned and shouted, "My mother hand-stitched every inch of this robe herself. It contains her entire heart and soul." The son-in-law simply scoffed. His disdainful sneer made Shi Yunwen grit her teeth in rage. Then, he summoned a servant to bring forward a gift, announcing, "I offer these longevity pills to my father-in-law. May you enjoy eternal youth, father-in-law." This gift stunned the crowd, as these longevity pills were nearly on par with 100 refined pills. Given the sheer quantity, the Gu family was truly generous. The birthday celebrant, Zia Xiang, praised him. "Excellent. Since taking your last batch of longevity pills, I feel younger every day." Zia Beiyi touched the robe with one hand while covering a mocking smile with the other, saying, "Father, look at the gift your grandson-in-law brought. Then look at what someone else offered." She continued to ridicule the 2 sisters. "Listen, nieces, if the Zinmu sect lacks even this much capability, your mother could have told me. As her sister, I could have lent you some spirit stones or pills so you wouldn't have to present such a pathetic gift and become a laughingstock." With that, she suddenly slapped the robe out of Shi Yanhan's hands and barked, "Is this trash meant to insult my father?" The 2 sisters turned pale with rage as Shi Yunwen prepared to retort. Shi Yanhan stopped her and calmly explained, "A gift is about the sentiment. We have presented ours, but if it is unwelcome, we shall take our leave." Zia Xiang finally spoke up to mediate. "Enough, enough." However, he still pointed at Shi Yanhan and scolded her. "But you should see what your third aunt gifted compared to your own offering. Her temper is understandable given the circumstances." Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the noise. "If you want to die sooner, then by all means, keep eating those." The crowd spun around to stare at Li Qianyuan. He then asked Zia Xiang, "Does the back of your neck often feel itchy?" Zia Xiang reached back to touch his neck in surprise as Li Qianyuan explained, "That is where the toxic energy in your body is accumulating. Soon, it will invade your brain, turning you into a mere puppet." Hearing this, the son-in-law roared, "What nonsense! Get out of here." Li Qianyuan turned to him and said, "You are the same," leaving the Gu patriarch stunned. Li Qianyuan then picked up a longevity pill. "You've taken these before, haven't you?" He glanced at the Gu patriarch and Zia Xiang. "The itch is just one symptom. Recently, you felt your power surge. However, your Yaomen acupoint aches, and that dull pain has likely spread to your Lingsu acupoint." These words struck a chord with both men. Both were stunned, wondering how he knew. Yet the Gu patriarch stubbornly argued, "Toxic energy? This is clearly auspicious energy. How dare you claim my longevity pills are flawed? Since Elder Dan is here, let him inspect them." Elder Dan stepped forward and said gravely, "Then let me take a look." The Gu patriarch approached Li Qianyuan and declared coldly, "If Elder Dan confirms there is no issue, I will cut out your tongue. Lee Kaianyuan remained still and composed. Nearby, Elder Dan began his inspection. After a moment, he confirmed, "It is indeed as this young brother said." Everyone in the room turned pale with shock. "What?" Elder Dan continued. "However, the exact nature of this toxin and whether it is harmful requires further study." He held up a pill and asked the elder Zia, "May I borrow one for a more thorough investigation?" Zia Xiang calmly agreed, but the third aunt interjected in a panic. "Elder Dan, you must be careful. How could my nephew ever harm his own father and uncle?" Elder Dan explained his perspective. "All medicine contains some level of toxicity. If the effects are this potent, then minor toxins or side effects are to be expected." Lee Kaianyuan turned away and mocked him coldly. "You need to study such a mediocre thing? Your title as Elder Dan truly doesn't live up to your reputation." The crowd erupted in fury, condemning him. "How arrogant! You dare insult Elder Dan. Even if he forgives you, the great powers he has saved will never let you live." The grandson-in-law sneered contemptuously. "You piece of trash, even Elder Dan hasn't confirmed a problem. What right do you have to speak? Unless you can produce a better pill than mine." Unable to restrain herself, Shi Yunwen snapped back. "What is there to be proud of? We of the Xinmu sect have 100 refined pills that are in no way inferior to yours. Furthermore, my brother-in-law once successfully refined a 5th-grade immortal pill." Gu Xianzun clearly didn't believe her, crossing his arms and snorting with contempt. "HMPH, do you think mentioning the Xinmu sect can intimidate me? And a 5th-grade immortal pill at that?" His wife chimed in. "Are you trying to show off using the Xinmu sect?" In the eyes of the Gu family, the Xinmu sect is nothing. Perhaps only organizations of the scale of Tianli Palace are worthy of our attention. The guests at the banquet also began to comment, noting that this young girl was truly impulsive and spoke without thinking, as a 5th-grade immortal pill couldn't possibly exist. Forget a 1st-grade immortal pill, I haven't even seen a 100 refined pill before. Gu Xianzun continued to look down on him, calling him a mere brat. "You'd better actually have an immortal pill. Otherwise, for the crime of insulting Elder Dan, your death will be horrific." Lee Kaianyuan then asked him in return, "What if I can produce one?" Gu Xianzun was stunned, then stepped closer defiantly. "If you can, I'll endure 10 slaps from you in front of everyone." As soon as he finished, Lee Kaianyuan quickly swung his hand and landed a slap. This action shocked everyone to the core. What was he doing? Being hit unexpectedly made him lose all face, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Lee Kaianyuan calmly finished the remaining 9 slaps while explaining that he was hitting him first to prevent him from going back on his word. After 10 consecutive slaps, Gu Xianzun's face was swollen like a bun. Holding his face with one hand and pointing at him with the other, he screamed orders to his subordinates. "Guards, seize him for me. I want to hack him into pieces." Shi Yunwen grumbled in annoyance. As expected, they're all the same. Their personalities are no different. Lee Kaianyuan silently reached into his robe. Then he threw out a pill and said, "I happen to have a 2nd-grade immortal pill here that's been tainted with some saliva." Elder Dan was extremely shocked when he saw the pill. Just then, the Gu family members began to rush forward to capture him, but Elder Dan suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop!" He quickly rushed toward Lee Kaianyuan and caught the pill before it fell to the ground. Everyone was utterly terrified. Elder Dan and Old Master Zia stood up in shock. Looking at Elder Dan lying on the ground, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Elder Dan sat up and gave a stern order. "No one move." As he held the pill and stood frozen looking at him, Lee Kaianyuan asked, "What's the matter?" Elder Dan shook his head and muttered to himself, "Such a pure 2nd-grade immortal pill. I had to go through countless hardships and only by chance refined my first one at the age of 70. In all of Shenzhou, how many people can refine this immortal pill? Not to mention you are so young." Gu Xianzun and his wife were so shocked their mouths hung open. Could this really be a 2nd-grade immortal pill? At this moment, Elder Dan curiously asked him, "I wonder where you learned your craft, young friend. Which master refined this 2nd-grade immortal pill?" he continued. "This old man has a few things to ask your master. I hope you can be generous with your guidance." People in the hall began to whisper that this person must have a powerful master backing him, as no young alchemist could refine a 2nd-grade immortal pill. Then they realized, no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out he has a patron. How lucky. Elder Dan began to persuade him. "So, young friend, can you sell this pill to me? I am willing to pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 5 types of rare herbs, no less in quality than the jade, dragon, white lotus." Suddenly, another person raised their hand. "Little brother, I want to buy it too." As soon as this person finished, 2 others turned to advise him, "Don't compete with Elder Dan. He has saved many people. The pill will have better value in his hands." The other person was still regretful. "But I really want that 2nd-grade immortal pill." Immediately after, another man stepped out and introduced himself. Brother, I am the vice commander of the Life-I sect. The Life-I sect is willing to exchange for this second-grade immortal pill. With 100 top-grade 7 refined spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 3 promises of honor from the Life-I sect. This price left everyone stunned, as this amount was enough to buy an entire city. People whispered, don't forget there are also 3 promises from the Life-I sect. The Life-I sect's strength is not small. With those 3 promises, one can almost act freely throughout Shenzhou. And I want it too. Old Master Zia and his son's faces turned pale as they spoke incoherently. Suddenly, Gu Xianzun loudly offered a price of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing that he was not moved at all, he continued to raise the price. Still not enough. Then I'll increase it to 500,000. The crowd was once again shocked to the extreme. He said to him, I'll also give you a chance to resolve the grudge with my Gu family. Then he began to threaten. Give the second-grade immortal pill to me. I will overlook those 10 slaps. Otherwise, you would have faced the full wrath of the Gu family. Elder Dan closed his eyes and shook his head with a sigh. Hayes, I cannot afford it. Young friend, just give it to him. Otherwise, you will offend the Gu family. Staying alive is more important. Li Tianyuan remained silent for a moment before speaking up. I never said I wanted to sell it. He then turned to Elder Dan. A second revolution immortal pill isn't that precious. If you wish to study it, just take it. Since you have a good attitude, I will consider giving you some guidance if you encounter any difficulties. Everyone present was utterly shocked, pointing at him and exclaiming, What? Giving guidance to Elder Dan? He is far too arrogant, yet giving away an entire second revolution immortal pill is incredibly generous. Perhaps he wants to curry favor with Elder Dan, but claiming he can instruct him is simply absurd. Elder Dan nodded and said, I always fail when refining heaven-grade pills. Even if I succeed, the purity is nowhere near the pill in your hand. However, you likely cannot resolve this doubt either. I plan to discuss it with Master Li. Suddenly, he asked in return, Do you have any pills on you? Elder Dan was stunned for a moment before taking out some pills and handing them to him, replying, I do. Li Tianyuan poured the pills out to inspect them, then clenched them in his hand and began to circulate his magic power. Elder Dan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, This universe in the palm technique can only be performed by an alchemy grandmaster. He thought to himself that without immense internal energy, reaching this level would be impossible. After a while, he opened his palm to reveal that the golden pill had turned red. Not only that, but patterns had appeared on it. Elder Dan couldn't believe his eyes. The grade had jumped several levels, nearly reaching a first revolution immortal pill. He questioned himself in confusion. This is impossible. How can pills merge and level up? He explained that once a pill is refined, its medicinal potency is fixed. Even merging 2 pills of the same type would disrupt the existing medicinal power, causing the quality to deteriorate. That is why immortal pills are so difficult to refine, yet you can merge and upgrade them. Li Tianyuan tossed the upgraded immortal pill to Elder Dan and said, Just because others cannot do it doesn't mean I can't. You all can only refine 1 pill at a time, whereas I can refine an entire batch simultaneously. Take this pill and study it carefully. Whether you gain any insight depends on you. Afterward, Elder Dan turned to Shi Yunwen and asked, Young lady, was what you said about the 5th revolution immortal pill true? With a pouting face, Shi Yunwen confirmed, Of course it's true. Everyone was completely terrified at that moment. Daisima spoke up with a flattering tone. Brother, I wonder if you are engaged. I have a younger cousin who just turned 18 and is stunningly beautiful. Those present were startled, thinking, Oh, that's certainly a different approach. Recruiting him would be far better than buying pills. Under Xiao Yi's astonished gaze, many people quickly began recommending their relatives, pushing each other as they spoke. Young brother, I have a granddaughter for you to consider. Or perhaps my daughter. What about my wife? I don't need any betrothal gifts. Shi Yanhan stepped close to Li Tianyuan and firmly declared, My husband is already married. Please do not waste your time playing matchmaker. Elder Dan also felt regretful. What a pity I still have an unmarried elder sister. He whispered softly to him, Young friend, perhaps you should consider taking a concubine. Shi Yunwen pouted and muttered, Isn't his elder sister already over 70 or 80 years old? Li Tianyuan turned toward the door and said to Shi Yanhan, Yanhan, let's go. Master Zia was now extremely excited, calling out to him with a beaming smile, Grandson-in-law? His attitude had completely flipped compared to the beginning. Li Tianyuan glanced over, completely indifferent. Grandson-in-law? Actually, giving you this pill wouldn't have been impossible. It's just a shame you are all too good at flattery. Having said that, he walked on unbothered. However, it was clear the people there would not let him leave easily. 3 masked men blocked his path. From behind, Gu Xianzun threatened, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate it. You dared to damage the reputation of my Gu family. If you can walk out of here in one piece today, I will take your surname." With that, he ordered his subordinates to attack. As the crowd rushed forward, Elder Dan stood in front of Li Tianyuan. He turned to Gu Xianzun and said, "Mr. Gu, these people are my friends. Please show some respect and do not cause trouble." His words were polite at first, but followed by a clear warning. "Though I am just an old man, friends from all over still show me respect. I hope Mr. Gu can grant me this favor." Gu Xianzun understood that escalating the situation would be disadvantageous, and Elder Dan had provided him with a way out. To persist would be truly unwise. He snorted and replied that he would yield out of respect for Elder Dan, who then bowed in gratitude before asking Li Qianyuan to stay for a major event tonight. Since Elder Dan had requested it, he readily agreed, prompting the elder to gracefully ask Old Master Zia if his companions could stay to discuss important matters. Old Master Zia agreed immediately, while elsewhere, a fist struck a training dummy with a thunderous force accompanied by a furious roar. "How loathsome!" Zia Qing hissed through gritted teeth, wondering why she had failed to defeat the saintess of the Xinmu sect when Gu Mang suddenly appeared behind her. Standing with his hands on his hips, he claimed he had a way for her to vent her frustrations, which immediately piqued her interest. Zia Qing asked what his plan was, while Gu Mang's face darkened with a scowl of pure indignation. He declared that those people had been an eyesore since entering the city and needed to be taught a lesson, then asked Master Mu for his assistance. As they stepped outside, Shi Yunwen asked her brother-in-law why he had been so confrontational with the Zia family despite claiming he didn't want to get involved. Li Qianyuan paused for a moment before bluntly telling his sister-in-law that he despised the Zia family and intended to eradicate them in the future. Stunned by his directness, Shi Yunwen stood frozen until Shi Yanhan reminded Li Qianyuan of their promise to attend the banquet at Juxian Pavilion tonight. He nodded and told them to head there first while he handled some business, so the sisters and the 2 children departed ahead of him. Li Qianyuan stood alone watching them leave, until Li Qing appeared to deliver a report to the palace master. Li Qing explained that he had copied a portion of the longevity technique given to the Zia family for study, but he gasped in shock upon reading the contents. Before he could finish, Li Qianyuan correctly guessed that it was a modified version of a demon race cultivation technique. He handed Li Qing a longevity pill and ordered him to investigate which other factions possessed these specific techniques and pills. His expression grew grim as he explained that combining the two would gradually turn a practitioner into an unwitting puppet. It appeared a mastermind was plotting to control various small and medium-sized forces. While back with the sisters, Shi Yunwen let out a long yawn. Claiming she was exhausted, she decided to nap in her room and join them later, so Shi Yanhan nodded as her sister headed back. While Shi Yanhan and her children were walking through the crowded streets, Zhao Zhai spotted the old man who had been whipped by Gu Mang. Recognizing him, the little girl happily ran over to greet him, and the old man asked if it was really her before she asked what he was doing there. The old man clutched his stomach and weakly explained that he was too hungry to move, asking the young girl if she had anything to eat. She sheepishly admitted she had nothing on her, but then smiled as she realized she would soon have food and turned to ask Shi Yanhan for help. After receiving her mother's permission, the girl smiled and helped the old man up, telling him she would take him to a banquet. Meanwhile, as Shi Yunwen slept soundly, a mysterious fragrance drifted into her room and was inhaled by the slumbering girl. A man in black quietly opened the door, wrapped Shi Yunwen in a dark blanket, and carried her out of the room, slamming the door behind him. At Juxian Pavilion, the banquet was in full swing, though the Zia family head grumbled about why they had brought such a filthy old man along. He watched the 3 of them and the eating old man with disdain, while Elder Dan warmly invited Li Qianyuan to take his seat. As soon as he sat down, a worried Shi Yanhan asked why Yunwen hadn't arrived yet, to which he quietly replied that someone was trying to kidnap her. Shi Yanhan turned pale with shock, but he quickly reassured her that her sister would be perfectly fine. At that moment, as the man in black fled through the streets with the unconscious Shi Yunwen, a massive rock suddenly struck him hard in the chest. He halted in pain, unable to move further, as a hand gently opened a paper fan and Sui Feng approached, addressing Mu Wu Ming, the guardian. As one of the 4 great experts of the Jiu Yun Supreme sect, it was unexpected for him to commit such a foul act as kidnapping. Sui Feng fanned himself gracefully, looking like a refined scholar. Mu Wuming carried Shi Yunuan and leaped onto the roof, while Sui Feng remained calm before soaring into the air a moment later to pursue him closely. They engaged in a game of cat and mouse until Mu Wuming suddenly threw a hidden weapon at Sui Feng, who deflected it back with a wave of his fan. The weapon shattered against a roof tile as Mu Wuming landed with Shi Yunuan. Sui Feng sensed his power and identified his ability as the Azure Sorrow Realm transformation. Sui Feng immediately cast a barrier to trap Mu Wuming, who struck an invisible wall upon taking a step and was forced to a sudden halt. He stood still and scanned his surroundings, shocked to be besieged, as not even a cat outside the barrier could perceive anything unusual. Facing Mu Wuming, Sui Feng revealed that the man had planned to steal the fallen Phoenix Saint physique, but changed his target to the Xin Mu sect Saintess's 10,000 origin transmission physique. He had used the requests of Xia Qing and Gu Mang to kidnap Shi Yunuan for the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect leader. Mu Wuming placed the girl on the roof and spoke. He claimed that since Sui Feng knew his identity, he must know his strength. Sui Feng replied that he was aware Mu Wuming had just reached the Great Emperor realm. Mu Wuming unmasked himself and asked for Sui Feng's name, who introduced himself as one of the 8 elites of Kaian Li Palace, a name Mu Wuming recognized. He questioned why they couldn't settle this peacefully, as the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect and Kaian Li Palace held no prior grudges. Sui Feng declined, stating his palace master had private matters with the sect leader, then opened his eyes with a stern expression. He declared with a serious gaze that from the moment Mu Wuming learned his name, he never intended to let him leave this place alive. Enraged, Mu Wuming roared as his aura exploded, shredding his clothes to reveal a muscular body while he challenged the reputation of the 8 elites. As Mu Wuming began to channel his spiritual power, Sui Feng watched with indifference. When a palm strike was launched at him, the elite of Kaian Li Palace simply tilted his body to evade it with ease, causing Mu Wuming to clench his fists. Intense purple energy surged from his hands as he threw a punch, sending a blast of power directly toward Sui Feng. Sui Feng spun his fan to create a sturdy shield, but Mu Wuming suddenly appeared behind him, only for Sui Feng to strike through his afterimage. The afterimage released a powerful burst of purple energy that transformed into a violent, swirling vortex. Multiple sharp-tipped cyclones appeared and surrounded Sui Feng as Mu Wuming controlled them from the air to crush his target. He pressed his palms together and shouted, "Myriad Law's destruction," as the vortexes collided with Sui Feng in a massive explosion. Debris and purple energy scattered, but Shi Yunuan remained safe under Sui Feng's green barrier until the dust cleared to reveal a large crater. With Sui Feng nowhere in sight, Mu Wuming landed on the ground, only to be startled when the fan came flying at him from behind. He had assumed Sui Feng perished in the explosion, but the fan merely circled back to its owner as Sui Feng stood tall and unfurled it. Looking elegant and composed, Sui Feng listened as Mu Wuming asked why the elusive members of Kaian Li Palace were finally showing their faces. Mu Wuming realized he was facing the leader of the 8 elites, the azure-clothed young master, which seemed to surprise Sui Feng slightly. Sui Feng acknowledged the title and admitted that Mu Wuming truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top 3 experts of the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect. He stated that he would now have to get serious. Retreat. Sui Multip spread his arms and unleashed his technique, the ethereal shadow absolute, as a massive green aura erupted from him and dozens of phantoms appeared. They withdrew to surround Mu Wuming, and as one phantom lunged to attack, he swung his fist only to find he couldn't strike them. His punch passed right through, after which Sui Feng withdrew the attacking phantom to merge it with those behind, as another one charged at Mu Multiply. The cycle repeated as he punched through the phantom, which then merged back into the group, while the young master in green stood silently, controlling the illusions to strike Wuming from all sides. He seemed at a loss on how to deal with these phantoms since his strikes were useless, and as he grew exhausted, the illusions began landing consecutive blows on him. Mu Wuming gritted his teeth in endurance, gathering his remaining strength before looking up to the sky and letting out a desperate, piercing cry. This scream caused the phantoms around Sui Feng to vanish, leaving Wuming kneeling weakly on the ground as Sui Feng landed gracefully to hear his admission of defeat, proving the reputation of the 8 paragons of Tian Li Palace was well-deserved. "Dying by your hand is no injustice," he said, before delivering a final cold provocation. "However, you will never find the sect leader." Sui Feng closed his eyes and replied that it was none of his concern, then swung his fan to decapitate Mu Wuming just as Yu Nuan fell from the roof. Sui Feng quickly caught her in his arms, carrying her like a princess, when she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the stranger with curiosity, asking who he was. Sui Feng channeled his power and whispered for her to sleep a bit longer, lulling her into a deep slumber as Mu Wuming's corpse was slowly consumed by red flames. As the body vanished into thin air, two people watched from outside the barrier. The green-haired girl asked the elder, "Uncle Tian, what would your chances of winning be?" To which he replied 90% after a pause, prompting her to frown and clarify her mismatched question. "I meant against the man who just won," she clarified, and he revised his answer to 60%, causing her to look at him skeptically and wonder why he held the man in such high regard. He explained that while it was hard to tell from outside the barrier, both were at the great emperor level or at least the profound light realm, and he had defeated Mu Wuming. Having defeated a long-renowned figure so quickly, his true strength was obvious at a glance, the elder concluded while stroking his beard in deep thought. The green-haired girl also frowned as she gazed into the distance, softly remarking that the man bore a slight resemblance to someone from Yuan Kaijing's household. After recounting the events to ease Shi Yanhan's worries, he softly concluded his summary just as he stood in the center of the stage to make a loud announcement. "Distinguished guests, today is my grandfather's birthday, and as he has always cherished talent, I see that everyone here represents the elite youth of the Dong Sui Kingdom. Since you have gathered here from far and wide, I wish to take this opportunity to organize a competition so that we may all improve together through a trial of strength." Upon hearing this, the guests began to buzz with conversation, and one man stroked his beard, wondering if this was a contest to see which family's youth was superior. Someone remarked that the Xia family clearly wanted to flaunt the power of their younger generation, while another added that it was a rare occasion for everyone to gather like this. "A competition is a fine idea," someone at another table said, noting that when discussing outstanding youth, one must mention the 7 sons of Qingyun Mountain, especially the 7th son, Zhang Tong, who was even accepted as a disciple by the Cloud Ascent sect. Another person added, looking toward the door with regret. "But it is strange that Qingyun Mountain is absent this time," they noted. As he continued his announcement, stating that the competition would naturally have winners and losers. He paused to let the crowd guess, before announcing that the top performer would receive a precious reward, the absolute heaven divine medicine. The hall erupted in a commotion at the mention of such a valuable prize, with everyone gaping in shock that the reward was indeed the absolute heaven divine medicine. "I heard that only by consuming it can one move freely in the desolate region, which is currently so volatile that even Saint Emperor Realm experts dare not enter," a man shouted. "However, you must realize the desolate region is a land of infinite potential and hidden treasures. Finding an ancient divine weapon, there would surely shock the entire divine continent." Suddenly, Xia Qing appeared and addressed Xia He as her elder brother, confidently suggesting that since the Xia family was hosting, she should be the first to step forward. With that, she stepped onto the stage, and Xia He, proud of his talented sister, patted her shoulder in encouragement and told her to begin before he stepped down. Xia Qing stood alone and issued a loud challenge, announcing to everyone that she had admired the Xinmu sect saintess since childhood. She challenged the saintess of the Xinmu sect, asking if she dared to show her face, while looking at Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan with disdain. When no one answered, Xia Qing continued her taunts, mocking the saintess for not even daring to respond to a small match. She stood with her hands on her hips asking for Yu Nuan until Shi Yanhan suddenly stood up, surprising everyone present. Shi Yanhan coldly replied that she would fight in Yu Nuan's place, intending to teach the girl a lesson for her kidnapping attempt. Zai worriedly told his mother that she was no match for that woman and offered to go instead since he knew her moves. Shi Yanhan felt a surge of happiness from her son's concern, looking at him tenderly before gently stroking his head. As Zai watched, she stepped onto the stage while Li Tianyuan confidently assured the children that their mother knew her limits. The crowd was stunned to see her step up, whispering about how Shi Yanhan's cultivation was supposed to be sealed. They wondered why she would fight, noting that Xia Qing possessed the fallen Phoenix Saint physique, while Shi Yanhan had no cultivation. As the two women faced each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Qing smiled with a calculating look. Xia Qing leaped forward to attack, while the twins cried out in fear for their mother to be careful. Shi Yanhan gracefully dodged the incoming palm strike, leaving Xia Qing in a state of utter disbelief. Shocked that her attack was avoided, Xia Qing stared as Shi Yanhan looked back at her with a cold, piercing gaze. Shi Yanhan delivered a sharp slap to Xia Qing's face, and surprisingly, the possessor of the fallen Phoenix Saint physique could not avoid it. Staggering to maintain her balance, Xia Qing touched her badly swollen cheek and asked in disbelief how she could have been hit. Below the stage, the spectators were horrified, wondering if Xia Qing had simply been careless as the two women glared at each other. Xia Qing gathered her strength and launched another punch, arrogantly declaring that she wouldn't be bested by a useless person. He watched the match and realized Xia Qing was getting serious, wondering if Shi Yanhan could possibly dodge her. Shi Yanhan stood still and watched as Xia Qing's incoming fist suddenly and inexplicably dropped. It was as if her arm had been crippled, for Shi Yanhan's sheer pressure alone had rendered Xia Qing's left hand completely powerless. The Xia family gaped in shock as Shi Yanhan noted that Xia Qing's left arm was now powerless, leaving the girl humiliated. Consumed by hatred, Xia Qing focused all her power into her right arm and threw another punch while cursing under her breath. As the fist approached, Shi Yanhan caught and manipulated her wrist, calmly remarking that her right hand was just as unskilled. Xia Qing's right hand trembled as she struggled against an invisible force, shouting, "Fallen Phoenix," before Shi Yanhan struck her head. She lectured her that flashy moves were useless, and only alerted the enemy before blasting Xia Qing's chest with spiritual energy. As Xia Qing was forced back, Ziyi watched in awe, amazed that his mother possessed such incredible power. Li Tianyuan proudly told the children that their mother's fame was built on much more than just her beautiful appearance. While Xia Qing seethed with anger, Shi Yanhan appeared in front of her like a flash of lightning, catching her off guard. Asking if she had already lost her focus, Shi Yanhan told her she had much to learn before kicking her with her long legs. Xia Qing looked up in terror at Shi Yanhan's foot, which stopped abruptly just as it was about to crush her head, leaving her frozen with her eyes shut. As Shi Yanhan withdrew her leg, Xia Qing collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, while the crowd whispered that the blow could have been fatal. They wondered why the Xia family's young lady hadn't activated her fallen phoenix saint physique, only to realize Shi Yanhan had used her signature lightning-fast strikes. She had subdued her opponent before a single move could be made, easily defeating the young lady despite her own cultivation being sealed. One spectator remarked that the gap between them was simply too vast, whether it was because Shi Yanhan was too powerful or Xia Qing was too weak. Frustrated that the plan had failed, Gu Mang turned and barked that she was useless, while Xia Qing remained dazed by her crushing defeat. Though her body finally surged with the powerful spiritual energy of the fallen Phoenix Saint physique, it was futile now that she had already lost. My fallen Phoenix Saint physique has failed twice now. This is unforgivable, she hissed to herself, clenching her fists as she watched Shi Yanhan leave. Suddenly, she felt a crushing pressure washed over her, making her break into a cold sweat. It was Li Tianyuan, radiating fury after sensing her intent to sneak attack his wife. His mere gaze exerted a pressure that made her feel as if she were suffocating, leaving her paralyzed like a statue by something truly terrifying. He approached Shi Yanhan and bowed politely, thanking her for showing mercy, while Xia Yun asked if she truly intended to stop there. As Xia Qing was helped away while muttering about the horror she felt, the two elders of the Xia family watched the scene unfold in silence. Shi Yanhan returned to her seat, where Xiao Zhai cheered excitedly for her mother's strength, just as Xia Yun stepped onto the stage to make an announcement. He declared that since his younger sister was clumsy and Shi Yanhan did not wish to continue, he would take over the matches himself. He then stated his desire to challenge a certain outstanding talent who had impressed everyone today with his superb alchemy skills. He turned to Li Tianyuan and asked if he dared to accept the challenge, but the man merely stood with his arms crossed, remaining silent. Li Tianyuan told Shi Yanhan that since they kept making things difficult, he would play along for a while before calmly walking toward the stage. He softly advised Xia Yun that they could duel, but warned him not to overexert his true energy, to which Xia Yun smiled with feigned gratitude. Xia Yun thanked him while secretly vowing to obtain the heaven-severing divine medicine and viewing the young man as nothing more than a nuisance. Confident that he had already corroded the man's meridians, he gripped his sword as a red spiritual aura flared, certain of his victory. He lunged forward, intending to use the man as a stepping stone for his own fame, but Li Tianyuan didn't budge, stopping the blade with a single finger. With a casual flick of his finger, he sent Xia Yun tumbling back as the sword flew from his hand and spun wildly through the air. Xia Yun recoiled in shock, but quickly regained his composure to question the man for hiding such formidable strength. He claimed the man had likely reached the second-grade Marquis realm, a revelation that left the entire audience trembling in disbelief. An older man lamented that he had only reached the Viscount realm at his age, while Xia Yun began to plot a more sinister scheme. He believed that defeating a stronger Li Tianyuan would only increase his own prestige, feeling smug about his earlier decision to plant true energy in the man's body. Vowing to be ruthless to avenge the Xia family's honor, he put on a kind facade and told Li Tianyuan to be careful. He lunged with a full-power punch, but Li Tianyuan stood motionless as the strike hit his chest like solid rock, leaving Xia Yun's face contorted in pain. It felt as though a violent wave had crashed against an immovable fortress wall, and he couldn't comprehend why there was no reaction at all. Despite having unleashed his entire strength, a small crack suddenly appeared on his own defensive barrier before it was instantly shattered. Creating a tiny opening, Xia Yun immediately surged his blood energy, determined to use a meridian-destroying technique to eliminate Li Tianyuan. However, the outcome was the exact opposite of what Zia Yun expected. Instead of harming his opponent, he suffered a backlash and spat out blood, leaving the audience bewildered. What? Why is the one who attacked the one coughing up blood? At that moment, Zia Yun felt chaos erupting within his body and screamed in terror. What did you do? Why are my meridians? Li Tianyuan replied coldly. Oh, if I hadn't returned all that internal energy to you, wouldn't this have been my own end? This was the final straw. The moment Zia Yun fully grasped his dire situation as he glared intensely at his opponent. Grinding his teeth in pure rage, he managed to force out a single word, "You," before an agonizing pain surged through him, causing him to clutch his chest. Unable to endure it, he grabbed his head with both hands and collapsed backward, rolling across the ground while screaming in agony. Good heavens, what is happening? The onlookers asked one another in shock, while Zia Yun's father rushed forward in a panic, calling out his son's name. Zia Yun was beyond hearing anything. He continued to clutch his head as blood poured from his mouth, prompting Master Zia to urgently call for Elder Dan's assistance. Elder Dan, please, for my sake, check on my grandson's condition. Out of respect for Master Zia, Elder Dan approached and placed his hand on Zia Yun's chest. A chaotic red energy rose and swirled around the boy's body in an unsettling display, causing Zia Yun's father to demand furiously, Li Tianyuan, what wicked trick did you use? Li Tianyuan replied indifferently, a wicked trick? Shouldn't you ask your son about that first? Enraged by the defiance, the man pointed at Li Tianyuan and roared, you dare talk back? Let's see if I can't strike you down. Just as he was about to attack, Master Zia intervened to stop him, sternly commanding, enough. Do not act rashly. We must wait until Elder Dan finishes examining Yunar's injuries before deciding anything. Hearing the warning, Zia Yun's father could only glare at Li Tianyuan with murderous intent, while Elder Dan's expression grew increasingly grave after his examination. He somberly informed Master Zia of the situation, saying, Brother Zia, your grandson's meridians are completely severed, and his internal energy has entirely dissipated. This news sent Zia Yun's father into a panic. What? Does that mean Yunar is crippled? Elder Dan looked at him with pity and added, there is something else I should mention. Master Zia replied straightforwardly, please speak freely, Elder Dan. With permission granted, Elder Dan continued, though his meridians are ruined and his power is gone, I am certain he was practicing a sinister technique specifically designed to destroy an opponent's meridians. Does such a horrific art truly exist in this world? The crowd gasped in horror as Elder Dan speculated that the boy likely intended to use this cruel secret art on his opponent, only for it to backfire on him. Master Zia, unable to believe his ears, stammered as he asked Elder Dan, Is that truly the case? Elder Dan affirmed, I have never spoken a lie. Meanwhile, Zia Yun's father trembled with rage, pointing at Elder Dan and screaming, You're lying, you're clearly protecting Li Tianyuan to think the world respects you. Before he could finish, Master Zia delivered a stinging slap to his face and barked, Haven't you brought enough shame upon us? The scene on the stage had devolved into a Zia family drama, turning all the invited guests into an unwilling audience. Master Zia then lowered his head to apologize to the crowd, saying, I am sorry for this disgraceful display, before announcing that the competition would proceed. After he sternly stepped down from the stage, a young man whispered to his companion, He reaped what he sowed. How shameless. The other asked curiously, Why doesn't the Zia family dare to argue with Elder Dan? The youth replied, Elder Dan is highly respected and has never been wrong. Why would he lie? Another chimed in, Besides, it seems Zia Yun has done this before. The Zia family clearly harbors ill intentions. It's lucky Li Tianyuan was capable. Anyone else would have certainly fallen victim to that move. These whispers reached the Zia family head's ears clearly, turning his face dark with rage, yet he dared not utter a word. Shortly after, the final match reached its conclusion, and the victor stood upon the stage, modestly clasping his hands and saying, Thank you for the match. He received his well-deserved prize, as a young man presented him with a small box, causing the audience to gasp in collective amazement. It was the peerless heavenly divine medicine, a single pill valued at thousands of spirit stones, securing first place for Dewey Seimer of the Life I Sect. Old Man Zia then spoke in a solemn, booming voice, addressing the young talents of the Dong Sui Kingdom about Jiang City, which bordered the perilous wilderness. Despite the many opportunities within the wilderness, it remained treacherous, covered in a thick fog that could kill or cause victims to sprout catfish-like whiskers from their faces. The section of the wilderness nearest to Jiang City saw its fog thin once a year, yet even with reduced visibility, the area remained unpredictably dangerous. This competition served to evaluate whether everyone possessed the strength to enter the wilderness, prompting Dewey Sima to ask with a smile, "Old Master Zia, what is the meaning behind mentioning the wilderness so suddenly? Unless there is a treasure hidden within," he asked, to which the old man nodded. Raising his head, he announced the shocking news that an immortal artifact had been discovered within the wilderness during this period of thinning fog. The crowd gasped in shock at the mention of an immortal artifact, which emitted a divine pressure that kept evil at bay and could be heard from hundreds of miles away. According to his estimates, the artifact was at least 7th grade or perhaps even 8th grade, a revelation that sent the crowd into a frenzy of hushed whispers. A 7th grade immortal artifact possessed enough power to alter the destiny of an entire nation, leading many to wonder if they could dominate the world with such a prize. After a moment, Old Man Zia raised his hand and shouted that he was using his birthday celebration as a pretext to invite his fellow cultivators. He urged the cultivators of the Dong Sui Kingdom to join him in claiming the artifact to bolster the nation's prestige and power. The crowd roared in unison to restore the nation's prestige, but Dewey Sima suddenly pointed out that there was only one artifact despite the many people present. Pointing toward him, the old man agreed with sect leader Dewey, stating that since there was only one artifact, its ultimate owner would be determined by fate. He then informed the gathering that they would enter the wilderness together the following day, when the fog was at its thinnest to ensure better cooperation. After a brief pause, he added that he hoped whoever was fortunate enough to obtain the artifact would use it to serve the interests of the Dong Sui Kingdom. Old Man Dan led the crowd in a respectful salute, praising Old Master Zia's noble intentions to use the artifact to crush their enemies and revitalize the nation. Li Tianyuan suddenly asked if this was the significant matter he had mentioned, leaving Old Man Dan stunned, as he explained that an immortal artifact was indeed a major event. Inside a private room, the Gu family discussed the day's events, as the wife angrily asked Gu Xuanzun why he hadn't dealt with the boy despite Old Man Dan's presence. Gu Xuanzun replied coldly that while Old Man Dan was a factor, the boy himself was fearless and clearly possessed a powerful background. He noted that the boy's ability to perform bare-handed alchemy was something even Old Man Dan could not match, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. He sat down and questioned if someone with such talent could possibly have a common background, suggesting they wait until his identity was confirmed. He suggested yielding for now, using Old Man Dan as an excuse, but Gu Mang could not endure the humiliation and began to scream in rage. He insulted his father's cowardice and claimed his elder brother would have already sought revenge, just as a subordinate entered the room to make an announcement. The subordinate announced that the eldest young master, Gu Feng, had arrived, and the young man soon walked in with an air of absolute confidence. Gu Feng mentioned he had just led the vanguard into Jiang City and planned to visit his grandfather, prompting Gu Mang to rush toward him with complaints. Crying out that he had been bullied, he pulled back his clothing to show his elder brother the carefully bandaged wound on his shoulder. Gu Mang tearfully explained how an arrogant man had stabbed him and slapped him 10 times during the birthday feast, causing Gu Feng's face to pale with fury. Gritting his teeth, he asked if this was truly what happened, as Gu Mang's hateful voice echoed through the night, claiming the Gu family had been utterly disrespected. Driven to a peak of fury by the mocking provocations, Gu Feng slammed his hand onto the table and roared that the situation was utterly absurd. Seeing his son's intense rage, Gu Xianzun shifted the conversation by congratulating him on his recent military promotion. He explained that under Gu Feng's leadership, the Gu family would surely thrive, though he cautioned that the enemy's true strength remained unknown. With the opponent's identity shrouded in mystery and their backing unclear, he urged his son not to let such trivial matters distract him from his new rank. Gu Feng firmly disagreed, stating that nothing mattered more than the family's honor, and boasted of his new role as a deputy general leading the vanguard under General Fang. He argued that with General Fang's support, no outside force could stand against them. Yet Gu Xianzun remained hesitant and deep in thought. As Gu Xianzun began to speak, Gu Feng cut him off to ask if he was now the one who decided the family's affairs. Gu Xianzun smiled brightly, his previous gloom vanishing as he confirmed that Gu Feng would take full control of the family after his military service. Seizing the moment, Gu Feng declared that he would handle all family matters from now on, his body trembling with suppressed anger as he stood tall. He shouted that he would not let the person who bullied their family and injured his brother turn them into a laughingstock without a permanent punishment. Vowing to settle the score personally the next day, he told everyone else to stay out of it while he sought vengeance for the entire household. Meanwhile, in a secluded room, Li Tianyuan entered as Sui Feng immediately stepped forward to greet him. Pointing to a severed head on the table, the man explained that he had preserved a sliver of its consciousness for soul searching. Li Tianyuan placed his hand on the head and channeled his power, surrounding it with a shroud of glowing green energy. The head let out a pained scream as its eyes rolled back, and after sensing the memories, Li Tianyuan flicked his wrist to send a streak of fire through the air. He realized the enemy was hiding within the desolate realm behind a hidden formation, and ordered Sui Feng to summon Luo Xian immediately. The next morning, Elder Dan met with Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan at a building to prepare for their departure to the desolate realm. When told that everyone had gathered for the exploration, he frowned and told the others to go ahead while he prepared a few more items. Soon, the group met in an open clearing where Shi Yunwen yawned and mentioned her feeling that many major events had occurred while she slept. Shi Yanhan nodded in agreement as Elder Zia informed the group that the century-old mist of the desolate realm would weaken in 30 minutes. He warned them that even though the mist was thinning, it remained perilous and required constant vigilance. Without the protection of divine medicine, they would need to shield their bodies with internal energy, yet the crowd remained determined to proceed. A young man shouted his resolve to become a legend, while others echoed that only the brave deserved such a grand opportunity for wealth and status. At that moment, the white-haired man exchanged a knowing look and a nod with the black-haired man. As the group began their trek into the desolate realm, Gu Feng suddenly appeared on horseback with his soldiers to block their path. Gu Feng bowed from his horse and greeted his grandfather, announcing that he was leading the vanguard to secure the area. The old man looked over the crowd and announced that General Fang Zhuli would arrive soon to ensure the Immortal artifact did not fall into foreign hands. The crowd was thrilled to hear that one of the three great generals of Dong Sui was coming, though they feared their own chances of claiming the artifact were now slim. Elder Zia praised his grandson with pride, expressing his surprise that Gu Feng had already risen to command the vanguard. Gu Feng replied coldly that while the general would arrive later, he had personal business to settle first as he confronted Shi Yanhan about the insult to his family. "You were the ones who injured my brother, weren't you?" Xiao Zhai immediately pointed at Gu Feng and retorted loudly, "It's because you bullied us first, and him too. He wanted to beat an innocent old man." Gu Feng ignored all reason and roared, "What right do you have to slander the Gu family, you lowly commoners?" He then ordered his soldiers to surround the mother and her children. Pointing his whip at Xiao Zhai, he barked, "You're the one who started this trouble, you undisciplined brat." With those words, he swung the whip violently toward her. A sharp needle was fixed to the tip of the whip. Seeing it about to strike Xiao Zhai's small body, Yanhan hurriedly pulled the girl out of harm's way. She shielded the two children behind her and shouted at Gu Feng, "Gu Feng, you've gone too far. How dare you strike a child?" Xiao Yi anxiously checked Shi Yanhan and asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Gu Feng curled his lip into a sneer and said, "What does the life of a lowly child matter?" Those words pushed Li Tianyuan past his limit. He suddenly released a massive pressure, as surges of green true qi billowed out like long silk ribbons. The pressure became increasingly terrifying as Gu Feng and his men struggled against the immense force, drenched in sweat and nearly collapsing. Soon, Li Tianyuan stepped beside Gu Feng, startling him. Gu Feng swung his whip at him and demanded loudly, "Who are you? Could you be the one who slapped my father 10 times yesterday?" Li Tianyuan firmly grabbed the whip and yanked it hard. Unwilling to let go, Gu Feng was dragged along by the force and sent flying. A second later, he slammed hard onto the ground. Gu Feng sat up, gnashing his teeth, but before he could stand, Li Tianyuan delivered a thunderous punch to his face. Fresh blood splattered from the impact of the punch. The sharp tip of the whip also sank deep into his cheek. Gu Feng screamed in agony while his subordinates watched in horror. Their mouths agape, they surrounded Li Tianyuan, pointing their spears at him and threatening, "Let go now or don't blame us for being merciless." As soon as they finished speaking, Li Tianyuan released an even stronger pressure. This was his answer. The soldiers were instantly blown away by the force. Unable to endure such humiliation, Gu Feng roared in fury and lunged at Li Tianyuan with his fist. "How dare you strike the commander of the vanguard guard?" Before he could land a blow, Li Tianyuan seized his wrist and twisted it behind his back. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Nearby, Mingwu gently stroked Xiao Zhai's cheek and asked kindly, "Xiao Zhai, are you okay? Let me see." "Yes, it just stings a bit. The wound is better now." Gu Feng pointed his unbroken arm at him and said tremblingly, "I am General Fang's deputy. Attacking me is an attack on the entire Dong Sui kingdom." At that moment, Li Tianyuan grabbed the pointing wrist. He snapped it backward, breaking the man's other arm. Gu Xianzun and his wife ran over in a panic, shouting at him, "Release our son." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan placed his hand on Gu Feng's head, terrifying him. He stammered, You can't kill me. I'm the commander of the vanguard guard, you can't kill me." Unwilling to listen to his nonsense, he kicked Gu Feng's leg hard, forcing him to his knees. The man pleaded abjectly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit anyone." Just then, Fang Zhuli arrived with his troops. Seeing the general, he laughed and spoke arrogantly to Li Tianyuan. "I take back what I just said." He then barked at him. "You dared to injure my face, and you dared to break my limbs. You're finished. You're dead. I will definitely kill you." After speaking, he screamed like a madman. Li Tianyuan released a pressure that froze him in place. Shortly after, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, which also began to leak from his ears. Gu Xianzun and his wife gasped in horror. Gu Xianzun turned pale and pointed a trembling finger at Li Tianyuan, shouting, "How dare you commit such violence in front of General Fang?" Li Tianyuan ignored him and tossed Gu Feng to the ground. The couple cradled Gu Feng in their arms, heartbroken. Gu Xianzun immediately turned to Fang Zhuli to complain. "General Fang, please seek justice for my son and punish this man severely." Fang Zhuli raised an eyebrow as his gaze swept over the group. With a blood-smeared face, Gu Feng emphasized, "He not only disregarded military discipline, but even dared to strike me right in front of you. This behavior is a clear insult to the dignity of the Dong Sui kingdom." In response, General Fang asked a biting, sarcastic question. "Do you represent the Dong Sui kingdom? You aren't qualified." To the utter shock of the Gu family, he let out a cold snort. His voice turned stern. "Did I grant you the position of Vanguard Commander just so you could be arrogant and tyrannical? I witnessed your entire performance just now." General Fang then declared decisively, "From now on, you are no longer part of the military." Gu Feng listened, as he was told to return, and obediently live his life as a content young master. He hurriedly knelt down and pleaded loudly with General Fang. "General Fang, what mistake did I actually commit?" Fang Gu explained coldly. "He only spared your Gu family out of respect for me. Why did you provoke him and strike his daughter? Isn't that just seeking your own death?" Then General Fang issued an order with a firm and irresistible tone. "Gu Feng has harmed 2 innocent children of the Dong Sui kingdom. He damaged the military's prestige and used his official position for personal vendettas. As of today, all his military ranks are revoked, and he is permanently banned from the army." Gu Feng looked at General Fang in despair, unable to believe the verdict he had just heard. Gu Xianzun was utterly shocked, wondering what was happening. Had Fenger been stripped of his rank? Fang Zhuli didn't even intend to punish Li Tianyuan at all. He silently wondered who Li Tianyuan really was. What was his background? Fang Zhuli looked at him and reflected that while he thought he found a weakness, it turned out to be an untouchable reverse scale. Li Tianyuan approached Shi Yunwen and Xiao Yi, tossed a bag to the boy, and instructed him that he and Yunwen would enter the desolate realm together later. Then he turned and called out to Shi Yanhin. She nodded slightly in response. At that moment, the purple mist began to thin and dissipate. Li Tianyuan's family and Shi Yunwen stood silently watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan calmly strode into the mist alone, leaving everyone present staring at his back in shock. They didn't expect him to venture into the mist alone. Xiao Zhai watched anxiously and whispered, "Father." A man then shouted out in surprise. This man dared to go first. Not wanting Li Tianyuan to seize the opportunity, everyone immediately rushed in, urging each other forward. "We can't let him take it first. I must have the immortal artifact. Charge!" They watched as the crowd scrambled into the mist. Old Master Zia was so anxious he couldn't sit still. He shouted a panicked warning that the mist had not fully cleared and they should not enter. However, ignoring his warning, the crowd continued to surge forward. Suddenly, as a man's hand touched the purple mist, black smoke rose from his fingers as they were violently corroded. He screamed in agony. The person right behind him froze upon hearing the horrific cry, but those further back kept pushing, unable to see what was happening. They shoved those in front. The person being pushed cried out in terror, "Don't push! Don't push!" Immediately, the man who had entered the mist screamed piteously again. This turned the person behind him pale with fear. Large blisters appeared on the victim's face as his flesh began to melt, yet he seemed paralyzed. Unable to move, he could only cry for help. "Save me!" Shortly after, he collapsed face down on the ground. The man behind him stared wide-eyed at the horrific sight. Then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Horrified, he looked down at his own palm. Fang Zhuli stood behind and shouted a command. "Circulate your true essence to protect your body." These words snapped the panicked man back to his senses. He hurriedly activated his protective energy, but it wasn't strong enough. In an instant, his hand was almost entirely corroded. He screamed in terror, "No, please." Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword streaked toward them. Everyone behind saw the golden sword shining brightly amidst the purple mist. Fang Zhuli immediately ordered his soldiers, "Control the situation and treat the wounded." When he looked up, he saw a group of people flying on swords, dressed in golden robes. Their sword-riding posture was majestic. Fang Zhuli recognized the leader and cupped his hands, saying, "It is the son of the Kangdong City Sword Saint, young hero Li Chenqian." As he spoke, the group landed. Li Chenqian cupped his hands to show respect to Fang Zhuli, saying, "General Fang, it has been a long time. You are as majestic as ever." The bystanders were astonished that Kangdong City had sent representatives. Their city lord, the Sword Saint, was known as the top expert below the Immortal level. Another person immediately disagreed. "I admit the Sword Saint is powerful, but calling him the best below the Immortals is debatable." Another added, "Indeed, Prince Wuleng Shenqian has reached the Celestial Emperor realm and is only one step from immortality. There are also the elders of the Kainyuan sect with extraordinary power, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pond Holy Palace, and the sect master of the Nine Clouds High Sect. There are countless experts in the world who have never competed against each other. How can anyone casually conclude who is the strongest below the immortal level?" A young man with his arms crossed laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, in my opinion, the world's #1 must be the palace master of Tianli Palace. In just a few short years, this person has built such a powerful force. Who knows if he is an old monster who has been in seclusion for countless years and just recently resurfaced. Furthermore, has anyone ever heard of him being defeated?" These words made the others reflect, and one person asked curiously, "Has the Holy Lord of Tianchai Holy Land ever been defeated?" Another replied, "They have never fought, so no one can say for sure who is truly #1. The others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Chenqian clasped his hands behind his back. He strolled past the three men who were talking, catching their attention immediately. Their faces turned pale with fear. Could he have overheard everything they said? He walked up to Elder Lord Zia and respectfully clasped his hands. "Elder Lord Zia, I have taken the liberty of coming uninvited. I hope you can forgive me." The Elder Lord laughed heartily in response. "Haha, Kangdong City is also part of the Dongsui Kingdom. Having Kangdong's support for this event is a great honor. The Sword Saint's reputation is legendary. I feared my gifts for this trip wouldn't be worthy, so I didn't dare invite you." Li Chenqian waved his hand. He replied politely, "Elder Lord Zia, you are too modest. You are Yanhin's grandfather, so I consider you my own as well." With that, he opened an exquisite box containing a rare First Revolution Immortal pill and said, "I heard it was your birthday celebration, so I came specifically to present this First Revolution Immortal pill. May you live forever." Seeing the precious birthday gift, the Elder Lord smiled brightly and thanked him. "Such a generous gift. Thank you. I wonder if the Senior Sword Saint will be gracing us with his presence." Li Chenqian narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "My father has been in seclusion recently. His whereabouts are uncertain, and even I do not know where he is." The crowd was stunned by the birthday gift, their mouths agape. As expected of Kangdong City, they are truly generous. "To give away a First Revolution Immortal pill," one person remarked. "While it's good, it feels a bit dull," another chimed in. "Exactly, we saw a Second Revolution Immortal pill yesterday. Having seen something better, this no longer interests us," another added, shaking his head. "Besides, it's not like it's for us anyway." Li Chenqian heard their chatter clearly. He turned his head and glared coldly at the group, silencing them instantly. Not daring to say another word, he suddenly spotted Shi Yanhin and rushed over joyfully, calling out, "Yanhin!" He reached out to take her hand and began to express his feelings. "I missed you so much." As he lifted the hand, he realized it was large and rough, leaving him utterly confused. Was this really a girl's hand? Looking up, he saw Ming Wu's scowling face staring back at him, while Shi Yanhin stood silently behind. Li Chenqian's face turned pale with shock. Had he just been holding a man's hand? Ming Wu shoved his hand away and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey," while waving his hands repeatedly. With a look of disgust and a contorted face, he pointed at Li Chenqian and snapped, "You filthy thing, stay away from me." Li Chenqian gritted his teeth in rage. However, he couldn't argue back since he was the one who had initiated the hand-holding. He then turned toward Shi Yanhin behind him. "Yanhin, I heard the threat from the Profound Yin sect was resolved by Azure Cloud Mountain. I originally planned to help, with my father's reputation as the Sword Saint. He surely could have easily repelled the Profound Yin sect." After speaking, he turned to Ming Wu and asked curiously, "What is your relationship with Yanhin?" Ming Wu replied with a mocking and sarcastic tone, "Why should I tell you? What right do you have to ask? Every time you open your mouth, it's my father this, my father that," like a child clinging to his father's robes. Li Chenqian ignored Ming Wu and focused on Shi Yanhin, saying, "It's been a long time. You are as beautiful as ever, and my feelings for you remain as deep as they've always been." He beat his chest confidently and continued, "If you agree, I will immediately propose marriage. With my father's influence, no matter how the Heartwood sect tries to restrict you, they would have to respect Kangdong City and reconsider." Ming Wu chuckled softly, his voice full of provocation. "What are you trying to act so tough for? Without your father, you are nothing." Those words made Li Chenqian's face turn purple with rage as his body trembled and his fists clenched tightly. He struggled to maintain his composure and coldly asked for the stranger's identity. But Ming-Wu immediately snapped back that he was his father and grandfather. Li Chenqian's subordinates were furious and gripped their sword hilts, ready to draw them. Yet Ming-Wu remained defiant and continued to berate him. He told him to look in a mirror to see his true character. 1 part arrogance, 2 parts disdain, 3 parts vanity, and 4 parts conceit, always clinging to his father. He mocked him for never mentioning his grandfather, because he knew deep down that his own incompetence forced him to rely solely on his father's reputation. Calling him a useless weakling, Li Chenqian ground his teeth and hissed that if he continued his insolence, he would have his tongue removed. In response, Ming-Wu stuck out his tongue to provoke him, daring him to try, while Shi Yanhan stepped forward to speak with polite but firm resolve. She informed Li Chenqian that she was already a wife and mother, asking him to stop his pursuit, leaving him pale and speechless while Ming-Wu watched him warily. It took a long moment for Li Chenqian to recover before he pointed at the twins and stammered, asking if they were truly her children. She confirmed they were hers, leaving Li Chenqian devastated just as Elder Zier announced that the mist was finally beginning to dissipate. Refusing to give up, Li Chenqian beat his chest and vowed that even with children, it didn't matter, telling Yanhan to wait for his return from the desolate realm. As he marched into the desolate realm, Ming-Wu stood with hands on hips and shouted mockingly for the fool to hurry up and get lost. Ming-Wu's insults made Li Chenqian grit his teeth in fury, and though he shot back a piercing glare, Ming-Wu simply raised his middle finger in a challenge. He asked what he was staring at, and if he had never seen a handsome man before, as Li Chenqian had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Driven to a shaking rage by Ming-Wu's taunts, he gestured to 2 subordinates, Zai-san and Zio-san, ordering them to stay behind and protect Yanhan. He commanded Zai-Yi, Zai-Er, Zio-Yi, and Zio-Er to follow him into the desolate realm, and as they obeyed, Ming-Wu pointed at him in annoyance. He grumbled about not needing his protection, then noticed Sui Feng leaning against a tree, holding a fan across his chest like a refined scholar. Fang Zhuli rode his horse closer to Ming-Wu and curiously asked how he dared to be so brazenly provocative when his master and Sui Feng were absent. He turned his head to glare at the man, mockingly describing Li Chenqian as a cowardly rotten egg who didn't deserve to even look at the lady. Fang Zhuli rode past Ming-Wu, mentioning they would need to look out for each other in the desolate realm, to which Ming-Wu confidently waved him off. He then ordered his troops to divide into squads and enter the desolate realm, while Zio-Yi, glowing with golden spiritual energy, muttered that he was ready. Seeing her brother's determination, Zio-Zhai worriedly told Zio-Yi that she could not join him and urged everyone to be extremely careful. She promised that she and their mother would wait for their return, and the boy nodded, viewing this as a great training opportunity even without treasures. Ming-Wu suddenly slapped Zio-Yi on the shoulder, startling him, and praised his courage while Shi Mang waved goodbye to Shi Yanhan. She politely asked Ming-Wu to look after Zio-Yi and Yunwen, and he confidently beat his chest, assuring her that his strength was formidable. Gu Shi watched the others enter the desolate realm and, frowning with irritation, told his parents he wanted to go too, shocking the grieving couple. Both parents turned pale, and Madame Gu tried to stop him, but Gu Mang stood defiantly and pointed toward the subordinates behind him. He confidently claimed he was well prepared with many pills, including a peerless heavenly divine medicine, and was accompanied by numerous experts. Gu Mang then led his men into the desolate realm, thinking to himself that his elder brother was a failure while he clutched a medicine bottle. With a calculating look in his eyes, he felt certain that the chaos of so many people fighting for the immortal artifact would work in his favor. I will take advantage of the chaos and use the poison I stole from my master to slaughter them all. Perhaps the immortal artifact will then be mine. Lady Gu asked her husband, Xian Kun, should we go in as well? He looked at his wife and reassured her, don't worry too much. Your father and the others are there, they will look after Manger. Nothing will happen. Then he turned his gaze toward his eldest son lying on the stretcher. He spoke softly, take Fenger for treatment first. I must also report this to the clan. Settling both old and new scores at once, I will definitely annihilate the Xin Mu sect. Suddenly he spotted a flash of light in the sky. That streak of light landed right in front of him, its immense power sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ding Jai emerged from the haze and roared furiously, where is my disciple? Recognizing him, Gu Xiankun clasped his hands respectfully. So it is Senior Ding Jai. Immediately, Ding Jai grabbed Gu Feng's wrist and squeezed hard. The boy shrieked in agony, his face turning pale. He twisted Gu Feng's broken arm backward, causing the boy such intense pain that his eyes nearly bulged out. Ding Jai stared at him with suspicion, and after observing for a moment, he concluded, you are not my disciple. With that, he violently tossed the boy aside. Gu Xiankun watched his son being thrown like a ball, his eyes wide with shock. Lady Gu rushed over anxiously to help Gu Feng up. while Gu Xian-kun pointed toward the desolate region and said, "Mr. Ding, Manger has already entered the desolate region." Hearing this, the man shouted, "Disciple, I'm coming." Having said that, he dashed toward the desolate region at full speed. Once he had disappeared from sight, Lady Gu questioned her husband. "Xian-kun, what kind of master did you find for Manger? That man is completely insane. He just made Fenger's injuries even worse. Sooner or later, Manger will be ruined by his teachings." Hearing this, his face turned pale with anger. After a long silence, he turned to her and snapped, "What do you know? Ding Jai's ancestors once did a favor for the eternal immortal of Tianqi Mountain." That name left her utterly stunned. Wasn't the eternal immortal one of the 5 great immortals? He continued, "The eternal immortal promised the Ding family 3 wishes, and Ding Jai is currently their sole descendant. If Manger can become his successor, we will have a connection to the eternal immortal. In the future, even the main family will have to hold us in high regard." Inside a cave, a powerful surge of purple true qi radiated from the entrance, forming faint streaks of light like silken ribbons. Inside, a man sat cross-legged in cultivation. He was Si Kongshuan, the sect leader of the Jiu Yun Shang sect. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open. He spoke to the figure appearing at the cave entrance. "You've arrived. Have reached the critical moment for a breakthrough." He asked Protector Mu, "Have you found the saintly physique I require?" Mu Wuming, the man in black, stared intently at him. After a moment, he spoke, "Not yet." Si Kongshuan frowned, his gaze filled with dissatisfaction. This was not the answer he had been hoping for. Thus, he rebuked him. "Then why have you come?" "I must quickly absorb a powerful special constitution to bolster my own strength. If all goes well, in less than 3 years, I will be the first immortal of the Jiu Yun Shang sect. If I can also obtain the immortal artifact in the desolate region, then the chances of the Jiu Yun Shang sect obtaining the fortune of the great assembly of 10,000 people will be even greater." Mu Wuming asked him why he didn't absorb that heavenly vein spirit bone. He replied, "Wasn't the heavenly vein spirit bone taken away by the holy envoy a few days ago? That's why I exchanged it for cultivation treasures." At this point, he realized something was wrong. "Wait, how do you know about the heavenly vein spirit bone? You only knew that I obtained treasures. But you shouldn't have known what I traded for them." Mu Wuming stepped coldly into the cave. Si Kongshuan questioned him. "Mu Wuming, have you been monitoring me all this time?" At that moment, Li Tianyuan tore off the Mu Wuming mask and said, "I'm not that bored." Seeing Li Tianyuan's true face, Si Kongshuan was utterly terrified. He exclaimed, "What? How could the killing array I set up fail to see through your disguise?" Li Tianyuan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze cold. He advised decisively, "Don't waste time being shocked. I only care about the heavenly vein spirit bone." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant, translucent purple hand, condensed from immortal clouds, suddenly appeared and slammed down toward Li Tianyuan's position. Si Kongshuan controlled that hand, smashing it violently into the ground. Surprisingly, this powerful palm strike quickly dissipated into dust, while Li Tianyuan remained standing in place, as steady as a rock and completely unmoved. Seeing his opponent unharmed, Si Kongshuan cried out in horror, "You took my immortal pattern palm head-on and remain unscathed." Li Tianyuan looked at him calmly and declared, "Fine then. Either way, once I perform a soul search on you, the result will be the same." With that, he suddenly struck, launching an attack that forced Si Kongshuan into a startled defense. The two clashed, trading blows in a display of seemingly equal strength as the battle grew increasingly intense. Powerful surges of qi and the overwhelming pressure of great emperors filled the air, and after a brief exchange, Si Kongshuan reached a conclusion. "As I suspected, you are indeed a great emperor. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered testing you, as I put everything into that last move." Li Tianyuan coldly interrupted him, refusing to let him waste any more breath, stating he had no patience for such hollow words. With that, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Si Kongshuan flying backward, forcing the man to scramble to steady himself. A potent sphere of purple energy manifested between his palms as he roared, "Immeasurable true form," before launching a palm strike at his opponent. Li Tianyuan effortlessly blocked the strike with a single hand, while a massive, translucent purple entity wielding a sword appeared behind Si Kongshuan. Si Kongshuan's face darkened and his brows furrowed as he growled coldly, "State your name. This is your final opportunity." Li Tianyuan merely stared at him with a look of utter disdain, refusing to utter a single word, which only served to further infuriate Si Kongshuan. He immediately channeled his magic, causing the giant purple entity behind him to point its sword toward the sky and send streaks of light into the dark void above. Si Kongshuan raised his fly whisk, sending its fibers toward Li Tianyuan to ensnare him, while the sword-wielding entity prepared to strike. Instead of the expected blow, Si Kongshuan launched a barrage of sealing talismans at Li Tianyuan, trapping him within a powerful purple sphere. Controlling the entity, Si Kongshuan confidently declared that he had fallen into the heavenly mystery cage and that challenging him here was a death sentence. He poured more power into the prison, yet in a mere instant, the cage shattered, leaving Li Tianyuan standing unharmed amidst the lingering purple mist. Sikong Xuan concentrated his spiritual energy into his palm and shouted, "Inner demon mirror," as the energy began to swirl and rise into the air. Guided by long, silk-like purple tassels, he channeled even more strength to command the inner demon mirror to attack Li Tianyuan. He stood back and explained that his formation restricted movement, while the inner demon mirror would trap him in a nightmare, as the desolate realm mist eroded his body. "Even at the same cultivation level, you will be at my mercy once your strength is gone. Perish here in silence, you nameless great emperor," he finished. He surged his spiritual energy to manipulate the inner demon mirror and seize Li Tianyuan's mind, while the latter stood motionless within the potent purple formation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to the sound of someone calling, "Zyro Tian," finding himself as a young boy standing in the middle of a vast field. His mother waved and smiled, holding up a pinwheel to coax him. "Zyro Tian, come here quickly," to which Li Tianyuan wide-eyed replied, "Mother." Suddenly, a cold iron collar tightened around his neck, cutting off his breath and causing his face to turn a sickly shade of purple. Li Tianyuan gritted his teeth and tried to loosen the collar with his hands before snapping his eyes open to find himself tied tightly to a tree. When he looked to his right, his heart shattered at the sight of his mother tied to a tree, her entire body pierced by numerous small daggers. She was unconscious as a group of men in black approached, calling him a monster before launching a barrage of small flying daggers that he could only watch pierce his flesh. Li Tianyuan screamed in agony as a man in gold robes stood at the head of the group, flanked by two others dressed in green. Followed by many black-clad subordinates, they raised a giant hand to begin a curse ritual. Thunder origin heavenly tribulation, as a sinister black aura invaded his body. The excruciating pain turned his face pale and forced a loud cry toward the heavens, making the young Li Tianyuan want to surrender until his mother spoke. "Keep living, only by surviving is there hope," she said, and then he opened his eyes to a peaceful mountain village morning while lying on a wooden bed. An old man told him he would be named Li Tianyuan from that day forward, then unleashed a golden vortex of power that blasted him out of the house. Even the bed he was lying on was thrown outside with him, and the villagers immediately rushed out to investigate the source of the loud commotion. He quickly stood up to observe his surroundings as the old man in the room shouted, "Don't you dare be lazy, keep practicing. If you fail to please me, I'll skin you alive." As he finished speaking, two massive boulders flew toward him and settled heavily upon his head. Thus, Li Tianyuan was forced to use both hands to support two boulders several times larger than his own body. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing the old bastard. By evening, his legs had grown weak, and his knees were ready to buckle. After all, he was only a child. Having endured such training until late at night was already an impressive feat. At this point, he could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground. Li Tianyuan looked up, his eyes flashing as many cultivators suddenly invaded the peaceful village, using flying swords to set it ablaze as the fire spread rapidly. Many villagers were killed, their bodies scattered across the ground. The leader shouted, "Exterminate all these monsters," and then thrust his flying sword into a young man pinned to the earth. His mind was on the verge of collapse as Li Tianyuan watched the villagers being slaughtered in horror. Suddenly, a cold hand was placed upon his own. A girl lying in a pool of blood struggled to tell him to run away. Li Tianyuan shed tears of heartbreak as the group rushed from behind to attack him, leaving him with nothing left to lose. He turned around and struck with a palm that sent the crowd flying, then screamed frantically for them to get lost. Just as he was about to run inside to check on his master, the man stumbled out, covered in blood, and collapsed onto him as Li Tianyuan held him in a panic. Before passing away, his master gently stroked his young pupil's head and advised him that his ideals were noble and that he must always persevere on his own path. At that moment, he was speechless and could only silently weep as two streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks. Within Sikong Xuan's heart demon realm, an object appeared. It was like a mirror shining down from above, casting a purple hue over the entire space where Li Tianyuan seemed imprisoned and unable to escape. Sikong Xuan frowned deeply as he watched him, confidently asserting that he had been swallowed by his inner demons and fallen into the trap. Seeing him immersed in the heart demon realm, he sneered, noting that despite lacking protective true chi, his body hadn't been hollowed out by the desolate realm's mist. He withdrew his true form and spoke coldly, deciding that since he was in the great emperor realm, there must be something special about him, so he would personally send him on his way. Sikong Xuan then loudly declared the end of the battle, telling the nameless great emperor it was over. The sword in his true form's hand exploded with power as something shattered, releasing an earth-shattering green spiritual energy after a massive explosion. He exerted all his spiritual power, eyes wide, staring intently at Li Tianyuan. What on earth was this? Li Tianyuan still stood tall before him, completely intact and entirely unharmed. Sikong Xuan was so shocked he could hardly believe it, exclaiming in disbelief that he had escaped the control of the heart demon mirror and suppressed his inner demons. "What exactly are you?" he asked. Li Tianyuan's eyes turned a glowing red as he spoke coldly, remarking that the faith people placed in him was what the other man called a heart demon. At this moment, his eyes shimmered with nostalgia as he spoke sincerely, thanking him for the chance to see them again. Li Tianyuan then raised his hand, standing tall like a divine statue. His hand controlled the sword of the heart demon mirror's true form as he confidently introduced himself as Li Tianyuan of the Qianli Hall. Hearing this name, Sikong Xuan was extremely shocked and questioned him loudly, asking if he was truly a member of the Qianli Hall while frowning. He stared intently with wide eyes, standing still like a statue as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the other's identity. And then, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, sending Sikong Xuan and the surrounding debris flying into the air as his true form shattered and gradually vanished. Li Tianyuan's green true qi chased after Sikong Xuan's purple energy. Li Tianyuan's eyes emitted a cold light, and his entire body radiated an immense pressure. Sikong Xuan's eyes widened as he realized this realm was not the aura a great emperor of the astral realm should possess. At that moment, Li Tianyuan flew toward where Sikong Xuan stood, and the two men faced each other. Li Tianyuan raised his fist and took the initiative to attack, landing a powerful punch on his right cheek, followed by a precise strike to Sikong Xuan's chin. Sikong Xuan recoiled in pain, his face turning ashen as he glared at Li Tianyuan and shouted, demanding to know what he had done, asserting that his Jiu Yun Supreme Sect did not fear the Qianli Hall. Li Tianyuan replied softly that the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect was merely a step in his plan. "My ultimate goal is only one, to destroy the Wan Gu sect." Sikong Xuan was terrified, wondering how he could possibly know about the existence of the Wan Gu sect. He didn't bother to answer, but instead used his spiritual power to create streaks of green light that surrounded Sikong Xuan, who then retreated. He realized he was no match for Li Tianyuan, but unwilling to give up, he continued to channel the heart demon mirror into his palm. The power of the heart demon mirror grew stronger and stronger until suddenly, cracks appeared on the treasure. Sikong Xuan noticed the fractures and thought in a panic that even the heart demon mirror, which rivaled a divine artifact, could not withstand him. Are the people of Tianli Palace all this terrifying? He continued to execute the Qiankun evasion lightning walk to escape. A second later, the heart demon mirror shattered into fragments, and the pale purple true qi dissipated into the air. Li Tianyuan watched indifferently and muttered that the man lacked real ability but was incredibly fast at running. After speaking, he also left quickly, leaving only a trail of green energy in the sky. A large crowd had gathered on a vast plot of land, steadily advancing. Suddenly, three men gaped in astonishment at the scene before them. Their companion stood in place, trembling uncontrollably. He stammered that the place was too terrifying. The others turned pale as they looked at the youth, and one of them couldn't help but speak up. "I know it's our first time in the desolate region, but don't embarrass me like this." Elder Master Zia pointed ahead and said the immortal artifact was not far away. The young man, shaking like a leaf, turned his head and said fearfully that he felt eyes staring at them. Another man spoke up. "In a barren place like the desolate region, who else would be staring at you besides us?" As he said this, he failed to notice a pair of red eyes lurking ahead. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of black true qi pierced through his chest. It was unbelievable, far too fast and completely unexpected. He gasped and touched the hole in his chest. Before them stood a wolf with a piece of meat in its mouth. Everyone stared ahead in shock, their mouths agape with fear, wondering what it was as a large pack of wolves appeared. Bang Zhuli ordered his soldiers to take a defensive stance. The troops leveled their spears at the wolves as the old man shouted that they were desolate beasts. Their morale surged as they thought their numbers would prevail. But as the pack grew larger, he grew nervous, realizing they were outnumbered. Thus, the two sides clashed in a chaotic battle. Li Chenqian ordered his followers into formation as countless flaming swords swirled around him. Any wolves that lunged were instantly shredded into pieces. Elder Zia warned everyone to move quickly without lingering. They broke through the encirclement and advanced, though some unfortunate individuals became prey. General Fang commanded them not to panic and to hold the line. Zhao Yi's group also moved forward, with his young aunt reminding him to be careful. A wild wolf tried to ambush the boy, but Mingwu dealt with it, causing its body to vanish as if it never existed. Elsewhere, others weren't as lucky. They were exhausted and became a feast for the beasts. It was truly unfortunate to come for the spectacle only to lose everything. Suddenly, someone noticed and shouted that the wolves seemed to have stopped. Elder Zia explained that the power of the immortal artifact kept them from attacking. A panicked man pointed and yelled, asking if that was the immortal artifact. In the distance, a black sword hovered above a mountain peak. Several people risked their lives to reach it first and claim the treasure. Mingwu watched, silently wondering if this place was. Xiaoyi asked if they were going over there, and Uncle Ming replied that they had nothing to fear. Meanwhile, the crowd ahead was desperately rushing toward the immortal artifact. They were suddenly attacked by two golden swords, which turned out to be young Master Li's doing. He arrogantly claimed that since the artifact was a sword, it was naturally suited for his father's sword city. He boldly declared that if they yielded it to him, they would receive a high-grade spiritual tool, and his Kanglong city would also look after them. Hearing this, many considered retreating, realizing their strength was insufficient to seize the immortal artifact anyway. However, some had different ideas. They believed that with the immortal artifact, they could take on his entire city. After saying so, they charged, only to be blown away by young Master Li's sword chi. Sima couldn't stand idly by and intervened to stop him. A stalemate ensued as everyone's greed took over, while Xiaoyi and Mingwu slowly approached to watch the drama. At that moment, a young man seized the opportunity to snatch the immortal artifact, but the dark sword chi erupted and killed him instantly. His body shattered as he fell to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone was struck with terror. Anyone else who wanted to try would surely meet the same fate. A group of thick-skinned people mockingly thanked young Master Li for his spiritual tool. He had suffered a great loss himself, as facing that terrifying sword chi would mean certain death. Mingwu noticed that General Fang seemed to have a different objective. Meanwhile, young Master Li desperately tried to approach the immortal sword again. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any closer. He then shamelessly announced that the artifact was a matter of fate for everyone, so they should let nature take its course and find the one destined for it. He thought gloomily to himself that even though his meridians were nearly ruptured, he still couldn't get close. Perhaps he truly wasn't destined for it. Mingwu then urged Xiaoyi to go forward, suggesting he might be the one to pull it out. His aunt was horrified, telling Mingwu that it was far too dangerous. However, he nonchalantly encouraged Xiaoyi to give it a try, claiming a fated connection existed. So despite his young aunt's protests, the boy finally resolved to attempt it. Several people were alarmed to see the boy stepping forward, wondering if he had a death wish. Li Chenqian was also stunned, realizing he was Yan Han's son. As Xiaoyi slowly approached, he was inwardly shocked, questioning if this was truly immortal energy. The sensation was even more agonizing than being near his father's blade. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, a familiar figure frantically slaughtering monsters in this place. He came to a realization that this was nothing compared to his father's training. He swung his blade, unleashing the 7 forms of the god Slayer, causing countless monster illusions to vanish. Xiaoyi successfully reached the immortal sword, leaving everyone speechless with shock. The cultivators stared at him in disbelief, while Li Chenqian stood there completely frozen. The crowd buzzed with chatter, noting how he had approached it step by step. Previously, even Li Chenqian had been unable to break through the protective aura surrounding the immortal artifact. Yet a mere child like him had managed to reach the immortal artifact. They wondered if he was destined to possess it, regardless of what they were saying. The boy stepped forward and gripped the sword's hilt as everyone held their breath, watching his every move. Li Chenqian sent a mental message to his 4 subordinates. He told them to prepare to seize the sword without killing the child, ordering the pairs on the left and right to block the others. Seeing the boy reach the sword, the others shared Li Chenqian's intent. They immediately plotted to steal the sword from him and began creeping toward Xiaoyi. Mingwu watched this with utter disgust, loathing their despicable and cowardly attempt to snatch the prize. These people would all launch a massive attack the moment Xiaoyi drew the sword, essentially rushing to their deaths. Gu Mang did not charge forward, instead clutching his bottle of poison. Standing quietly in the back and calculating his moves, he thought they could fight all they wanted. Once the chaos erupted, he would release his poison and emerge as the ultimate victor. Xiaoyi gripped the hilt with both hands, and as he moved, Li Chenqian directed his subordinates to get ready. 2 of his men were already prepared, their hands on the hilts of their swords. Surprisingly, despite Xiaoyi's best efforts to pull it, the sword didn't budge at all. The boy cried out that he couldn't draw it, and seeing his failure, the others realized there was nothing to steal. So they continued to wait as Xiaoyi strained until his face turned red and his body trembled. However, the sword remained completely motionless and could not be drawn. Xiaoyi returned dejectedly, prompting Sima to remark that the boy's destiny seemed limited. Meanwhile, Shi Yunwen breathed a sigh of relief, telling Xiaoyi that he had worried her immensely. Mingwu patted the boy's shoulder encouragingly, saying he had done well to at least learn something useful. Zhao Yu was surprised that he was being praised despite failing to draw the sword. Zhao Yu looked up in surprise and asked Uncle Ming Wu if he knew about the technique hidden within the sword intent. Ming Wu then glanced over at Li Chengqian. He spoke mockingly, saying the boy was much better than those who only relied on their fathers, noting that some people couldn't even touch the sword. This infuriated Li Chengqian. However, he could do nothing because Ming Wu was right, leaving him unable to argue. He walked away, giving Ming Wu a cold, furious glare while clenching his fists tightly. Unwilling to accept this, he wondered if he would return empty-handed or if he should try moving the entire mountain. Suddenly, everyone watched in shock as green and purple energies clashed in pursuit. Sikong Xuan fled rapidly, but Li Tianyuan was no slouch and pursued him closely. The two of them were engaged in a literal game of cat and mouse. Sikong Xuan was furious, wondering why this god of slaughter was pursuing him so relentlessly, even though he was using all his power to escape. He gritted his teeth in thought. He wondered if he would have to sacrifice his essence and lifespan to escape. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing an aura and wondering if the immortal artifact had finally appeared. He then burst into excited laughter, declaring that the heavens never truly block one's path. Sikong Xuan quickly changed direction and flew toward the sword. He then asked Li Tianyuan if he knew his other reason for cultivating in this place. The man responded by looking at Sikong Xuan with a cold gaze. He continued to ramble, explaining that he had sensed an immortal artifact in the wasteland and was waiting for the mist to dissipate so he could claim it. He admitted their strengths differed, but claimed that with the immortal artifact, he would naturally surpass him. Looking at the crowd below, he confidently declared his time for a comeback had arrived. Hearing his voice, everyone looked up at his hand simultaneously. Sikong Xuan's hand was extremely close to the sword, just moments away from touching it. A second later, he gripped the hilt and began to speak of his rise. But before he could finish, the sword's protective aura blasted him away, causing him to spit out blood. It was truly unbelievable, and the young cultivators stared with their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Li Chengqian then recognized the man who had fallen before him. Recognizing the sect leader of the Nine Clouds High Sect, Sikong Xuan, he bowed politely and asked softly, "Senior Sikong, what brings you here?" Ignoring him, the man strained to pull the sword, his face turning purple with effort, yet the blade remained firmly lodged. As Sikong Xuan focused all his strength on the sword, Li Chengqian, thinking he hadn't been heard, hurriedly warned, "Senior Sikong, there's no time." Just as he looked up, a streak of blue light arrived. It was Li Tianyuan. Sikong Xuan frowned, assessed the situation, and seeing the enemy's power, he abandoned the sword and fled, leaving Li Chengqian stunned. Assuming Sikong Xuan had encountered a formidable foe, Li Chengqian declared confidently, "Don't worry, I am Li Chengqian, son of the Sword Saint of Kangdong City. I shall assist you." With those words, he commanded his followers, and 4 blades of sword chi manifested behind him as he soared toward Li Tianyuan. He announced his identity once more as the son of the Sword Saint of Kangdong City. But as he raised his hand to strike and began to speak, Li Tianyuan coldly barked, "Get lost," and sent him flying before approaching the sword and reaching out his hand. He lightly grasped the hilt and drew the blade effortlessly. With the immortal sword in hand, he resumed his pursuit of Sikong Xuan. Witnessing how easily the sword was claimed, Sikong Xuan's eyes widened in speechless shock as he screamed in resentment. "How could you obtain this immortal artifact so easily?" He explained calmly that the Zhenyu sword was originally his, leaving Sikong Xuan shaken as he stammered, "What? Could you be its original master? Were you the one who placed it there?" When Li Tianyuan nodded, a cold sweat broke out over Sikong Xuan as he muttered about the terrifying nature of such a being. Suddenly, he turned back and shouted, "Could it be that you are the Hall Master of Tianli Hall?" To which the man looked directly at him and replied, "You guessed correctly." Upon hearing that title, Sikong Xuan turned pale with fright and immediately ignited his essence blood, using a secret technique to flee at 10 times his normal speed. Refusing to let him go, Li Tianyuan remarked disdainfully, "Let's see how long you can last," while the cultivators below watched them in awe. As they streaked across the sky like falling stars, a subordinate rushed to support Li Chengqian, whose face was swollen and whose body trembled violently. "He defeated me with a single move. This man is too terrifying," he muttered in disbelief, while Yu Nuan watched the passing blue light, finding it strangely familiar. After racking her brain for a moment, she suddenly remembered and asked, "Uncle Ming Wu, was that man just now my brother-in-law? Was it him?" Ming Wu glanced at her with his hands on his hips, and though he wondered why she asked such a simple question, he answered plainly, "Yes, that was the young master." Li Chengqian's jaw dropped upon hearing that, realizing his rival was this powerful. His eyes bulged and veins popped on his face. He even suffered a nosebleed from the shock as he pieced the clues together, and despite his injuries, he determinedly flew after them. He ordered his subordinates, "Zhu ye zhu er you ye you er, follow me." and the four complied in unison, immediately taking flight behind him. The remaining cultivators were still in a daze, unable to process that the immortal artifact had been taken before they could even regain their composure. Suddenly, a dense swarm of wild beasts approached slowly, their eyes glowing red and their sharp fangs bared, prompting someone to scream in terror. "This is bad. The wild beasts are here." Fear gripped everyone as they realized that with the artifact gone, the beasts were no longer suppressed and were now surrounding them. Not knowing how to escape the ferocious pack, the cultivators watched as the beasts, sensing the danger had vanished, charged toward them like the wind. Young cultivators were drenched in sweat, some even breaking into tears as one cried out in despair, "Damn it! Not only did we fail to get the artifact, but now we're being hunted. The losses are too great." Another young cultivator wailed, clutching his head. "I just want to make it back alive." They gathered into small groups to use magic against the swarm, while Gu Mang stood behind Ming Wu and Xiao Yi, determined not to leave the desolate realm empty-handed. He decided to kill them all first, but suddenly, every cultivator looked up at the sky as an invisible power began to control the wild beasts. They struggled to move but found themselves rooted to the spot, leaving the cultivators bewildered by the sudden paralysis. Moments later, a colossal entity manifested in the sky, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. As the crowd gazed upward in curiosity, a startled cry rang out, "Look, what is that?" High above, a massive creature resembling a dolphin glided through the heavens as if swimming through the air. A mysterious, ethereal blue mist drifted from the crown of its head. "What on earth is that?" A young cultivator stammered in fear. Old Master Zia watched intently and speculated. "Could it be a sun-devouring sovereign?" "A sun-devouring sovereign?" Xiao Yi repeated in wonder. Ming Wu fixed his gaze on the beast and explained that this rank surpassed the low, mid, high, saint, and even super grades. Understand that the saint grade equals the saint emperor realm, and the super grade matches the great emperor realm, he noted. But the rank beyond those is the sun-devouring sovereign. His expression grew incredibly tense as he spoke. After a brief, heavy pause, he uttered a revelation that left everyone breathless. "This beast possesses power rivaling that of an immortal." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's face drained of color, his lips trembling and eyes wide with terror. Unable to bear the tension, Shiyu Nuan spoke up with an urgent warning. "Brother Ming Wu, now isn't the time for a history lesson. What do we do?" Ming Wu stared at the monstrosity, channeling his spiritual energy as he gave a stern command. "Everyone hold your positions and see what it intends to do." The terrified cultivators, their faces pale as ghosts, began whispering frantically. "A sun-devouring sovereign? Why would such a thing appear here? This creature is no ordinary beast. Even a great emperor would fear it. We're doomed." Suddenly, the fog of the desolate realm grew even denser and more suffocating. "The density of the desolate fog is rising again," someone screamed in terror. Just then, the sun-devouring sovereign unhinged its massive maw and began siphoning the essence from the cultivators. Panic surged as everyone felt their internal energy being forcibly extracted. "If this continues, we'll be drained of every drop of power." A weaker cultivator collapsed, clutching his chest in agony as blood seeped from his eyes and mouth. "It's devouring our essence," another cried out, while Shiyu Nuan and Xiao Yi gritted their teeth against the pain. Ming Wu reached toward the two youths, urging everyone to huddle together and stabilize their energy. Frowning at the beast, he explained, "With every breath, it consumes vast amounts of the world's spiritual essence. Simultaneously, it exhales a toxic miasma that heightens the fog's corrosive nature. However, this seems to be an instinctive act rather than a direct attack on us. I only hope it moves on quickly without further incident." The cultivators huddled together in tears, sobbing. "But what if it decides to target us directly?" Ming Wu remained undaunted, replying firmly, "Then we prepare for battle." Yet the beast continued its feast, and its golden eyes began to glow with an ominous black aura. Ming Wu's heart sank as he realized, "This is bad. It really is coming for us." Having siphoned enough energy, the beast descended toward them, exerting an invisible force that began to wither their bodies. Agony radiated through them, leaving them powerless against the encroaching torment. Gritting his teeth, Ming Wu decided he could no longer afford to remain passive. He channeled his spiritual energy until his palms erupted in a brilliant golden glow, drawing a legendary sword from the void and leveling it at the beast. "Lion King's guardian roar," he bellowed. The surrounding cultivators watched with bated breath, their eyes fixed on the blade as an elder wondered if the weapon was an immortal artifact. Could that be an immortal tool? Ming Wu raised the divine blade, his other hand forming a seal as he chanted. Let 10,000 rays of golden light shield this body. Let the golden lion roar, and stand guard before me." Following his command, the majestic silhouettes of colossal golden lions manifested behind him, letting out a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, they charged at the sun-devouring sovereign. The collision of these two celestial powers triggered a massive explosion, and even Ming Wu marveled at the sheer pressure. "As expected of the dragon sinew might of a sun-devouring sovereign," he shouted. "Let's see if you can withstand this." With that, he poured his remaining strength into the golden lions. As the sun-devouring sovereign prepared to retaliate, the lions struck with lightning speed, yet the beast managed to parry the blow. Without pause, the creature opened its maw even wider. It began to voraciously consume the cultivator's essence and the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the ground beneath them to fracture and split apart. Meanwhile, the desolate fog completely enveloped Shiyu Nuan. Caught between the toxic mist and the beast's suction, her head throbbed painfully, and she was drenched in a cold sweat. "This is too much," she gasped. As the earth split open beneath her, Shiyu Nuan stumbled forward, only to be met with another sudden force. An invisible shockwave sent her reeling backward. Seeing the peril, Ming Wu cried out in alarm, "This is bad," while Zio Yi shouted her name in a panic. She died. Though utterly shocked, the boy could not move and could only call her name helplessly as the wilderness mist rapidly swallowed Shiyu Nuan's body. She closed her eyes and whispered in despair that it was over, her strength gone and unable to resist the mist, until a golden light pierced the fog and steady hands caught Shiyu Nuan. Shiyu Nuan slowly opened her eyes wide, staring in shock at the hero holding her, only to realize with a start that the person was Sui Feng, who spoke little and only coldly reminded her to focus her mind and quickly circulate her true chi for protection, causing her to nod instinctively. She let out a soft grunt of affirmation, while Ming Wu sighed at the sight of Sui Feng's rescue, muttering that he had nearly forgotten the man was present. Sui Feng gently set Shiyu Nuan down to stabilize her own power before heading toward Ming Wu and ordering him to focus entirely on dealing with Long Tu Jing. Passing Zio Yi, he told the boy to retreat to the rear before immediately transferring spiritual energy to Ming Wu, stating they must unite against the powerful sun-devouring sovereign. They hoped to force its retreat, and as they spoke, their combined energies exploded into a fierce tiger clad in golden armor that charged without hesitation. It let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged at the sun-devouring sovereign as Ming Wu shouted for the beast to taste his power. The two forces clashed violently, and while the duo initially seemed to match the sun-devouring sovereign, the tide of battle soon shifted completely. They felt their strength was insufficient to suppress the monster, yet they gritted their teeth and endured, refusing to surrender. The surrounding cultivators nearly cried out in terror, wondering how such powerful men with immortal artifacts could still fail to defeat the sun-devouring sovereign. As Fang Zhuli and his army watched silently, a worried Ming Wu cried out that he couldn't hold on, prompting a sweating Sui Feng to yell for him to stay focused. The sun-devouring sovereign opened its mouth to swallow their spiritual energy when a massive, frigid block of ice suddenly rose to form a solid wall in the tiger's path. Fierce flames roared from the tiger but failed to melt the ice, creating only a thin mist before the frozen wall eventually shattered. The sun-devouring sovereign shot two tentacles from its mouth to tightly ensnare the tiger, just as Fang Zhuli suddenly shouted that the time had come. He and his soldiers immediately activated their battle formation, and as the array deployed, a colossal orange Dharma body emerged. It charged at the sun-devouring sovereign and struck the tentacles binding the tiger, forcing the beast to release its grip. The sun-devouring sovereign swung its tail at the Dharma body, but the tiger intercepted the blow, leading an angry Ming Wu to demand if they knew how to coordinate. Fang Zhuli frowned and retorted that he was being scolded despite saving them, while the cultivators regained their faith in his abilities. They cheered for General Fang's intervention, but another loud explosion occurred as a purple, spiked tail suddenly appeared. A purple monster covered in thorns emerged with glowing yellow eyes and a long tongue, leaving the cultivators in absolute terror of this new creature. They had escaped one sun-devouring sovereign only to face another unknown beast, while a nearly exhausted Ming Wu looked on. Pale and dripping with cold sweat, he stammered that this was a second sun-devouring sovereign, sending the cultivators into a state of total panic. They despaired at the sight of another beast, begging not to be given hope only to be cast into darkness, and could only pray for a miracle. They hoped the monsters would fight each other for a chance to survive, as the surrounding mist grew increasingly dense. Elder Zia observed the scene and loudly warned that the wilderness mist was thickening, urging everyone not to let their true chi waver. Ming Wu suddenly shouted, wondering why a second sun-devouring sovereign had appeared, and if it was linked to Long Tu Jing's arrival. He turned to Sui Feng, questioning why such a beast was under the land the palace master had once suppressed. Sui Feng stared at the new sun-devouring sovereign, speculating it caused the earlier beast riot, and recalling the mountain-suppressing sword the young master left to quell the resentment of slain creatures. Perhaps it had inadvertently suppressed this sun-devouring venerable, and now that the young master has drawn the Zhenjia sword, he has unintentionally set it free. However, Sui Feng told himself this was merely his own speculation. It was also possible that the dragon whisker scripture itself had awakened the monster. At this moment, two massive forces, one from the first sun-devouring venerable and the other from the alliance of Sui Feng and his comrades, clashed fiercely like two primordial powers. Meanwhile, the purple sun-devouring venerable suddenly lunged at the cultivators, and agonizing screams filled the air as they were tossed aside. Strangely, Zhao somehow found himself standing atop the monster's head. Having never faced such a situation, he cried out for Shiyu Nuan in terror. Shiyu Nuan's face turned pale with worry when she saw the boy in such danger, and as the monster suddenly reared its head, Zhao slid down its neck, desperately grabbing a sharp, protruding spike. While he struggled to hold on, Mingwu noticed the first sun-devouring venerable attempting to flee and roared, "Where do you think you're going?" as he channeled all his strength. His aura surged like a rising tide as he prepared a finishing blow. But unfortunately, no matter how much Mingwu struggled, he remained unable to move. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Damn it, I'm pinned down by its power and can't move." While Sui Feng, also locked in place, spoke in a low voice. "Our only choice now is to focus everything on the dragon whisker scripture first. Once we're free, we'll chase after Zhao Yi," he said, as they both watched helplessly while the purple sun-devouring venerable carried the boy away. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing the mist of the desolate realm was thickening, and his internal energy was nearly exhausted. Suddenly, the sun-devouring venerable charged toward a mountain at a terrifying speed, showing no signs of slowing down as it drew near. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in sheer horror as they were about to crash. Sure enough, it slammed into the mountain, and the impact sent him flying until he struck a large rock. Zhao Yi lay sprawled on the cold ground, a violent cough racking his chest as the dense, suffocating mist of the desolate realm grew even thicker. With his vision obscured, he gritted his teeth and forced himself up, his mind racing with a single urgent question. Where on earth was he? He needed to find his way back to Uncle Mingwu and the others immediately. But through the heavy fog, a flickering shadow appeared, accompanied by a low grumbling. Zhao Yi strained his eyes to see the figure drifting in and out of view, until a suspicious voice suddenly asked, "Is that you? Who are you?" Zhao Yi asked with a frown, only to be met by 3 poisoned arrows whistling through the air, which he narrowly avoided by twisting his body. He escaped just in time but not unscathed, as the 3rd arrow grazed his cheek and left a bleeding gash. Then, Gu Mang stepped out of the mist with a sickeningly smug expression. Still holding his throwing stance, he gave a cold laugh and remarked on the perfect timing of their encounter, prompting Zhao Yi to demand answers. "Gu Mang, were you brought here by that sun-devouring venerable too?" Zhao Yi asked, but a sudden wave of dizziness hit him as black energy began to envelop his weakening body. He collapsed to the ground, cold sweat beating on his forehead, as he struggled to understand what was happening, while Gu Mang replied with an open, mocking sneer. "How do you like my poison? Is it potent enough?" he asked, and only then did Zhao Yi realize those arrows had been coated in toxin. His body went limp and his strength vanished, allowing Gu Mang to step forward and stomp on his back, saying coldly, "I've been sick of you lot for a long time." Drawing a cold dagger with murderous intent, he declared he would kill him first, while Zhao Yi, desperate to survive, tried to reason with him about cooperating to escape the desolate realm. That seemingly logical suggestion only enraged Gu Mang, whose face twisted in fury as he raised his blade and screamed like a madman, "Stupid! You're far too naive." Just as the blade was about to plunge down, a powerful force blocked it. Zhao Yi had summoned every ounce of his energy to raise his sword and parry the strike. But his relief was short-lived as he collapsed, completely defeated and gasping for air while drenched in sweat. Yet he still tried to convince Gu Mang that they were too far from the border. "We need to support each other with our internal energy. It's impossible for one person to survive until the exit," he argued, but the man remained entirely unmoved. Coldly producing a golden medicinal pill, he asked contemptuously, "Do you even know what this is?" before swallowing it whole. Instantly, his protective essence dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable look of confidence as Gu Mang spread his arms wide, looked up at the sky, and shouted that the heaven-severing divine medicine truly worked, as the desolate region's mist didn't affect him at all. Seeing him completely immune to the desolate region's corrosion, Zhao Yi's eyes widened in shock, wondering how he possessed such a potent pill. Then Gu Mang reached into his robe and pulled out a compass, saying with a laugh that his master had also arrived in the vicinity. He paused for a moment, his eyes filled with murderous intent, telling him not to worry because after killing him, he would kill every single one of the others. With those words, he charged straight at Zio Yi with his sword. The young boy braced himself and gripped his blade, prepared to fight since there was no other choice. As the man attacked, the boy struggled to maintain his protective barrier while dodging the strikes. Due to overexertion, his footsteps became unsteady. Zio Yi propped his sword against the ground, his entire body trembling as if he were about to collapse. Even Gu Mang was surprised by the boy's resilient will and spoke indifferently. He remarked that it must be incredibly difficult to maintain a protective barrier while afflicted by his poison. After finishing his sentence, he swung his blade to attack again. Zio Yi managed to dodge, but his movements had slowed significantly. Gu Mang gritted his teeth in frustration. Unable to land a hit with his blade, he immediately launched 2 hidden weapons. Due to the toxin slowing his reactions, Zio Yi couldn't dodge in time. 2 arrows sank deep into his abdomen, staining his clothes crimson with fresh blood. Zio Yi gritted his teeth, trembling as he struggled not to fall. Seeing that he was still alive, Gu Mang pointed at him and shouted. He questioned how a mere brat could be so hard to kill. He immediately unleashed the Gale Hound continuous claws, striking repeatedly while Zio Yi used every last bit of his strength to defend himself. Unlike the exhausted boy, Gu Mang was still full of vitality. He challenged him loudly, wanting to see how much longer he could hold out before roaring for him to die. Zio Yi knew his strength had reached its limit and thought despairingly that he couldn't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a spark of surprised realization flashed in his eyes. He realized that the man's attack patterns were far too repetitive. Perhaps because he couldn't kill Zio Yi after so long, Gu Mang's veins bulged with rage as he muttered that the boy was truly stubborn. Suddenly, Zio Yi launched a counterattack. The boy had found an opening and decided to use the 7 styles of the God Slayer. Gu Mang was struck with extreme terror. He cried out in panic, asking what on earth was happening. Zio Yi lunged forward like an arrow as a brilliant golden aura erupted from his sword. The light enveloped his entire body in a dazzling glow. Gu Mang's face turned pale with humiliation. He angrily pointed his blade at Zio Yi and arrogantly declared that as the young master of the Gu family, he wouldn't be intimidated by a mere child. He told him to die and immediately lunged with a reckless attack. Zio Yi simply tilted his body slightly, narrowly avoiding it, and swung his sword to counter. Now Gu Mang had fallen onto the ground, his face filled with visible dread. A single downward slash from Zio Yi's sword would end his life. Seeing the boy about to strike, he shouted for him to wait, admitting he was wrong and agreeing to a truce. The sword stopped right in front of Gu Mang, only inches away. Gu Mang felt as if he had just brushed past the gates of death, his soul shaken. He then knelt and begged Zio Yi, promising never to trouble them again, and suggesting they cooperate to escape the desolate region together. By this point, the boy was gasping for air, his face pale from the poison. Zio Yi lost his patience and barked at him to provide the antidote. Gu Mang fearfully replied that he would give it to him immediately. Having said that, he reached into his robe, but instead of medicine, he threw a handful of white powder at him. He then said coldly that the boy was too naive to fight him and told him to go to his grave. After speaking, he charged forward with his blade to stab Zio Yi. Zio Yi frowned and, quick as a flash, executed the 7 styles of the God Slayer once more, ending it decisively with a single move. A powerful, brilliant, golden spiritual energy radiated outward. Zio Yi's sword pierced through Gu Mang's abdomen. He coughed up blood, his eyes still filled with disbelief that he had been defeated by a child. He stammered, asking how it was possible as he stared at the sword embedded in his stomach. He questioned if he was truly dying at the boy's hands before taking his last breath and collapsing to his knees. Meanwhile, Zio Yi could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. The boy tried to crawl toward the medicine bottle that had fallen from Gu Mang's body. Gritting his teeth, he crawled inch by inch, telling himself that his essence could no longer be gathered. The pills nearby seemed as if they were 10,000 miles away. Zio Yi thought despairingly if he was about to die as well. He stared intently at the pills, suddenly recalling the words Li Qianyuan had said to Shi Yunwen during their cultivation. He realized that the item the man had given him was the heaven-severing divine medicine. He struggled to reach out for them. Meeting his own expectations, Zio Yi managed to grab a pill and quickly swallowed it. The boy's body went limp and exhausted while the mist continued to surround him. Lying on the ground, he thought that while the desolate region's mist no longer corroded him, he would still die if he couldn't find a way to neutralize the poison in his system. Zio Yi stared blankly at Gu Mang's corpse. He had killed him, but he also understood that if he hadn't, he would have been the one to die. He had to find out if the man had an antidote, so he struggled to crawl forward. Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder. "Disciple, I have arrived." A terrifying palm strike shattered the hill ahead as Gu Mang's master glanced around, searching for his beloved pupil. Seeing Gu Mang's slumped and motionless figure, his jaw dropped in horror before he sprinted toward him. He desperately called out for his disciple and grabbed Gu Mang's shoulders, shaking him violently as if trying to wake the dead while wailing loudly. "My disciple, why did you die here? Your master arrived one step too late." Zioyi turned pale with fear upon hearing those words, realizing this was indeed Gu Mang's master. This was truly the worst luck. The man then embraced Gu Mang's corpse and sobbed, "My disciple, how am I supposed to live? You were my only student. I still have so many secret techniques I haven't taught you." After he finished his mourning, he finally noticed Zioyi's presence. He immediately pointed at the boy and interrogated him harshly. "It was you. You murdered my disciple." Meanwhile, Zioyi felt increasingly unwell. The toxin seemed to be tearing him apart from the inside as it grew more severe, and the man approached him with a frigid tone. "Did you kill my only pupil?" He then hoisted the limp Zioyi off the ground by his collar and declared he would make him pay with his life, making the boy think he couldn't escape death. However, the man's next words stunned the boy. "From now on, you are my disciple." This turn of events was completely unimaginable. Zioyi looked up with a pale face and gasped in shock as the man shouted, "Hurry and kowtow to your master," before violently throwing the boy to the ground. He landed in an awkward kneeling position, and the man grabbed his hair, lifted his head, and slammed it against the ground to force him to complete the ritual. Zioyi's forehead began to bleed, leaving a long red streak down his face. After finishing the ritual, the man grabbed the boy's shoulders and joyfully announced, "Ha, good disciple. From now on, you are the successor of the Wind Sphere Fist and my official student." Just like that, he dragged the boy into a frenzied dance like a madman, laughing and asking, "Hee, my good disciple, aren't you happy?" When he lifted Zioyi's arm and saw his head slump, he realized something was wrong and checked the boy's pulse, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, so you're still poisoned," before tossing him aside like a useless object. He then shouted, "Don't be afraid, Master will cure you," and began transferring powerful internal energy into Zioyi to force the toxin out. After a while, the venom was slowly neutralized. Zioyi opened his eyes, surprised to find that the eccentric man was actually helping him. Seeing him sitting there silently, the man asked, Disciple, why can't you circulate your true chi?" Though he knew he wouldn't get an answer. He began to examine the boy's entire body, and what he found left him utterly astonished as he stared intently at him. He asked coldly, "You have no heavenly veins or soul bone?" After a pause, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Haha, you truly are a rare genius. I've never met anyone without heavenly veins or soul bone. Such a person must be an extraordinary talent. Now I shall pass our sect's Wind Sphere Fist Heart method to you." Without waiting for consent, he immediately began the transfer. As soon as the heart method entered his body, Zioyi felt a bone-deep pain and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Ah, it hurts so much. My body feels like it's going to explode." After some time, the man realized gloomily, "HMPH, why is the true power still not circulating? I must not have transferred enough. Yes, that must be it." With that, he continued the transfer, and the red energy of the heart method surrounding the boy's body grew even stronger as he screamed in agony. At that moment, Sikong Xuan landed and looked back at his relentless pursuer, cursing angrily. "Damn it, he's so persistent. If this keeps up, I'll die from blood essence depletion before he even strikes." Upon arriving, Li Tianyuan was shocked to see a man transferring power into his son. He immediately landed and called out softly, "Zioyi," before forcefully pulling the boy away. Seeing his disciple being snatched away, the man pointed at him and barked, "Give my student back," and the two then clashed in battle, neither willing to back down. The collision of their powers triggered a massive explosion that sent debris flying everywhere, and the man couldn't help but praise him. "Heh, you're quite formidable." Li Tianyuan glared at him with eyes full of killing intent before gathering his strength and sending the man flying with a single palm strike, leaving Ding Jai staring at his hands in a daze. Rubbing himself, he whimpered about the pain and the man's strength as Li Tianyuan began examining Zioyi's body. He felt a violent current of true energy within Zioyi's body, and while it wasn't fatal, he questioned why the boy was there. Had something happened on Ming Wu's end? Sikong Xuan watched the two men and was surprised to recognize the successor of the Wind God, the renowned Senior Wind Sphere Ding Jai. He immediately offered a greeting. "Senior Ding, I am Sikong Xuan, the sect master of the Nine Clouds High Sect. I am currently being pursued by a villain and hope you can save my life. The Nine Clouds High Sect will surely show its deep gratitude later." However, Ding Jai ignored him and pointed at Li Tianyuan, stubbornly demanding his disciple back. "Return my disciple to me, or you must become my disciple instead." After speaking, he charged straight at Li Tianyuan, leaving Si Kongshuan feeling ignored and utterly embarrassed. Overwhelmed with shame, his face turned pale as he wondered if the man truly treated him like thin air. Despite this, a new plan quickly formed in his mind. Since Ding Jai was also hostile toward him, Si Kongshuan thought that while Ding Jai stalled Li Tianyuan, he could seize the chance to cooperate and eliminate the Tian Li Hall master. He hurriedly caught Xiao Yi as if holding a fragile treasure and immediately assumed the role of an emergency doctor to begin a full examination and treatment. Ding Jai watched his actions with a fierce gaze. At that moment, Li Tianyuan was channeling his spiritual power into Xiao Yi, causing the boy to break into a heavy sweat. Boy's brows furrowed in intense agony. Due to Ding Jai's erratic logic, he believed the man intended to kill Xiao Yi, and his eyes instantly flared with murderous intent as he roared and lunged. "Do not lay a hand on my disciple." Li Tianyuan gripped his sword hilt with one hand while using the other to heal his son, striking back at Ding Jai even as the old man dodged the direct blow. However, the residual force was enough to shatter a massive boulder as easily as slicing a watermelon. Undeterred, Ding Jai immediately unleashed his wind sphere chaotic claws to attack Li Tianyuan. The two continued their stalemate. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan persisted in treating Xiao Yi before delivering another sword strike toward Ding Jai. The old man dodged with incredible speed but wasn't fast enough. As Li Tianyuan's blade grazed his neck and drew blood, Ding Jai froze, stopped his assault, and began muttering that he was wounded before licking the blood. A massive, transparent pink sword materialized and pointed directly at Li Tianyuan. He leaned aside to evade it, and then casually raised his own blade. He easily parried Ding Jai's technique as if he were merely playing with a child. He nearly mocked him, telling him to be careful not to chip the sword since no one would pay for the damage. Li Tianyuan's gaze locked onto Ding Jai, startling his opponent. He inwardly noted that Ding Jai possessed the strength of the Star River Great Emperor realm and possessed a very peculiar primordial essence. As for Ding Jai, he was still drenched in sweat and instinctively licked the wound on his wrist like a dog. Seeing that the bleeding wouldn't stop, he cried out in fear. Suddenly, he remembered a secret technique and quickly plucked several hairs from his head. He cheered excitedly, realizing he had forgotten he knew such a move. After pulling out the hair, he pressed it against his wrist and shouted wind-blood coagulation with all his might. Sure enough, the bleeding stopped shortly after. Ding Jai pointed directly at Li Tianyuan and loudly declared that since he was so strong, it was time to get serious. With those words, he lunged forward to attack again. Ding Jai opened his mouth and let out a wind sphere furious roar, instantly releasing a surge of powerful energy. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan remained focused on healing Xiao Yi with green light. Suddenly, Si Kongshuan appeared right behind Ding Jai. Li Tianyuan pushed Xiao Yi to a safe distance, as he now had to face both of these opponents alone. Si Kongshuan immediately unleashed his power to attack while loudly encouraging Ding Jai, claiming that if they worked together, their opponent would stand no chance. It was unclear who had given him such immense confidence. Li Tianyuan was forced to use both hands to mobilize his power and defend both sides, calmly challenging them to try their best. Being looked down upon by Li Tianyuan made Si Kongshuan so furious he felt like vomiting blood. He shouted at him to stop pretending, asserting that the advantage lay with them in a 2-on-1 fight. He questioned what an immortal artifact could really do, but as soon as he finished speaking, both he and Ding Jai were sent flying by a single palm strike. Li Tianyuan radiated a terrifying pressure as he slowly walked toward them like an Asura from hell, declaring his intention to end the fight quickly. Si Kongshuan was knocked back, unable to believe that their combined strength couldn't defeat him. He frowned deeply and demanded to know how this was possible. He asked why the man possessed yet another immortal artifact. Li Tianyuan approached coldly with two sharp weapons in hand, prompting Ding Jai to realize the situation was dire. He then manifested his immeasurable true body, causing a massive purple phantom to appear behind him. The entity raised its sword and pointed it directly at Li Tianyuan's face. He raised the immortal weapon in his left hand to parry, then used his sword to sever the avatar's blade. Yet the man refused to yield and unleashed his wind sphere bone resistance. A fiery red canine entity manifested behind him with its massive Mara gate. But as it tried to swallow him whole, Li Tianyuan used his immortal weapon to wedge its jaws open. Seeing him standing there composed while the beast's mouth was jammed open, Ding Jai's eyes nearly popped out in shock as he cried out in terror, asking what that object was and why it was too hard for his beast to bite through. A purple entity seized the chance to strike Li Tianyuan from behind, but having lost all patience, he decapitated the beast with a single slash, though an unfortunate accident followed. The severed head of Ding Jai's beast happened to fall right where Si Kongshuan's entity was attacking. resulting in the entity striking the beast's head instead. Ding Jai immediately turned to berate Sikong Xuan for hitting his beast's head, unaware that Zio Yi had already regained consciousness. Boy watched the battle with wide eyes, wondering if this was truly a clash between those nearing the immortal realm, as their techniques appeared quite ordinary. However, he could sense that every strike contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, with their attacks constantly neutralizing one another. Looking at the three men, a terrifying thought crossed his mind that if their strengths were not so evenly matched, this land would have likely been obliterated long ago. Li Qianyuan raised both immortal weapons above his head and loudly proclaimed that there was nothing in the great thousand world he could not sever. Without blinking, he swung both weapons like a chef slicing vegetables, instantly splitting his opponents in two with a dual sword combined annihilation slash. A surging blue pressure erupted, leaving the avatar and the beast unable to resist, and in an instant the two were defeated, falling backward while screaming aloud. Zio Yi stared in awe, thinking to himself that both opponents were incredibly powerful, likely the strongest individuals he had ever encountered. Indeed, aside from him, Li Qianyuan seemed to always be the strongest and appeared never to have tasted defeat, while Ding Jai and Sikong Xuan grew exhausted, with the latter sighing at the mad dog before him. Yet even now, he still contemplated fighting him, wondering if only an immortal could truly defeat the Lord of Tianli Hall and his two high-grade immortal weapons. Could it be that only a true immortal could take him down? Ding Jai wondered as he cursed in rage, lamenting that he had been far too disgraceful. Deciding to use his ultimate technique, he crossed his hands over his chest and shouted "Wind Sphere" as his entire body erupted with fiery red spiritual energy. He then lunged at Sikong Xuan with a gale so powerful that it forced the man backward, leaving him unable to stand straight as his hair blew wildly. One would have expected a world-shaking technique, yet he simply relieved himself in the exact posture of a dog urinating against a wall. Sikong Xuan gaped in horror at the sight, wondering what on earth this disgraceful move was, just as Ding Jai's chaotic mind began to spiral further. He grew utterly confused, doubting if it was Wind Sphere walking, or perhaps Wind Sphere drinking water, or even Wind Sphere eating dog food. Unable to recall the move, he was suddenly struck on the head by Li Qianyuan, who could no longer bear to watch, prompting Ding Jai to turn around and see who had hit him. A large lump had already formed on his head, and he shouted in frustration that if he could only remember the technique, his opponent would be no match for him. Suddenly, a massive dark brown mountain appeared before the three of them, leaving the confused Ding Jai to wonder if he had somehow unleashed that technique himself. It didn't seem like the right effect, as it should have been more earth-shattering, but as Li Qianyuan observed the situation, a sun-devouring beast emerged. Sikong Xuan turned pale and exclaimed that it might be the sun-devouring beast, a world-ending calamity recorded in the ancient secret scriptures. Its appearance signaled a global crisis, and Zio Yi naturally recognized it, for this very sun-devouring beast was the one that had brought him to this place. He stared in terror, wondering if the battle between the great emperors had attracted it, as the sun-devouring beast opened its massive maw before the three men. Li Qianyuan gripped his immortal weapon and raised it toward the sky, performing a technique as he shouted, "Dragon-swallowing stance." Ancient blue dragon immediately manifested to confront the sun-devouring beast, and sensing the azure dragon's aura, Sikong Xuan could hardly believe his eyes. This immortal artifact carries the aura of an azure dragon. Could it have been forged from the blood of a slain dragon? He knew that even the weakest azure dragon was a transcendent being. Just how many powerful creatures had this man slaughtered to refine these two immortal artifacts? The azure dragon opened its maw and lunged at the Sun Devourer before vanishing instantly without a trace. The Sun Devourer scanned its surroundings for the azure dragon, which suddenly reappeared and bit into its neck. Yet the beast only bled slightly when the dragon released its grip. Li Qianyuan was surprised that the Zhai Qi's hide was so incredibly tough, while Sikong Xuan stood agape, moving from one shock to another at the Sun Devourer's prowess. Earlier, Ding Jai and I struggled against Li Qianyuan, but now he seems suppressed, proving the Lord of Tianli Hall hasn't reached the immortal realm. Suddenly, Ding Jai charged at him like a madman. He shouted that their fight wasn't over, forcing Li Qianyuan to use his remaining immortal artifact to block Ding Jai's sudden assault. Sikong Xuan seized the opportunity, knowing that since Li Qianyuan was occupied on two fronts, he wouldn't be able to evade a surprise attack. Seeing this golden opportunity, he channeled spiritual energy into his palm and lunged at him, while Li Qianyuan was busy fending off the Sun Devourer with one hand. While his other hand dealt with those two madmen, he frowned and glanced at Ding Jai, who suddenly reached out and grabbed Sikong Xuan's wrist. He stood before Li Qianyuan and coldly asked Sikong Xuan if he was trying to assassinate him. leaving Sikong Xuan pale and wide-eyed with shock. While Sikong Xuan was still reeling, Ding Jai questioned him with fury, demanding to know who he was and why he kept interfering in his battle. Sikong Xuan pointed at himself in bewilderment before uttering a foolish sound and asking if it was fair for the two of them to gang up on him, leaving everyone speechless. Sikong Xuan couldn't fathom why they thought he was allied with Li Qianyuan and stuttered in rage as Xiao Yi struggled to stand, determined to help him. He couldn't possibly withstand the Sun Devourer and those two men alone, and in an instant, the beast bit down and tore the azure dragon in half. It quickly crushed the dragon's body until only a few fragments drifted in the wind. Then the beast's cold gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, turning the boy pale with terror. Black smoke billowed from the monster's nostrils as it lunged toward Xiao Yi, a danger that Ding Jai immediately recognized. He signaled for the battle to stop because his disciple was in danger, as the Sun Devourer opened its massive maw to swallow Xiao Yi's small body. Facing those terrifyingly sharp teeth, the boy felt he was about to be devoured when Li Qianyuan suddenly channeled his spiritual power and reached toward the Sun Devourer. Xiao Yi was too stunned to react as Li Qianyuan flew directly into the Sun Devourer's mouth, and the beast clamped its jaws shut as if to devour him. He could only hope that Li Qianyuan would destroy the beast's mouth to escape, while the Sun Devourer let out a heavy snort after swallowing the man. Sikong Xuan shuddered in fear, thinking that as long as the Lord of Tianli Hall had not reached the Immortal realm, he could never defeat the Sun Devourer. He would never be able to oppose the true peaks of this world, and now that a great threat was gone, the Zhai Qi seemed to have lost its desire to attack. Once he escaped this wasteland, his path would be clear, while Xiao Yi wept and trembled, calling out for his father in deep regret. His father had always protected him, yet he had been cold in return, believing he didn't need a father and had to carry everything independently. As a child, he had naively thought he would protect his mother and sister alone, convincing himself that he didn't need a father at all. Bullied and mocked by the village children who called him a bastard, he constantly told himself that he had no need for a father. Despite his claims, in moments of extreme suffering, he would run to the cliffs and scream that he wasn't a bastard, knowing his words were lies. Deep down, he still yearned for a father, and as he sat hugging his knees, he looked at the sky with tearful eyes and asked where his father was. Looking as pitiful as an abandoned puppy, he couldn't deny that his heart had finally found peace since his father's sudden appearance. Yet he didn't dare face his father like his sister did, for the fear that he would be abandoned again had always haunted the boy's mind. The sun-devouring sovereign suddenly soared into the sky with a thunderous roar, while Xiao Yi trudged toward the corpse and pulled the sword from his chest. He thought to himself that his father didn't need to be a great hero or possess immense power as he gripped the hilt and slowly approached the sun-devouring sovereign, with only the wish for his father to stay with them forever in his heart. A massive surge of power suddenly erupted from Xiao Yi's body. His entire body was enveloped in a violent, blazing red light, and with tear-filled, bloodshot eyes, he screamed toward the heavens to give his father back. Raising his sword to the sky with vacant, manic eyes, the boy was shrouded in crimson flames as a savage killing intent and pressure shook the area, terrifying Ding Jai. He loudly warned his disciple to be cautious, but he was suddenly struck dumb as Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and endured the strain. As he roared, a world-shaking explosion erupted beneath him, shattering the ground and sending debris flying like a hurricane, while the sword's violent power made space itself tremble. He howled amidst a sea of red flames, a cry that seemed to tear through the heavens, his power surging even further as memories of his father flooded his mind. With veins bulging across his face, he let out a loud cry of invocation, causing both Sikong Xuan and Ding Jai to look up at the sky. Red spiritual energy converged before turning into an emerald-green pressure that swirled around Xiao Yi, prompting a frowning Sikong Xuan to wonder how the boy dared use lightning magic of this caliber. He had achieved a breakthrough, and even more astonishingly, he had ascended 2 realms simultaneously, marking him as a truly rare and exceptional talent. Unlike Sikong Xuan, Ding Jai clutched his head in terror, realizing the boy could not yet control the surging true energy within his body. Failure meant he would explode and die. Yet Xiao Yi's lightning magic had already completely enveloped the sun-devouring sovereign. He pushed his heaven-reaching power further into the violent, god-slaying stage, while Li Tianyuan watched in shock as the sun-devouring sovereign thrashed under the lightning's assault. Tears streamed down Xiao Yi's face as he cried out for his father before collapsing, only for his supposedly deceased father to suddenly reappear. He used his immortal qi to slash through the sun-devouring sovereign, piercing its belly to escape, a sight that left Sikong Xuan utterly terrified. Has that man actually escaped? Sikong Xuan gasped, while Li Tianyuan caught the falling Xiao Yi, who weakly noted that his father was safe. The boy threw himself into Li Tianyuan's arms, weeping and calling for him, which reminded the man of what Shi Yanhan had once told him. She had said that although Xiao Yi acted tough, he wasn't as resilient as he seemed, and that he would eventually open his heart if given enough time. Gently stroking his son's head, he vowed never to leave them again, though he was stunned that the boy had forced himself to use the heaven-reaching, God-slaying technique. He recalled that the boy had likely only seen him perform it once, making such a heaven-defying talent for lightning magic truly unbelievable. The sun-devouring sovereign survived and roared in defiance, leading Li Tianyuan to marvel that even an internal attack hadn't dealt a fatal blow to such a beast. Suddenly, its abdomen swelled before it opened its maw to regurgitate a mysterious, spherical object. The monster hurled the object to the ground and fled, leaving Sikong Xuan to stare at the egg-like vessel in shock, realizing the creature had been driven away. Seeing Li Tianyuan, Ding Zhai continued his provocation, demanding to know his name so he could return with reinforcements to crush him. Li Tianyuan shot him a cold glance and calmly uttered his name, causing Ding Zhai to vanish instantly the moment the words left his lips. He left behind a threat that he would return to teach him a lesson, and that his disciple would stay there for now, leaving Sikong Xuan speechless at such cowardice. Just as he looked up, Li Tianyuan appeared directly behind him, prompting him to frantically signal for a truce and warn that the council would intervene. Before he could finish, a single sword strike from Li Tianyuan claimed his life, instantly decapitating the man and ending the threat. As he withdrew his pressure and prepared to sheath his blade, the red egg suddenly cracked, emitting a strange aura that intensified as the shell began to split in two. He could see an object inside, which turned out to be a skull. This aura left Li Tianyuan utterly stunned, and he remained silent. He swung his blade decisively, shattering the egg into fragments, and as it broke, a surge of immense pressure and a terrifying whirlwind instantly exploded. The blast swept past, forcing Xiao Yi to struggle to resist. The boy covered his face and asked in shock why the egg's breaking released such horrific power. Next, a dense black mist appeared, swirling into a dark vortex around a set of white bones, as Li Tianyuan pondered if the eerie energy he felt in Zhai Qi came from this being. Moments later, the skeleton's feet touched the ground as it slowly stood upright, leaving Xiao Yi stunned by the extraordinary sight of a skeleton hatching from Zhai Qi's egg. A bold thought struck him. Could this be the rebirth of the master who was swallowed earlier? With purple pupils burning in its sockets, the skeleton lunged toward Li Tianyuan. He reacted swiftly, swinging the lonk to deliver a lethal strike, but the skeleton dodged, causing the sword energy to cleave a distant mountain in two. It leapt into the air, intending to strike down at his head, but Li Tianyuan managed to block the attack just in time with the blade of his lonk. He swung his blade at its arm again, but strangely, the sharp lonk could not cut through. Li Tianyuan frowned, thinking it was incredibly tough, and tried another strike. As the black mist began to spread violently, Li Tianyuan quickly pulled Xiao Yi into the sky while the skeleton stood still, emitting a dark energy with a corrosive power similar to the death mist of the desolate region. Xiao Yi silently thanked his father for pulling him away in time, wondering if that powerful corrosive ability would have dissolved him instantly had he been touched. The skeleton slowly stepped forward and noticed Sikong Xuan's headless corpse. It used the black mist to lift the body, and in an instant, Sikong Xuan's remains began to corrode. It used the black mist to strip away the flesh and skin, grafting them onto its legs, arms, face, and entire body. In other words, it had stolen Sikong Xuan's skin. However, it could not fully restore itself, as its upper torso remained skeletal, leading it to wonder if this was the extent of its recovery. Xiao Yi gasped in horror, exclaiming that it had turned into a human, as the skeleton picked up a piece of cloth and wrapped it around its waist for modesty. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, lamenting that Zhai Qi had pushed it out so prematurely before the time was right, while Li Tianyuan calmly asked who it was. "Who are you?" he asked, and the half-human, half-demon figure replied that he was the son of the desolate god, a name that Li Tianyuan immediately recognized. The son of the desolate god glanced at him with contempt, mocking the fact that a mere mortal dared to hear the name of the desolate god without showing any reverence. Li Tianyuan replied in a cold tone, questioning if simply having the word God in his name was enough to make him bow, before looking up at the sky. With a voice full of nostalgia, he remarked on how time had passed and how the name of the desolate god seemed to have faded, before noting the aura on Li Tianyuan. He mentioned that the aura felt familiar, as if it came from another deity, and as soon as he finished speaking, the son of the desolate god raised his hand, concentrating an immense pressure. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a powerful force pulling his hand, causing his eyes to widen in shock, as the son of the desolate god offered to spare him if he followed, prompting Li Tianyuan to pull his son back. He coldly stated that, while he didn't know why Zhai Qi had expelled him so soon, the boy was excellent material that would greatly aid in his restoration. Immediately, a surge of powerful black energy lunged toward him, but Li Qianyuan gripped the hilt of the lonk and swung the blade in a magnificent arc. A powerful blue sword energy erupted from the blade, instantly dispelling the dark force. Yet the son of the desolate god remained unfazed as he watched Li Qianyuan fly toward him. When the tip of the sword was just inches from his face, the son of the desolate god caught the blade with precision, surprised to find that the weapon could actually damage his divine bones. He shamelessly declared that the sword was excellent and suited him perfectly, intending to seize it, but Li Qianyuan coldly asked if he could even hold on to it. The son of the desolate god intensified his black energy to hold the long, but he was immediately struck, and a moment later, Li Qianyuan yanked the sword back. The son of the desolate god fell to one knee in a miserable state as Li Qianyuan shouted "Unstoppable" by 10,000 and thrust his sword with full force. As the black energy enveloped his body, the son of the desolate god tried to save face by claiming he was only weak because he had just awakened, refusing to submit. He continued to generate streams of dark energy in his palms and shouted, "Black mist," as the dark vapors began to encircle Li Tianyuan and his son like silk ribbons. Although he remained unaffected, Li Tianyuan worried for Xiao Yi and immediately used his true qi to protect the boy, enveloping him in a solid blue barrier like a sturdy fortification as a sword clattered to the ground before the child. The boy quickly ran closer while Li Tianyuan watched his son and shouted, "Defend," as a brilliant green flame erupted within his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, his true qi centered on the sword to form a massive sphere of light around Xiao Yi, while the dark energy outside continued to spread everywhere. Xiao Yi called out anxiously, "Father," and he glanced at his son, instructing him that he might not be able to look after him in the coming moments, so he must stay still as Zhen Yue would provide complete protection. As for the son of the desolate god, he continued to gather his true qi as the dark mist expanded further, and an object shaped like a firearm appeared in his hand. The son of the desolate god raised it triumphantly, causing Xiao Yi's face to turn pale as he had never seen such a weapon and wondered if it was a divine artifact. The son of the desolate god aimed the firearm at Li Tianyuan, who had also quickly concentrated his overwhelming pressure into his own weapon, ready for battle. One of his eyes emitted a purple light as the son of the desolate god spoke contemptuously, calling him a brat and claiming he wouldn't even have time to wail before pulling the trigger. A stream of dark energy shot rapidly toward Li Tianyuan, who raised his blade to block it and shouted "Slash" as he struck out to shatter the dark current. The energy he deflected struck a nearby mountain and melted the massive peak in a mere second, revealing its terrifying power. So Li Tianyuan spun his blade to continuously parry the blasts into other mountains and cause them to collapse until Xiao Yi suddenly cried out a warning. "Father, be careful on your right," Xiao Yi shouted, and Li Tianyuan reacted instantly by leaning aside to dodge while secretly feeling amazed by his son's capabilities. He had not expected Xiao Yi's vision to be able to keep pace with his and the son of the desolate god's movements. Realizing this journey to the desolate realm had truly helped the boy mature, as another unfortunate mountain was shattered by the dark energy. The desolate god continued by unleashing his ultimate technique, the desolate god's grasp, causing the earth to crack open into a wide abyss as a brilliant red light like erupting lava surged from underground. A multitude of pitch-black hands rose from the depths, reaching out to seize Li Tianyuan, but he had already prepared a way to counter them. Li Tianyuan concentrated all his pressure into the blade, causing a blue aura to envelop it, and once he felt his power reach its peak, he unleashed a powerful strike toward the rising hands while shouting loudly. Blue pressure immediately enveloped the desolate god's dark energy and surged toward his opponent, allowing Li Tianyuan to seize the opportunity and slip through the mist as fast as a lightning bolt. He suddenly appeared before the desolate god, striking him with absolute terror, and as Li Tianyuan swung his blade to strike, the desolate god hurriedly raised his skeletal arm to block the blow. His blade shifted fluidly and suddenly changed direction to stab directly at the creature's lower abdomen. But the desolate god reacted just in time to dodge to the left by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, a massive hole would have been torn through his body, and at such close range, he swung his weapon to counterattack. Yet Li Tianyuan was faster and used his blade to suppress him, preventing him from using his weapon. The creature said he admitted the man was immune to the divine artifact's intimidation. But for a mortal to dream of defeating one with divine blood like him was a delusion, to which Li Tianyuan replied that they would have to see about that. Before the desolate god could gloat, Li Tianyuan's blade swiftly shattered one of his ribs, leaving the desolate god in utter shock as he could not believe his eyes. "How is this possible?" the creature gasped, while Li Tianyuan maintained a cold expression and declared that he wanted to see if one with divine blood could actually bleed, as the desolate god stubbornly tried to deceive himself. "Mortal, I must admit you are powerful, but you want to make me bleed," he sneered. But suddenly, Li Tianyuan's pressure erupted with a terrifying force. It created an earth-shattering explosion, as Xiao Yi watched the battle with bated breath, the boy exclaiming in astonishment if this was truly the full extent of his father's power. Li Tianyuan continued to execute his chi slash, swirling the energy in his hand before tightening his grip on the hilt and delivering a decisive downward blow. The blue pressure pierced through the opponent's black true chi, and as a golden light flashed, the dark energy gradually began to dissipate. With a metallic clatter, the firearm fell from the desolate god's hand as his body was pierced by a slash, and he glared at Li Tianyuan with eyes full of hatred and resentment at being defeated by a mortal, while his divine artifact began to crumble into countless small red fragments. Looking like precious jewels, the fragments scattered as the desolate god spoke in a cold voice, admitting he never expected to lose even with a divine artifact, while a crimson hue enveloped the entire area. Surrounding mountains exploded and sent debris flying in all directions as the desolate god, with a final spark of curiosity, asked him what his name was. Li Tianyuan confidently stated his name, and before the desolate god closed his eyes, he muttered that he would remember it before being completely buried by the earth and stone. A moment later, Li Tianyuan stood atop a mountain peak and used his aura to recall the Zhenyu sword, which spiraled through the air to bring Xiao Yi to him as they both flew away from the crumbling land. Xiao Yi watched in awe as the massive mountain before him suddenly collapsed, and the innocent boy asked his father why such a great peak was falling apart. Li Tianyuan explained that he had severed the mountain's source divine artifact, causing the entire structure to crumble, a revelation that left Xiao Yi wide-eyed with wonder. Surprised that a divine artifact could be the root of a mountain, the boy wondered if it had once been a sex residence, while his father spoke to him as an equal, sharing his theories. He speculated that everything in existence could potentially become a divine artifact, though this only confused Xiao Yi further as Li Tianyuan continued his explanation. He suggested that the world might be composed of divine artifacts, with mountains and rivers being merely their outward forms, as the father and son continued their flight. Xiao Yi remained puzzled and asked if the world truly was built from divine artifacts, finding the possibility to be absolutely staggering. He questioned if these artifacts were creations left behind by the gods, to which Li Tianyuan admitted it was only a guess based on his many battles against such items. Their diverse forms seemed beyond human craftsmanship, a fact that troubled him as he recalled his failed attempts to create functional models of them. His replicas only mimicked the appearance of divine artifacts, but lacked their true power, barely capable of even piercing a wooden board. Li Tianyuan looked ahead and explained to his son that divine artifacts reinforced by sects possessed even greater destructive potential. He noted that the artifacts of the Xinmu sect and Qingyun Mountain were even stronger than the one held by the son of the desolate god, prompting Xiao Yi to ask why the Xinmu sect didn't collapse when its artifact was broken. He shook his head and clarified that he had only damaged the Xinmu sect's divine artifact rather than completely destroying it. Xiao Yi recalled the moment the artifact vanished and remained confused, noting that the way the son of the desolate god's artifact disappeared seemed identical. Both instances involved the appearance of strange symbols that only differed in color, causing Li Tianyuan to frown as he addressed his son's observation. He explained that he had seen those peculiar symbols in ancient texts where they were referred to as numbers, leaving Xiao Yi to wonder what that meant. Li Tianyuan further explained that the numbers were 0 and 1, leading Xiao Yi to wonder if they were the same as the digits they used every day. He listed the numbers 1 through 6, questioning why they would be represented by such bizarre characters if they shared the same meaning. Seeing that his son had endless questions, Li Tianyuan promised to bring the ancient books for him to study the next time they were together. Xiao Yi nodded with great interest, wondering if these numbers were the foundation of the world and if they influenced their very methods of cultivation. Suddenly, he spotted 3 figures flying toward them and ordered everyone to land as they saw that Xiao Yi was unharmed. Gu Fei rushed toward the boy in a state of emotion, expressing her relief at his safety before looking at Li Tianyuan with surprise. She asked her brother-in-law if he was the one who found Xiao Yi, and after he nodded, she carefully inspected the boy's small frame for injuries. Seeing that he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she wouldn't have known how to face her sister otherwise. Once she was sure Xiao Yi was okay, she asked Li Tianyuan why he had entered the desolate realm in secret and what his purpose had been. He replied curtly that he had come to kill someone and handle a few matters before finding Xiao Yi, while Sui Feng stepped forward to report. Sui Feng explained that after Li Tianyuan left the Zhenyu land, Long Tujing arrived with an army, and another sun-devouring sovereign emerged to take Zio Yi away, likely being Zhai Qi. Li Qianyuan nodded in confirmation. Yes, I encountered Shi Qi. It has retreated deep into the wasteland, and its next move remains unknown for now. Suddenly a thought struck him, and his expression darkened as he asked, "What about the dragon whisker whale?" Shi Yunwen replied blankly, "Brother-in-law, that giant whale was far too ferocious. Sui Feng, Ming Wu, and General Fang's army had to join forces just to temporarily restrain it," she continued, while Sui Feng added, "Fortunately, the dragon whisker whale didn't target us. It left shortly after Zhai Qi flew away." At that moment, Shi Yunwen recalled a crucial detail. Furthermore, every time that dragon whisker whale took a breath, it drained our true power, nearly depleting it entirely. If Sui Feng hadn't given me a heaven-defying divine pill, I wouldn't have survived. Li Qianyuan looked up at the sky and muttered, "Dragon whisker whale, Fang Zhuli." He then immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the wasteland. Suddenly, Zio Yi felt a bone-deep pain and couldn't help, but let out a soft groan before his body stumbled as if he were about to collapse. Shi Yunwen rushed over in concern, asking what was wrong, while Sui Feng checked him and exclaimed in shock, "Has Zio Yi already reached the peak of the true person realm? Even stranger, what is this violent surge of true power inside him? This is definitely not the kind of power a true person should possess." Li Qianyuan explained that Zio Yi had been forced to absorb a massive amount of power earlier, causing a temporary breakthrough to the breath-resting realm, leaving the three of them horrified. Li Qianyuan ignored their astonishment and urged them to leave the wasteland first, noting that certain plans had to be set in motion earlier than expected. Meanwhile, in another part of the wasteland, the son of the desolate god was fleeing at high speed, only to be intercepted by Li Chenqian. The two glared at each other with hostility and caution as Li Chenqian unleashed his spiritual power to attack, shouting, "What manner of demon are you?" The palm strike caused a massive explosion, and simultaneously, Li Chenqian's form split into 5 illusions, each swirling like a whirlwind as he swung his hand. His spiritual power converged into a dazzling pillar of rotating light, aimed directly at the son of the desolate god as he roared with divine authority, "Get back here!" A cloud of black smoke shaped like countless skulls condensed into a figure, shocking Li Chenqian, who realized his power was neutralized by the son of the desolate god before it could even land. Terrified by the situation, Li Chenqian demanded to know, "Who exactly are you? No, what kind of creature are you?" The son of the desolate god spoke coldly, "You are far inferior to Li Qianyuan." Behind him, a subordinate grew furious at the insult to his respected young master. Unable to contain his rage, the man gripped his sword hilt and shouted, "How dare you be so insolent?" before launching a spiritual attack with his blade. Just as the blade was about to strike the son of the desolate god, it was suppressed by a dark aura. With a mere flick of his arm, the sword became twisted and mangled. Simultaneously, the swordsman's arm was contorted into a grotesque angle by the backlash, causing him such agony he nearly fainted before a streak of black gas severed the limb entirely. Realizing only a formation could handle this, Li Chenqian immediately ordered his 3 remaining subordinates to take their positions, and they obeyed instantly. They quickly deployed the array as numerous swords appeared behind Li Chenqian, who channeled the formation while spiritual runes glowed brightly in all directions. Sword intent surged from the center like a tide as a thunderous shout echoed, "Amber sword, slay the demons!" and countless sword shadows tore through the air. The blades transformed into a dragon, striking down like divine thunder as they flew toward the son of the desolate god, yet he remained perfectly still. He stood there like a statue until, a second later, every single sword shattered into fragments, prompting one man to cry out in horror, "How can he be unharmed by our combined full-power attack?" The son of the desolate god looked at them with utter contempt and said, "Is that all? I think I'll be borrowing your lives for a moment." With those words, he released a sinister black aura that even Li Chenqian's protective formation could not withstand. Drenched in cold sweat and pale as a corpse, Li Chenqian was consumed by a bone-deep terror, realizing he was absolutely no match for this entity. At that critical moment, a loyal subordinate used all his strength to strike Li Chenqian with a palm, shoving him out of the area engulfed by the black gas. "Young master, run quickly," he shouted, but before he could finish, his body was riddled with holes corroded by black energy. Even as he died, he urged Li Chenqian to flee, and soon the subordinate was completely consumed by the son of the desolate god. The skeletal frame of the son of the desolate god began to slowly regenerate as 3 men remained. One stayed behind to fight, while the other 2 supported Li Chenqian. The one staying behind ordered the others to escort the young master away, and following his command, the 2 immediately fled with Li Chenqian as the remaining guard launched an all-out attack. Li Chenqian turned back and cried out in worry, Zhu. But the man had already charged at his opponent, only for the son of the desolate god to seize his head in a crushing grip. Blood began to seep from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and a moment later, his skull was crushed. After absorbing another victim, the creature's body continued to heal. Realizing they couldn't all escape, another subordinate volunteered to face the son of the desolate god, shouting, the young master is in your hands. I will hold this monster back. He spat his essence blood onto his blade, vowing to protect the young master with his life's cultivation. And as this strike unleashed a massive sword of energy, Li Chenqian cried out in grief, Yu. As expected, the creature shattered the sword with a single wave of his hand, a strike that also sliced Yu in half before he flew toward the two remaining fugitives. The last subordinate chose to sacrifice himself for the young master, pushing Li Chenqian away and saying, Take care, young master, before lunging to grab the monster's legs and screaming, Monster, die with me. Waves of black energy surged like a rolling tide as Li Chenqian collapsed onto the cold ground, his eyes vacant as he slammed his fist down and screamed in frustration. It's all my fault. You all died for a useless person like me, he cried until a sudden voice startled him. You truly are useless, the son of the desolate god remarked, having already approached him without being noticed, causing Li Chenqian to turn pale and stammer. How could you? He started, but before he could finish, the withered hand of the son of the desolate god gripped his throat, making him cough up blood as the creature asked curiously, I wonder, what is so special about you that those people would die to protect you? After thinking for a moment and finding no merit, he shook his head and muttered, Mediocre, utterly meaningless. Veins bulged on Li Chenqian's neck as he struggled to speak. My father is the Sword Saint. He will surely avenge me. Although he didn't know who the Sword Saint was, the creature guessed the title belonged to a master, while Li Chenqian sneered, My father is the strongest man in the world. Hearing this, the son of the desolate god grew more curious and decided to spare his opponent, commanding, Take me to him. As Li Chenqian stood up slowly and asked, Are you afraid now? Why do you want to find my father? The son of the desolate god did not hide his intentions, stating, The 4 people I just consumed only partially healed my wounds. Only the flesh and blood of a true master can restore my body and return my true power. Li Chenqian was thunderstruck, sweating in fear as he stammered, You want to consume my father. In the quiet night, 2 orbs of light, one blood red and one poisonous purple, hovered near the bright moon, emitting a flickering spiritual glow. While Zhao was cultivating in his room, Li Qianyuan entered and stood before him, speaking calmly. You forced yourself to use the heaven-reaching God Slayer. That caused Ding Zai's true essence to move and accumulate within you, and now that energy has invaded and scattered throughout your internal organs. He continued, I intended to wait until your foundation was more stable before teaching you this, but the current situation leaves me no choice. Without delay, he used 2 fingers to channel his spiritual power directly into his son, as a green aura enveloped and permeated Zhao body. As the red essence inside him grew chaotic, Zhao closed his eyes to receive the power and listen to the instructions. The technique I am passing to you is the 9-9 primordial art, which is also my primary cultivation method. He taught him how to merge and fully absorb that chaotic energy as his own, while Zhao closed his eyes and looked inward at his sea of qi, feeling the red essence flare up even more intensely. A golden silhouette flashed in his mind as Li Qianyuan opened the acupoints on his son's chest and shouted, First transformation, lead the slaughter into the meridians. A fiery red spiritual energy erupted, winding through his meridians like a crimson serpent through his marrow and causing his body to tremble violently. Under the intense pressure of the heavenly spiritual object, Zhao coughed up blood, but his father continued the process, shouting, Second transformation, formless slaughter state. Father and son sat within a golden circle as Li Qianyuan's green essence flowed in, stabilizing the chaotic energy within his son. The boy's entire body seemed to be consumed by an invisible flame, so he placed his hand on Zhao head and activated a yin-yang formation. During the 3rd rotation, essence vibration, the chaotic true essence was siphoned out, drifting through the air like shimmering crimson silk. The boy's small frame lay centered within that powerful surge of energy, and a moment later, Zhao looked up at Li Qianyuan and joyfully said he felt much better. He nodded and told the boy to continue practicing this cultivation technique. The true essence of all things in the world can gradually be converted for your use, and with your current state, reaching the 10th level will allow you to master and utilize this power at will. Zhao curiously asked if the technique was called the 9-9 origin art, and if it had a total of 9,981 levels, to which he patiently explained that the number 99 signifies the infinite. Whether one can reach a certain level depends entirely on their own destiny and effort, which reminded him of Sui Feng. Just as Sui Feng had reached the 69th level, Xiaoyu was stunned by the news and asked about Uncle Ming Wu. He shook his head, noting that the man lacked the fate for such cultivation, while the father and son spoke in the room, unaware that Ming Wu was listening outside the door. Immediately, he went to find Sui Feng and asked, with a scrutinizing gaze, if he had truly reached the 69th level of the 9-9 origin arc. He then asked who was stronger between him and Wu Chen, to which Sui Feng modestly replied that he could never surpass the palace master. This answer made Ming Wu's blood boil as he frowned at Sui Feng and muttered about why he was being so humble at a time like this. Ming Wu then glanced at the father and son in the room and remarked that Xiaoyi's talent was extraordinary for reaching the 3rd level so quickly. Sui Feng added that teaching Xiaoyi was different because the boy had to cultivate while guarding against essence backlash. So the palace master had to transfer some of his own power to stabilize him. Fortunately, Xiaoyi has mastered the life and death dual arts and possesses stronger adaptability than most, but how far he goes depends on the will of heaven. Ming Wu wondered what there was to fear with them protecting him, just as Shi Dianhen and Shi Yunwen rushed over to ask how things were going. The door opened as Li Qianyuan led Xiaoyi out and confirmed everything was fine, causing the boy's eyes to light up at the sight of his mother, Shi Dianhen, who anxiously asked if he was okay. The boy proudly shared that his father had taught him a new technique, and he was fine now, while she looked up at him as a romantic atmosphere filled the air. Shi Dianhen remarked that this experience wasn't necessarily bad, since finding life in death would lead to a new transformation. And then Li Qianyuan spoke to everyone. He told them to rest for the night before they departed for the 9 Clouds high sect tomorrow, leaving Shi Yunwen confused about why they were going there as he patted Shi Dianhen's shoulder. He mentioned he was going to see Fang Zhuli for a moment and left immediately, while Shi Yunwen was shocked to see blood on Sui Feng's back. She quickly asked if brother Sui Feng was injured, and he tried to recall the battle, replying that he must have been hit during the fight with Long Tuking. Sui Feng awkwardly turned to leave and said it was nothing serious before rushing off so quickly that he didn't notice his jade pendant falling into Ming Wu's hands. He stood there dazed, watching Sui Feng rush away as if he were fleeing, an action completely unlike his usual calm demeanor, leaving Ming Wu puzzled by how distracted Sui Feng was. He noted that the man had even dropped his belongings and wondered if he was severely injured from the fight with Long Tuking. But Shi Yunwen took the pendant from Ming Wu. She said she would go check on brother Sui Feng since she needed to thank him for saving her, and she hurried away with the jade pendant before Ming Wu could react. Ming Wu grumbled in frustration that regardless of the circumstances, he was the one who saved her alongside Sui Feng, yet she didn't thank him at all, leaving him feeling deeply hurt. Sui Feng returned to his room and began to undress, revealing numerous wounds of all sizes across his body, just as Shi Yunwen pushed the door open and cheerfully called out that brother Sui Feng had dropped his pendant. Her sudden appearance startled him, leaving him standing as still as a statue while he stared at her, and Shi Yunwen's eyes widened as she gazed at Sui Feng's body. Her cheeks flushed red, and a second later, she immediately turned away and shyly apologized, insisting she didn't mean to intrude while Sui Feng elegantly redressed. He shook his head slightly and said it was fine before taking back the jade pendant and thanking her, while Shi Yunwen turned back with concern to ask about brother Sui Feng. She asked if his injuries were serious, but he lowered his head and replied indifferently that they were just unpleasant remnants of the past, which filled her heart with sorrow as she saw his grief. Shi Yunwen whispered, asking if brother Sui Feng was truly all right or if there was a burden he wished to share with her. She recalled brother Ming Wu mentioning his distraction, to which Sui Feng sadly replied that his sister's death anniversary was approaching. Sensing his need for solitude, she stepped toward the door and offered gentle comfort before departing, wishing him strength in his grief. At the threshold, she suddenly inquired if it was he who had rescued her from being abducted during her hazy state the previous night. Sui Feng nodded slightly, confirming her suspicion that it wasn't a dream, explaining the young master had long ago assigned him to protect her. Upon hearing this, she nodded softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze as she thanked him beneath the silent night sky. Li Tianyuan met with Fang Zhuli and asked directly if his purpose for entering the desolate region was to find the dragon tendon whale. The man nodded in confirmation, then channeled his internal energy, causing a brilliant golden aura to ignite within his palm. Shining like a flame in the dark, Fang Zhuli explained that the dragon flame whiskers were essential for refining the elixir of immortality. Li Tianyuan asked about the elixir with curiosity, as the other man slowly lowered his hand and let the golden light fade. He spoke calmly, noting that it was natural for the aging emperor to desire eternal life, which led to their current meeting. Lin Xiang had proposed the refinement, prompting Li Tianyuan to smirk and remark on the sheer luck of finding the dragon tendon whale so easily. Fang Zhuli replied coldly that Lin Xiang was highly capable, having divined both the thinning of the fog and the creature's location. Li Tianyuan noted that Lin Xiang was known for opposing the third prince in favor of elevating the fourth prince to the position of crown prince. Fang Zhuli sighed at the sky, stating the crown prince wanted Li Lin to avoid politics. Then Li Tianyuan sat down as the conversation continued. He asked if Li Tianyuan knew why the crown prince allowed such an absurdity as the immortality quest, and even let him lead it. He explained the prince wanted to see if Lin Xiang could truly extend life, though Li Tianyuan argued that one's lifespan should not be forced. Fang Zhuli recalled offering similar advice, but the prince only laughed heartily without offering any further explanation or denial. He remarked that the prince valued people more than the throne, then suddenly clutched his chest and asked if Li Tianyuan truly felt no fear. He confessed a fortune teller predicted he wouldn't live past 60, leaving him in constant dread, while Li Tianyuan remained lost in thought. Looking at the sky, Li Tianyuan vowed to sacrifice his life's essence to change fate, noting that Sui Feng would succeed him at Qianli Hall. He declared that as long as his will endured, he did not fear death, especially now that his wife and child were by his side. He then asked if Fang Zhuli intended to reveal his relationship with Ming Wu, but the man closed his eyes and spoke softly. He accepted his potential early death, finding peace in knowing the boy was with Li Tianyuan, preferring the role of a complaining uncle over a father. The following morning on Tianqi Mountain, a thunderous voice echoed, pleading for Elder Bulao to grant him justice. It was Ding Jai, who knelt before the gates of a grand structure and cried out for help in punishing a man named Li Tianyuan. He begged the elder to intervene, claiming he was unable to defeat the man who had stolen his disciple away from him. Wei Chuo stood at the gate with his fly whisk, silently observing as Ding Jai reminded him of the elder's 3 promises to the Ding family. Wei Chuo replied with great difficulty, noting that the Ding family had not called upon those promises for hundreds or even thousands of years. He questioned why such a significant vow from Elder Bulao was being squandered now, just to teach a single individual a lesson. Ding Jai replied with a beaming face, "Exactly, why wouldn't I use it?" Wei Chuo tried to persuade him with difficulty. "Does this matter not require more careful consideration?" Ding Jai pointed at his own face in confusion. "What is there to consider? I am the only one left in the Ding family now. If I want to use this promise, I will." Wei Chuo sighed at his stubbornness and reported to Mr. Bulao before informing Ding Jai. "Mr. Bulao is aware." Hearing this, Ding Jai was visibly excited. He cried out, "Then he will teach that Li Qianyuan a lesson for me, right?" Wei Chuo nodded. In the quiet room, the prayer mat was empty and the candle flickered as the curtains swayed. In another silent room, old Master Zia sat dazed. Someone had entered unnoticed. The old man lowered his head sorrowfully. He let out a sigh. "I wonder if this mission is considered complete." At that moment, a dark, gloomy mist emanated from behind him. He muttered, "The Qizhai appeared smoothly, and there are no new orders, so it is likely finished." Looking up, he saw Zong Tang and asked in surprise, "Zong Tang, why are you here?" The sudden question caught Zong Tang off guard. He scratched his head awkwardly and whispered, "I don't know." Then he spoke up. "I remember we were reanalyzing this operation." Recalling Li Qianyuan, old Master Zia let out a heavy sigh. "What a pity. I intended to seize the immortal artifact during the chaos, but Li Qianyuan ruined it." Zong Tang asked, "Father, the immortal artifact is in his hands. What can we do?" The old man's eyes gleamed with cunning. "It is merely in his hands for now. Whether he can keep it remains to be seen." The next morning, Li Qianyuan's family prepared to depart. Just as he was about to board the carriage, old Master Zia led a group over and asked warmly, "Is my grandson-in-law preparing to leave?" The old man smiled. "Though Jiang City is small, it is still a 1,000-year-old ancient city. Why not stay another night so we can show our hospitality?" Ming Wu waited for an answer. Li Qianyuan refused flatly, "No need," before giving a contemptuous smirk. "How did I suddenly become a grandson-in-law? Your attitude was different the other day." Zong Tang approached him. "I heard that during this trip to the desolate realm. My grandson-in-law obtained an immortal artifact. Could we catch a glimpse of it? Every cultivator in the world yearns for such a thing." The people behind him looked on expectantly. They all looked toward him. Li Qianyuan understood their goal. Old Master Zia feigned benevolence. "Grandson-in-law, why not let the Zia family keep the artifact for now to avoid trouble? I will offer a fair trade." The old man clapped his hands. A young man stepped forward, respectfully holding an object covered in silk. Old Master Zia gently lifted the red silk to reveal the item, drawing astonished gazes. The orb emitted a red spiritual aura. The old man introduced it as the True Essence Body Protection Orb. Before he could finish, Mingwu mocked him. Keep it for now? The Zia family certainly knows how to scheme. The interruption made Zia Tang flush with anger. He frowned and shouted, "Insolent Junior, we are trying to help out of kindness, yet you are so ungrateful." Someone accompanying the Zia family spoke up. An immortal artifact should indeed be held by the great clans to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Gu Mang's family arrived. Gu Mang's father pointed at him and asked loudly, "Hey, where is Gu Mang?" Gu Mang's mother looked fierce. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Xiao Yi, her voice cold. "Someone saw my Gu Mang, and that little brat being taken away by the sun-devouring sovereign. Why is he back, but what about my Gu Mang?" Xiao Yi looked at her blankly in fear. Seeing his silence, she grew even more agitated. She continued to interrogate him. "Where is the boy? Did you harm him?" Li Qianyuan calmly declared, "He is dead." Gu Mang's parents were stunned as if struck by lightning, their faces turning deathly pale. Next, Li Chenqian's subordinate stepped forward. One man questioned him. "We heard our young master was also pursuing you in the desolate realm." The other added, "Our young master has not yet emerged or contacted us. Shouldn't you give a clear explanation to our Kanglan City forces?" The crowd surrounded him, accusing him as if he were a criminal. Mingwu could not stand seeing the palace master being intimidated. He threatened coldly, "How annoying. Do you want me to kill all of you?" Gu Mang's mother hissed, "If you don't return him, I will kill you." Before she could even finish her sentence, she was struck by a thunderous slap from Li Qianyuan. Afterward, he spoke with a calm yet arrogant and overbearing tone. Acting unjustly is a capital offense. Clutching her swollen cheek, she stammered inarticulately while Gu Mang's father roared in a fit of rage. "You have harmed my 2 children. The Gu family will fight you to the very end. It seems you are courting death," he declared coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Ha, Gu family, your turn is coming soon." Even at this stage, Elder Master Zia attempted to maintain a facade, repeatedly addressing him as his grandson-in-law. He was utterly shameless. "Grandson-in-law, it seems things will become quite troublesome if they aren't explained," the old man said, feigning kindness as he advised him. "It would be better to accept Beiju and hand over the immortal artifact. The Zia family will help you shoulder the burden. After all, we are one family." Li Qianyuan stepped past the old man, glanced at him, and asked, "You want the immortal artifact?" Elder Master Zia remained silent, his silence serving as a clear affirmation. Li Qianyuan gently channeled his spiritual energy, causing an emerald green mist to spread like ethereal smoke through the air, as something began to manifest in his palm while everyone watched with bated breath. Their gazes were fixed on the immortal chi manifesting in Li Qianyuan's palm, as the emerald aura radiated an increasingly powerful pressure. The soul pressure surged like a rising tide, wave after wave crushing their consciousness, leaving those with low cultivation unable to resist as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They collapsed to their knees one after another amidst the trembling of heaven and earth. Before long, even Elder Master Zia himself began to falter. Gritting his teeth, he circulated his energy as his spiritual power struggled against the pressure as heavy as Mount Tai. His entire body shook, and he was drenched in a cold sweat. Although Li Chenqian's 2 subordinates exerted all their strength to withstand the invisible force, their resistance quickly became futile as they neared the point of collapse. At that moment, Li Qianyuan asked indifferently, "Are you even worthy of making demands?" before abruptly intensifying the pressure. The entire ancestral hall was completely subdued. As they knelt on the ground, they admitted through gritted teeth that this power was indeed immortal chi, prompting Li Qianyuan to speak sarcastically. "You people overestimate yourselves. Clearly, you lack the qualifications." With those words, he withdrew his power and boarded the carriage with Shi Yanhen and her son. The crowd remained prostrate on the ground, looking as if they were respectfully seeing him off. Madame Gu Mang, unable to accept the painful truth, begged her husband, Gu Xuanzun, to immediately send men into the wasteland. "I am certain Manger is still alive." Gu Xuanzun, his face hardened with resentment, recalled the old humiliation of Shi Bufin stealing his bride. He growled, "I have not forgotten the disgrace Shi Bufin caused by stealing my bride years ago, and now they have taken my son's life. I swear your entire clan will suffer horrific consequences until the day you die." Meanwhile, Li Chenqian's 2 attendants whispered that the wasteland mist had returned to its dense state, making further searching impossible. "Yusan, stay here and wait for the young master." I will return to Kanglan City to report. As Lee Kaianyuan's carriage entered an open clearing, a group dressed in yellow was already waiting. The old man leading the group bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Lee, meeting you during this trip to Jiang City is truly a great honor for 3 generations of my family. I recently completed a pill room in the Dongsui Imperial City and invite you to visit." Lee Kaianyuan merely glanced at him and replied coldly, "I will consider it if I have the time." The old man frowned slightly, his gaze both curious and cautious as he asked, "Mr. Lee, I heard rumors that you obtained an immortal artifact from the wasteland. The soul pressure in the city earlier must have been emitted by it." He sighed. "Immortal artifacts are far too tempting. If you encounter any trouble, find me in the Dongsui Imperial City. By the way, I also have a favor to ask." After listening to the old man's explanation, Lee Kaianyuan frowned with a deep gaze. He said nothing more, simply waving his hand to urge the carriage forward. Once the carriage had traveled a considerable distance, his indifferent words echoed back through the wind. "Perhaps in 15 days, I will pay a visit to the Imperial City." Having received that promise, he felt somewhat relieved and bowed respectfully, saying, "I shall await your arrival, Mr. Lee. Please take care of yourself." As the carriage rolled steadily along, Lee Kaianyuan stepped inside to find Xiao Yi meditating. The boy opened his eyes and looked at his father with concern. "Father, by revealing the immortal artifact, I fear they will be even more unwilling to let matters rest." Kaianyuan closed his eyes and asserted firmly, "It matters not. No matter how many small fry there are, they cannot hope to move a mountain. A proper display of strength will force those who overestimate themselves to retreat and cease their interference." He remarked just as he finished speaking. Xiao Zhai ran over and hugged Xiao Yi from behind, giggling as she exclaimed that Xiao Yi had finally called him father, making this trip to the wasteland worthwhile. The young boy gave a bright smile and a soft nod of agreement, but suddenly, Sui Feng appeared from behind with a rare look of tension on his face. He hurriedly spoke of a matter regarding Sikang Xuan, yet in contrast to Sui Feng's urgency, Li Tianyuan maintained a calm composure. He calmly explained that he had probed Sikang Xuan's soul, but the crucial memories were obscured. Then he gathered magical power into his palm to form a sphere of blue light. Within the sphere, a scene appeared of Sikang Xuan reporting to a mysterious figure, stating that he had successfully collected all the requested items. He added that only he knew of the secret chamber to reassure the figure, a man dressed in black whose face remained hidden as his back was turned. Sui Feng suddenly noticed that Sikang Xuan's memory appeared to have been forcibly distorted, prompting Li Tianyuan to explain the situation. This is a technique used to divert thoughts, and to uncover the contents of their conversation, we must find the person from that memory and confront them directly. Sui Feng voiced his suspicions, asking if Xiao Yi's heavenly vein spirit bone was among the items the man had mentioned. Li Tianyuan withdrew his power, and the sphere vanished as he spoke in a low voice, noting that he had fortunately located the secret chamber from the memory. They would head there first to search for clues, though Li Tianyuan's expression suddenly darkened as his sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly. He added that it was time to eradicate the Yunsheng sect, but the carriage suddenly lurched to a halt, startling everyone inside. Shi Yunwen was the first to look out and ask Ming Wu what was happening and why they had stopped, to which Ming Wu replied with a frown. He found it strange as well, and Sui Feng noted that the dragon steed's senses were incredibly sharp, suggesting its sudden stop signaled an approaching danger despite the suspicious silence. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes, and Ming Wu pointed toward it, shouting that someone was there. Recognizing a familiar face, Xiao Zhai excitedly exclaimed that she knew the old man before jumping down from the carriage and running toward him. As she called out to him, Sui Feng tried to intervene, but Ming Wu reassured him that they had met the man in Jiang City and he was merely a commoner. With wide, curious eyes, Xiao Zhai tugged on the old man's sleeve and asked in her innocent voice where he was heading this time. The old man's mood brightened at the sight of the lovely girl, and he kindly greeted her as she rushed over to support his arm with her small hands. Her eyes sparkled with concern as the old man gave a faint smile, explaining in a low, pensive voice that he was waiting for someone, which only confused her further. She wondered why he would wait in such a desolate place, just as the old man glanced toward the carriage where Li Tianyuan and his wife were stepping out. The old man coldly muttered a single word as Xiao Zhai curiously asked if he knew her father, but Li Tianyuan approached and gently told her to return to the carriage. She obediently returned to the vehicle while looking back at the two men, as the old man stared directly at Li Tianyuan. He coldly asked if he was Li Tianyuan, and upon receiving a firm confirmation, the old man explained that he had been sent by Ding Jai of the Ding family. Li Tianyuan recalled that Ding Jai was the only remaining descendant of the Ding family, and as the old man nodded, he realized the true identity of his opponent. It was the ageless immortal of Tianqi Mountain. And without another word, the old man raised his hand as a surge of intense magical power erupted. Like an erupting volcano, the energy spread outward, prompting Li Tianyuan to immediately manifest a heaven-shaking pressure to directly counter the Tianqi Mountain's fierce assault. The pressure was so overwhelming that Sui Feng and Ming Wu hurriedly combined their strength to shield the carriage, with Ming Wu gritting his teeth as sweat poured off him. He cried out in shock at the terrifying pressure, wondering if the old man was truly an immortal and if they could even withstand the force. Sui Feng remained somewhat calmer but still had to reassure his comrade. Ming Wu, stay composed. If the situation worsens, you must lead everyone away immediately. While maintaining the protective barrier, Sui Feng watched the two figures engaged in a silent internal power struggle. His face betrayed his deep anxiety. This man's power! I fear he is the strongest I have ever faced. Hearing this, Ming Wu turned sharply and asked, stronger than the palace master? Sui Feng's face turned pale as his brows furrowed. He whispered in a heavy tone, perhaps so. Within that space, the internal energies of an old man and a young man surged and clashed relentlessly, both seemingly intent on using their pressure to subdue the other. They sought a clear victory. Qianan watched his every move with worry, while Xiao Zhai's innocent yet anxious voice broke the suffocating tension. Is father going to be okay? Qianan frowned as she watched, unable to foresee the outcome of this clash. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, sending dust and debris swirling through the air. At the eye of the storm, the two figures stood tall in silence. Elder Bulau narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Though his face was pale, his gaze shone with incredible resilience, leaving the man opposite him stunned. Even Elder Bulau was surprised by such steadfastness. He cleared his throat and spoke contemplatively. So that is how it is. He admitted without denial, you are one of the few who could push me to this point. After a brief pause, Elder Bulau sincerely advised, Tianli Palace Master, please stay your hand. The old man then withdrew his energy and Li Tianyuan followed suit. Elder Bulau looked at him with admiration. You truly live up to your reputation. You have reached the fourth stage of the Great Emperor Realm, the Kai Tian Realm. The entire area suddenly fell into a deathly silence. It seemed even the wind held its breath. Elder Bulau spoke first, and Li Tianyuan immediately used his power to move a table and chairs from the carriage to the ground, formally inviting the old man to sit. Witnessing this, Sui Feng was utterly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth was happening? These two were just fighting to the death. So why were they now chatting like old friends? He couldn't fathom their logic. Li Tianyuan then asked, does Elder Bulau have any guidance for me? He coughed and replied humbly, the title Bulau is just flattery. How could I not age? You may simply call me Elder Bulau. Li Tianyuan asked curiously, I never revealed my sect. So how did you determine my identity? Elder Bulau reminisced. Recently, several people attempted to transcend the tribulation and become immortals, but only one truly succeeded. The rest failed, including the Tianli Palace Master. I have encountered members of the Tianli Palace before. Their techniques are similar to yours, so I took a guess. The old man felt a sense of nostalgia. It must be fate. The first person I met using this technique was a long time ago, and he also bore the surname Li. Li Tianyuan exclaimed, my grandfather. Elder Bulau continued, once the concealment on your face was broken, I was certain you were the descendant of my old friend, Li Tianli. How fascinating. Your willingness to teach this peerless technique openly explains the rapid rise of the Tianli Palace, a feat few could achieve. Li Tianyuan explained calmly, a technique is just a tool, it is the living who control it. You knew my grandfather. But surely you didn't come just to reminisce? Elder Bulau didn't expect him to be so direct. He slowly explained, every major realm has 4 stages, initial, middle, high, and peak. But for the Great Emperor Realm, the world only knows of profound light, myriad phenomena, and astral river. He shook his head. In truth, that is not so. The Great Emperor Realm has a 4th stage, which is your current level. The Kai Tian Realm, the stage closest to immortality. Most break through from the astral river realm, so few know of this. Years ago, when I was about to become an immortal, I also sensed this realm. I am one of the few who achieved immortality by breaking through from the Kai Tian realm. This explanation cleared Li Tianyuan's long-standing doubts. The Kai Tian realm. No wonder I sensed Xiao Zhai's calling then. It was because I had reached this realm, he shared frankly. That explains why I felt no physical discomfort. Recently, I've even sensed vague whispers of fate. Elder Bulau nodded. Thus, you didn't fail your breakthrough. You succeeded far more exceptionally than ordinary immortals. He looked up at the blue butterfly fluttering in the air and spoke softly, telling him to experience this realm and wait until he had fully mastered it. It would not be too late to become an immortal then, though he feared the young man might surpass him by that time, as Li Tianyuan thanked him for the enlightenment. Immortal Bulau stroked his beard and smiled. saying there was no need for thanks, as becoming an immortal would only grow harder, and he was inadvertently slowing the man's progress. The old man suddenly asked if he had counted exactly how many lightning bolts struck during his tribulation, and he unhesitatingly replied that there were 28. Immortal Bulau spoke slowly, explaining that the very first people to become immortals never had to endure any heavenly lightning, leaving Li Tianyuan confused about its origin. He spoke in a deep voice, suggesting the man might have already guessed that after cultivators become immortals, they add their own power to the heavenly tribulation to hinder those who follow. 28 lightning bolts meant there had been at least 28 immortals in this world. So he asked the old immortal a question, and the man generously agreed to answer. He asked with some concern how his current strength would fare against the Taeksu twin immortals, prompting Immortal Bulau to stroke his beard. He spoke calmly, explaining that the Taeksu twin immortals breaking through together was like cheating to share the lightning's pressure, making them strong together but weak apart. He noted that with his current power, he might actually be able to defeat one of them in a direct confrontation, to which he nodded and said he understood. Their conversation concluded, and Immortal Bulau stood up, announcing that since they were done talking, it was time for him to depart, though he seemed ready to just walk away. Li Tianyuan wondered if he hadn't promised Ding Jai to teach him a lesson, but Immortal Bulau simply shrugged and said he only agreed to the promise. He didn't say he would actually do it. Then his gaze shifted to Xia Aji as he curiously asked why he wasn't planning to train the girl with the immortal spirit body himself. Li Tianyuan looked at his daughter with loving eyes and shook his head, explaining that his murderous aura was too heavy and his cultivation methods didn't suit Wu Chai. He feared that if he taught her, she would only reach his level at best, limiting her potential, which made the old man nod in understanding. Just then, Xia Aji jumped down from the carriage and ran toward them, loudly demanding to know why the old man was a bad person and why he bullied the grandmother. Immortal Bulau laughed helplessly and sincerely apologized to the little girl before handing her a command medallion, noting she had helped him twice. The old man said he had nothing else to offer as thanks, so he gave her the token, but the girl didn't dare take it until she looked up and received Li Tianyuan's permission. He looked at his daughter and nodded, so with her father's approval, Xia Aji took the medallion from the old man and thanked him. Before she could finish her sentence, the old man walked away with a laugh, saying his farewells. Then after a few steps, he turned to ask Li Tianyuan a question. He asked if he intended to ignore the two people following them, and he replied that he was already preparing to shake them off. So the old man simply said goodbye. As Li Tianyuan and his daughter slowly approached the carriage, two figures suddenly emerged from the tall grass by the roadside, and the girl tilted her head. She curiously asked the man beside her if Uncle Tian had overheard their conversation, and the man stroked his beard, replying that since the old man appeared, he heard nothing. He suspected the old man's power had already surpassed the great emperor of the astral realm, causing the girl to cry out in shock at such immense strength. Suddenly, the girl's eyes flashed as Li Tianyuan appeared before her, leaning in and causing her to scream in terror, while he silently watched the pair hiding in the bushes. Both of them felt guilty and remained silent until the girl finally broke the suffocating atmosphere by raising her hand and awkwardly saying hello. Li Tianyuan coldly stated that since they had followed the Zixin-Wood sect this far, it was time for them to part ways, which shocked the girl. She asked if he had known they were following them all along, but he ignored her and ordered Sui Feng to see the guests out. The girl spoke up sheepishly, suggesting that since they had followed for so long, there should be some sentiment allowing them to continue for a bit further. Li Tianyuan did not respond and continued walking, and as the girl tried to follow, Sui Feng blocked her path and told them it was time to leave. Realizing she couldn't change his mind, the girl sighed and finally admitted, "Fine, fine. I actually had something to ask of you." Afterward, Sui Feng followed Li Qianyuan, leaving the elderly man and the young girl standing there in a daze until she suddenly called out to him. "Wait, I think I've met you before. You're from the Yuan family, right?" Sui Feng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning as the girl then uttered a name. "I remember now, Yuan Suyan," a name that ignited a deep-seated rage within him, causing his eyes to flash with murderous intent. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched a palm strike at the girl, and just as his hand was about to strike her face, another powerful hand suddenly clamped down on his wrist, as both Sui Feng and the elderly man simultaneously released a surge of overwhelming pressure. This created two colliding waves of energy, one a frigid blue and the other a deep green, clashing violently in midair. Having just escaped danger, the girl showed no fear. Instead, she clenched her fists and shouted excitedly, "With such a violent reaction, it seems I haven't mistaken you for someone else. You are the son of Lord Yuan Kaijing from the Wuleng Divine Dynasty." At those words, Sui Feng's usual composure completely vanished. Gritting his teeth, he hissed a warning to the two of them. "Never mention that man's name in my presence again." Then, seizing the moment the elderly man's guard slipped. Sui Feng immediately delivered a powerful strike toward the talkative girl, sending her reeling with a significant injury as the old man cried out, "Young miss." As the confrontation reached its peak, Li Qianyuan suddenly commanded, "Let's go!" And taking advantage of the moment, Sui Feng was distracted by those words. The elderly man shoved his hand away and sped off while carrying the girl. Even in his arms, she remained fearless and shouted back at them, "Hey, next time I ask for your help, I'll treat you to a massive feast." Hearing this, the old man broke into a cold sweat and whispered, "Young miss, please be quiet for a moment." Once they were alone, Li Qianyuan turned to Sui Feng and instructed, "You don't need to accompany me on this trip to the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect." Stunned, he hurried forward to speak, "My lord," but Li Qianyuan cut him off, gently patting his shoulder before continuing. "Go ahead and handle your personal matters first." Having served Li Qianyuan for a long time, Sui Feng understood his master's decisive nature and that his word was final, so he simply accepted it. "Yes, sir," before they both returned to the carriage just before it set off. Sui Feng turned to Ming Wu and reminded him to take good care of their master, saying, "You must pay attention, don't." But before he could finish, Ming Wu lost his patience. He pointed directly at Sui Feng's face and protested sharply, "What? Do you think you're the only capable one? Do I really need that much reminding?" Sui Feng did not hold back. He struck Ming Wu's sore spot with a single remark, "Ha ha, the weakest of the 8 steeds," making Ming Wu so enraged he nearly exploded with a curse. Yet he couldn't argue because it was the truth. After his teasing was done, Sui Feng turned and walked away. As Li Qianyuan prepared to board the carriage, Ming Wu asked curiously, "By the way, my lord, who exactly was that elderly man earlier?" Shi Yunyuan also turned around and asked, "That's right, brother-in-law, who was he?" Li Qianyuan pulled back the carriage curtain and replied indifferently, "Someone from Tianqi Mountain." Ming Wu rubbed his chin and muttered, "Tianqi Mountain," as a terrifying name suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be the ageless Immortal? And just mentioning that name, his expression shifted instantly, unable to hide his fear, while Shi Yunyuan also cried out in shock, "Ah, the ageless Immortal, one of the 5 world-defying immortals." At the foot of the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect lay a bustling settlement called Changyun Town. By this time, Li Qianyuan's carriage had entered the town with Ming Wu at the reins. He could clearly sense the incredibly somber atmosphere. The passers-by were all pale-faced, keeping their heads down and shuffling forward like soulless shadows. He reported, "Palace Master, we have arrived at Changyun Town." While inside the carriage, Zhao was focused on his cultivation as Li Qianyuan held Shi Yanhen's hand and spoke with a hint of regret. "Yanhen, Zhao needs to cultivate continuously. It must be hard on you to protect him." But she simply smiled and reassured him, "It's fine, but you must be careful as well." Feeling bored, Zhao poked her head out of the carriage window to look around and asked curiously, "Father, why does everyone here look so strange?" Yunwen shuddered as a cold chill ran down her spine, and she remarked gloomily, "It's true. This place feels heavy with the aura of death." Just then, a little girl clung tightly to a man's leg, weeping and pleading, "Father, please don't go. I don't want you to leave me." Despite his heavy heart, the man pushed his daughter away and coldly warned her not to follow, though his eyes were filled with a lingering reluctance as he told her to stay home and behave for her grandmother. With those words, he turned and walked away decisively, ignoring the girl's desperate cries for her father as Zhao suddenly jumped down from the carriage. Helping the little girl up, she gently asked if she was all right, to which the girl sobbed that she didn't want her father to leave because he would never come back. Shi Yunwen had already stepped out and knelt to wipe the girl's tears, softly asking her to explain what had been happening. And the girl tearfully revealed that immortals arrived every month. They would take townspeople up the mountain to work for the High Immortal, and because everyone here worshipped these beings, they knelt and obeyed every command. At first, everyone believed this was a great blessing and followed the immortals joyfully. But the terrifying reality was that more people left and none ever returned. Each time, the immortals only brought back nectar and immortal fruits as payment. But the girl cried that she didn't want the fruit. She only wanted her father to stay. Shi Yunwen comforted her and offered to lead her to find her father, making the girl cry out in hopeful gratitude before Zhao ran back. Grabbing Li Qianyuan's hand, she pointed ahead and excitedly suggested that they should go and see for themselves. In a crowded area, a woman's voice rang out in a desperate sob, pleading with an immortal that her husband was truly ill and asking for a postponement. As soon as she finished speaking, the self-proclaimed immortal slapped her hard and coldly warned that the list was set, and even if he were dying, he had to go. The woman refused to back down and knelt to beg the High Immortal for mercy, but he remained completely unmoved by her pleas. Instead, he drew his sword and slashed her arm, leaving her pale and screaming in agony as she clutched her bleeding limb. Looking down at the trembling woman, he contemptuously asked how a lowly creature like her dared to touch his immortal robes before barking orders to his subordinates. He told 2 men to drag the woman's husband over while the onlookers sighed in sorrow, knowing there was no way to escape or avoid this fate. Realizing that begging only resulted in more injuries, the Immortal shouted for the next person to come forward and register. The little girl's father stepped forward, but as he prepared to sign, he heard his daughter's voice and turned in shock to see her being led by a beautiful woman, prompting the Immortal to roar about the disruption of order. He ordered an immediate execution, causing the terrified father to kneel and beg for his life, while the surrounding villagers whispered that another person was about to die. Without hesitation, the man drew his sword and swung it at the little girl, but suddenly, an incredibly powerful pressure descended upon the area. The terrified Immortal looked up in shock at the overwhelming power as Ming-Wu appeared, catching the blade with just 2 fingers and mocking the man's pathetic, weak strike. Stunned that his attack was stopped so easily, something even a peak Marquis Realm expert couldn't do, the Immortal demanded to know who Ming-Wu was to interfere with the 9 clouds high set. Ming-Wu simply smirked and delivered a powerful slap directly to the chest of the self-proclaimed Immortal. The single blow sent the man crashing to the ground in agony, and Ming-Wu casually sat on his back, asking where all that previous arrogance had gone. He grabbed the man's hair and shook his head, mockingly asking if he could actually feel pain, while Li Qianyuan stepped forward and pricked his own finger. He dropped a bead of blood onto the injured woman's wound, and in an instant, it healed completely without leaving a single scar. The Immortal drew his sword again, his eyes turning blood-red like a beast as he locked onto Ming-Wu with a face darkened by murderous intent. Roaring in fury, he activated the cloud-breaking sword, sending the blade into the sky where it radiated a powerful purple energy. A moment later, it split into countless streaks of sword chi, all aimed directly at the crowd of innocent civilians. As the sword chi descended, the panicked people fled and screamed for help, causing Ming-Wu to knit his brows in anger. His rage began to boil over, and without hesitation, Ming-Wu channeled his divine power into a brilliant, glowing golden sphere. He let out a loud roar. "Hey, are you attacking without any rules?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ming-Wu launched a golden sphere directly at the descending flying swords. His overwhelming power instantly suppressed the cloud-breaking sword technique completely, and while the enemy remained dazed with eyes shut tight, Ming-Wu calmly approached and grabbed the man by his hair. The man let out a miserable cry of pain as Ming-Wu forcefully slammed his head into the ground. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired youth hurriedly pulled out a jade talisman for help, tossing it into the air and shouting for reinforcements against an intruder. But the talisman exploded before the message could be sent. The man's face paled as his scorched hair smoked, and his eyes widened in disbelief, wondering how a sect jade talisman could possibly explode before he slumped to the ground in utter despair. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as Li Tianyuan passed by with Xiao Zhai, glancing at Ming-Wu and quietly reminding him to stop playing around. Ming-Wu simply uttered a brief acknowledgement and strolled past the defeated man, leaving the 2 companions of the fallen foe to demand in a panic who they actually were. Li Tianyuan remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze over them while releasing a powerful pressure that made the 2 men's legs buckle in fear. Following a resonant explosion, Xiao Zhai attempted to turn back and look, but Ming-Wu quickly stepped in front of her to block her view. Just as the group prepared to depart, a man from the village pleaded for the Immortals to leave quickly, warning them that the Jiu Yun Shang sect possessed countless masters, and they should retreat before the sect could react. Ming-Wu crossed his arms over his chest and asked with an unblinking, arrogant gaze, "Are you telling us to run? I should ask you instead, why do you stay here and endure such slavery and oppression instead of finding another place to live?" The man shook his head in sorrow and resignation, explaining that they could not leave because the Jiu Yun Shang sect had bound the surrounding 100 miles with immortal spells, forcing their families to remain there for generations. Anyone who dared to flee would have their entire family hunted down and slaughtered, a revelation that caused everyone to hang their heads in profound gloom. Shi Yunwen was filled with indignation upon hearing this, and loudly voiced her protest against such a supposedly noble sect acting so despicably, while Li Tianyuan, who had already walked some distance away, turned back to tell them to wait there. When Shi Yunwen curiously asked where he was going, Ming-Wu, who was well acquainted with his actions, calmly reassured her. He told her to wait patiently as the dark clouds above them would soon vanish, and a moment later, Li Tianyuan walked alone up the long, winding stone steps. He called out for Li Qing, who immediately appeared behind him and bowed, reporting that all the half-demon slaves and innocent civilians within the Jiu Yun Shang sect's territory had been secured. to which he simply nodded in approval. Looking straight ahead with eyes full of killing intent, he coldly emphasized that men should be stationed at all key routes to ensure no one from the Jiu Yun Shang sect could escape. Li Qing quickly accepted the order, but asked for permission to accompany him, a request that Li Tianyuan denied. He only permitted Luo Xian to follow him, then stared intensely at the Jiu Yun Shang sect with unwavering determination. Declaring his intent to test his true strength this time, Li Tianyuan proceeded alone toward the Jiu Yun Shang sect. The sect was enveloped in a violent lightning formation, where deafening thunder roared and bolts of electricity streaked across the sky, as if tearing through space itself. Simultaneously, lightning struck continuously inside the Jiu Yun Shang sect, with brilliant white light illuminating the entire region amidst the thick, swirling mist. A gloomy miasma spread through the air as if countless ghostly shadows were flickering, making the entire atmosphere feel heavy and suffocating, as if it were about to explode. Suddenly, the two disciples guarding the gate stared in horror with racing hearts as they watched Li Tianyuan slowly walk through the entrance. The two immediately blocked his path and pointed at him, shouting to ask who dared to intrude upon the Jiu Yun Shang sect, but they could barely finish their words. His overwhelming pressure crushed their chests until they could hardly breathe, making them feel as though they were about to burst, while their vision blurred and an invisible force seized their minds. Amidst the interlacing flashes of lightning, they were terrified to see Li Tianyuan's image split into 4 or 5 overlapping silhouettes. As he brushed past them, both disciples coughed up blood and collapsed, while massive boulders weighing hundreds of pounds began crashing down from the cliffs onto the path ahead of him. Despite the chaos, Li Tianyuan continued forward calmly into the Jiu Yun Shang sect's training grounds, appearing as elegant and unburdened as drifting clouds or a passing breeze while the disciples practiced. His transcendent aura left the man instructing senior brother Li completely stunned and speechless with shock. A minute later, he regained his composure, furrowed his brows, and pointed directly at him, barking, "Which branch are you from? Do you not know the sect rules? How dare you barge in so recklessly? Leave at once." The practicing disciples also stopped to whisper among themselves. "Who is this brute? A new recruit? Senior brother Li has been in a foul mood lately. This guy is in for a world of pain now." By then, Li Tianyuan had ascended the steps, drawing closer to senior brother Li, who grew furious at being ignored and shouted again. "Didn't you hear me tell you to retreat?" His face turned pale with rage as he ground out each word through gritted teeth. "It seems I must enforce the sect's punishment myself." With that, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, and a golden light flashed like fire. Suddenly his eyes bulged, and a second later he clutched his chest, coughing up blood repeatedly. As his body collapsed, Li Tianyuan stepped over him. A suffocating pressure radiated from him. Suddenly, a massive wave of suppressive power exploded, spreading throughout the entire area. The practicing disciples were all violently shaken, their bodies feeling as if crushed by 1,000 tons. They fell uncontrollably as someone screamed in terror, "What's happening?" Soon after, the tragic screams abruptly ceased. Every one of them had fallen, their breathing stopped, and their life force completely vanished. On the mountain peak, an elder felt this terrifying pressure and rushed out. Smelling the thick scent of blood, his expression turned grim and his eyes narrowed. "What is this stench of blood?" he muttered. "Something terrible has happened to the sect," before vanishing as fast as a lightning bolt. A minute later, he landed in front of Li Tianyuan. Fuming with rage, he roared, "Who dares to cause such chaos at the Nine Cloud sect?" As he swung a palm strike toward Li Tianyuan, the young man simply leaned aside to dodge while intensifying his pressure to counter. Quickly, the sword in the elder's hand began to crack under the weight of the pressure, small fissures emitting a faint light before he could react. The sword shattered into fragments, and the elder himself spat out blood and tumbled to the ground from the heavy backlash, losing all dignity. Struggling to stand, his body trembled violently as he looked at the man with eyes full of horror, crying out, "The Saint Emperor Realm! No, this is the Great Emperor Realm. Who are you? Why have you intentionally invaded my Nine Cloud sect?" The moment he stood up, Li Tianyuan intensified his overwhelming pressure. The terrifying power caused the elder's eyes to bulge. Blood leaked from his 7 orifices before his body exploded. After dealing with the elder, Li Tianyuan continued walking straight ahead. At that moment, a group appeared in the sky from afar, led by Elder Su, one of the sect's 4 great masters. Gritting his teeth in fury, he declared loudly, "No matter who you are, you will pay for murdering the members of the Nine Cloud sect." He then ordered his companions to join forces and cast wind and cloud convergence, 10,000 swords technique, creating a massive vortex of blades. The disciples below cheered joyfully, praising him. As expected of Elder Su, his move can make the heavens and earth tremble. Indeed, Elder Su was a powerhouse in the myriad manifestations Great Emperor Realm, who once defeated 3 rivals using the Immortal Cloud sword art. Now he performed this sword art again, confident they could destroy the intruder. A barrage of blades shot out like arrows, creating a world-shaking explosion. Completely satisfied with the result, he calmly stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "This is the end for anyone who dares oppose the Nine-Cloud sect." The surrounding disciples shouted excitedly, "Elder Su is valiant, truly the spiritual pillar of our sect with peerless might." However, their joy was short-lived. As the dust from the explosion settled, he still stood there tall and imposing, completely unharmed. A disciple cried out in terror, "Wait, he's still alive." This caused Elder Su to spin around, his face filled with dread as he gasped, "What?" He followed the disciple's gaze and froze in disbelief. How could this be? This man had calmly endured his full-strength strike. Li Tianyuan coldly brushed the dust off his robes and uttered two words, "Utterly ridiculous." Elder Su was horrified that he had blocked such a concentrated blow. Could he be a Star River Great Emperor Realm expert? But he was so young, it seemed impossible. After a moment of consideration, he decided to test the opponent first. He immediately shifted his attitude, asking politely, "Who are you? Why do you insist on opposing our Nine Clouds exalted sect?" Li Tianyuan pointed at him, intensifying his pressure without restraint. His icy face spoke each word clearly. "Those in high positions cannot feel suffering. Descend immediately." With that, he channeled his power into a blue vortex. It crashed down from the sky directly onto Elder Su's position. As the vortex descended, the disciples felt a heavy weight, their breath catching as they collapsed, screaming, "What is happening?" The crowd rolled on the ground, faces pale as they desperately cried for help. "It hurts, I can't breathe. Help!" Elder Su himself had to struggle with all his might to resist. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't expect such overwhelming power from just a single finger." In this critical moment, another surge of power appeared to oppose Li Tianyuan. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with joy as he realized, it's the sect master. To counter Li Tianyuan's surging pressure, their sect master quickly cast the Immortal Cloud Dharma seal. Two powers collided violently, clashing between heaven and earth as the seal exploded into a giant purple hand. Beneath that hand stood two men, while Li Tianyuan simply watched them quietly. The disciples shouted, "It's the sect master! The sect master has arrived!" Indeed, the two men appearing under the hand were the sect master and Elder Liu. The disciples looked at the sect master as their savior, cheering joyfully. The sect master is at the Star River Great Emperor Realm, just one step from immortality. That kid is dead for sure. Elder Su quickly approached the sect master and whispered, "He might be a Star River expert." This news surprised the sect master. Star River Great Emperor experts were rare. Was he the Sword Saint or the Heavenly Li Palace Master? No, he looked far too young. Unable to think of any expert that age, he stopped wondering and asked Li Tianyuan directly, "Are you the first prince of the Wuling Divine Dynasty?" Li Tianyuan did not answer, only raising an eyebrow as he stared at him. Despite being ignored, the sect master continued his monologue. "We have no conflict with the Wuling Divine Dynasty." First Prince Li Tianyuan lost his patience and interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense. I am not the first prince. I came today simply to destroy your Nine Clouds exalted sect." Hearing the word destroy, the sect master could no longer hold back, his power causing rocks to fly. He growled, "Since you have no good intentions." He paused and ordered the disciples, "Everyone focus your minds and spirits. Form the formation and kill this man with me." Upon his command, all the disciples channeled their energy and activated the formation together. Murderous intent surged toward him. The sect master used his power to create a seven-colored rainbow formation, standing right in the center. He spoke arrogantly, "The heavens have 9 layers and clouds have 9 rotations. This formation uses the power of mist to manifest 9 calamities in an endless cycle. Even an immortal could be trapped by this." He glared at Li Tianyuan and declared coldly, "Even if you are a Star River Great Emperor expert, you will only find death in this formation. Blame your own carelessness for daring to charge into my Nine Clouds exalted sect alone. Activate." As the sect master finished, power poured from the disciples on the ground. He controlled the flow of energy, turning the entire space a deep purple. Surging power blew away rocks and leaves, creating a scene that was both violent and mystical. Li Tianyuan looked up and asked calmly, "Comparable to an immortal?" After speaking, he also began to manifest his power. He remarked, "Then I shall also restrain my strength and test it." He waved his hand, launching a glowing character toward them that grew into a sturdy shield, blocking the debris. When the formation's attack was easily blocked, the disciples of the Nine Clouds exalted sect gasped in horror. Impossible. Was an attack on par with an immortal's power neutralized just like that? Could he truly be an immortal? That is impossible. No one in this world should have successfully ascended to that realm yet. The sect master had exhausted himself fueling the formation, his face turning pale and beaded with sweat. He mused that even a master of the galaxy realm shouldn't be able to effortlessly withstand his 9 heavens cloud net great formation. No, that cannot be right. He must be employing some kind of secret technique. With that thought, he shouted defiantly, "Let us see which is more enduring, your secret technique or the power of heaven and earth." Having spoken, he further intensified the formation's power as magical runes manifested alongside a surge of immense energy. Suddenly, he commanded Elders Liu and Su to perform a combined technique, and both immediately obeyed the sect leader's order. A thunderous assault was launched as scripts pierced through rock and earth, striking Li Tianyuan's defensive barrier in an attempt to shatter it. The sect leader then shouted for the 9 heavens transformation to summon the 9 cloud dragons, and 9 dragons quickly emerged with deafening roars. They shattered Li Tianyuan's defense, but just as a dragon tried to devour him, he channeled his power to form a protective barrier and stop it. The 9 clouds high sect now held the advantage, and the disciples cheered in joy, celebrating that the enemy was being driven back. The combined technique of 3 great emperors was truly peerless, making them certain the boy was doomed. Yet even as 3 dragons pierced his shield, Li Tianyuan stood his ground. He looked at the 3 dragons and coldly asked if this was the extent of an immortal's power, thanking them for helping him test his limits. Now that he understood the true extent of his own strength, he declared that fakes would always be fakes, no matter how convincing they appeared to be. With those words, he released a familiar and powerful pressure that forced the 3 dragons to hesitate, not daring to approach him. Li Tianyuan moved his hand slightly, concentrating his magic before delivering a decisive palm strike that sent all 3 dragons flying. The pressure formed a vortex that shot into the sky as lightning struck the 9 clouds high sect's formation, scattering rocks and leaves for meters. The sect leader fell to his knees in defeat, clutching his chest in pain as he stammered that he couldn't believe what was happening. While still holding his power, Li Tianyuan remarked in a low voice that immortal strength was nothing special, and his killing intent began to spread. With a steady gleam in his eyes, he declared the test over and told them to prepare for death as the injured disciples knelt on the ground. Facing a humiliating defeat, they cursed in frustration, wondering how even the sect leader's group could fail to stop him. They cursed him for using them as whetstones, but just as despair set in, an elder reminded them that they still had the sect guarding divine artifact. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he urged the sect leader to activate the artifact immediately, and a sharp object suddenly appeared. The white-haired elder continued to advise the sect leader that their only option now was to summon the artifact, even as the leader hesitated. The elder insisted that with the protection of the divine artifact, they could surely kill him, but the sect leader remained suspiciously silent. The disciples were confused and asked what the sect leader was waiting for, but Li Tianyuan coldly interrupted, stating that he was unable to do it. He reached out as a head rolled across the ground, and the crowd realized with horror that it was the sect leader's head, leaving them screaming in shock. The 2 elders turned pale and cried out in shock, wondering what kind of madness was occurring and why there were 2 sect leaders. The impostor stammered that he had killed Sikang Xuan, prompting the 2 elders to immediately question him about the identity of the true sect leader. They demanded to know who he was and why he was impersonating the sect leader, but the impostor avoided the question and addressed the elders. He argued that now was not the time for the truth, as the urgent priority was to repel the enemy and save the 9 clouds high sect. He claimed that only by gathering the entire sect's power could they hope to drive him back, solemnly declaring that the sect was in grave danger. He offered to use his body as a vessel for the sect's power to summon the artifact, but an elder objected, warning that he couldn't survive such a massive surge. Ignoring the risk, the fake sect leader prepared himself and ordered all disciples to transfer their power to him to destroy the enemy. He intended to use the artifact's power to kill the foe, and while the white-haired elder hesitated, the other insisted they deal with the enemy first. Both elders agreed, and all the disciples began transferring their power to the impostor, chanting the 9 clouds heaven-piercing technique. Suddenly, the 2 elders glanced at each other and redirected their attacks toward him, shouting in unison, 9 clouds reach the heavens, 9 rotations become 1. The entire sect's power surged into the impostor, forming a massive orb of energy above his head as the disciples trembled and cried out in terror, unable to control their own bodies. "What are you doing to my power?" the white-haired elder screamed in horror, while the green-haired elder realized too late that this man was a fraud with wicked intentions. The impostor offered no explanation, merely stating that they must suffer for the sake of the 9 clouds high sect's survival before letting out a sinister laugh. Furthermore, Si Kongshuan had previously utilized this very technique to plunder the sacred bodies and cultivation bases of others, leaving the disciples collapsed on the ground in an uncertain state. Meanwhile, the fake sect leader gazed at the orb in his hand with a satisfied nod, noting that his cultivation had progressed and he should continue his efforts. The shadow of the fake sect leader stood with arms wide and a resolute gaze, thinking that although he had been a mere shadow since childhood, he refused to accept such a fate. He had managed every affair within the Nine Clouds High Sect and was the only one who truly cared for it, having struggled through his cultivation to rise step by step. Declaring that a shadow could indeed surpass the original, he raised his hand as his bulging muscles tore through his clothes and his eyes glowed with a brilliant light. He announced solemnly that from this moment forward, he was the true Si Kongshuan, claiming the name as his own and declaring himself the sect leader of the Nine Clouds High Sect. As he spoke, he manipulated his spiritual energy to conjure a massive cyclone that swirled upward until it pierced the very heavens. The white-haired elder watched the scene in utter shock, realizing the divine artifact had resonated with him and believing he truly acted for the sect's benefit. Moments later, a sword that appeared to be a fragment of the divine artifact manifested in his hand, prompting the shadow of Si Kongshuan to throw his head back and laugh. He rejoiced at finally being recognized by the Nine Clouds High Sect, but while he was immersed in his triumph, Li Tianyuan spoke up coldly. Li Tianyuan remarked that the divine artifact seemed incomplete, and as he spoke, a small sword and a gun-like object appeared behind him. The impostor aimed his divine weapon at Li Tianyuan, his entire body radiating a ribbon-like purple pressure as he made his declaration. He shouted that it didn't matter if it was incomplete, for he now possessed the strength of the entire sect and the divine artifact, ordering his foe to die. He unleashed a series of sharp sword strikes, the intense pressure shattering the earth beneath them as he looked at the guardian artifact with adoration and pride. He laughed, claiming no one in the world could withstand its power, while the disciples, though pale from being drained of energy, couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. They marveled at the artifact's might, considering themselves fortunate to witness it slaying an enemy with their own eyes before they perished. The man stood smiling at the thick smoke ahead, believing the matter settled, until Li Tianyuan stepped out from the haze completely unscathed. He remarked that his personal strength test had concluded before drawing his weapon, and calmly thanking them for their contribution. Suddenly, the impostor's energy dissipated, causing him to cough up blood and collapse as he stared at Li Tianyuan in disbelief, seeing that he was unharmed. He stammered about the possibility of his opponent being an immortal, but Li Tianyuan merely swung his weapon with a cold, overwhelming pressure. Declaring that it was time to end the farce, he swung his blade in a single arc, causing the disciples' heads to fall in a gruesome display that horrified the fake Si Kongshuan. It was hard to believe those disciples were killed in a single strike, and in his despair, the impostor's grip loosened, letting the divine artifact fall and shatter into pieces. Struck again by Li Tianyuan's pressure, the fake Si Kongshuan coughed more blood and began to mutter like a madman, demanding to know who his killer was and why he destroyed the sect. Li Tianyuan approached him leisurely and coldly uttered the words, "Lingyun Grotto," which the fake sect leader repeated softly as the realization dawned on him. He glanced at the head of the man he had been impersonating and remarked that they were all the same, hypocrites blinded by greed. After finishing his sentence, he used a palm strike to incinerate the real sect leader's head before delivering a powerful punch to his own face. As blood dripped onto the ground, he kept his head bowed but began laughing hysterically like a madman, claiming that only his face could unlock the immortal-grade secret array within the Lingyun cave. Lifting his half-mangled face, he declared with absolute certainty that even if the Nine Clouds High Sect fell, he would never let his enemy obtain what he sought. Li Tianyuan looked at him and remarked indifferently that breaking the formation himself would indeed be quite a hassle, before pausing with a faint, cold smile. He noted that Si Kongshuan's face was the key to deactivating the array, then summoned Luo Xian, who appeared instantly behind him and left the impostor paralyzed with fear at his sight. This was indeed the man, the real Si Kongshuan, who clasped his hands and bowed to Li Tianyuan, solemnly addressing him as the palace master. That address struck the impostor like a thunderbolt, causing him to scream out a demand for his identity, to which Li Tianyuan coldly replied that he was the palace master of the Tianli Palace. After speaking, Li Tianyuan began walking toward his foe while the impostor cried out in sheer terror, unable to believe he was facing the palace master of the Tianli Palace. He stammered in shock at how young the palace master appeared, and demanded to know what the Nine Clouds High Sect had done to deserve such a merciless slaughter. With a face as dark as ink, Li Tianyuan spoke each word with heavy emphasis, stating that the Nine Clouds High Sect had always been his target, and he wanted them to vanish into nothingness. The impostor suddenly realized the true motive and asked if their ultimate goal was the Wan Yun sect, shouting in disbelief at how they could be so daring. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan sent him flying with a kick, leaving him slumped on the ground as he muttered that it was simply impossible. He died in bitter resentment, and after the sect was dealt with, Si Kongshuan and Luo Xian asked Li Tianyuan if the divine artifact had been destroyed along with the Nine Clouds High Sect. Li Tianyuan glanced at him and asked if he truly seemed like the type of person who would leave nothing but total destruction in his wake, spreading his hands as he questioned him. Ignoring the question of whether that was true, Li Tianyuan ordered them to move toward the Lingyun cave, and the two of them arrived at the site shortly after. Inside was an array containing numerous heavenly meridian soul bones encased in transparent spheres, which Si Kongshuan observed were meticulously arranged to align with the celestial order. He noted that it was indeed an immortal's creation, and without his specific face, any reckless attempt to enter would have surely triggered a total collapse of the structure. Using his spiritual pressure to shift the moving spheres, Li Tianyuan remarked that the Nine Clouds High Sect must have been secretly hunting talented but powerless commoners for a long time. They specialized in harvesting their heavenly meridian soul bones, and then he closed his eyes to focus his senses on locating the soul bone belonging to Zio Yi. He repeatedly waved his hand to sift through the tens of thousands of soul bones in the cave, while Si Kongshuan watched him with curiosity. Si Kongshuan wondered what the sect intended to do with such a massive collection, and assumed the young master's heavenly meridian soul bone was surely among them. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan's brow furrowed as Si Kongshuan called out to him, but he snapped his eyes open and calmly declared that the bone was not in this place. A stunned Si Kongshuan asked how that could be, but Li Tianyuan firmly stated that his senses were not mistaken, and Zhu Mai's heavenly meridian soul bone was not there. He then asked if the mysterious nature of the formation meant there was a hidden secret area that they had yet to uncover. Li Tianyuan replied decisively that the array was designed for protection and had no concealment properties, leaving Si Kongshuan wide-eyed with astonishment. He asked what their next move should be, and Li Tianyuan explained that he intended to utilize the Great Array for his own purposes. He hoped to trace the spiritual trajectories of those involved in the formation to find a lead, and then he began to chant a mystical incantation. Ancient runes appeared in the air as he invoked the power to shake the heavens and reverse the universe, before clenching his fist and commanding the truth to manifest. The spiritual mist dissipated to reveal an image of Si Kongshuan, conversing with a masked individual who was giving him specific instructions. The figure told him to focus on his cultivation, because the situation at the Dong Sui Kingdom Imperial City was already prepared for him to prove his work. Upon seeing this, the real Si Kongshuan standing beside Li Tianyuan muttered the name of the Dong Sui Kingdom Imperial City just as the vision began to fade away. Si Kongshuan questioned him about the Huanking Dongsui Kingdom, asking if it wasn't merely a wisp of spiritual energy suspended in the air. Li Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, releasing a powerful aura while calculating with his fingers. A moment later, he spoke up unexpectedly. Perhaps this isn't just a random misfortune, Si Kongshuan asked curiously. Not a bad thing? Palace Master, do you mean the young master losing his heavenly vein soul bone isn't a disaster? He replied calmly. It is difficult to say, but my recent sensing of the heavenly secrets suggests it is an auspicious omen. Smoke still drifted over the ruined grounds of the main gate of the destroyed Nine Clouds High Sect. Hundreds of lives, including captured commoners, and those known as half-demon slaves with slave shackles branded into their skin, gathered while trembling. Li Tianyuan, with a cold and imposing air, did not use divine techniques to travel, but instead slowly walked out from the ruins. His trusted subordinate Li Cheng quickly stepped forward and bowed his head. Palace Master, the task is finished. All the commoners and half-demon slaves who were held captive have been liberated. Li Tianyuan merely glanced at the fearful yet hopeful crowd before him. His voice resonated like a divine decree. The Nine Clouds High Sect has been wiped out. The chains that bound you no longer exist. From this moment on, you are entirely free. Go wherever your heart desires. This announcement was like a sudden downpour in a parched desert. Joy erupted, surpassing all fear, causing even the men to be unable to restrain their tears. They cheered together, their voices thanking the immortal while calling out for their homes and families. In the midst of this, a middle-aged man with a haggard look stepped forward. He was Wang Fu, representing the people of Changyun Town, and he knelt to give thanks for saving their lives. However, his unconcealable worry forced him to reveal a terrifying secret. Immortal, you may not know, but this land is still completely within the range of an ancient formation. An invisible and sturdy barrier has imprisoned us here for generations. Furthermore, the allies of the Nine Clouds High Sect will surely hunt down those you have set free. Li Qianyuan listened in silence, then gently closed his eyes. Without needing any further explanation, he raised his sleeve. Instantly, a dull, shattering sound echoed through the air. It was not the sound of physical matter breaking, but the cracking of the sealing veil that had bound this land for many ages. In the distance, on the mountain peak, Mingwu, another subordinate who was chewing on a blade of grass, smiled proudly. As expected of the palace master, truly maximum efficiency. Simultaneously, massive cracks appeared on the mountain. The stone tablet engraved with the name of the Nine Clouds High Sect fractured, and then disintegrated into dust. The sky suddenly became clearer and more open than ever before. It was as if a new future had opened up. Li Cheng's voice rang out as a reminder. The restriction has vanished. You are all free to come and go as you please. At that moment, a young woman from the half-demon slave group named Yue stepped forward. I beg the immortal. We half-demon slaves have no place to go after being freed and do not know where to hide from pursuit. Could you please take us in and provide us with a sanctuary? Li Qianyuan used his spiritual power to lift the girl to her feet. His eyes were fixed on the black metal soul-fixing lock with sharp spikes that was tightening around her neck. He spoke softly. There is no need to kneel before me. I will dissolve the soul-fixing locks on all of you. The entire group of half-demon slaves was stunned with amazement. Removing the soul-fixing lock, isn't that impossible? Li Qianyuan placed his hand on the slave collar around Yue's neck. A stream of pure white light, as clear as jade, flowed into that dark object. The soul-fixing lock did not shatter, but instead slowly melted away under the purifying light. In an instant, the slave chains had completely vanished, falling to the ground as a pile of metallic dust. With her neck finally free, she was moved to tears. It's gone, it's really gone. You are our savior, she bowed once more. This servant, Yue, sincerely wishes to submit. Please, immortal, accept us into the Tianli Palace. Hearing the name that was famous far and wide, the other half-demon slaves also immediately knelt down, expressing their loyalty in unison. Li Qianyuan raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stand up. His expression became stern. The first rule upon entering the Tianli Palace is that you must never kneel to anyone, and in the future, you are not to call me master. Furthermore, to join the Tianli Palace, you must undergo a soul scrutiny to examine your spirits. This is a mandatory requirement to ensure the purity and safety of the palace. You must decide for yourselves. The half-demon slaves looked at one another. Then they all nodded resolutely. We are willing to undergo the soul scrutiny. Please allow us to join the Tianli Palace. He turned toward Li Cheng. You begin the organizational work and the investigation. Before he finished his sentence, Li Qianyuan's gaze turned cold. The Nine Clouds High Sect has been annihilated. Their allied forces will not remain silent, so stay alert and be ready to respond. Meanwhile, at the mountain's base, Li Tianyuan quickly reunited with his daughter, Xiao Zhai, and Ming Wu. Xiao Zhai excitedly threw her arms around him, her eyes full of pride, while the villagers remained confused and skeptical upon seeing Li Tianyuan return safely from the Nine Clouds High Sect. Descended the mountain without a scratch. Could the Nine Clouds High Sect truly have been wiped out, or is he simply playing us for fools? Xiao Zhai angrily tried to explain on her father's behalf, but a sudden, panicked cry rang out as the freed half-demon slaves and villagers appeared. Still holding their chains as they poured down from the mountain, they caused a terrible misunderstanding that sent the crowd below into a panic, screaming about the many half-demon slaves. They must have been sent by the Nine Clouds High Sect to slaughter us, so run. But then a man noticed something unusual. Wait, look, those are the people they took up the mountain. And in an instant, the panicked screams were replaced by the sobbing sounds of reunion. Tight embraces and heart-wrenching cries for brothers and fathers proved Li Tianyuan's words were true as a father wept, thinking his son Fu-er had perished. As a father tearfully held his lost son, the boy hurriedly pointed at Li Tianyuan, explaining that this immortal had single-handedly destroyed the Nine Clouds High Sect and broken the array to save them. The villagers' attitude shifted completely as they knelt and shouted in unison, thanking the immortal for saving the people of Changyun Town. Li Tianyuan remained cold, stating the restrictions were broken and they were free to go, yet despite their freedom, their faces showed only uncertainty. They wondered where to go and how to face the evil sect's allies, until a man suddenly made a bold suggestion. he begged the Immortal for mercy, asking if they could join the Tian Li Palace like the half-demon slaves, a name that once again stirred the crowd with admiration and longing for such a transcendent power. They wondered if such a place needed mere mortals like them. But Li Tianyuan's expression remained stoic as he repeated his only condition. Very well. However, you must undergo a soul search, a term that turned many faces pale with fear, though gratitude and the need for protection eventually triumphed over their hesitation. One man declared that since the Immortal saved his life, he had nothing to hide and agreed to the soul search, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. They all consented, and Li Tianyuan nodded, ordering Li Cheng to begin the arrangements, though a few hesitant individuals still shrank back. Afraid to face the rigorous trial of the Tian Li Palace, some remained uneasy about the soul search, yet everyone present ultimately gave their firm approval. Seeing the anxiety on their faces, Ming-Wu spoke to reassure them, his voice tinged with coldness as he told them there was no need to be terrified. The soul search isn't frightening if you follow the rules and behave yourselves, for then everyone will be safe, he said, pausing with a meaningful half-smirk. But if anyone harbors a dark heart or malicious intent, then heh. Unlike the talkative Ming-Wu, Li Tianyuan wasted no time. He raised his hand and decisively declared that if everyone agreed, they would begin, immediately activating the soul search array as he finished speaking. A golden magic array instantly appeared above the crowd, casting powerful beams of spiritual energy directly onto every individual. It seemed to peer into the deepest recesses of their minds, and among those affected, some felt a sense of lightness and relaxation. Yet many others writhed in excruciating pain, drenched in sweat with deathly pale faces, and Ming-Wu took special notice of a man trembling violently. His curiosity piqued as he let out an intrigued sound. Ming-Wu immediately released his magic to see what the man had witnessed to cause such terror, and soon, a series of horrific memories of the man being brutally tortured by the 9 Clouds high sect surfaced. Amidst relentless sword strikes, the man knelt and begged piteously for his life to be spared, and then a blonde-haired man gave him an order. He was ordered to watch the mortals closely and report any abnormalities, and after receiving the secret command, his mind twisted as he ruthlessly slaughtered innocents, causing Ming-Wu's expression to darken. He spoke in a bone-chilling voice, realizing the man was a spy left by the 9 Clouds high sect who had exploited the chaos to assault others' families and kill them to cover his tracks, explaining his terror of the soul search array. A middle-aged man in the crowd trembled with fury upon hearing this, pointing directly at the traitor and shouting at the top of his lungs. You told me the 9 Clouds high sect took my nephew's family. Was it actually you? Were you the one behind it all? As he spoke, he coughed up blood from the shock, while the furious crowd began to condemn the spy. I never expected you to be such a despicable person. Why would you betray your own brothers? We truly believed the 9 Clouds high sect was responsible for everything. If the Exalted One hadn't used soul transcendence, we would have been completely fooled by you. The crowd, having been manipulated by him, gnashed their teeth in fury. Suddenly, a short, stout man brandishing a sword lunged forward to ambush Li Tianyuan. He screamed, "Die!" as he charged, but Li Tianyuan remained perfectly still and composed. Suddenly, the sword clattered to the ground. He hadn't even touched a single hair on Li Tianyuan's head. Ming-Wu laughed scornfully, while Li Tianyuan spoke. Did you really think that after I personally annihilated the 9 Clouds high sect, I would be brought down by a pathetic stunt like yours? As he finished, the overwhelming pressure radiating from Li Tianyuan intensified several times over. Under that crushing weight, the fat man collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. His face twisted and contorted under the unbearable force, before he abruptly exploded into a bloody mist. Witnessing this gruesome end, his accomplices were paralyzed with fear and began shouting for everyone to scatter and flee. Ming-Wu moved like lightning to block their escape. You think you can run? He asked coldly, in a mere heartbeat. Those attempting to flee were blown to pieces before Ming-Wu could even make a move. He could only stare at the scene in wide-eyed astonishment. He frowned and complained to Li Tianyuan, "You could have at least left some of the glory for me." Li Tianyuan completely ignored the teasing remark. He turned to the crowd and ordered them to continue, and the soul transcendence array was reactivated. A young woman stepped forward and asked, "Palace Master, could you intervene directly? If this technique fails, won't it harm the innocent?" Realizing she had overstepped, she quickly added with embarrassment, "I am merely worried and have no intention of questioning your decision." Li Tianyuan replied in a calm, steady voice. Everyone who enters my Tianli Palace does so voluntarily. I have never forced anyone. As for the soul transcendence, no matter how refined the technique, any method that interferes with memory will have flaws. If we detect hidden memories or any signs of abnormality, we will monitor them closely. Once a mole is identified, there is absolutely no need for mercy. After explaining, he told the girl, "From this moment on, you are a member of Tianli Palace. There is no need to be timid or fearful when speaking to me." The girl let out a soft sound, her eyes shimmering as she looked at him, her face flushing with shyness and admiration. Ming Wu began to tease her again. "Heh, look at that expression. Another one has fallen into the trap of love." A moment later, Li Qing respectfully reported, "Palace Master, the Soul Transcendence array is complete. No further issues were found." He nodded. "Good. Li Qing, take them to their quarters and begin their training." "Understood, Palace Master," Li Qing replied. Back at the carriage, Shi Yunwen and Xiao Zhai were sound asleep. Li Tianyuan walked over to Shi Yanhan, who was standing near where Xiao Dai was focused on her cultivation. She looked up and whispered a question about the girl, to which he shook his head slightly. Then Shi Yanhan asked, "What is your next plan?" He looked at his wife, his voice softening with tenderness. "We are heading to the Dong Sui Imperial City. Destiny has offered some guidance. It is worth investigating. Besides treating Xiao Dai, the seal on your body must be completely removed. In the Dong Sui Imperial City, I have an old friend who specializes in formations." Shi Yanhan leaned her head against his chest and softly reminded him, "You must also look after your own safety." Li Tianyuan's eyes were filled with love for her. He patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry." The couple stood there, embracing in the absolute silence. Elsewhere, Sui Feng stood silently before a weathered ancient tree. He looked sadly at the tombstone beneath its roots and whispered, "Sister, I've come back to visit you." The name Bayan Suzhen was clearly etched into the stone. He poured his heart out to her, saying, "I was saved by the young master. I have followed the young master for years, and everything is going well, so there is no need for you to worry." As he spoke, he couldn't help but remember the agony of being bound in a dark room, his face battered and bloody. In that life-changing moment, Li Tianyuan opened the door and entered. He extended his hand and said, "Come with me." At that moment, he only paused for a second before choosing to follow him, a decision that completely altered the course of his life. Emerging from his memories, he proudly told her that she likely never expected him to have already reached the great Emperor realm. No one could bully him anymore. As he spoke, he carefully wiped the dust from the tombstone when a strange noise suddenly echoed. Sui Feng's eyes sharpened as he shouted, "Who's there?" As an iron chain lunged at terrifying speed, but he tilted his body slightly, letting it graze his clothes as a cold wind whistled past his ear. A man in a black robe landed softly on the ground, looking up to say that he had finally appeared after 7 years of waiting. Correcting himself to 8 years, he claimed he knew the youth would return, while Sui Feng's face turned icy upon seeing the man's features. He hissed the words, "Life-taking ghost," through gritted teeth. The villain roared as his black chain coiled into a deadly vortex in midair, emitting a terrifying screech as he spoke coldly. His raspy voice carried murderous intent as he asked how he could finish his next mission without taking a life, while Sui Feng instantly activated the ethereal shadow heaven art, creating numerous lifelike illusions around him. Sui Feng and his clones charged together, forming a violent cyclone against his foe, causing the life-taking ghost to widen his eyes in shock. Realizing he had underestimated the youth, he never expected Sui Feng's power to have broken through to the great realm, a level he previously couldn't imagine, while Sui Feng remained silent. However, the pressure emanating from his body surged with increasing intensity as the two opposing forces collided violently. A loud grunt shook the surrounding space as the life-taking ghost gritted his teeth, swinging his chains to create sharp, whip-like strikes. The chains tore through the air with whistling screams, but suddenly, his eyes bulged in disbelief at the sight unfolding before him. To his horror, the chain that served as his precious treasure was shattered into tiny fragments by Sui Feng's overwhelming pressure. Sui Feng seized the momentum and increased his strength, blasting the life-taking ghost away. As the man struggled to stand, he stared at Sui Feng with eyes full of doubt and extreme shock. If he wasn't mistaken, the shimmering object in Sui Feng's hand was an immortal artifact, which Sui Feng coldly identified as the sword named Inverse Scale. It was forged from the inverse scales of an azure dragon combined with thousand-year cold iron, refined personally by young Master Huo. After speaking, Sui Feng swung his sword without mercy, a cold flash of light passing through as fresh, hot blood splattered onto the ground. As Sui Feng landed, the life-taking ghost collapsed. Sheathing his sword with an icy gaze, he declared that he was no longer the person he used to be. Yet the life-taking ghost's hand suddenly twitched as he struggled to rise, his long tongue lolling out while blood dripped from his arm. Like a black bolt of lightning, he lunged at Sui Feng again, catching him by surprise. How was the life-taking ghost still alive? Meanwhile, in the imperial city of the East Sui Kingdom, Li Tianyuan's luxurious carriage began rolling through the city gates. The magnificent and exquisitely crafted carriage drew the curious gazes of the commoners, who whispered among themselves about which prestigious family owned such a grand vehicle. No one knew, as nothing similar had ever been seen even at the estates of top officials, leading some to wonder if a powerful vassal king from a distant land had arrived. Inside the carriage, Zhao sat with eyes closed in meditation, his body emitting a fiery red pressure quite different from Li Tianyuan's steady blue aura, causing Shi Yanhan to look at her son with worry. Zhao had been showing signs of pain for several days, making her fear that something had gone wrong during his cultivation of the extremely difficult 9-9 origin art. Fearing a potential mishap and sensing her mother's anxiety, Zhao timidly tugged on Li Tianyuan's sleeve and softly asked if Zhao was going to be all right. He gently stroked his daughter's head to reassure her, explaining that this was actually a good thing for her brother, leaving Zhao to stare at him in confusion. "A good thing?" she asked. But Li Tianyuan offered no further explanation as he placed 2 fingers on Zhao forehead to probe his meridians and energy before telling Shi Yanhan that their son's path was unique. Thanks to the bronze slip he had personally forged for the boy, Zhao could build his path of true power, but his exceptional talent caused his blood energy to strengthen too rapidly. Combined with the fusion of unique energies from pills or other items, the power within his body had become chaotic, which was why his cultivation was not progressing smoothly. Pausing for a moment, he gently took her hand and comforted her, saying she needn't worry because he would find some blood-chi spirit herbs in the city to soothe Zhao symptoms. At that moment, Mingwu's voice echoed from outside the carriage. "Young master, we have arrived at the Myriad Pill Pavilion," as the vehicle came to a halt before the entrance. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Move aside! Do not block my young master's path," as a pair of gold-embroidered shoes stepped forward slowly. The newcomer was dressed in fine yellow silk, lightly waving a paper fan while staring coldly at the woman standing before him, causing the old lady to speak up helplessly. "Young master, how have we offended you? Why did you overturn our stalls?" He lifted his shoe, nonchalantly stating with extreme arrogance that those wretched stalls obstructed his view. They prevented him from seeing the luster of his new shoes. As the crowd recognized the newcomer, their expressions shifted to visible terror. They whispered that this disaster had returned and urged each other to stay away, fearing that catching his attention would lead to grave trouble. Suddenly, a heavy gold ingot struck a young man directly in the face, causing his nose to bleed. The one who threw it was the youth dressed in yellow. He shouted arrogantly, asking what the man was staring at before claiming he was handsome and wealthy, then repeatedly kicked the youth while yelling, "Watch your mouth! Is this enough for your medical expenses?" He barked as the victim clutched his head, pleading for mercy and crying out for help while bystanders watched. However, they lacked the strength and courage to intervene, and could only tremble in fear after he had beaten the young man within an inch of his life. He tossed a few more gold pieces for medical costs, wiped his hands with a cloth, and calmly remarked that he loathed people gossiping about him. Glaring provocatively at those nearby, he asked if they also desired medical compensation, prompting the terrified crowd to scatter in every direction. Once the crowd had been dispersed, his mood instantly brightened and he laughed gleefully, exclaiming how satisfying it felt. Opening his eyes, he spotted a carriage approaching slowly and arrogantly stood in the middle of the street to block its path, commanding it to halt. Mingwu curled his lip and picked at his ear, his voice sounding irritated as he asked if the man blocking his path wanted the carriage to be smashed. The man in yellow circled the carriage with greedy eyes, concluding that it was made of superior materials and possessed high defensive capabilities. He noted the spatial arrays that made it soundproof and comfortable, then approached Mingwu to declare that the carriage now belonged to him. "I've taken a liking to your carriage, so name your price," he stated, leaving Mingwu so incensed he wondered if the man was mentally unstable. Gritting his teeth, Mingwu told the fool to get lost, but the man remained indifferent and responded with even greater arrogance. "Do you realize who I am, yet you still dare to be so insolent?" the man asked, while Mingwu stared at him with utter contempt as if looking at a moron. Pointing at the man's face, Mingwu asked why he should bother knowing his identity, prompting the man to toss a handful of gold coins into the air. With a boastful expression, he introduced himself as Kyan Duoduo, son of the billionaire Kyan Kaeduo from the Dong Sui Kingdom, known to all as the Big Spender. Claiming it was a great honor for the carriage to be noticed by him, he threw a gold ingot at Mingwu's face and asked if it was enough to buy the vehicle. Mingwu coldly swiped the gold ingot back into Kyan Duoduo's face, and an invisible force immediately surged forth, pinning the man to his knees. His subordinate stood frozen in shock as Mingwu frowned and remarked in a chilling tone that there were things one should never dare to covet. He added that one should never reach out for what isn't theirs. Meanwhile, Kyan Duoduo, kneeling with bloodshot eyes, pointed at Mingwu and screamed that he had been struck. "You dared to hit me when even my father has never touched a hair on my head. Do you believe I can crush you to death with my wealth?" He then ordered his men to attack, and as the three servants rushed forward, three sharp slapping sounds echoed through the air. Ming-Wu delivered a powerful slap to each of them, sending them flying, yet the man still failed to grasp the situation and continued to order them to strike harder. Before he could finish his command, his subordinates crashed to the ground around him, and it took a moment for Cayenne Duoduo to realize they had all been defeated. With no one left to obey him, he stared in horror at his groaning men and began to tremble violently, stammering that Ming-Wu had actually dared to strike him. He demanded compensation and vowed to bankrupt Ming-Wu, who simply shrugged and patted the man's shoulder, generously agreeing to pay him back. Cayenne Duoduo turned pale, but before he could utter a word, Ming-Wu delivered a thunderous blow that sent him flying through the air like a ball. Ming-Wu approached leisurely and pointed arrogantly at his hand, beginning a speech about how his slap was forged by heaven and earth and contained the moisture of the rain. It gathered the essence of the sun and moon. Being struck by it could clear the mind and extend one's life. Ming-Wu leaned in close and asked if this precious slap wasn't worth 1.8 million. Cayenne Duoduo clutched his cheek, which was swollen like a steamed bun, and ground his teeth while shouting, "You!" Ming-Wu was faster, cutting him off with a barrage of slaps, saying, "What about me? Didn't I give it to you? Don't act like you're being cheated after getting such a bargain. Is my slap not worth more than your pathetic gold bar?" Slaps rained down like thunder, quickly turning that man's face into a swollen pig's head. Ming-Wu pressed him while hitting. "Is it enough? Is it enough? Speak up, tell me." Receiving no answer, Ming-Wu slapped even more enthusiastically before finishing by throwing Cayenne Duoduo aside. Cayenne Duoduo lay flat on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, tears streaming as he struggled to speak. You have to let me talk, you just kept slapping me." He stood up unsteadily, his voice cold as he enunciated every word. "Even my father has never hit me like this." Ming-Wu crossed his arms and replied arrogantly, "Oh, I hit harder than your father, so you can choose to call me grandfather." At this moment, Cayenne Duoduo regained his composure and made a dramatic declaration. "It's time to show you my trump card." After speaking, he pointed to the sky and cried out, "Meow, meow." Immediately, a powerful gale arose. Passers-by couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed on the ground, screaming, "What's happening? Help!" Soldiers ran over, asking what was going on. Suddenly, Cayenne Duoduo froze. Before him was a plume of black smoke with two glowing eyes. "How strange!" the two soldiers stammered to each other. What is this? A demonic creature?" Soon after, the black mist condensed into a giant black cat. Cayenne Duoduo stood before the cat and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, this is the Bila beast, a super-strong magical beast that I spent a fortune to subdue. Ha, are you scared now? I'll make you regret touching Cayenne Duoduo." Just then, the carriage curtain opened, and Li Tianyuan stepped out coldly. He spoke softly, "What's all this noise?" The moment he appeared, the aggressive Bila beast began to tremble. Its eyes widened, and it broke into a cold sweat. Cayenne Duoduo didn't notice its fear and pointed at Ming-Wu, complaining loudly, "Meow, meow, this guy just hit me. I want you to beat him into a pig's head." Nearby citizens whispered to each other, surprised that Cayenne Duoduo had such a magical beast follower. HMPH. A dog relies on its master's house, a chicken on its coop, and he relies on a cat. These words reached Cayenne Duoduo's ears, and he pointed at the two of them. He shouted, "Shut up, all of you. Do you want to pay for your own burials? I'll deal with anyone who talks too much." Then he ordered the Bila beast. "Meow, meow, attack!" The Bila beast behind him was sweating profusely. Li Tianyuan walked forward slowly, his invisible pressure so strong it terrified the beast. It groaned inwardly, "Oh my God, why did I run into this great master?" Cayenne Duoduo was still loudly coaxing it. "Meow, meow, take him down. When it's done, I'll prepare top-tier spiritual food and arrange servants to bathe you. Hurry up and hit him." Seeing no reaction, Cayenne Duoduo turned around and saw, oh no, what was this? The cat was frozen in fear. He touched it gently and called out, "Meow, meow, why aren't you moving?" Ming-Wu reached out and grabbed Cayenne Duoduo's head, warning him coldly, "Beaten into a pig's head. You brat, it seems you haven't had enough yet." He looked at Ming-Wu in terror and stammered, "It wasn't me, I didn't mean it." Ming-Wu continued slapping him while Cayenne Duoduo cried and begged for his life. I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore, grandfather, I won't do it again." Even more shockingly, seeing its master kneeling, the Bila beast immediately followed suit, prostrating itself on the ground and crying out, "I was wrong, please spare my life." Cayenne Duoduo's mouth hung open in disbelief. His Bila beast was actually apologizing. He called out loudly, "Meow, meow." Li Tianyuan told Ming-Wu not to waste any more time. Following his orders, Ming-Wu gave Cayenne Duoduo one last slap, sending him flying like a ball. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Grandson, learn some humility. Otherwise, you might turn into a pig's head every day." Seeing his two subordinates had stood up, he shouted angrily, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." The subordinates helped him away as he yelled back, "Just you wait. Next time we'll see who becomes a pig's head." As Li Tianyuan's carriage drove down the street, everyone looked up in awe. Their faces were filled with terror and they couldn't stop exclaiming, "Who is in that carriage that could make such a magical beast kneel in fear? I don't know, I've never seen him before. This person has the aura of a sovereign. He's definitely not simple." Seeing the Paila beast following them, Mingwu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following us?" It bowed its head and let out a long, bitter sigh. Life isn't easy, and even a cat must work for a living. Mingwu teased, "I say, great one, other great emperor-level experts hide in caves. Why are you wandering the world looking for a job?" It replied dejectedly, "I finally managed to trick a fool into supporting me, but you ruined everything." Mingwu was displeased and warned it coldly, "This is because of your own weakness. Why blame the young master?" It pointed a paw at its face and spoke indignantly, "Do you know how hard it is to earn a peaceful meal in these times? I was doing fine at the Xuan Yin sect, being pampered by that idiot Kyan Duoduo with plenty of resources. Otherwise, I'd have to go out and kill for food, which is dangerous. But they provoked this master, and now I have to worry about my livelihood again." Saying this, it shed a few crocodile tears, not forgetting to cast a reproachful glance at Li Qianyuan. Mingwu's face turned pale with anger. He glared at it and questioned coldly, "If I recall correctly, you bully the weak and fear the strong. You abandoned them the moment things went south, didn't you? So why blame us?" The Paila beast immediately retorted, "How can you blame me? This is called being adaptable. Those who lack vision are already dead in the wilderness. The fact that I'm alive proves I'm smart." Looking at Li Qianyuan as if he were a savior, it tried to look cute to persuade him. "Oh, in this day and age, one will die without food. How about you take me in, great master?" Then it showed off its prowess. "Look at my powerful claws and my soft, silky fur. My spirited eyes make me the top choice for a house pet. I can even appraise treasures and sense cultivation levels for you." Li Qianyuan bluntly insulted it. "You are too weak." These words made the Paila beast cough up blood. It stammered, "I am the dignified Paila beast, weak," before it could finish. It was struck by Li Qianyuan's invisible pressure, making its whole body tremble. It immediately changed its tune and lay on the ground crying and throwing a tantrum. "I am too weak, so weak, sob, sob." Just as it was immersed in its sorrow, Mingwu spoke up. "Stop, stop, stop. Can you shrink a bit? You're scaring people." The Paila beast glanced at the frightened citizens and casually agreed. "Fine." Then it transformed into an adorable kitten. Mingwu watched this with eyes nearly popping out, exclaiming, "You can actually shrink." Just then, Xiaozhai peeked out. Seeing the kitten, the little girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Daddy, it's so cute." She then approached to observe the Paila beast face to face. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, the Paila beast immediately pounced into Xiaozhai's arms to act cute, making her very happy. It thought joyfully, "Ha, now I have a backer. As long as I protect this little girl well, I'll have a carefree life. I'm so brilliant." Nestled in Xiaozhai's arms, the Paila beast spoke to Li Qianyuan. "I am a regional overlord after all. I might not guarantee other things, but protecting this little lady is no problem at all." Xiaozhai really liked the kitten. She looked up with sparkling eyes and asked, "Daddy, can I keep it with me?" Li Qianyuan couldn't bear to refuse his precious daughter. He sighed and reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Although its strength is pathetic, it'll suffice as your pet," having gained his permission. The little girl cheered, "Thank you, Daddy." Then Li Qianyuan manifested a sphere filled with spiritual energy and threw it toward the Paila beast. It caught the sphere. Curiously, it asked him, "Great master, what are you doing?" He replied with a stern tone, "A precaution in case you betray us." It asked fearfully, "What happens if I betray you?" Li Qianyuan only curled his lips into a cold smile, which made the Paila beast's fur stand on end. Meanwhile, on a street corner, a man ordered his subordinate, "Go report to the Lord immediately. That man has returned." Shortly after, the carriage slowly arrived at the Wandan pavilion. Li Qianyuan stepped down and instructed his wife and daughter, "Wait for me here." Then he entered the pavilion alone. Unlike the quiet scene outside, the interior was bustling. As Li Qianyuan walked slowly, a salesgirl looked up in surprise and asked, "Do you need something? Medicine is on the right and alchemists are on the left." Li Qianyuan replied, "I am looking for Dan Lao." She replied, "Him? He's very busy. If it's urgent, you can go upstairs to see him." Following her direction, he looked up, handed her a pouch of money, and said, "Help me prepare Nether Spirit Ganoderma, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens jade dew, and soul-severing grass." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Blood ginseng and Ganoderma combined with jade dew to boost chi and blood. However, soul-severing grass is incompatible and highly toxic. Why do you want to buy it?" Just then, a man stepped forward to answer. Speaking in place of Li Tianyuan with a sarcastic tone, he said it was clearly to get close to Elder Dan's daughter. He then told the girl that many people come to Wandan Pavilion under the guise of seeking Elder Dan, but they actually have ulterior motives. He then glared at Li Tianyuan with disdain and sneered, saying he despised wealthy, pampered young masters like him the most. You only want to spend money to win a beauty's smile, but these herbs are life-saving medicine for others, not toys for your amusement. He then handed money to the salesgirl, stating he needed the soul-severing grass to refine a meridian-reconnecting pill, leaving her staring blankly at the two men. The girl pushed Li Tianyuan's money back and politely declined, saying precious herbs must be sold to those who truly need them. Li Tianyuan then stepped toward her. He spoke calmly, warning that combining soul-severing grass with a meridian-reconnecting pill would be extremely dangerous over time, and that he was only causing harm. The man just mocked him. He called Li Tianyuan an ignorant loser who didn't even know the recipe for a meridian-reconnecting pill, yet dared to deceive people, telling him to get out as the crowd began to whisper. They questioned how a meridian-reconnecting pill made with soul-severing grass could be poisonous, dismissing his words as nonsense, while Li Tianyuan closed his eyes and shook his head. He remarked that good advice is wasted on those bent on self-destruction, which infuriated the man, who pointed at him and demanded to know if he was being called suicidal. He asked the crowd to witness this and demand justice by kicking him out, but the salesgirl suddenly intervened, noting that if he claimed it was poison, he must be knowledgeable in alchemy. She asked what herb should be used instead of soul-severing grass, and he replied with yin-yang grass. She frowned in confusion, noting it grows where yin and yang meet and clears blockages, but questioned its use in that pill. At that moment, an old man appeared and challenged him, stating that yin-yang grass was unsuitable and identifying himself as the manager of the Wanden Pavilion main hall. He explained that they had tried it long ago, but the yin energy within the yin-yang grass would only cause the patient's meridians to become even more congested after the pill was formed. Another man crossed his arms and arrogantly declared that this was a fact known to every alchemist at Wanden Pavilion, while someone else chimed in. They mocked him for talking nonsense despite acting like an expert, but Li Tianyuan replied coldly and firmly that they simply hadn't used the correct method. The middle-aged manager looked up and questioned how it should be prepared, so he slowly explained that yin-yang grass contains the circulation of both life and death energies. He stated that if gentle fire energy is used directly for refining, the aggressive flames will activate the death energy. Instead, alcohol must be used for the refinement process. He explained that its water essence is what awakens the life energy. But as soon as he said this, the entire hall erupted into loud, mocking laughter. They laughed at the absurdity of using alcohol in a cauldron, wondering if this pampered young master was so drunk that he was just looking for entertainment. They reminded him that this was Wanden Pavilion, not a tavern for reckless talk, while the manager glared at him sternly, stating that herbs are the foundation of pills and must never be lied about. He accused him of speaking nonsense to deceive everyone, and declared that as a deterrent, any future purchases he made at Wanden Pavilion would be charged at 10 times the price. Li Tianyuan simply shook his head with an indifferent attitude, saying it was up to them whether to believe him, prompting a purple-robed man to point at him and shout for the brat to get out. He told him that Wanden Pavilion did not welcome him and to stop obstructing their business, a sentiment that was immediately echoed by everyone else in the hall. They all chimed in, mocking his lack of knowledge and calling him shameless, but Li Tianyuan completely ignored their criticisms. He slammed his money bag onto the counter and told the girl he wanted to buy herbs, causing the surrounding crowd to scoff in disdain. The girl stood there in a daze, staring at him wide-eyed and speechless, until another man interrupted loudly, telling her she had seen it for herself. He claimed Li Tianyuan was intentionally causing trouble and insisted she sell him the soul-severing grass for his pill, causing the girl to regain her serious expression. She declared that alchemy involves human lives, so the matter regarding the soul-severing and yin-yang grasses had to be clarified to avoid disastrous consequences. After a moment of reflection, she turned to Li Tianyuan and suggested that since he was so certain of his stance, he should demonstrate his capabilities. It is also to let everyone witness firsthand how water is used for alchemy. Another elder immediately agreed, saying they would know the truth soon enough. Li Tianyuan did not object, as he composedly walked toward the vessel of liquid and picked it up with ease. He then glanced around at everyone in the hall and confidently announced that he would broaden their horizons regarding the water alchemy method. The name was so foreign to those present that they began whispering in confusion, wondering if he truly intended to refine pills with water and how the temperature could possibly be sufficient. To see what he was up to, Li Tianyuan handed the girl a slip of paper and requested a full set of medicinal ingredients, which she then read aloud. High-grade yin-yang grass, extreme yin snail, and dark orchid mushroom. Upon hearing these ingredients, the hall fell into an uproar, questioning if he intended to refine a meridian reconnection pill. Since these were all highly toxic and frigid materials, they accused him of attempted murder, but the girl suddenly shouted for them to be quiet. She warned the crowd to remain silent, stating that the alchemy area was protected by the rules of Wandan Pavilion, and anyone causing a disturbance before the pill was finished would be evicted. She told them to maintain order and watch, then turned to Lee Kyan-yuan to assure him that his requested ingredients would arrive shortly, which she delivered soon after. Lee Kyan-yuan tossed all the materials into the furnace to begin the process, calmly pouring out the liquid while explaining that the water alchemy method uses water as a foundation to nourish all life. The ingredients were quickly submerged in the liquid as Lee Kyan-yuan enveloped them with his powerful true essence, declaring he was extracting the essence of all things and purging impurities until a vibrant, multicolored glow appeared. The girl's eyes widened in shock at his skill, realizing his true essence was so formidable that he had likely reached the strength of the peak Marquis realm. A bystander whispered, wondering if his claims were actually true, and a moment later, the various colors merged together to form a brilliant golden radiance. Lee Kyan-yuan continued reciting the incantation. Heavenly flowers gather dew. The red furnace births itself, before pointing at the golden light and shouting for it to be collected. A blinding flash of light suddenly filled the entire room, forcing the crowd to cover their eyes and cry out in pain, wondering what was happening as they lost their vision. The girl was also terrified, unable to believe such high temperatures could be achieved through water alchemy. But just a moment later, the light turned purple, and a perfect pill with intricate patterns was finished. Once the refinement was complete, Lee Kyan-yuan caught the pill in his hand, leaving everyone stunned and wondering if he had truly succeeded. Looking at the color and the pill veins, they recognized it as a high-grade meridian reconnection pill. Yet a man still voiced his doubts, questioning if it might be a fake. Lee Kyan-yuan calmly replied that they would know the truth by testing it, which made the skeptical man hesitate out of fear that the toxic ingredients might kill him, until another man stepped forward. With a cold voice, he explained that his left arm had been born with defective meridians, and he could never afford such an expensive pill, so he was willing to take the gamble. He nodded in agreement and handed the pill to the man, who did not hesitate for a second before putting it in his mouth and swallowing it. In an instant, the veins on his body bulged as he broke out in a cold sweat and began screaming in agony from the intense pain. He rolled on the floor in extreme torment, terrifying the onlookers who began to wonder if the poison was taking effect. At that moment, another man pointed directly at Lee Kyan-yuan and shouted that he clearly had ill intentions and was publicly murdering someone. He ordered his subordinates to surround Lee Kyan-yuan, but the girl immediately signaled them to stop and told them to look at the man's arm. Everyone then noticed the man's previously withered left arm was tensing up, and just a short while later, he was actually able to move it. The man sat up in total shock as he stared at his own hand, stammering in disbelief that he had actually been healed. He then stood up straight and respectfully bowed to Lee Kyan-yuan, expressing his deep gratitude for the gift of the medicine. Lee Kyan-yuan did not respond, but simply asked the girl if she had seen enough, leading her to admit their mistake now that the truth was undeniable. At this point, everyone in the hall was wide-eyed with astonishment, whispering among themselves about how he could have recovered so quickly. Is this 1 in 10 chance of survival alchemy method actually real? Without a word, the entire crowd surged toward Lee Kyan-yuan. They eagerly asked, "Young master, do you have any more pills? We wish to trade with you. Indeed, we are in desperate need of meridian reconnecting pills. We hope you will show us some mercy. Could you perhaps sell the alchemy method to us?" At that moment, Lee Kyan-yuan appeared extremely incensed, and a powerful aura of pressure began to emanate from his entire body. The crowd was so suppressed by this pressure that their bodies trembled uncontrollably, leaving them unable to take another step. The young woman then asked him, "If your pill is indeed correct, then what would be the consequences of continuing to use the medicine according to the original alchemy method?" He coldly replied, "The meridians will be corroded, and the soul will be sealed. Eventually, one becomes a soulless husk." These words sent a massive shock through everyone. No one expected the consequences to be so severe. What? How could that be? The person who provided this alchemy method has truly committed a heinous crime. Suddenly, a majestic and thunderous voice rang out. Elder Xuan-ching entered leading a group of people. The man who had previously ordered his subordinates to surround Lee Kyan-yuan hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Elder Xuan-ching." The elder looked at Lee Kyan-yuan with eyes full of killing intent and shouted loudly, "HMPH, who are you to dare come here and spread such delusions among the masses?" The method for refining the meridian reconnecting pill was collected and gifted to the Wandan Pavilion by the current Prime Minister Lin. It has been verified by countless masters, so how could you be allowed to slander it? Without Lee Kyan-yuan needing to speak, the crowd hurriedly explained, "Elder, but he truly did refine the meridian reconnecting pill. It's true, we witnessed with our own eyes that this man's arm was healed. Elder Xuan-Ching did not believe them at all and snorted with utter contempt. HMPH, didn't he just intentionally create a blinding flash of light earlier? Who knows if he used some trickery to perform a substitution act, sacrificing this man just to deceive everyone else? Li Qianyuan spoke up and requested the young woman, "Please bring the pill refining method for me to examine." Elder Xuan-Ching immediately lunged forward, unleashing binding chains while shouting, "Who are you to dare act so insolently at the Wandan Pavilion? Surrender now." The chains wrapped around Li Qianyuan's body from top to bottom, yet he remained standing calmly in place, indifferent to the techniques his opponent was employing. Every time Elder Xuan-Ching struck, the number of chains multiplied, yet before long his face had turned deathly pale. Cold sweat poured down as he seemed to be on the verge of total exhaustion. He was secretly astonished that such a young man could possess such profound internal energy. Could he be from a rival faction intentionally making things difficult for Prime Minister Lin? Just then, a man stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Elder, please stop. This young man's strength is far too profound to fathom. I fear he possesses the power of a great emperor." As soon as those words were spoken, Li Qianyuan used only one hand to effortlessly shatter all the chains. Seeing this, the young woman became extremely anxious and exclaimed, "This is not good." She hurriedly stepped between them and loudly mediated, "I implore you all, the Wandan Pavilion is a place that reveres the Tao of alchemy. If there are any doubts, please resolve them through an alchemy competition. Do not resort to violence and conflict." Afterward, the young woman turned to Li Qianyuan and said, "Young master, I will bring the alchemy method you require immediately." Having said that, she glanced briefly at Elder Xuan-Ching. He gave a cold snort and said, "Fine, if you insist that the method is flawed, then this old man will use an alchemy debate to deal with you." Li Qianyuan calmly nodded in agreement and said, "Very well." Not long after, the young woman brought the alchemy method and handed it to him, saying respectfully, "Please examine it, young master. If you can point out the flaws in this method, it would be a blessing for everyone." Li Qianyuan then began to flip through the book. Elder Xuan-Ching looked skeptical and remarked sarcastically, "The combination of stone bone grass and mysterious jade marrow is aided by the fusion of the 100 spirit fruit, with the dosage of the human soul flower strictly controlled. As for the alchemical fire, it is naturally managed by an experienced alchemist. How could it possibly be as terrible as you claim?" Li Qianyuan finished reading very quickly. He closed the book and casually tossed it toward Elder Xuan-Ching. The crowd broke into a commotion, exclaiming in terror, "Is it true? Could this pill formula really be flawed? Oh no, my young master is still taking this kind of pill. What should we do?" Elder Xuan-Ching's face turned purple with rage. He pointed directly at Li Qianyuan and scolded loudly, You are speaking nonsense and blatant slander." Afterward, he raised his voice to justify himself to the crowd. "The combination of stone bone grass and mysterious jade marrow is assisted by the 100 spirit fruit, with the human soul flower meticulously controlled, and the alchemical fire managed by an experienced alchemist. How could it be a disaster like you say? I see that you are merely nitpicking to deceive the public." However, his words caused some people to feel conflicted. They nodded, thinking that his explanation sounded reasonable. The young woman suddenly recalled the words of the pill elder, who had warned that while these alchemy formulas were effective, some of the medicinal ingredients were used in a rather perplexing manner. She began to harbor doubts, wondering if he was right. Elder Xuan-Ching sternly declared, "Furthermore, whether your meridian rejuvenation pill is actually effective. I must also conduct a test to prevent you from passing off a counterfeit as the real thing." Having said that, he pointed at the man whose arm Li Qianyuan had just healed. "Come here, I need to use the pill testing device. We will draw your blood for the inspection." Soon, a kiln-shaped pill testing machine was brought out. He looked at Li Qianyuan with contempt, thinking to himself, "HMPH, you brat. This is what happens when you don't know your place." Then the subordinate of the healed man dripped blood onto the machine. As the droplet hit the killin's tongue, its eyes instantly lit up, its body erupted in flames, and it roared before charging straight toward the crowd. The girl fled in terror, but Li Qianyuan merely spared a glance, the pressure radiating from his eyes causing the killin to freeze instantly in its tracks. Another man rushed forward and struck the killin with a palm, shouting, "Watch out!" as the creature immediately shattered into pieces. 2. Subordinates anxiously ran over to support the girl who had fallen to the ground. "Are you all right, miss?" The girl shook her head and replied, "I am fine." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good. If anything happened to you, we would have a hard time answering to Elder Dan." Everyone present in the room was paralyzed with extreme fear, their faces pale and mouths agape in shock. Elder Xuan-Ching pointed at Li Qianyuan. He continued his verbal assault. "You scoundrel! What you refined is no meridian rejuvenation pill. It is clearly a soul-seizing calamity pill intended to lure people into demonic possession. His subordinates also voiced their accusations. To think that you, an alchemy grandmaster, would concoct such a horrific poisonous pill and openly slander the refining methods of the myriad pill pavilion. What exactly is your goal? The man who had been healed anxiously pleaded with Elder Xu and Qing for help. What is happening? Am I going to die? Elder Xu and Qing, save me. Public opinion began to shift in his favor as the crowd buzzed with whispers. Is it truly a poisonous pill? But his arm was clearly healed just now. What young grandmaster? He is definitely a fraud. Elder Xu and Qing brushed the injured man aside, saying, "We will deal with your matter later." Then he commanded, "Hear my order. Quickly activate the myriad pill pavilion array to restrain him." As soon as the command was issued, the formation immediately sprang to life, and a surge of purple spiritual energy enveloped the entire room. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she rushed forward to intervene. "Elder Xu and Qing, wait," he replied coldly, "Miss Yan. Please step back. We are defending the reputation of the Myriad Pill Pavilion. I hope you will not interfere." The girl thought to herself, "It seems I must find someone with the authority to intervene." After that thought, she turned and left. Li Qianyuan shook his head slightly and said in a cold voice, "As expected, even in the Myriad Pill Pavilion, not everyone is a pure alchemist like Ren Kai." Elder Xu and Qing immediately denied it. "What nonsense are you spouting? You slandered the Myriad Pill Pavilion's refining methods and used poisonous pills to deceive people. The evidence is irrefutable. What else is there to deny?" Li Qianyuan raised his thumb. With biting sarcasm, "Irrefutable evidence? Indeed." Just as he finished speaking, one of the elder's subordinates was suddenly engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. He cried out in terror, "Save me," as the fire grew even more intense. Elder Xu and Qing pointed at him and barked, "You brat, how dare you? Suppress him at once. Do not let him harm anyone else." Following his orders, the subordinates continued to cast the array, and the purple spiritual energy formed chains that tightly bound Li Qianyuan. He sneered, "Within the Myriad Pill Pavilion's formation, even if you were a great emperor, you would never escape." Li Qianyuan remained motionless, mockingly remarking, "This imprisonment technique of Yang Ming's is of the lowest grade. It seems he was not at all sincere when he helped the Myriad Pill Pavilion set up this array." Li Qianyuan walked forward effortlessly, leaving them utterly astonished. "How is this possible? Why can you still move?" He looked at the man being consumed by fire and began to explain. "Mystic scale powder is colorless and odorless. It ignites upon contact with fire and directly corrodes the marrow." As he spoke, a flame flickered at the tip of his index finger. "You were the one who secretly arranged to plant it, weren't you?" Having said that, he glanced at Elder Xu and Qing with a meaningful look. A second later, the elder and his subordinates simultaneously spat out blood. One man loudly protested, "You are slandering us. There is absolutely no way we would do such a thing." Another added, "Elder Xu and Qing's judgment cannot be wrong. Does that brat dare to wager on the Tao of alchemy against us?" The crowd of onlookers joined in, urging him on. "Elder Xu and Qing, do not fear him. Compete with him in the Tao of alchemy. That's right, whether one's skill is high or low, a test will make it clear. If you dare to compete, only then will we believe you," Elder Xu and Qing said, appearing anxious and flustered. "The ingredients required for an alchemy duel are extremely precious. If it's for someone like this." Just then, a flamboyant man spoke up. "Move aside, I will cover the cost of these medicinal herbs myself." The speaker was none other than Qian Duoduo, whose face was so badly beaten it was swollen like a pig's head, leaving the confused crowd wondering who this pig-faced man was. "Wait, isn't this young Master Qian? How did he end up in such a state?" Xuan Duoduo pointed at the whispering pair and snapped, "What are you blabbering about? Shut your mouths." He then turned to Elder Xu and Qing and said, "Elder Xu and Qing, don't worry about the ingredients. Just demonstrate the full extent of your abilities." His excuse shattered, Elder Xu and Qing felt conflicted, but before he could finish speaking, Qian Duoduo shouted, "Since this is a wager, there must naturally be a prize. In my opinion, the prize should be—" Li Tianyuan softly uttered a single word, "Life." The spectators were instantly paralyzed with shock, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. "What, such a massive wager? Has he lost his mind?" He continued in a challenging tone. "If you alchemists don't care for your honor, then allow me to help you save face. Let us begin." At that moment, Qian Duoduo leaned toward Elder Xu and Qing's ear and whispered, "He dared to have his servant beat me. I must see him dead. If you can achieve this, I will reward you with a fortune." This promise bolstered the elder's resolve as he thought to himself that he had spent a lifetime mastering the path of alchemy. So why should he fear a mere junior? Furthermore, he possessed a secret treasure. He then replied decisively, "I understand your wish, young Master Kyan. Rest assured that boy will not escape today." Elder Xuan Qing pointed directly at his face and declared, "If you wish to wager your life, this old man will see it through to the end. For the honor of the Wandan Pavilion, I shall incinerate your soul with alchemical fire right here." Having said that, he spread his arms and called out, "I have a strategy for victory, but I require the assistance of my fellow alchemists. In return, once we are finished, I am willing to share my most cherished alchemical insights." Kyan Duodyu nodded in approval, shouting, "Excellent. Elder Xuan Qing truly is the top alchemist of the Wandan Pavilion, a man of great responsibility and spirit." Without saying much, he slammed 2 heavy bags of silver onto the ground and promised, "As long as you help him win, I will provide an even greater reward." The crowd began to buzz with excitement as hands were raised one after another, shouting, "I'm in. With young Master Kyan's backing, why fear this kid? We will assist Elder Xuan Qing." Elder Xuan Qing solemnly announced, "I thank my fellow practitioners for your support. With your help, I will surely defeat this man." A man inquired, "Elder, do you mean to use?" He nodded and replied, "Indeed, the united strength of everyone here is necessary. I also want to take this opportunity to prove our strength, so the world doesn't just recognize Dan Lao and forget about us." Inwardly, he felt immensely fortunate. Fortunately, Chancellor Lin had anticipated this situation and given me a magical treasure beforehand. Today is the day I shall become famous throughout the land. Elder Xuan Qing stepped into the center of the hall and began chanting a mystical incantation. "Sun, moon, and stars dissolve all things. Let the precious cauldron awaken to help me subdue this demon." As the incantation ended, a majestic cauldron appeared, leaving the spectators wide-eyed with terror. Could this be the legendary heaven-burning immortal cauldron? Elder Xuan Qing stood tall and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, indeed it is. This is the heaven-burning immortal cauldron, an immortal artifact forged specifically for the path of alchemy. With this cauldron, even if you were an alchemy grandmaster, you would be no match for me." An old man stroked his beard and sighed with a slight shake of his head. "Oh, what a pity." The person standing beside him agreed. With an immortal alchemical cauldron in hand, Elder Xuan Qing truly possesses the power to challenge a grandmaster. Elder Xuan Qing's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, and his voice was raspy and deep like an usura's. "I wonder if you will still dare to be so arrogant in a moment. Today, I shall ensure your death is absolute. We will compete in refining the realm-breaking pill." He turned toward Li Tianyuan and shouted a provocation. "Well, do you dare to attempt refining such a difficult pill?" As he issued the challenge, his confidence was absolute. "I have possessed the formula for the realm-breaking pill from Chancellor Lin for 5 years, and have long since mastered every detail. Combined with the heaven-burning immortal cauldron, he was certain he would crush this brat." Pointing at the cauldrons arranged in the hall, he acted generously, stating that all the ingredients were ready. "To avoid claims that the myriad pill pavilion lacks etiquette, I will let you choose your cauldron first." Li Qianyuan simply shook his head and flatly refused, saying it was unnecessary. "Begin now." Immediately, Elder Xuan Qing and 2 assistant alchemists from the myriad pill pavilion started the refinement, simultaneously channeling their spiritual energy into the cauldron. A powerful grunt erupted as the cauldron emitted a blinding golden light, after which they quickly organized and placed all the required medicinal ingredients inside. While his opponents were intensely focused on the refinement process, Li Qianyuan remained standing still, appearing completely composed. Kyan Duodyu muttered suspiciously, "HMPH, this guy is playing mysterious again. He must be calculating how to escape later." With that thought, he immediately issued orders to his servants. "Go inform the Imperial City Guard and all the myriad pill pavilion guards to seal this place off. Do not let that brat flee after he loses." Just then, Li Qianyuan suddenly spoke up with a cold critique. "The Li fire is 3 parts too strong, and the can water is a breath too slow. This causes the azure mist grass to lose its primary efficacy. You truly are just a ragtag group of alchemists making up the numbers." The person he called out flinched and glared at him in fury. But before they could retort, he continued, "The wood spirit energy from the red pine wood is excessive and clashes with the fire energy. Forcing the speed only results in useless waste." Immediately after, one of the 2 assistant alchemists spat out blood and collapsed. The man Li Qianyuan had addressed earlier stared with his mouth agape, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Li Qianyuan continued his explanation in a cold tone. "The pill fire is unstable. The foundation is superficial, and resources are being wasted. The order of the medicinal catalysts is scrambled, and the roles of the ingredients are reversed. This method harms both others and oneself. Hearing this, Elder Qian-Ching turned red with rage and roared, "You despicable scoundrel! Are you intentionally using these words to disturb our refinement?" He replied with a tone of disdain. "You are just a bunch of clowns performing for my amusement." Elder Qian-Ching was forced to continue his work. However, he still glared at him, puffing coldly and shouting a warning. "Since you are so arrogant, do not resort to tricks to stall for time when you end up empty-handed later." A moment later, a transparent purple dragon-shaped mist rose from the heaven-dividing immortal cauldron. Someone cheered excitedly. "It's a success! The realm-breaking pill is complete." Elder Qian-Ching retrieved the pill and held the realm-breaking pill high, saying triumphantly, "Brat, my pill is finished. Where is yours?" The audience was stunned as they looked at the pill in his hand, whispering among themselves that its quality had nearly reached that of a first revolution immortal pill. Elder Qian-Ching is truly talented. Perhaps the myriad pill pavilion has found another genius capable of leading besides the pill elder. Qian Duoduo laughed gloatingly. "Aha, your act is over. Elder Qian-Ching's immortal pill is done, and there is only enough time left for a stick of incense to burn. Even a god couldn't make it in time. Are you planning to run?" He only glanced at him indifferently. By now, the crowd had surrounded him from behind. Standing in a prime position, Qian Duoduo arrogantly declared, "Now, even if you want to run, it is too late." In front of him, Elder Qian-Ching pointed at his face and barked, "Brat, surrender now and prepare for your death." Li Qianyuan completely ignored the insults, took out several pill bottles, and then clenched his fist. Immediately, two streams of energy, one green and one red, appeared, intertwining and blending together. The audience was utterly shocked and could not comprehend his actions. "What on earth is he doing?" someone exclaimed. Another person stammered in reply, "I have never seen a void refining technique like this before. This technique might be even more profound than the legendary universe palm. Could this man be more than just an alchemy grandmaster, perhaps a legendary great grandmaster?" Elder Qian-Ching's eyes widened as he muttered in denial, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Refining pills by using other pills as ingredients. I have never heard of such a thing. He must be going mad because he knows he is about to lose." From Li Qianyuan's clenched fist, green, yellow, and red lights merged, creating a beautiful spectacle as he slowly opened his palm. Something even more astonishing occurred. A pill with exquisite patterns, emitting a brilliant golden aura, was complete. A terrified voice suddenly shattered the silence. This is a first revolution immortal pill." Those words sent a shockwave through the hall. Everyone looked at each other in amazement, unable to believe their ears. "What, did we hear that correctly?" Qian Duoduo rubbed his eyes vigorously, telling himself, "I must be seeing things, or perhaps I am daydreaming." That man hurriedly ordered his subordinate to pinch him, and the subordinate complied without hesitation, squeezing his chubby, bun-like cheek with all his might. Qian Duoduo shrieked in agony, realizing the pain was real, and in a fit of rage, that man delivered a thunderous punch to his subordinate. Qian Duoduo's face turned pale as he stared directly at Li Tianyuan, trembling as he whispered that it was indeed a first revolution immortal pill. Elder Qian-Ching muttered like a lost soul, his eyes vacant as he insisted he would have needed the parting heaven immortal cauldron to even stand a chance. He wondered how the man had achieved it, while the crowd buzzed with the obvious realization of who the winner was. No matter the power of a realm-breaking pill, it could never match the absolute efficacy of a first revolution immortal pill, driving Elder Qian-Ching into a hysterical frenzy as he pointed an accusing finger at Li Tianyuan. He shouted that refining such a pill so easily was impossible and must be a fraud, a sentiment Qian Duoduo immediately echoed. They questioned if anyone present had ever seen a genuine first revolution immortal pill, a doubt that seemed reasonable to the nodding crowd. Indeed, they had never seen the real thing, only hearing rumors that pill clouds would manifest upon its completion. However, the aura from moments ago was truly extraordinary, just as a steady voice spoke up, startling Qian Duoduo. "I can testify that this is a genuine first revolution immortal pill," Elder Dan stated, standing before his daughter as Elder Qian-Ching immediately leveled his accusations. He urged Elder Dan to activate the killing formation and suppress the arrogant man who had slandered the 10,000 pill pavilion's refining methods. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan used his spiritual energy to effortlessly pull the pill from Qian-Ching's grasp, causing the elder to cry out in shock. In a flash, the realm-breaking pill was in Li Tianyuan's hand, and he used the medicinal power of his own pill to trigger a reaction in the other. Someone gasped in disbelief, wondering if it was even humanly possible to use the power of an immortal pill to counter a realm-breaking pill. A thick plume of black and red gas erupted from the pill in Qian-Ching's hand, leaving Kyan Duoduo frozen like a wooden statue until only a faint red mist remained. Li Tianyuan calmly explained that the refining method was erratic and the medicinal properties were conflicting, hiding a looming disaster beneath a facade of effectiveness. He warned that long-term use would lead to mutations, and the crowd finally believed him as they whispered about the truth of his words. It became clear that Elder Xuanqing's pill had severe side effects, as the clash between the two pills forced the toxins out as black vapor. Still refusing to accept reality, Elder Xuanqing stubbornly insisted that he was being slandered by the man. Elder Dan intervened with a cold tone, stating the truth was undeniable before bowing respectfully toward Li Tianyuan. He apologized to Mr. Li for the subordinate's insolence and the pavilion's lack of oversight, leaving Elder Xuanqing fuming with rage. Xuanqing gnashed his teeth and questioned if the elder was referring to him, only to be met with a frigid gaze and a condemnation of his use of poison. Elder Dan pointed out that black scale powder was under his jurisdiction before stripping him of his rank and banishing him from the pavilion forever. Xuanqing showed no remorse, threatening Xiang Kai and vowing to seek justice from General Lin as he prepared to leave. He turned to walk away, but was immediately blocked by Li Tianyuan, who stood firmly in his path. The man uttered only 2 words regarding their wager, causing Xuanqing to lose all composure and scream about whether he truly intended to take his life. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as Li Tianyuan claimed his life with a single finger. Elder Dan and the onlookers watched in horror as Elder Xuanqing collapsed silently to the floor, leaving the room in a deathly hush. As Li Tianyuan looked toward Elder Dan, the young woman beside the elder whispered in fear that it was fortunate she had brought her father, given the man's lethal nature. Elder Dan shook his head slightly, noting that things wouldn't stop until chaos reigned, and that Xuanqing's bottomless greed had simply led him to his own demise. Fortunately, the situation was not yet beyond repair, so Elder Dan ordered a tray of medicinal herbs to be brought out and spoke respectfully to Li Tianyuan with clasped hands. These are the Nether Spirit Rise, 1000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens jade dew, and soul-severing grass you require. They are all of the highest quality, so please accept them. He hoped the gentleman would let his anger subside as the rare herbs were neatly arranged, and Li Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction, while Elder Dan offered a kind warning. Sir, although Xuanqing is dead, he was backed by the current Minister Lin, a man of immense power who may cause trouble for you in the future. Furthermore, Minister Lin was notoriously ambitious and had frequently interfered with the Myriad Pill Pavilion, secretly recruiting unknown numbers of alchemists for his own inscrutable ends, causing the elder to shake his head in frustration. To help the emperor refine an elixir of immortality, he incited his majesty to impose this heavy burden upon me, prompting Li Tianyuan to ask in surprise, "An elixir of immortality?" As the girl turned her head, Li Tianyuan dismissively waved his hand and calmly stated that he didn't care about Minister Lin, suggesting they move elsewhere to discuss Xiao Yi's issue away from the crowd. Elder Dan quickly agreed and invited Li Tianyuan and the ladies to rest at Han Xuan Pavilion, where Xiao Yi focused on his cultivation, while Li Tianyuan used the herbs from the pavilion to refine pills. Soon, a golden pill appeared in his palm, which he gently placed in Xiao Yi's mouth before transferring spiritual energy into the boy's body as he focused on absorbing it. A stream of pure green aura enveloped the boy's body, and Elder Dan watched, nodding in admiration as he realized the technique being used. Even with incompatible medicinal ingredients, a special skill could reach the source and produce miraculous effects, leading him to wonder if the same could be done for the immortality elixir. He bowed and asked for guidance, but Li Tianyuan shook his head and interrupted, saying it wasn't necessary as any insight gained was the elder's own fortune. Shi Yanhan looked at him with worried eyes and asked about Xiao Yi, to which he understood her concern and replied firmly that the boy's true energy was now flowing freely. He only needed to regulate his breath for a while to be fine. And hearing this, her mood brightened instantly as she looked at him with shimmering eyes and said that was wonderful news. Suddenly, Elder Dan knelt before Li Tianyuan and spoke sincerely, admitting that while he, Yan Kai, once took pride in his alchemy, seeing the gentleman's vast powers made him realize there is always a higher peak. He begged the gentleman to take him as a disciple, expressing his willingness to serve and learn. But Li Tianyuan arrogantly shook his head in refusal, though Elder Dan did not give up. He tried to persuade him, acknowledging his shallow knowledge and dull talent, yet offering to dedicate his entire life's work and alchemical methods to his service. He offered all his rare pills, and even the entire Myriad Pill Pavilion just for a bit of guidance. But despite such sincerity, Li Tianyuan remained completely indifferent. Suddenly, Elder Yan Kai cried out in grief, declaring that if the gentleman refused him, his path in alchemy would be over, and his life would no longer have any meaning. He claimed it would be better to end it there, and raised his hand to take his own life, horrifying the girl standing nearby, who shouted for him to stop. At that moment, Lee Kaianyuan intervened just in time to stop the elder's impulsive act, while Zyro Yi stood by, finding the situation quite pitiful. He pleaded with his father to accept the man, and Zyro Kai joined in, earnestly begging him to agree because Elder Dan was a good person. They reminded him that the elder had looked after them well on their journey, so Lee Kaianyuan turned to look at Yan Kai, meeting his determined and resolute gaze. He then looked at the expectant eyes of the children and sighed helplessly, truly at a loss with these three, before finally waving his hand and agreeing to take the elder as an in-name disciple. Overjoyed by the acceptance, Yan Kai knelt to perform a formal bow, greeting his master, while the girl rubbed her temples and muttered in frustration. She was truly at a loss with her brother's behavior, and Yan Kai looked at her with concern as she bowed her head and said tiredly, "I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a bit exhausted and will go rest first." After she excused herself to rest, Zyro Kai watched her leave and curiously asked Shi Yanhan about the young lady, but Shi Yanhan simply shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. When only Lee Kaianyuan and Yan Kai remained, he asked bluntly, "She is your older sister, isn't she?" causing Yan Kai to turn back in alarm. "Master, you realize?" he stammered, while Zyro Kai asked in shock as if struck by lightning. "Was that young lady really Elder Dan's biological sister? But his hair is white and she is so young." Lee Kaianyuan explained softly that this was not unusual, as she suffered from a rare condition that granted her eternal youth. Unlike the surprised children, Yan Kai bowed and explained sorrowfully that his sister slept most of the time, waking for only a month every decade, which led him to study alchemy. His original goal was to concoct a pill that could cure her illness and allow her to live a normal life. At this point, he laughed bitterly at himself, noting how ridiculous it was that he was considered the top alchemist in the Eastern Sway. Yet he remained powerless against his own sister's ailment, forced to watch her drift into a deep slumber year after year. She would wake for a brief reunion before falling back into a long sleep, making him feel utterly useless as they could only weep together in despair. Hearing this, the two children began to sob, with Zyro Zhai crying about how pitiful the old man was since he aged while his sister stayed young, and Zai Yi agreeing. He remarked that living would be impossible if one only saw their mother for a single month every 10 years, while Shi Yanhan comforted them. Lee Kaianyuan asked Yan Kai how long she had been awake this time, to which Yan Kai sadly replied that it had been over 20 days. He instructed the man to monitor her condition closely over the coming days, mentioning that he had discovered some clues regarding the illness. Seeing a glimmer of hope after years of despair, Yan Kai asked with a trembling voice if his sister could truly be cured. He nodded in confirmation, but stated he needed to find a certain person first, prompting the curious old man to ask who it was. Lee Kaianyuan replied in a cold and decisive tone that he was looking for the array master, Master Ming Hao. As Yan Kai shared what he knew, he mentioned that Master Ming Hao was reportedly at the suburban military camp, helping the emperor set up an important array, and asked why the master sought him. Lee Kaianyuan walked past him, telling them to wait there for his quick return, as Yan Kai obeyed and the children called out for their father to come back soon.